Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 1057 to Chapter 1139. After the golden pupils appeared, even Dong Huangling and the others were unable to open their eyes due to the golden light. While everyone was in a daze, they heard a voice. The voice was between a woman's and a man's. It was a bit tempting and also had a bit of power. Eyes of the golden lion, you ignorant undead, submit to me. The golden puppet eyes was comprehended by Yunxing after she fused the Dihong song with the corpse puppet technique. Its power was one level higher than the corpse puppet technique. After the celestial fox, it was the second awakened celestial fox inheritance. Compared to the corpse puppet technique, the golden puppet eyes had a wider range of use. Not only could it be used to control an individual, it could also be used to control a group. These corpse beast soldiers could be used as Yunxing's first batch of test subjects. If the other celestial fox people knew about this, they would probably be shocked. Because most of the celestial fox people only awakened the second celestial fox inheritance after they were baptized in the beast god altar. Moreover, there would usually be a gap of more than 10 years between the awakening of the inheritance. However, Yunxing only used 3 years. A symbol similar to the golden eyes appeared on the foreheads of nearly 100 corpse beast soldiers at the same time. As soon as King Tong appeared, the fifth priest felt that his control over the corpse ox beast soldiers had been completely severed. The corpse wizard dance's power was not small. However, if the corpse wizard dance was forcefully interrupted by an external force, the power of the backlash was also not small. The bone staff in the fifth priest's hand broke into 2 pieces. No, my corpse king bone. The fifth priest's eyes were like a poisonous snake. Hatred flashed across her face. What she was most proud of was her ability to control corpses. After losing the corpse king bone, she would not be able to control the corpse soldiers in the future. The corpse soldiers were like wildfire in the prairie, wave after wave of them. Facing so many traitorous corpse beast soldiers, the fifth priest knew that she would definitely lose this time. You should have never tasted the feeling of being killed by your own corpse soldiers. Harming others will eventually harm yourself, Yunxing said indifferently. She could kill the fifth priest with her own hands, but she disdained to do so. She wanted the fifth priest to suffer the consequences of his own actions. This priestess hasn't lost yet. A hazy red mist suddenly appeared in the air. The figure of the fifth priest suddenly disappeared, and the corpses of the beasts lost their target. They were like ants on a hot pan, circling around in circles. Hidden blood mist. Master, this priestess is also a water mage. Be careful. The elf queen's blue eyes flashed. At this moment, a blood shadow appeared in front of Yunxing. It was still holding half of the corpse king's bone staff in its hand. It aimed at Yunxing's back where her heart was and ruthlessly stabbed down. The king corpse bone staff was incomparably hard, and the broken king corpse bone was like an incomparably sharp dagger. The fifth priest hated Yunxing to the bone. She had already used all of her strength to stab Yunxing. Faced with such astonishing speed, the beasts around Yunxing were defenseless. Die. The fifth priest went crazy, and the king corpse bone staff stabbed into Yunxing's back. But at this time, Yunxing's long hair suddenly condensed into a strand, like an iron wall made of molten iron. It stabbed into the fifth priest's chest. Almost at the same time, a white light exploded from Yunxing's body. The white light smashed the fifth priest dozens of meters away. The violent magic was like a heavy hammer, smashing the fifth priest's body into meat paste. The fifth priest's eyes were wide open, and her gaze was fixed on Yunxing. That is, the power of the Saraira. You are a celestial fox. Before the fifth priest could finish her words, a bull corpse soldier had already rushed forward and chopped off her head with an axe. The head rolled away, but the eyes were still wide open. Until her death, the fifth priest still couldn't believe that she would die in the hands of the corpse soldier that she was most proud of. Until her death, she still couldn't understand why the celestial fox people's celestial fox Saraira would appear on the body of this famous summoner. Huff, huff, the sound of rapid breathing was exceptionally clear in the deathly silence. The fifth priest, Lin Yun, had died. After going through a life and death crisis, the 4 of them were still in a daze. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gu Feng and the others still had their eyes wide open, staring at the fifth priest's corpse in disbelief. They still couldn't believe that the fifth priest was really dead. That was close. Dong Huangling could still feel her heart beating rapidly. Just now, when the fifth priest pounced on Yunxing, she really thought that Yunxing would be killed. Yunxing, what should we do with these things? The fifth priest asked, and the corpse soldiers were like a group of dragons without a leader. Keep them, I will have a use for them later. It was the first time that Yunxing used the golden puppet eyes, so she couldn't use too much of her magic power in a short period of time. However, in order to prevent the others from worrying, Yunxing didn't tell them about her current situation. Although the fifth priest was dead, the blood seal had collapsed, and there would definitely be a large number of people from the 8 desolate tribe who would barge into the boundless land. She could make good use of these corpse soldiers, and she believed that they would be of great use. My dear master, this woman has a lot of good things on her, and there is also a spatial magic scroll. Popping Sheep flew forward and searched the corpse of the fifth priest. He took out a lot of good things from the fifth priest's corpse. That spatial magic scroll was the fifth priest's personal collection. She used this scroll to be the first person to barge into the boundless land. Yunxing held on to the scroll. With this scroll, she could escort Huxing's ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. Other than the spatial magic scroll, Yunxing also found a large number of land deeds and some magical beast soul stones on the fifth priest's corpse. There was a flurry of footsteps. Elder Siming and God Wind happened to be leading 2 groups of people from the north and south of the Dutian blood beast world. Elder Siming thought that he would see a cruel battle, but he didn't expect that the battle had already ended. When they saw the corpse soldiers that were emitting a dark aura, the people of the temple pulled out their magic scepters as if they were facing a great enemy. Don't worry, I have already subdued these corpse soldiers. I plan to use them to clear the evil aura and blood cloud beasts in the blood beast world. Elder Siming had a strange expression when he heard that Yunxing could control these dark creatures. Elder Siming, I know what you want to say. It's just that the Dutian blood beast world is full of evil aura and blood cloud beasts that have gone berserk. Someone needs to clear them out. Normally, people who come into contact with evil aura will go berserk and lose their rationality. But these corpse soldiers won't. Black or white cats, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Yunxing said calmly. Elder Siming snorted. This time, he didn't say anything else. Subconsciously, after witnessing Yunxing stopping the first batch of 8 barren tribes' vanguard, Elder Siming already had a premonition that this woman in front of him could be the person who would bring about a major turning point in this crisis. Leave all the injured behind. After the rest are treated, follow us into the Dutian blood seal. Yunxing adjusted her breath for a moment. She also wanted to know what the hell came out of the celestial fox tomb. The wind howled. There was no sun or moon. There was no distinction between day and night. This was the chaos territory. It was a special isolated zone between different continents and different worlds. A black mass of figures was shuttling through the chaos territory. It was a large group of beast soldiers. They were disciplined and flew at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that they were an elite troop that had undergone strict training. The person in the lead was tall and burly. When he flew in the air, he was like a lone eagle soaring in the night sky. He exuded a domineering aura that seemed to be looking down on the heavens. Chief, there's bad news from the front. We've lost contact with the fifth priest and the 100 bull beast soldiers that he brought with him. A sentry hurriedly rushed over. The 8 Baron tribe had been preparing for this invasion of the boundless land for many years. Among the 8 Baron tribe, other than the Black Chelan tribe led by He Yao himself, the other tribes had also sent powerful descendants of the 8 Baron tribe to lead the troops. Originally, the beast god altar was led by the 3rd priest and 5th priest, and they had agreed to attack together. However, the 5th priest ignored the obstruction of others and led the vanguard alone to the boundless land using magic scrolls. Who knew that they would lose contact with the 5th priest in just half a day? The 5th priest has the corpse controlling technique. He should be fine, He Yao said nonchalantly. The 8 Baron tribes' invasion was stealthy. The forces of the boundless land should not have made any preparations. Father, do you really plan to not kill Yi Baiming and bring him back? He Linlin appeared beside He Yao. 3 years had passed. He Linlin no longer had the youthfulness of a young girl but the charm of an adult woman. After cultivating in seclusion for a few years, she had broken through to the martial god realm as she wished. He Yao had learned from Du Guxiu that Yi Baiming was now a golden qilin. He Yao was very surprised by this news. He was determined to bring Yi Baiming back to the 8 Baron tribe no matter what. The Bakra orcs were originally demonic beasts. Even He Linlin and He Yao, who could already transform into human form, were still black qilins. There was a legend in the black qilin tribe that a golden qilin was the strongest qilin. If the golden qilin really was a golden qilin, then it was undoubtedly the strongest qilin. As long as he agrees to marry you, I won't kill him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the one who can fuse with the qilin king's relic. An imperceptible trace of worry flashed across He Yao's brows. Several years ago, He Linlin had managed to bring the Black Qilin King's relic back to the Black Qilin clan as she wished. However, in the final fusion process, He Linlin failed. He Yao also tried to let the other young experts of the Black Qilin tribe and even Du Guxiu try, but everyone failed. Only a few people in the clan knew about this. After all, He Linlin had once said that when she first entered the Black Qilin royal tomb, the one who had awakened the Black Qilin King's relic was Yi Baiming. In other words, the Black Qilin King relic had already recognized him as its master. According to what He Yao knew, apart from the Celestial Fox people who failed to find the Celestial Fox relic, the other 6 clans had all found their own Beast King's relic. The chosen descendants of the 8 Desolation tribes had also successfully fused with the relic. The strength of the few great descendants had greatly increased. Who would have thought that the Black Qilin tribe, which had always been regarded as the strongest tribe in the 8 Desolation tribes, would also be unable to fuse with the relic this time? If this matter were to spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Especially the Celestial Fox people, who Xianxia, that old fellow, would definitely seize this opportunity to ridicule them. At this time, He Yao happened to know that Yi Baiming's true form was a golden qilin. Thus, He Yao had no choice but to personally head to the Boundless Land and bring Yi Baiming back to the tribe. Father, I heard that that bastard Celestial Fox mixed blood is also in the Dutian blood world. This time, I plead Father to let me kill her personally. He Linlin's strength had improved a lot in the past few years. She recalled how she had been defeated by Yunxing previously. This time, she had to kill that bastard with her own hands. Only by killing Yunxing would Yi Baiming be willing to follow them back to the 8 Desolation continents. Near the Dutian blood print, the battle between the 3-tailed phoenix and the 9-headed snakelet was still ongoing. The 9-headed snakelet, which had 2 severed heads, was bleeding profusely from its wounds. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. I thought it would be more powerful. A divine beast is only SOSO. Feng Tian was extremely presumptuous. The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A divine beast was naturally not that weak. The 9-headed snakelet's strength was greatly reduced mainly because it had been severely injured by the sun and moon shine when it fought with Ji Rumo earlier. This allowed the 3-tailed phoenix to take advantage of it. Pung! Another heavy blow. The 9-headed snakelet fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Haha, so what if it is a divine beast? After meeting me, Feng Tian, only death awaits it. Feng Tian was extremely arrogant. He laughed loudly in the air. Ji Rumo, who had been watching the battle coldly from the side, also felt it. Weak, it was indeed very weak. Could it be that the 9-headed snakelet only had this much strength? Although Ji Rumo had never really fought with the Emperor Zhao in red, he knew that the Emperor Zhao in red's strength was definitely not just limited to this. Just as Ji Rumo and Feng Tian were having their own thoughts, a red and blue light appeared in the crater that the 9-headed snakelet had smashed into the ground. Inhuman brat, the 9-headed snakelet is angry. This is the true power of a divine beast. The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes shone with a strange light. He began to chant. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly changed. The lead-colored clouds in the sky seemed to have pressed down a lot all of a sudden, making people feel suffocated. The 9-headed snakelet appeared in the sky again. This time, its eyes had turned blood red. It looked at Feng Tian angrily. The remaining 7 heads raised their heads at the same time. They raised their necks and let out a deafening roar at the dark sky. After the roar, the nine-headed snakelet was completely enraged. Ripples of gray magic patterns appeared beside the nine-headed snakelet. Those patterns seemed to have eyes as they spread out continuously. In an instant, a domain that covered an area of nearly 5 miles was formed in the sky. When Feng Tian realized that something was wrong, he was already in the middle of the gray magic patterns. It was already too late for him to escape. At first, Feng Tian did not know the function of these gray magic patterns. However, after a while, Feng Tian felt that something was wrong. Oh no, the arrogant smile on Feng Tian's face seemed to have frozen in an instant. His body suddenly became heavy under the effect of these gray magic patterns. His hands and feet seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and even moving a step was difficult. His spine seemed to have been pressed down by a heavy object, and even stopping was difficult. Feng Tian's originally nimble movements became extremely sluggish. Was this a god's domain? Cold sweat suddenly forced out from Feng Tian's forehead. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake, and that was to never underestimate a divine beast. Although the nine neonate was not a high-ranking divine beast, it was a genuine divine beast. As long as it was a divine beast, it would have a god's domain. There were all kinds of domains. There was a frost domain that could freeze thousands of miles, a devour domain that could devour something, and an earth domain that could make the entire domain feel like it was in a sea of lava. The nine neonates domain was not considered top-notch among divine beasts. It was only a very ordinary gravity domain. Everyone and all living things that entered the nine neonates domain would carry a force of more than 5,000 kilograms. This kind of ordinary domain in the godly realm was enough to do whatever it wanted in the human realm. Previously, the Emperor Zhao in Red had relied on the power of this domain to become the leader of the summoners in the boundless land. If Feng Tian had not used a large amount of beast blood and beast meat, just the force of 5,000 kilograms would have been enough to shatter him into pieces with his body as a magician. In the domain, the 7 heads of the 9 neonates shot out waves of ice and fire magic attacks at the same time. Feng Tian moved slowly. Originally, it was very easy for him to dodge, but at this moment, it was already messy and disorderly. There were several times when he was almost killed by ice blades and fire clusters. In just 15 minutes, Feng Tian's entire body seemed to have crawled out of blood. His skin was already stained with blood. Who? Feng Tian panted anxiously as he stared at the 9 neonates sinisterly. Behind Feng Tian, the tail of speed among the 3 tails stood up. The originally sluggish figure barely returned to normal, and Feng Tian flashed in front of the 9 neonate. The 9 neonate flew into a rage. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed Feng Tian. Seeing that Feng Tian was swallowed by the 9 neonate, the Emperor Zhao in Red was overjoyed. Ji Rumo, on the other hand, frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Jiaoying, well done. Ji Rumo, you've seen the power of Emperor Zhaoying, right? Do you still want to fight me? The Emperor Zhao in Red called Jiaoying back with an arrogant look on his face. Emperor Zhao, it's too early for you to be happy. He's not dead yet. Ji Rumo snorted coldly. At that moment, Jiaoying and the Emperor Zhao in Red both felt that something was amiss. Jiaoying's body exploded with a loud boom. A crimson shadow rushed out from Jiaoying's body. A few sharp claw shadows tore the Emperor Zhao in Red into 2 halves from head to toe. The blood turned into a snowy mist and filled the air. The Emperor Zhao in Red died in Feng Tian's hands just like that. He's quite troublesome to deal with. He actually caused me to lose a fox tail. However, after devouring his body, I should be able to make up for it quite a bit. Feng Tian, who had broken out from Jiaoying's body, was still holding the Emperor Zhao in Red's torn body. The body of a divine beast was extremely tough. Furthermore, with the divine beast territory, it was almost impossible for Feng Tian to kill the Emperor Zhao in Red and the divine beast Jiaoying. Feng Tian was also a cunning person. Therefore, he took the risk and entered Jiaoying's body. Regardless of whether it was a divine beast or a demonic beast, the toughness of the internal body was greatly reduced compared to the external body. As expected, Feng Tian's attack succeeded. He licked the fresh flesh and felt a strong force entering his body. Only 2 fox tails were left behind Feng Tian's body. The Celestial fox people were different from the other Bakra orcs. Celestial foxes' foxtails were a symbol of strength. However, generally speaking, celestial fox wouldn't easily show their foxtails to others. Only someone like Feng Tian, who was competitive and liked to be in the limelight, would completely expose his strength in front of his enemies. Speaking of these 3 foxtails, Feng Tian had obtained them after eating a celestial fox in the celestial fox people's tomb. That celestial fox people wasn't an ordinary celestial fox. Before he entered the celestial fox's tomb, he was an elder of the celestial fox people and had 3 tails. After going through countless difficulties and obstacles, he entered the celestial fox's tomb to find the celestial fox Saraira. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not find the celestial fox Saraira, but he also paid with his life. Just now, when Feng Tian was forced to the end of his strength, he suddenly detonated his lightning tail and blasted Jiaoying into smithereens. The 2 foxtails he left behind were the wind tail, acceleration tail, and evil tail, massacre tail. Although he had eliminated Jiaoying and the Emperor Zhao in red, he had lost at least 1/3 of his strength. Put him down. A cold voice made Feng Tian stop his swallowing. "TSK, I forgot that there's still one more." Feng Tian had previously focused all his attention on the Emperor Zhao in red and the divine beast Jiaoying. In comparison, Ji Rumo, who didn't have a demonic beast and didn't have a strong aura, was almost overlooked by him. Feng Tian turned around and caught sight of the person who spoke. It was actually a young man wearing a mask and had an elegant temperament. "Who are you?" "I don't fight with nameless people." Feng Tian scanned Ji Rumo critically. "He raised me." "Hand over his corpse." Although he didn't have any kinship with the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Rumo still couldn't sit back and watch as the Emperor Zhao in red's corpse was devoured by Feng Tian. Ji Rumo felt that he had a certain degree of responsibility for the Emperor Zhao in red being defeated by Feng Tian. If he hadn't used sun and moon shine together to save Yunxing, the Emperor Zhao in red's divine beast Jiaoying wouldn't have been severely injured, and Feng Tian wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. "Could it be that you're Penlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo?" Feng Tian's interest was immediately piqued. Penlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was also a famous person on the continent. If he could kill the Emperor Zhao in red and Ji Rumo in succession, Feng Tian would undoubtedly become the top existence among the mages on the continent. Feng Tian was an extremely utilitarian person. When he was in the continent's magic elite camp, he was bent on becoming the first on the magic power list. However, he was thwarted by Yi Baiming and Yunxing later on. All these years, in Celestial Fox's tomb, his competitiveness and desire for revenge had also increased day by day. Especially after he obtained the evil tail, his methods of killing became even more ruthless. TSK. "Since you're Penlai of Gojoseon, then you must die today." Feng Tian casually threw the Emperor Zhao in red's corpse to the side and rubbed his fists, preparing to fight with Feng Tian. In Feng Tian's opinion, Ji Rumo's strength was still a far cry from the Emperor Zhao in red's strength. Killing Ji Rumo was just a piece of cake. Ji Rumo's amber eyes darkened, and his sharp gaze landed on Feng Tian's 2 foxtails. If he didn't guess wrongly, the key to killing Feng Tian was his remaining 2 foxtails. There was a bug in the previous chapter. He Linlin's level was the martial god. Thank you for your reminder. While Ji Rumo was still deep in thought, Feng Tian had already launched his attack. Penlai of Gojoseon, die. Behind Feng Tian, the tail of speed stood up. Under the effect of the tail of speed, Feng Tian's speed, which was already very fast, suddenly increased by several times. Like an exploding arrow, he flew towards Ji Rumo. As he moved forward, the sharp beast claws on his left and right forelimbs were like 2 sharp knives that were aimed at Ji Rumo's chest and stabbed fiercely. Penlai of Gojoseon, one of the Wuji 5 annulus. If Penlai of Gojoseon died in his hands, did that mean that he could also enjoy the reputation of being one of the Wuji 5 annulus? In the future, he must obtain all the things that he, Feng Tian, did not obtain back then. Power, strength, reputation, and rights. He even began to imagine the wonderful feeling of the beast claws piercing through his flesh and gouging out Ji Rumo's heart. However, in the next moment, Feng Tian's expression changed drastically. Not only did he not manage to kill Ji Rumo as he wished, but he also missed. Ji Rumo appeared behind him. You're too slow. Ji Rumo's voice was still as calm as an ancient well, but there was a flicker in his eyes. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and there was already a small handful of beast fur in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the beast fur flew up like snowflakes. Only then did Feng Tian realize that a strand of hair was missing from the back of his head. When did that happen? Just when had he managed to dodge his attack, and even, this seemingly harmless Punlai of Gojoseon was actually so terrifying. Could it be that his strength was even more terrifying than the Emperor Zhao in red, who had been killed earlier? How could it be? How could a mage be stronger than a summoner? In the boundless world, it was generally believed that summoners were stronger than mages. There was no other reason for this. In a situation where both parties were Saint Law emperors of similar strength, a summoner with a summoned beast would obviously be stronger than a magician without a magical beast. Ji Rumo had already understood this when he was still a child. Back then, when the Emperor Zhao in red forced him to kill the mother beast that was feeding him, a fuse was planted in the young Ji Rumo's heart. He had told himself that he would not allow something like this to happen a second time. Therefore, he had to be strong, very strong. Only then could he protect the people or things that were important to him. He had indeed done it. His astounding talent in magic, which he could pick up immediately, had allowed him to grow rapidly over the years. It was just that he liked to keep a low profile, so he never revealed his true strength in front of others. Today, Feng Tian's provocation was the first time he revealed his strength without holding back. Ji Rumo, die. Feng Tian was furious as he stared at Ji Rumo. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged forward once more. Fast, huh? Then he was faster than him. What made Feng Tian angry was that Ji Rumo had also dodged. Moreover, the movement technique that he used to dodge was actually the movement technique that Feng Tian used to attack him. Moreover, compared to Feng Tian, he used it more skillfully. How can this be? I actually can't catch up. Feng Tian couldn't figure out why he couldn't catch up to Ji Rumo's speed. He began to become irritable, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. But every time, Feng Tian couldn't succeed. He couldn't even touch the corner of Ji Rumo's clothes. Feng Tian's situation was 1,000 times worse than when he faced the divine beast earlier. Are you done? Then, try my counterattack. Under Ji Rumo's mask, there was an unexpected smile on his face. What's going on? Who is that person? When Yinxing and the others arrived, Punlai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo were forcing Feng Tian to retreat. Feng Tian. That person is Feng Tian. Gufeng recognized Feng Tian. Ever since the Dutian bloodstain crisis, Feng Tian's whereabouts were unknown. Some of the people in the mainland's magic elite camp mistakenly thought that Feng Tian had died, and some of them thought that Feng Tian had been kidnapped by the Bakra orcs. How could he suddenly appear near the Dutian bloodstain? Moreover, it had only been 3 years. How did he become like this? The 2 foxtails behind Feng Tian looked particularly eye-catching. Senior brother. Chang Ximing cried out sorrowfully. Yun Sheng, Dong Huangling and the others only just realized that the Emperor Zhao in red was actually dead. When they saw the red-clothed Summoner King's miserable death, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It looked like he was split into 2 by a heavy weapon like a heavy axe. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't even have a complete corpse when he died. Only Yunxing was able to see that the Emperor Zhao in red wasn't killed by a sharp weapon. He was torn into 2 by the claws of a demonic beast. Feng Tian's hands were like the claws of a demonic beast. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao in red was killed by Feng Tian? Feng Tian could even kill the Emperor Zhao in red, who possessed a divine beast. Could it be that his strength had already reached such a level? Thinking back to the celestial fox's relic in her body, it seemed that the monster that came out from the celestial fox's tomb was Feng Tian. If she were to meet Feng Tian head-on, she didn't know what her chances of winning would be. TSK, the Emperor Zhao in red really died at the wrong time. Once he died, Yunxing wouldn't be able to find a way to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing, from her amnesia. Yunxing, it's so strange. Punlai of Gojoseon. Why is Xia Ximing using the magic of our continent's magic elite camp? Dong Huanglinger looked at Ji Rumo, who was familiar with the various magic of the continent's magic elite camp, and was puzzled. Yunxing took a few glances and was also slightly surprised. Although they were fighting, why did she have a feeling that Penlai of Gojoseon? Xiao Ximing was clearly toying with Feng Tian. Compared to Dong Huanglinger, Yunxing's understanding and deciphering of magic was much higher. The few magic that Xiao Ximing used to deal with Feng Tian were the unique magic that Feng Tian was most proud of. The magic of the continent's magic elite camp was somewhat different from the magic of the temple. As a former Star Beacon student, many of Feng Tian's magic were unique. This feeling was very similar to displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, when Xiao Ximing used it, it was much more ingenious than Feng Tian's. This was undoubtedly an insult to the proud and arrogant Feng Tian. As Yunxing looked at the two fighting, she thought to herself, Xiao Ximing, who looked like a modest and gentle gentleman, also has such a wicked hobby. It's like a cat toying with a mouse. After Yunxing found out that Ji Rumo was Xiao Wenxiu, her impression of Penlai of Gojoseon also changed. However, this was the first time she saw Xiao Wenxiu like this. Bastard! Ji Rumo, you're insulting me. If Yunxing could discover all kinds of tricks, how could Feng Tian not? Rumo, is this person the one who killed Emperor Zhao? After witnessing the Emperor Zhao in Red's death, Elder Ximing was already filled with righteous indignation. He couldn't wait to kill Feng Tian with his own hands. Feng Tian also noticed that there were a few more people present. His gaze suddenly stopped on Yunxing. It's you. Yunxing. Feng Tian revealed an ecstatic expression. The reason why Feng Tian was ecstatic was because he thought that since Yunxing was here, Yi Baiming must be nearby. Feng Tian, I remember that we don't have much of a relationship. You don't have to speak as if we're very familiar with each other. Yunxing frowned. Yunxing didn't like Feng Tian when they were in the mainland's magic elite camp. Feng Tian boasted that he was number 1 on the rookie potential list and had always been insufferably arrogant. However, after disappearing for 3 years and reappearing in front of the world, Yunxing felt that Feng Tian was even worse than before. His entire body was exuding a disgusting aura. When Yunxing saw him, she felt a chill seeping out of her bones. He wasn't a celestial fox, so why did he have the tail of a celestial fox? Things were a little strange. Looking at his body, he seemed to have undergone some mutation. However, Feng Tian completely ignored this. The way he looked at Yunxing was as if he was looking at glowing gold. Where is Yi Baiming? Feng Tian even ignored Penlai of Gojoseon. His eyes flashed with a strange thirst. If Yunxing didn't know that her Yi Baiming was a 100% straight man, she would have thought that Yi Baiming and Feng Tian were having an affair just by looking at Feng Tian's gaze. It was fine if he didn't mention Yi Baiming, but the moment he mentioned Yi Baiming, Yunxing recalled the roar of that stinky fox Yi Baiming earlier. Women shouldn't interfere in men's matters, right? Then she would ignore him and let him fend for himself. She didn't know how the fight between Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu ended. Yunxing snorted in her heart. Why should she care so much, those two idiots who only knew how to fight? How would I know where he is? Yunxing snapped. Feng Tian had been sealed in Celestial Fox's tomb for 3 years. He didn't know anything that happened in the outside world. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as I catch you, Yi Baiming will definitely come looking for me. Feng Tian chuckled. He arched his body, leaped into the air, and grabbed Yunxing's neck without warning. Yunxing was already prepared. Her figure swayed strangely, and she actually slid a few meters away, trying to dodge the claw attack. Feng Tian didn't expect that as a mage, Yunxing would be so sharp. However, Feng Tian's reaction wasn't slow either. He watched as Yunxing dodged, and the 2 fox tails behind him strangely grew longer. From the original tens of centimeters, they suddenly became tens of meters long. Although the fox tails had grown a lot longer, they didn't seem clumsy at all. They were like 2 arms that suddenly grew out of Feng Tian, wrapping around Yunxing's neck and waist respectively. The strings of Yunxing's 1,000-year-old ice harp were made from Hu Jiuxing's hair. Celestial Fox's hair was also an excellent material for refining weapons. The higher the cultivation level of a Celestial Fox, the tougher the hair would be. Feng Tian's 2 fox tails were from a 3-tailed Celestial Fox. If he used force to whip them, they would be able to break gold and crush stones. The two fox tails were like two spiritual snakes baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were about to attack. He was really showing off in front of Guan Yu. A celestial fox that mutated by eating celestial fox's flesh actually used his fox tails in front of her, a genuine celestial fox. You're courting death. In a fit of anger, Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes. Her pitch-black eyes were like burning angry suns that pierced into Feng Tian's eyes. Feng Tian's eyeballs hurt violently as if they were burned by fire. His vision turned black, and he reflexively used his forelimbs to cover his eyes. At this moment, Feng Tian's movement technique was also affected, and he obviously slowed down. Just as Feng Tian blocked her eyes, Yunxing's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Celestial Fox Coil, tempered, Yunxing shouted, and the first Celestial Fox inheritance was activated. Her long hair, which was originally as soft as black silk, was injected with the power of the Jade Marrow technique. Her hair suddenly straightened, and like countless steel needles, they flew toward Feng Tian. Although Feng Tian, who was half human and half beast, could not see clearly, his hearing was not affected. When he heard the unusual sound of the wind, Feng Tian knew that something was wrong. He and Yunxing were originally from the same sect. He knew that although this woman looked harmless, she was actually cunning and was not inferior to Yi Baiming. He thought that Yunxing would use a hidden weapon to attack him. His body sank suddenly as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. Feng Tian's feet forcefully created a hole in the ground that was enough to accommodate half of a person's body. He lowered his body and barely dodged the Celestial Fox's attack. The Celestial Fox's coil brushed past Feng Tian's scalp. It was like an extremely fierce flying knife. Feng Tian only felt that his head was lighter, and half of his hair had been cut off by the Celestial Fox's coil. Come back. Yunxing's eyes moved slightly. The Celestial Fox's coil seemed to have eyes as it turned back. It was as if he had been pierced by thousands of needles, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Feng Tian staggered and covered his shoulder in a sorry state. There were many wounds on his left shoulder. Blood kept flowing out from the gaps between his beast claws. If you want to use me to threaten Yi Baiming, you should consider your own weight first. With just this little ability, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. The corners of Yunxing's mouth curled up as she wiped the blood at the end of her hair. You're a celestial fox? Feng Tian felt the origin power of his race from Yunxing's body. However, compared to him, the power of the celestial fox in Yunxing's body was purer. Therefore, the power of the celestial fox inheritance she released was also more astonishing. So what if I am? Yunxing didn't seem to like the celestial fox bloodline in her body. It was also this bloodline that caused her and Yi Baiming to go through so many twists and turns. However, since it was the truth, she wouldn't hide it or deny it. Yunxing's body indeed had half of the celestial fox bloodline in it. Haha, even the heavens want to help me. You actually have the celestial fox bloodline that I've been dreaming of. I want your body. Feng Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yunxing greedily. That frightening and almost paranoid appearance caused Dong Huanglinger to involuntarily shiver. Feng Tian was a human. He forcefully swallowed the body of the three-tailed celestial fox, which resulted in his current appearance that was neither a human nor a fox. Different from the attitude of ordinary humans towards Bakra orcs, not only did Feng Tian not hate the bloodline of the celestial fox, but he also enjoyed the benefits that the bloodline of the Bakra orcs brought to him. A portion of the celestial fox bloodline allowed his understanding of magic and the strength of his body to greatly increase. Bakra orcs also had a longer lifespan than humans. Feng Tian wanted to become a Bakra orcs, but he couldn't truly become a celestial fox. He found a celestial fox secret record on the body of the three-tailed celestial fox. It was written that if a human wanted to become a celestial fox, they only needed to swallow the heart of a living celestial fox, then head to the 8 wilderness beast god altar to receive baptism. After that, they would be able to become a true celestial fox. It was just that Feng Tian was unable to find a celestial fox. He didn't expect that Yunxing was a celestial fox. It was truly effortless. Your heart, I want it. Why did Feng Tian's words sound so weird? Was this a confession of love, a provocation, or a declaration of war? At first glance, everyone thought that Feng Tian was confessing his love to Yunsheng. Feng Tian wanted Yunsheng's heart because he wanted to become the real celestial fox. Only he knew about this matter. It was inevitable that others would misunderstand. Bah, bah, bah. You're a dead beast that hasn't even grown hair yet. Little master is Yi Baiming, in the past, present, and future. As for other people, not only can they not touch her, they can't even think about it. Ba Sheep was so agitated that it jumped in front of Yunsheng with a whoosh, trying its best to stop Feng Tian from coveting its master. These words were taught several times by the gold coin. Only then did Ba Sheep remember them. Ba Sheep thought in its heart. Since it was so attentive, it should at least get another king-tier soul stone for the Qilin brat. Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Punlai of Gojoseon and Abandon, who were at the side, felt sour in their hearts when they heard this. Yunsheng's demonic beast was very picky, but it was very protective of Yi Baiming. It must have been taught by Yunsheng. Kiss Sheep's words instantly eased the situation that was on the verge of eruption. Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but laugh out loud. Feng Tian, don't have any ideas about Yunsheng. She's not easy to bully. Dong Huanglinger's words had a hidden meaning. Feng Tian might not know, but Dong Huanglinger knew very well that Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, and Abandon, who had a crush on Yunsheng. Even if Yi Baiming wasn't here, Feng Tian would still have a hard time if the two of them joined forces. Feng Tian belatedly realized that something was wrong. Oh no, did these people think that he liked that woman, Yunsheng? Feng Tian was most interested in cultivation. He had never looked at women in the eye before, not to mention that the other party was Yunsheng, a woman who had made him suffer several times. He admitted that Yunsheng's appearance was not bad, but this woman's temperament was not something that everyone could tolerate. Beneath the jade mask, Punlai of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Abandonment gripped his magic scepter tightly. Feng Tian felt a chill. Before he could turn around, a golden light shot out from behind him. That golden light came suddenly, and Feng Tian was not on guard yet. Suddenly, he felt his fox tail being pulled by something. In the next second, Feng Tian's body suddenly flew into the air like a kite with a string. Then, a beautiful arc appeared. Bang, there was a series of earth-shaking collisions. Behind Feng Tian, the speed tail that represented speed and reaction was actually uprooted. His body was thrown to the ground fiercely, and a big hole was smashed in the ground. Cough, cough. Feng Tian crawled out of the big hole with difficulty. His appearance could no longer be described as simply ugly. Dust curled up, and what he saw was a golden demonic beast. It was a demonic beast that looked like a golden eagle. Its entire body was covered with fine golden scales, and its golden eyes were burning with the flames of battle. This demonic beast, just standing there, already gave people an invisible pressure. My speed tail, bastard, give me back my fox tail. Feng Tian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Feng Tian had already lost a lightning tail, and now he had lost another speed tail. He had lost 2 of his 3 tails, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Roar, Gold Coin roared at Yunsheng. It turned out that after he and Yunsheng parted on bad terms in Punlai, Gold Coin had found the Blood Dutian realm by relying on the secret signals he had left behind along the way. As soon as he entered the Blood Realm, he found that there was something wrong with the Blood Realm. The Dutian blood seal had collapsed, and countless evil auras were escaping in all directions. Yi Baiming knew that something was wrong, and he rushed all the way to the Dutian blood seal. When he arrived, he happened to hear Feng Tian insulting Yunsheng. He didn't even dislike his woman. This inhumane thing actually dared to pick on Yunsheng. Yi Baiming also recognized the golden Qilin. This person was Feng Tian. Feng Tian was different from before. His strength had improved a lot. But so what if he had improved? He could defeat Feng Tian in the past, and today, he could still defeat him in every second. Ba ba ba, are you scared now? My dear master is a married man. How dare you covet her heart? Dollar, bite him. Rip off his last tail, Baby Sheep said excitedly. Only then did Feng Tian understand that the beast kept attacking him because it misunderstood that he liked Yunsheng. Feng Tian had never encountered such a troublesome magical beast. This guy was so cunning, as if he had stolen his wife. Feng Tian naturally didn't know that gold coin was Yi Baiming. He thought that gold coin was just a magical beast sent by Yi Baiming to protect Yunxing. What covet? I want to eat her heart. Who would like such a sinister and cunning woman? Only a fool would like such a woman. Before Feng Tian could finish speaking, gold coin suddenly jumped forward, and a claw wind fell. Feng Tian could feel that the wind created by Dollar's claws was almost touching his skin as it slid past him. It would have been better if Feng Tian didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that there were two more eyes staring at him. Palai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, Abandon, and Gold Coin all stared at Feng Tian. This guy didn't know that he had offended all three of them with his words. The two men and the beast scolded in their hearts at the same time. You're the fool, your whole family are fools. Daring to belittle Yunxing was equivalent to belittling them. Feng Tian, your competition with this king isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going? Palai of Gojoseon, who had planned to watch from the sidelines, raised the magic scepter in his hand. Crackle, 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 several light magic were unceremoniously parried. Feng Tian, I wanted to learn a few moves from you when we were in the magic elite camp. Let's do it now. A green shadow flashed, and Abandon also joined the battle. For a moment, four shadows intertwined. A golden shadow, that was Gold Coin. A green shadow, that was Abandon. A purple shadow, that was Palai of Gojoseon. And the one who was surrounded in the middle and treated as a human sandbag was Feng Tian. Gufeng, aren't they being too much of a bully? Donghuang Linger actually sympathized with Feng Tian a little. A little. But who asked that bastard to say bad things about Yunxing? Gufeng snorted. Then, in the future, if someone also says that about me, will you fight for me like them? Donghuang Linger waited for Gufeng's answer with anticipation. I want to, but you know my strength. Gufeng's face turned red. Donghuang Linger snorted and turned her head away, unwilling to pay attention to Gufeng. Bang, Feng Tian was hit by Gold Coin's claw again. When he dodged, he accidentally inhaled Abandon's poisonous fog again. Palai of Gojoseon cast another light magic. He was hit by 3 moves in a row, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Gold Coin, Palai of Gojoseon, and Abandon, any one of these 3 would be extremely unlucky. Feng Tian was entangled by these 3 people, and his end could be imagined. Those who dared to speak ill of Yunxing could only be described as courting death. Bo, my dear master, you should be happy. The 3 of them are fighting for you. Bo Sheep saw that Feng Tian was beaten and was very happy. Bo, tell me, what benefits did you get from Night Fox? Yunxing felt that something was wrong. How did Yi Baiming find her whereabouts so quickly, coupled with the fact that the kissing sheep had sneakily disappeared from time to time on the way here? Yunxing knew that her natal magical beast had been bribed by someone. Yunxing pressed Bo Sheep with one hand, and the other hand pulled Bo Sheep's wings. Bo, my dear master, please don't kill me, please forgive me. Bo Sheep howled but was frightened by Yunxing's gaze. Bo Sheep was so scared that its howl was stuck in its throat. Bo, to be honest, Bo received a little benefit from the Qilin boy. It's just a few king-level beast soul stones. Bo didn't do it on purpose. Bo just wanted to quickly take up the post and recover my strength as a world god so that I can help master. Bo painfully handed over a few soul stones. It had a sullen look, and that pair of wings drooped listlessly. It had a miserable look that had nothing to live for. Yunxing's hand paused in midair, and her heart was moved. Bo Sheep wanted to help her. Yunxing had many magical beasts, and all of them had decent strength. Although Bo Sheep was her natal beast, its strength seemed to be the weakest. Bo was arrogant on the surface, but it was very dissatisfied in its heart. It thought that as long as it could find enough king-level beast soul stones, it could become a real world god one day. Silly Bo, if you want anything in the future, just ask me. Even if your master is not strong enough now, one day, I won't be worse than Night Fox. Yunxing let go of Bo's wings and rubbed its soft fur. It felt good to the touch. Bo loves master the most. However, that Qilin brat already said that you shouldn't bicker with him. He said that all of his things belong to you, master. Bobo, you can take anyone you want. Bobo's eyes lit up, and he put on a fawning expression. Yunxing's face was burning. She glanced at Dollar, who was still besieging Feng Tian with Jirumo and abandon. He had no idea that he had been betrayed by a heartless universe god. Night Fox actually said that. Cough, cough, cough. I have to clarify something first. Night Fox's things are mine. Your master's things are still his. Regardless of whether you are a woman or a mother beast, you must remember that property is independent. Only then can there be happiness. Yunxing brainwashed Bobo. When a certain world god heard this, it was as if he had been enlightened. Many years later, when Bobo became a world god in the mortal world, the first thing he did was to plunder all of a certain world god's property. The fact that the master was not right and the beast was not right started from Yunxing and Bobo, this pair of heartless summoner and beast. On Yunxing's side, she was chatting with Bobo and relaxed. On the other side, Feng Tian was already in danger. You're going too far. Do you think that I, Feng Tian, am easy to bully? I'll let you know how powerful my evil tail is. Feng Tian was forced to retreat. His throat rolled, and the last fox tail behind him emitted a dark light. Feng Tian let out a long roar, and a black light pillar suddenly burst out from his mouth. Wherever the light pillar went, the evil aura in the blood world seemed to be attracted and rushed into the light pillar. He inhaled like a whale and swallowed all the evil aura into his stomach. As the evil aura increased, Feng Tian's body also changed. Rip, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Feng Tian's slender magician figure suddenly changed. The muscles on his limbs swelled up as if they were inflated. His muscles tore his clothes, and his entire person actually grew several times taller. In an instant, he became a mutated celestial fox that was 10 meters tall. With every step he took, the ground would shake violently. His fists also became like 2 stone millstones. He shook towards the sky, and the powerful force of his fist actually shattered the air. After transforming, the 3-tailed celestial fox was still somewhat difficult to deal with. Jirumo just arrived. Murderous fist. Feng Tian was actually not afraid at all as he punched out. The murderous fist was a celestial fox inheritance that Feng Tian comprehended after he mutated. It was between a combat skill and magic. As it was not a celestial fox, the murderous fist also had a huge flaw. The advantage of the murderous fist was that its power was astonishing. The disadvantage was that once he absorbed too much evil aura, Feng Tian would lose control. If he used it too many times, Feng Tian would completely become a killing machine. Feng Tian, who was well aware of this, originally only wanted to use the murderous fist when he fought with Yi Baiming. Who knew that before he met Yi Baiming, he would encounter this beast and 2 people first? He had no choice but to use the murderous fist. What made Feng Tian even more depressed was that he didn't even know why he was being beaten up. These people completely disregarded the rules and attacked him together. Feng Tian couldn't figure out how he had offended them. As soon as the fist wind arrived, Jirumo paused slightly. A light shield that was as tall as a person appeared in front of him. Clang, it was like 2 rocks colliding. An obvious dent appeared in the light shield. However, it still managed to block Feng Tian's punch. As soon as the dent appeared, the light elements quickly repaired it. How could this be? Feng Tian didn't expect that even his most powerful killing move would fail. However, Feng Tian didn't even have time to hesitate. Magic poison rope. Abandoned also saw the opportunity and released a magic poison fog. The poison fog suddenly turned into a rope and trapped Feng Tian. Jindu bent his forelimbs, and divine light flashed on his right forelimb. On his right forelimb, the divine pattern of the halberd of the divine battle god flashed, and in an instant, it broke through the phoenix fist. Like a spiral, it suddenly broke through Feng Tian's chest. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A soul stone broke out of his body. Before anyone could react, a pink shadow flew over with a whoosh. Bobo, Qilin boy, Bobo wants this soul stone. Bobo was quick to react and snatched the 3-tailed celestial fox's soul stone. The reason why Feng Tian could become a mutated celestial fox was because of the celestial fox soul stone in his body. As soon as the soul stone left his body, Feng Tian became that weak mage again. His tyrannical body shrank and quickly withered. You. Feng Tian stared at Jing Du, who had already fallen to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. He saw a sense of familiarity in Jing Du's eyes. Similarly arrogant, similarly disdainful, this golden demonic beast was actually. Could this demonic beast in front of him be Yi Baiming? However, before Feng Tian could voice out his suspicions, his already damaged body fell to the ground, forever losing the chance to compete with Yi Baiming. Phew, he's finally dead. It's just a three-tailed celestial fox, and it's already so powerful. Then, wouldn't a real celestial fox be invincible? Dong Huanglinger heaved a sigh of relief, but then she realized that she had misspoken. Elder Siming's expression instantly became serious, and his gaze towards Yunxing also became filled with hostility. Feng Tian killed the Emperor Zhao in red. In Elder Siming's eyes, Yunxing, who was also a celestial fox, was also an accomplice. After Gold Coin killed Feng Tian, he walked to Yunxing's side with a fawning expression. However, Yunxing snorted and pulled back the sheep, leaving Gold Coin behind. Yi Baiming, the golden Qilin, was suspicious. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the little wildcat? Could it be that she found out something? Feng Tian had completely destroyed the Dutian blood seal. After a round of inspection, Elder Siming concluded that the Dutian blood seal couldn't be repaired. This made Ji Romo heave a sigh of relief. Elder Siming finally wouldn't yell at Yunxing anymore. Since the Dutian blood seal couldn't be repaired, the only way left was to redraw the magic array. Although the fifth priest was dead, the sky of the Dutian blood seal was already corroded by a large amount of evil aura. It was like a sieve with countless holes. The space barrier between the boundless continent and the Eight Desolates continent was unprecedentedly weak. The army of the Bakra orcs could launch the next round of attack at any time. Although I don't have a way to rebuild the Dutian blood seal, I believe that as long as Romo and I have some time, we will definitely be able to find a way. Elder Siming was still very confident about this. He and Ji Romo had a lot of magic books on hand, plus he had already informed the continent's magic elite camp. He believed that if they searched the ancient books together, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Time was of the essence. The more time passed, the more likely the next wave of Bakra orcs would arrive. No one knew who would come after the fifth priest. Therefore, he had to find a new magic array to replace the Dutian blood seal as soon as possible. If a new spell was discovered, it would be impossible to solve it in a short period of time. After some discussion, they decided to set up camp near the Dutian relay station. Although Feng Tian's death was his own fault, he was still a student of the mainland's magic elite camp. Sister Lan collected his body and cremated it. After a few days, she would send his ashes back to his teacher. Feng Tian was an orphan, and the only place that could bury him was the continent's magic elite camp. After the collapse of the Dutian blood seal, the people from the various major powers arrived one after another. With so many people, other than the injured who were placed in the better guest rooms of the relay station, the majority of the people could only sleep in the empty space outside the relay station. Yunxing, Ling and Sister Lan stayed in a certain tent. Because she was still in a cold war with Yi Baiming, Yunxing unceremoniously kicked Yi Baiming out of the tent. The pitiful dollar could only stay outside the tent and roar in dissatisfaction from time to time. Because they were worried that the blood cloud beast would appear at night, they arranged for people to take turns to be on duty at night. In the middle of the night, Yunxing woke up and discovered that Ling was gone. Yunxing teleported and left the tent. Outside the tent, Dollar was no longer there. Yunxing was slightly disappointed. She looked around outside and discovered that Donghuang Linger was sitting beside an illumination magic array. She seemed to be in a daze. Linger, what's wrong? Yunxing walked toward Linger. Under the illumination magic array, Donghuang Linger's eyebrows were knitted together. Clearly visible tear stains could be seen at the corner of her eyes. Nothing. Hearing Yunxing's voice, Donghuang Linger hurriedly covered up her tears. Is it because of Gufeng? Yunxing also noticed that Donghuang Linger seemed to have fallen out with Gufeng. The two of them were quarrelsome lovers. However, every time Donghuang Linger had a conflict with Gufeng, she never shed a tear. This time, it was because of Donghuang Linger. I've thought it through. Gufeng and I can't be together anymore. Donghuang Ling had been thinking about this problem for an entire night already. It was true that she liked Gufeng very much. However, Gufeng's cowardly character had disappointed her time and time again. Especially today, Donghuang Ling had completely given up on Yi Shiwen. Gufeng is a light magician. Unlike other magicians, he can't go into battle and kill the enemy. However, he can save people. You also know that this is a different way of fighting. Ling you can't be blinded by hatred. I know that you want to find a man who can help you take revenge. However, you can't give up on Gufeng, who is truly good to you, just because of hatred. Yunxing persuaded Ling Yunxing, you are not me. You won't be able to understand how much responsibility I have on my shoulders. I am going to inherit the throne of the Eastern Empress. My brother has already become like that. He is no longer able to inherit the throne. Mother hopes that I can find a husband who can help me in both literature and martial arts. Gufeng is not suitable for me. Donghuang Ling had already made up her mind. No matter how Yunxing tried to persuade her, it was useless. Yunxing still wanted to say something. However, Donghuang Ling wasn't willing to say anything anymore. Yunxing, I have already made up my mind. It's my turn to keep watch. You should also rest early. Donghuang Ling stood up and left without turning her head back. Yunxing didn't leave immediately. She sighed and said, Gufeng, come out. From the moment Yunxing found Donghuang Ling she had already noticed Gufeng, who was hiding in a corner not too far away. This brat most probably found Donghuang Ling before her. It's just that he saw that Ling was still angry and didn't dare to show himself. Gufeng should have heard every single word that Donghuang Ling said to him. This brat, right now, his eyes are red and his nose is red. That look of his is both pitiful and infuriating. Yunxing, Ling really doesn't want me anymore? After night fell, Gufeng didn't sleep well. He also knew that his answer in the day had made Ling sad. However, he didn't expect that Ling would actually want to separate from him. Gufeng, you have already heard Ling words clearly. Don't be too sad. Ling is just angry for a moment. Perhaps she will be fine after a while. Yunxing didn't know what to say. She wasn't good at dealing with emotional matters. Otherwise, the matter between her and Night Fox wouldn't have caused such a huge mess. Gufeng and Ling were both her good friends. She didn't want to see either of them get hurt. However, if Ling really became the Empress of the Eastern Emperor, Gufeng would indeed not be a suitable candidate for her husband. Yunxing, thank you for comforting me. I know what to do now. Gufeng smiled bitterly. He understood that Yunxing was comforting him. Ling was going to find a new husband. She wouldn't turn back anymore. Empress Dowager Sita didn't like him. This was something that Gufeng already knew long ago. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. Gufeng hung his head dejectedly and walked away step by step. Yunxing looked at Gufeng's back view and then looked up at the Dutian blood realm that was filled with hostility. There was a heavy feeling in her heart that was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if something was about to happen. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes. After separating from Yunxing, Gufeng didn't feel sleepy at all. He had no choice but to walk around the vicinity of the magic tent. The cold night wind made his thoughts even more chaotic. He only felt that his legs were filled with lead, and every step he took was incomparably difficult. Donghuang Ling words kept echoing in his mind. He's not suitable for me. Not suitable. Not suitable. Because he's a trash magician who doesn't know anything, Ling can't accept him. The bad things that happened to Gufeng in the past, from being bullied when he was young, to going to the temple, to going to the magic academy. Gufeng buried the worst memories in the depths of his memory, reminded him again and again like mosquitoes that couldn't be chased away. Why? Because he's a light magician, unable to protect Ling unable to protect his friends. Every time when Ling and his friends were in danger, the only thing he could do was to hide in the back. Gufeng didn't hate Ling He understood Ling Donghuang Ling loved him. This was something that Gufeng firmly believed. However, as the future empress of the Eastern continent, love wasn't everything. Since Ling has already made her choice, I should also make my own choice. Gufeng took a deep breath. His footsteps stopped in front of a tent. The tent was still lit. Gufeng stopped outside the tent. You're here. That was the voice of Ji Rumo of Punlai of Gojoseon. No matter when, Ji Rumo's voice was always like this. It was 30% polite and 70% respectful. Even if it was someone who was meeting him for the first time, he wouldn't receive any invitation from the owner of this voice. That voice seemed to be waiting for a friend who came from afar. Gufeng was no exception. After hearing that voice, he walked into the tent. Ji Rumo was Xiaowenxiu. Inside the tent, the light from the illuminating magic array was like a firefly, making Xiaowenxiu's eyes shine like stars. Gufeng was momentarily dazed by Xiaowenxiu's jade-like face. Although he had long heard of Xiaowenxiu's great name, this was the first time Gufeng had personally met Xiaowenxiu. As one of the rare light mages on the continent, the treatment Xiaowenxiu and Gufeng received was as different as heaven and earth. Gufeng came from a poor family, but Xiaowenxiu came from the Dharma Temple. Gufeng's aptitude was mediocre, and the light magic he knew could only be used for healing or defense. However, Xiaowenxiu was adept at both offense and defense, and his medical skills were unparalleled in the world. In front of Xiaowenxiu, Gufeng felt like he couldn't raise his head. However, Gufeng still mustered up his courage and came to find Xiaowenxiu. Xia Siming, you should have noticed that I am a light mage. I want to learn powerful light magic from you. As long as he was as powerful as Xiaowenxiu, Empress Dowager Sidu wouldn't dislike him, and Ling wouldn't be separated from him. What you need isn't powerful light magic. What you need is a heart of self-respect. Xiaowenxiu's words made Gufeng stare blankly. Xia Siming, are you saying that you will teach me offensive light magic? Gufeng had already placed his last shred of hope on Xiaowenxiu. Everyone's magic talent is predestined. If it's fated, it will be there. If it's not fated, don't force it. Gufeng, I can give you a heart of self-respect and let you win everyone's respect. However, in return, you will have to pay the price. Xiaowenxiu looked at Gufeng with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Win everyone's respect, Gufeng had the urge to laugh out loud. Apart from healing magic, what else did he, Gufeng, have that was worthy of other people's respect? However, when he thought of Donghuang Ling disappointed expression, Gufeng felt a surge of hot blood in his body. Xia Siming, I beg of you. Let me win everyone's respect. Gufeng was practically begging Xiaowenxiu. Use your life in exchange. One life in exchange for the lives of the people of the boundless world. Xiaowenxiu looked straight at Gufeng. Life? Gufeng shivered. Xiaowenxiu, who was standing in front of him, was still so modest and polite. However, his gaze was so cold that Gufeng couldn't help but shiver. Xia Siming, don't joke around. I'm afraid of death the most. I can't take this kind of joke. Gufeng didn't know what Xia Siming's intentions were. I'm not joking. Gufeng, do you still remember what Elder Siming said during the day when everyone was discussing the matter of the Dutian blood seal? We are all looking for a way to create a new magic array. In order to find a way to replace the Dutian blood seal, Xiaowenxiu spent the entire night searching ancient magic books. However, after searching through all the ancient books, he didn't find any magic array that could be comparable to the Dutian blood seal. It was only when he was looking at the handwritten letter of one of the experts of the 8 Decilaces, the first Dharma god of the Dharma temple, who was also the owner of the Dharma bracelet, that he saw a very inconspicuous sentence. Blood seal collapse, radiance descends. The weakest is the strongest. The radiance descends here refers to light magicians. In the entire camp, only you and I can be considered as true light magicians. The weakest is the strongest, and it's referring to you. Xiaowenxiu's words left Gufeng speechless. The first Dharma god of the Dharma temple was no stranger to any magician on the mainland. The first Dharma god not only created the Dharma bracelet, one of the artifacts of the 8 Decilaces, but he also had another identity as the first arbiter of the Dharma temple. His ability to predict the future was second to none in the boundless continent at that time. But, Xia Siming, I don't know anything. The only thing I can use is my heavenly sphere of light, Gufeng mumbled. He had no idea how to repair or create a magic array that could be comparable to the Dutian blood seal and stabilize the Dutian blood seal again. Heavenly sphere of light? This is also light magic? Xiao Wenxu's eyes lit up. It's my personal esoteric magic. Gufeng smiled for the first time. He was a failure as a person, and the only thing he could use was the heavenly sphere of light. Even Xiao Wenxu had never heard of this magic that Yunxing and the others called the strongest defense magic. Oh, show it to me. Gufeng couldn't wait to release the heavenly sphere of light as soon as Xiao Wenxu spoke. A magic heavenly sphere that was shaped like a sphere and contained rich magic power enveloped Gufeng. As Gufeng moved, the heavenly sphere also moved. Not only that, but Gufeng could also expand and shrink the sphere according to his personal preferences. Do you use a lot of magic power when you use this magic? Quite a lot at first, but after I broke through to become a sky magician, it decreased by a lot. Using it like this, as long as I don't get attacked, it doesn't use any magic power. Gufeng's face was indeed very calm. Xiao Wenxu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even with his many years of experience in magic, he couldn't imitate Gufeng's magic in such a short time. There was actually magic in this world that he couldn't imitate. Was this all fate? Xiao Wenxu sighed. Xiao Wenxu had clairvoyance. The moment he saw Gufeng, Xiao Wenxu knew that there was something unusual about this seemingly honest and weak light sorcerer. After returning to the Dutian relay station, Xiao Wenxu asked Yunxing about Gufeng's fate. After learning about it, Xiao Wenxu made a deduction and came to the conclusion. Gufeng was Yunxing's good friend. According to Yunxing, Gufeng was only a sky sorcerer. How could a sorcerer with such a cultivation level be able to draw a new magic array? The Dutian blood seal was the strongest magic array drawn by the 8 masters using the blood of the 8 leaders of the Bakra orcs. It had existed for almost 10,000 years and had always been the natural barrier between the Boundless and the Banglands. How could a mere sky sorcerer be comparable to the 8 masters and the leaders of the Banglands? Xiao Wenxu couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He had originally planned to discuss it with Gufeng after the heavenly mandate, but he never expected that Gufeng would come knocking on his door at night. Xiao Wenxu took advantage of the situation and asked about Gufeng's cultivation level. What surprised Xiao Wenxu even more was that even he could not imitate the light sorcery that Gufeng was most proficient in. Xiao Wenxu's silence made Gufeng feel strange. I already understand what Lord Foshan meant. I'm afraid the key to the magic array that we have been looking for is on you. You are the savior of the Boundless. Xiao Wenxu's words made Gufeng dumbfounded. Savior? Oh my god, he was the savior of the Boundless. If these words did not come from Xiao Wenxu's mouth, Gufeng would have laughed out loud. But in front of Xiao Wenxu, Gufeng did not dare to do so. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had just entered the Magic Academy. His stuttering problem had actually resurfaced. Xia Siming, don't scare me. Such a big hat will crush me to death. Xiao Wenxu did not say anything and only stared at Gufeng. Gufeng felt guilty under his stare and stammered, Xia Siming, are you telling the truth? Although he asked this question, Gufeng could guess that Xia Siming was not joking. Perhaps a lot of people don't know that the Dutian blood seal is actually a light magic array. Its origin is very similar to the origin of your ball of light of heaven. Xiao Wenxu and Chang Ximing had only discovered it after the blood seal had collapsed. The evil energy in the Dutian blood beast world was the most evil and filthy power in the world. If he wanted to seal the evil aura, he could only use a special light magic array of the opposite attribute. This kind of special light magical array had to meet 2 conditions. First, it had to have an extremely strong defensive power. It had to be able to withstand the attack of a large amount of evil energy from both inside and outside the seal. The other condition was that the magic array had to consume very little energy. In the absence of the Octaterra divine artifact, the fewer magic arrays there were, the longer they could last. Gufeng's heavenly ball of light just so happened to fulfill these 2 conditions. The more Gufeng listened, the less confident he became. Xia Siming, there's still something I don't understand. Magic arrays are dead, but I'm a human. I can try to maintain the heavenly ball of light, but I can't stay in the blood world forever, right? As a light magician, Gufeng naturally disliked a place like the blood world that was full of killing and evil energy. Every time he went on an adventure, he would try to hide as much as he could. From what Xiao Wenqiu said, if the heavenly ball of light could really stabilize the Dutian blood world, wouldn't he have to stay in the blood world forever? That's right. Once you draw a new magic array, you'll have to stay in the blood realm for the rest of your life until the moment your life comes to an end. Xiao Wenqiu's last sentence made Gu Feng's mind explode. Stay here forever? Then wouldn't he be able to see Ling Yunxing, and abandon them? Would he also become a monster like Feng Tian? I am sorry, Xiao Siming. I can't promise you that. Gu Feng subconsciously refused. He was worried that Xiao Wenqiu would make things difficult for him again, so he hurriedly ran out. Xiao Wenqiu didn't chase after him. A strange light flashed in his amber eyes. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be lamenting. If it could be changed so easily, then it wouldn't be fate. Outside the tent, footsteps could be heard. Elder Siming walked in. Wenqiu, did you find anything new? Seeing Elder Siming's anxious expression, Xiao Wenqiu thought for a while and shook his head. Elder Siming, who was originally full of hope, sighed. The night was as cold as water. After Gu Feng left Xiao Siming's tent, his thoughts were even more chaotic. He returned to the camp and went to sleep in his clothes. That night, he had a lot of messy dreams. One moment, Xiao Wenqiu turned into an evil spirit and forced him to use his blood as a sacrifice to draw a new magic array. Another moment, Xiao Wenqiu turned into Ling Her face was cold. Gu Feng, it's impossible between us. You're a coward. What I want is a great hero who can save the entire boundless world. After a while, Gu Feng returned to the small mountain village in his hometown. The originally verdant mountain village was now littered with corpses. The blood cloud beast was wreaking havoc everywhere. He watched as his youngest sister was swallowed alive by a blood cloud beast. Ah! Gu Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He sat up stiffly. The sky was already bright, and Qi was looking at him worriedly. Gu Feng, I've heard about Ling Qi got up early in the morning and met Yunxing, who had just returned from meditating. He learned about the conflict between Gu Feng and Ling from Yunxing. All this time, Qi had been envious of Gu Feng. Although he was ugly, he had parents and Ling whom he admired. Qi couldn't ask for more. However, only Qi knew how deep Gu Feng's love for Ling was. Gu Feng's love for Ling was even more intense than his love for Yunxing. If he really separated from Ling Gu Feng wouldn't be able to accept anyone else for the rest of his life. Qi, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. By the way, did they come up with a new magic array? Gu Feng was worried that Xiao Siming had already told the others about him. Fortunately, Qi Ming's answer made him feel relieved. There's no progress. It's not easy to fix a new magic array. If you're fine, get up quickly. There are some injured people outside who need your help. Xiao Siming is busy looking for a new magic array, and Yunxing is the only healer. She's too busy outside. Qi Ming came to find Gu Feng because he needed his help. Injured people? Didn't they already get treated yesterday? Why are there so many injured people all of a sudden? Gu Feng got up and left the camp for the relay station. Gu Feng and Abandon arrived at the relay station. They realized that a large number of temporary sheds had been built outside the relay station overnight. There were many injured people lying inside, and they were groaning in pain. Their injuries varied, but most of them were innocent civilians who didn't know magic or do qi. There were also some elderly, women, and children. Ordinary people who were affected by the evil aura would have a high fever that wouldn't subside, and in serious cases, they would fall into a coma. Once the evil aura entered their organs, it would be like being poisoned. Their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, and they would die within a few days. All of this reminded Gu Feng of his dream in the morning. These are the villagers from the villages near the blood world. Although Elder Siming had already sent out a large number of magicians from the temple and the corpses of the beast soldiers to eliminate the evil aura is everywhere. Some of it has already seeped out of the blood world and spread towards the boundless world. Abandon also received the latest news early in the morning. To the people of the boundless world, the Dutian blood seal didn't only prevent the invasion of the 8 Desolates continent. It also had another function. which was to trap the evil aura left behind by the Bakra orcs in the Dutian blood world. Once the blood seal collapsed, the evil aura lost its restraint. The elderly, women, and children who didn't know magic or dou qi were the first to be affected. Ling and Yunxing were busy in the crowd. Seeing that Gufeng had arrived, Ling acted as if she didn't see him and continued to comfort a young girl. Gufeng didn't say anything and just used magic to treat the girl. Although there was only one healer and one light magician, Yunxing and Gufeng had developed a tacit understanding over the years, and the treatment went smoothly. Yunxing was in charge of reducing the fever, and Gufeng was in charge of purifying the evil aura. After a day, most of the villagers had already recovered. Only a small number of people who had inhaled too much evil aura needed to rest at the relay station. Donghuang Ling didn't know anything about medicine, so she could only help Yunxing by the side. However, her attention still slipped towards Gufeng from time to time. Gufeng was quite pleasing to the eye when he was administering magic treatment. Unfortunately, Donghuang Ling's heart ached as she retracted her gaze. Who is that person? He actually dared to perform magical treatment on behalf of someone who's infected with evil energy. When Elder Ximing and Xiao Wenqiu walked over, they happened to see Gufeng treating an old man in his 50s. Just as Elder Ximing was about to step forward to stop them, Xiao Wenqiu stopped him. Elder Ximing was busy looking for clues about the new magic circle. It was not until dusk that she heard that the civilians around the Blood Realm were contaminated by the evil aura. After being contaminated by the evil aura, light treatment was undoubtedly the best. That was why Elder Ximing had come with Xiao Wenqiu. Before Gufeng started the treatment, he first asked about the old man's history. That old man had encountered a strand of hostility early in the morning when he went out to do farm work. After the evil energy entered his body, it had been entrenched in his head. His head felt like it was being pricked by needles, and it would throb with pain from time to time. After Gufeng listened to the old man's family members explain the situation, a meteor-like light magic flashed on the unicorn scepter. The light magic circled around the old man's head. After about 2 breaths, a small lump of black, mud-like evil energy appeared on the old man's forehead. Under the effect of the gentle light magic, the black aura disappeared without a trace, like a haze that had seen the morning sun. Not even a trace of it could be found. Master, it seems like our worries were unnecessary. Even Xiao Wenqiu couldn't find any fault with Gufeng's treatment method. If it were him, this was probably the best he could do. I didn't expect that other than the temple, there would be someone else in the continent who knows such outstanding light healing magic. However, his magical talent is too ordinary. I'm afraid he can only learn the most basic light magic. No wonder he wasn't chosen by the temple. Elder Ximing was very sharp. He could tell at a glance that although Gufeng's healing magic was very strong, his talent was very ordinary. The influence of the temple on the boundless continent was not to be underestimated. Other than Penlai and Immortal Abode, the temple had branches in the other 3 countries. In this aspect, compared to the elite magic camp of the continent, the temple was much more commoner. Any magician with talent would be chosen to enter the temple at a young age. Gufeng was not chosen, so his talent must not be very good. Master, you're wrong. Judging a person's talent shouldn't only be based on the level of magic he can reach. Xiao Wenqiu didn't agree with Elder Ximing's point of view. If a magician doesn't look at the level of magic, then what does he look at? Elder Ximing rarely saw Xiao Wenqiu praise someone, and this person was actually someone like Gufeng. Master, did you notice that although his cultivation is not good, his Dharma soul was not affected by the evil aura during the treatment? He must have a pure heart. He has the cleanest Dharma soul in the world. He looked at Gufeng with sincere admiration. Magical talent is innate. A true magician's heart is the most important thing for a magician. Elder Ximing was speechless. Light and darkness were like 2 sides of a coin. Many light magicians fell and became dark magicians in the end. This was also because their Dharma souls were not pure and their hearts were not right. Elder Ximing, young Ximing. Yunxing went forward and bowed. She wanted to talk to Xiao Wenqiu privately about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, every time, Dollar would sneak out from some unknown corner and stare at Xiao Wenqiu. She didn't know if he was a fox or a dog that watched over his wife. Fortunately, Dollar did not appear this time. Elder Ming looked at Xiao Wenxiu, then looked at Yun Sheng. Although he still had some grudges in his heart, he still tactfully went to the side and asked Gufeng about the treatment. Xiao Wenxiu nodded at Yun Sheng in a friendly manner. If it wasn't for the ripple in his eyes, it would be hard to tell that he had a good impression of Yun Sheng. Xiao Ming, thank you for saving my life several times. I want to ask about my mother, Hu Jiusheng, recovering her memory. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Feng, died, and the clues to saving Hu Jiusheng were cut off. As one of the Emperor Zhao in red's adopted sons, Yun Sheng believed that Xiao Wenxiu must know something. However, to Yun Sheng's dismay, Xiao Wenxiu's answer was that he didn't know anything. I'm sorry, Miss Yun. Back then, it was the Emperor Zhao in red who placed the restriction on the Ninth Lord. I can't do anything about it. Xiao Wenxiu saw Yun Sheng's disappointed expression. Only after she had walked far away did Xiao Wenxiu take out the Netherworld ghost key that he had been carrying with him all this time. His expression was complicated. He didn't know if what he did was right. In the Dutian beast blood world, after the blood mark collapsed, the entire world became unstable. Hey, Kirin boy, what are you doing here? Hey, Kirin boy, what are you doing here? Hey, baby sheep didn't like seeing a tent full of injured people, so he snuck out to get some fresh air. He happened to see Dollar walking towards the Dutian blood mark. Out of curiosity, Bobo followed. Dollar found the Kirin King's tomb. When the blood mark collapsed, it created a scary power that was like an earthquake. The Beast King's tomb, which had lost the support of the Beast King's relics, was destroyed. In the middle of a broken wall, Dollar found a stone tablet. That stone tablet was the one Yi Baiming saw when he entered the Kirin King's tomb. It recorded the curse of the Kirins and the celestial fox people. Unfortunately, the last stone tablet was missing. Maybe it was because it had been broken for a long time, or maybe it was for some other reason. It was also because of the lack of this most important part that the golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, almost devoured his most beloved person, Yun Sheng, on his wedding night. Although Burning Demon allowed Dollar to suppress his anger and live with Yun Sheng, it also kept him in his Kirin form. Especially in the past few days, people like Shen Feng, Xiao Wenxiu, and Qi would covet his woman from time to time right under his nose. Yi Baiming was furious just looking at them. Yi Baiming came to the Kirin King's tomb alone, hoping to find a way to break the curse of the Kirin King. Unfortunately, after searching the entire Kirin King's tomb, Dollar still couldn't find the missing stone. Baby Sheep watched from behind. He wanted to tell Dollar that the little master knew the identity of the Kirin boy. Seeing the little master's reaction, she didn't care whether the Kirin boy was a man or a beast. But if the Kirin boy was always like this, when could he expect the little master to have a little master with the Kirin boy? At this time, Dollar's throat moved, and he let out a low roar. Humph. Animals are animals. Their senses are still so sharp. His red hair was like fire. Under the dim sky, Dugu Xiu appeared in front of Dollar. Mubwa, red-haired monster, why are you here again? When Mubwa Sheep saw Dugu Xiu, he immediately thought of a violent stalker. Yi Baiming, I didn't think you would become like this. Just from the arrogance and coldness in Dollar's eyes, Dugu Xiu was 100% sure that this golden magical beast was Yi Baiming. Roar, Dollar was ready for a fight. His back was arched, and the combat aura around him was as bright as the sun. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to persuade you. Do you want to find a way to return to human form without harming Yunsheng? Dugu Xiu was from the Black Qilin race, so he wasn't surprised that Yi Baiming's true form was a Qilin. He just didn't expect Yi Baiming to be a golden Qilin. A way to return to human form without harming Yunsheng? Yi Baiming didn't just want to know. He was willing to pay any price to obtain this method. However, Dugu Xiu was his mortal enemy, and he liked Yunsheng. How could he be so kind as to tell him? You don't believe me? Humph, I know you don't believe me. I can tell you that if He Yao hadn't ordered me to come, I wouldn't have come back. I want you to be like this for the rest of your life. Guarding your woman but not being able to obtain her must feel terrible, Dugu Xiu said unhappily. Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy told me to tell you that guarding her is better than not being able to see her. Dollar can sleep on the same bed as master every day. Can you? Mubwa Sheep rolled his eyes. Dugu Xiu's anger was stuck in his throat. He was almost choked to death by Mubwa Sheep's words. Endure it. Why was he venting his anger on these two animals? Dugu Xiu's self-control was much better than before. He had been ordered by He Yao to find Yi Baiming. In half a day, He Yao and the others would be able to pass through the chaos area and enter the weak area of the Dutian blood boundary. Before that, Dugu Xiu, who was in charge of the 8 Desolates continent, had been asked to bring a message to Yi Baiming. Roar, Dollar growled again, turned around, and left. Come back, Yi Baiming. Don't you want to know the method? Dugu Xiu didn't expect Yi Baiming to leave without even asking. This kid, whether he was a human or a beast, was so arrogant that it made people clench their teeth. Mubwa, red-haired monster, the Qilin boy said that you are ugly and evil at heart. Your dog mouth can't spit out ivory. Your stomach is full of bad intestines. He can't be bothered to talk to you, Mubwa Sheep translated. After scolding, Mubwa Sheep hurriedly chased after Dollar. When Dugu Xiu heard this, his eagle eyes glared and he almost rushed up to strangle Mubwa Sheep. This damned beast seemed to be born with the ability to anger people to death. Yi Baiming, as long as you fuse with the Qilin King's relic, you will be able to regain your human form. In half a day, He Yao, He Linlin and the others will arrive with the second batch of 8 Desolates tribe invaders. He Yao said that as long as you return with him and marry He Linlin, you will be able to fuse with the Black Qilin relic. I have already brought the message. What to do is up to you. Dugu Xiu's words echoed in the empty blood boundary wasteland. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming didn't turn back. Tisk, stubborn. Dugu Xiu frowned. Compared to Yi Baiming, he was more worried about Yunxing. He Yao would definitely not kill Dugu Xiu in order to find the person who could fuse with the Qilin King's relic. But He Linlin was narrow-minded. Once she met Yunxing, she would definitely kill her. He was He Yao's son and half of the Black Qilin tribe's blood flowed in his body. Fate didn't allow him to stand on the opposite side of the Bakra orcs. After struggling for a while, Dugu Xiu looked in the direction of the Dutian relay station. His figure flashed and he also disappeared. When Yunxing and Gufeng finished their respective tasks, the moon was already high in the sky. Yunxing realized that Gufeng seemed to be unhappy the whole day. When she returned to the tent, there was no one inside. It was Blue's turn to patrol tonight. As for Ling she had a conflict with Gufeng and she didn't eat or drink these 2 days. Yunxing was also extremely tired today. Just as she was about to change her clothes and sleep, suddenly, the summoning demon hand and immortal holy grail in her beast language ring made a pleasant sound at the same time. This feeling, Yunxing raised her eyebrows. She subconsciously lifted the bed. Because it was a tent, she, Ling and Sister Lan all slept on the same bed. Under Yunxing's bed, a black object fell out. It was really it that made the 8 barren divine artifacts in Yunxing's beast language ring react. Yunxing was almost excited as she picked up the object. The simple bracelet had almost no magical waves, but Yunxing still recognized it at a glance. It was the magic bracelet. To be exact, it was an incomplete magic bracelet that was missing a soul stone. Yunxing had only seen it in Chen Lianer's hands before. It was just that during the fierce battle in the Taiyuan castle, Chen Lianer accidentally lost this magic bracelet when she died. She didn't expect it to suddenly appear here. Yunxing naturally knew that the magic bracelet wouldn't appear for no reason. Someone must have left it behind. Who placed the magic deity bracelet here? Yunxing's mind went back and forth, but she still could not figure it out. She checked the magic deity bracelet again and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Forget it, no matter who placed the bracelet here, it will be beneficial to me. Now that the Bakra orcs are about to invade, as long as the magic deity bracelet is repaired, I believe it will be of great help in the upcoming battle. Yunxing did not have time to think about who sent the magic deity bracelet. She decided to start repairing the magic deity bracelet immediately. Without further ado, Yunxing entered the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. She held the magic deity bracelet in one hand and the enigma stone in the other. She activated the hellfire of the fairies in both hands. The hellfire of the fairies was one of the purest fire seeds in the world. Under the burning of the hellfire of the fairies, the filth on the old and simple magic deity bracelet gradually faded away, revealing its true appearance. The Enigma stone seemed to have been summoned and merged into the bracelet bit by bit. Ding, there was a beautiful and melodious sound that sounded like heavenly music, and a colorful light illuminated the entire Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda all exclaimed in admiration. After so many years, the damaged magic deity bracelet was finally repaired under the effect of Yunxing's hellfire of the fairies. The hellfire of the fairies faded away, and the magic deity bracelet descended gracefully. Yunxing just raised her hand, and the magic deity bracelet automatically slipped onto Yunxing's wrist as if it had spiritual consciousness. Unlike the usual bracelets, the magic deity bracelet's body was not made of gold, silver, or purple gold ores that were commonly used in the continent. The magic deity bracelet's body emitted a dazzling light that was as warm as jade. In the bracelet, if one looked carefully, one could see the magical power flowing inside like a gurgling stream. Once the bracelet was on her wrist, Yunxing felt a strong magical power entering her body. Almost without thinking, Yunxing summoned the darkness heavenly thorn. Inside the exquisite beast tower, black-purple lightning flashed, and dozens of dark heavenly thorns that looked like the roots of an old tree fell from the sky. The momentum was so great that it was like a thunderstorm. Yunxing estimated that the power of these dark heavenly thorns was comparable to a super magic spell. Even a treasure like the exquisite beast pagoda was shaken several times by the dark heavenly thorns with astonishing momentum. Inside, there was a foul atmosphere. The magical beasts in the exquisite beast tower couldn't help but shrink their necks and complain, "Master, if you want to test the divine law bracelet, why did you have to do it in the exquisite beast tower? You scared us to death." Sorry, I also didn't know that after wearing the divine law bracelet, my magical power would suddenly increase by so much." Yunxing stuck out her tongue. Yunxing couldn't be blamed. When the divine law bracelet was in Xianxia's hands, it wasn't that powerful. At that time, it was only missing a riddle stone. If Yunxing's words were heard by the mixed-blood master blacksmith brothers of the elf clan, Mo Yin or Master Mo Ku, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. On the continent, all of the master refiners knew that the higher the grade of a magic tool, especially a magic tool like the divine magic bracelet, not to mention the lack of a core soul stone, even if a corner of the bracelet was damaged, the power of the divine magic bracelet would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the divine law bracelet was different from other magic tools. It was a magic tool that boosted all attributes. In other words, the stronger the magic soul, the more attributes the magic soul had, and the more the magic soul could display the true power of the divine law bracelet. Comparing Xianxia and Yunxing, the difference between the two was even greater. "This is?" Yunxing was shocked. After she used the dark Empyrean thorn, she discovered that the divine law bracelet had changed. Inside the divine law bracelet, magic flowed like starlight. But in the center of the bracelet, Yunxing saw something like a magic array that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Yunxing's black eyes turned gold. She focused on the magic array with her Shenong eye. The magic runes on the magic array were clearly visible, but they were written in ancient script. Yunxing couldn't read a single word. "Bo, my dear master, no wonder I couldn't find you." "Yeah, Bo, I only left for a while, and you already found something good. This is a magic bracelet with a seal." Bobo Sheep and Dollar entered the exquisite beast tower. Bobo Sheep jumped forward and looked at the bracelet in Yunxing's hand. Bobo Sheep was a world god. As he broke out of his shell and was reborn, he inherited some of the memories and inheritances from the previous world god. He knew much more than Yunxing. With a glance, Bobo determined that this bracelet wasn't ordinary. "Bobo, you came just in time." Yunxing wasn't in the mood to ask where Bobo and Dollar had run off to after disappearing for a day. At this time, her mind was attracted by the small magic array in the divine law bracelet. Yunxing had never seen such a small magic array. Moreover, the magic array was engraved in the bracelet. Yunxing drew the magic array and showed it to Bobo Sheep. "Bobo, can you undo the seal on the bracelet?" Yunxing asked. Bobo Sheep could ignore almost all magic arrays. Logically speaking, the seal on the bracelet should be no exception. "My dear master, this isn't an ordinary seal. It requires the holder of the bracelet to reach the magic realm required by the bracelet before it will be undone. Bobo isn't a human magician, so he can't undo the seal. As long as Master reaches the divine law realm, the seal on the bracelet will be undone automatically. There should be a powerful magic hidden inside, Bobo Sheep explained. Yunxing's current strength seemed very strong, but in terms of true strength, excluding her magical beasts, she had yet to reach the divine law realm. Even if she had the divine law bracelet now and the magic she used was comparable to the magic of an ordinary divine law, she still couldn't hide it from the divine law bracelet. Yunxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Now, the Bakra Orcs' invasion was imminent. If she could obtain another powerful magic, it would be very beneficial to the boundless world and her personally. However, she immediately figured it out. There must be something unusual about a spell that could only be practiced by an archmage at the level of an archmage. It either required an astonishing amount of magic power, or it had powerful side effects. If she rashly cultivated it without enough cultivation, not only would it not help her, it might even damage her magic soul. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Well, it seems like I can only wait until I have a breakthrough in strength in the future to see if I can check the magic array. After Yunxing said that, she found that Dollar was staring at the divine law bracelet on her hand. Dollar frowned. Yunxing might not have noticed, but Dollar found a trace of a scent that he hated on the divine law bracelet. It was Dugusho's scent. In most cases, men were thick-skinned creatures and their intuition was duller than women's. But in some cases, a man's intuition was more accurate than a woman's. Especially when a man was in a state of jealousy. This magical bracelet was given to Yunxing by Dugusho. Yi Baiming didn't know how Dugusho got the magical bracelet, but at the last moment, he still gave it to Yunxing. Perhaps because he also knew that Yunxing's situation was the most dangerous when Obsidian and the others invaded. Dugusho couldn't get rid of his identity as a descendant of the Bakra Orcs, so he used another way to protect Yunxing. That man still refused to give up on Yunxing. Humph, this king will protect this king's woman. Yi Baiming was inexplicably unhappy. If he didn't know that this magical bracelet was of great significance to Yunxing's cultivation, he would have thrown it as far away as possible. As if she felt the displeasure of the gold coin, Yunxing also felt conflicted. This smelly fox, why is he making such a face for no reason? Bobo, where did you run off to so early in the morning? Bobo, oh no, dear master, Bobo almost forgot the most important thing. Not good. The group of beastmen from the 8 Desolates continent is about to attack. Bobo Sheep was reminded by Yunxing and suddenly remembered. The red-haired monster said that the leader of the Black Kirin clan and the other beastmen would arrive in the Dutian blood realm in the next few days. What, where did this news come from? Yunxing was shocked. She was only focused on repairing the magical bracelet, and in just half a day, such a big thing happened outside. The red-haired monster Dugusho told us. Bobo Sheep secretly glanced at Yi Baiming, and the latter gave him a look. Yi Baiming had heard Dugusho's last sentence. It had to be said that Yi Baiming was still a little hesitant at the time. However, even though he knew that Yi Baiming would be able to regain his human form after fusing with the Qilin King's soul stone, he was still unwilling to leave Yunxing at this moment. Putting aside the fact that the boundless continent was in danger, Yunxing and the others were risking their lives to fend off the invasion of the 8 Desolates continent. Yi Baiming did not really care much about the boundless world, but he cared about Yunxing's feelings. On their wedding night, Yi Baiming abruptly left, which was a huge blow to Yunxing. This was why Yi Baiming did not dare to reveal his identity. This time, if he left again, with the little wildcat's temper, she would probably never forgive him in this lifetime. Therefore, Yi Baiming decided that he would never obey He Yao's orders and return to the 8 Desolates continent. On the way back, Bobo Sheep and Dollar had agreed that they would only tell Yunxing about the invasion of the Bakra Orcs. As for Yi Baiming's method of regaining his human form, Bobo Sheep did not mention a word. Bobo Sheep, who had taken advantage of others, had once again betrayed his master without any integrity. It was not that Yunxing did not expect the Bakra Orcs to invade again, but she did not expect it to come so soon. Now, there was no clue about the redrawing of the magic array, but He Yao and the others had already arrived. The news of the second invasion of the Bakra Orcs was too shocking, and Yunxing did not notice the unusual relationship between Bobo Sheep and Dollar. Without saying anything, she left the exquisite beast tower and went to look for Ji Rumo, Sister Lan, and the others to discuss this matter. Just as Yunxing was repairing the magic bracelet, Gu Feng finished a day of treatment and dragged his tired body back to his tent. Halfway there, he unknowingly went to Dong Huanglinger's tent. In the tent, under the dim light, a familiar figure could be seen. Gu Feng recognized at a glance that it was Linger's figure. Yunxing and Sister Lan were not there. "Linger, I want to talk to you." Gu Feng mustered up his courage and asked softly outside the tent. Hearing Gu Feng's voice, Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but become nervous. She hesitated for a moment, but still walked out of the tent. The two of them walked towards the empty wilderness. "Gu Feng, I believe that Yunxing has already told you about the matter between you and me." Dong Huanglinger had been looking for an opportunity to tell Gu Feng about her decision. Dong Huanglinger was a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate. Once she decided on something, she would not turn back. Even if she still liked Gu Feng, she would feel very sad when she thought that Gu Feng might have children with her after they separated. However, after knowing that there was no possibility for the two of them to develop, she still chose to let go. She would not tell Gu Feng her true thoughts. She hoped that Gu Feng would be able to live happily. After Gu Feng left her, he would definitely find a woman who was more suitable for him. "Linger, I understand. I won't continue to pester you. I only want to ask you, have I ever been in your heart?" Gu Feng wanted to use a smile to hide his sadness. However, the corners of his mouth were extremely heavy. That smile was even uglier than crying. "Yes, Gu Feng, I have you in my heart. However, there are many other things in my heart. My mother, brother, and the citizens of the Donghuang dynasty, they need me more than you." Dong Huanglinger held back her tears. So it turned out that she had him in her heart. However, she had someone more important to protect. Gu Feng had already made his decision. He said gloomily, "Linger, I hope that you can become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Donghuang dynasty." Gu Feng walked away step by step. When he turned around, he saw Dong Huanglinger raising her head and looking at the sky. She could hear Gu Feng's footsteps getting further and further away. In order to prevent her tears from falling, Dong Huanglinger, who was pretending to look at the stars in the sky, lowered her head. "Gu Feng, you idiot. Don't you know that there are no stars in the sky of the Dutian blood realm? After you left, I became the empress. However, there are no stars in my sky." Dong Huanglinger sobbed for a while. When she raised her head again, she discovered that there was something wrong with the sky. "What is that?" Dong Huanglinger rubbed her red and swollen eyes. In the sky that was less than 1 li away from the Dutian relay station, a huge whirlpool was forming in the originally cloudy sky. Dong Huanglinger recalled that the previous time when the fifth priest of the beast god altar appeared in outer space with the beast soldiers, a similar whirlpool also appeared. However, the whirlpool this time around was much bigger than the whirlpool that appeared when the fifth priest appeared. "Not good, the Bakra orcs are here again." Dong Huanglinger anxiously ran back to the campsite without caring about her sadness. When Dong Huanglinger returned to the campsite, Yunxing had also arrived at the main tent. The two of them found their sister Lan almost at the same time. "Senior sister. Not good, a whirlpool has appeared in the sky. Sister Lan, the Bakra orcs are about to invade. We have to quickly prepare." Sister Lan saw Yunxing and Ling Er. "The two of you have finally returned. Good news, we have already found a way to rebuild the magic formation." Only now did the three of them hear each other's words clearly. "Yunxing, Ling Er, what did you say? The Bakra orcs have already invaded?" Sister Lan had also just received the news. Xia Ximing had already found a new magic array to replace the Dutian blood seal. However, it would take some time to draw the magic array. During this time, they needed someone to help guard the periphery of the Dutian blood seal to prevent any magical beasts or enemies from entering. Sister Lan immediately went to look for Yunxing and Ling Er to tell them the good news. However, she couldn't find them even after searching the entire campsite. She didn't expect that after they appeared, they would bring the news of the Bakra orcs' invasion. Sister Lan hurriedly brought her people out of the tent and looked in the direction that Dong Huanglinger was pointing at. Indeed, in the sky, it was like the sea before a storm. The originally calm sky was now filled with turbulent clouds. Within the clouds, there were faint black flashes of lightning. With such a strong wave, it could be seen that someone was forcefully breaking through the barrier between the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent. The other party's strength must be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to open the barrier with such brute force. The 5th priest had only used spacetime magic to bring a small group of people into the Dutian blood realm. It could be predicted that once the barrier was successfully opened, it would likely form a permanent flaw in the barrier. By then, the people from the 8 wastelands would be able to invade the boundless continent. The boundless continent would be facing a disaster. Sister Lan had already passed the news to Elder Ximing, Xia Wenxiu, Divine Wind, and the others. When everyone arrived, there was another black flash of lightning rolling across the sky. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a possibility that it could be broken through at any time. The situation is urgent. The original plan must be changed. We have to make 3 preparations now. Xia Wenxiu frowned as he looked at Elder Ximing and Yunsheng. Xia Wenxiu's suggestion was to divide the manpower in the Dutian relay station into 3 groups. One group would escort the civilians who were still being treated in the relay station and some injured magicians and warriors out of the blood realm. Xia Wenxiu hoped that this group of people would be escorted by Divine Wind and his elven warriors. This was because the elven warriors were the fastest and had the strongest discipline among all of them. Divine Wind pondered for a moment and looked at Yunsheng. The latter nodded. Only then did Divine Wind agree with Xia Wenxiu. The other group was in charge of ambushing the Bakra orcs that could invade at any time. Sister Lan, abandon, and I can fight. I have beast soldiers and I can summon demonic beasts to fight. More importantly, I have fought with the Bakra orcs before. I have more experience, Yunxing said firmly. Xia Wenxiu wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly fell on Yunxing's arm. He was slightly startled. He remembered that Yunxing originally only had 1 bracelet on her arm, but today there was another bracelet. That bracelet, then I'll leave it to you. We will hand over most of our forces to you. As for me, Gu Feng, and Elder Ximing, we will be in charge of entering the Dutian bloodstains. Xia Wenxiu was touched by Yunxing's resolute gaze and agreed to Yunxing's request. Gu Feng? Why does Gu Feng have to enter the Dutian bloodstains with you? Yunxing was surprised. She originally wanted to suggest that Gu Feng and Divine Wind evacuate together. After all, he was a light magician. It would be easier for him to take care of the injured if he evacuated with the civilians. Although the Dutian bloodstains had collapsed, it was still the Beast King tomb of the 8 great beast clans. It was possible that the Bakra orcs would be the first to invade. Therefore, the location of the Dutian bloodstains was still very dangerous. Blue should have already told you that we have found a new magic array to replace the original Dutian bloodstains. The most important part of this new magic array is Gu Feng. He has to enter the Dutian bloodstains with us, Xia Wenxiu explained. Just now, the situation was urgent. Sister Lan only said that she had found a way, but she didn't say that Gu Feng was also involved. Gu Feng, you still hid such a big thing from us, Yunxing teased Gu Feng. Dong Huanglinger also looked at Gu Feng. Normally, if Gu Feng received such praise, he would definitely grin foolishly. But today, it was unknown whether it was because the task of drawing the new magic array was too difficult or because he just had a conflict with Ling Er. Gu Feng's expression didn't change much as he forced a smile on his face. Since everyone's tasks have been assigned, let's start the deployment. Gu Feng, you can go with Elder Ximing and Xia Ximing to draw the new magic array. We will wait for your return, Yunxing patted Gu Feng's shoulder. She also stepped forward and gave Gu Feng a firm hug. Gu Feng, this time, you will be representing the continent's magic elite camp. If this is successful, I will recommend you to the magic elite camp to become a substitute elder, Sister Lan encouraged Gu Feng. After all, this was the first time Gu Feng took on such an important task alone. Moreover, his partner was a top-tier expert from the Dharma Temple. Looking at his expression, one could see that he was nervous. Everyone had been warned one by one. Only Dong Huanglinger stood to the side, not saying a word. Gu Feng resisted the urge to take the initiative to say goodbye to Dong Ling and walked towards the entrance of the tent with Xiao Wenxiu and Elder Si Ming. Just as he was about to step out, Dong Ling couldn't help but shout, "Gu Feng, you, be careful." Gu Feng's footsteps paused. In the end, he didn't turn around. He only nodded heavily and walked out of the tent. "You really don't want to tell her why you are doing this? You should know that after you leave this time, you might have to stay in the Dutian bloodstains forever." Xiao Wenxiu didn't want Gu Feng to have any regrets. When Xiao Wenxiu told Gu Feng about his mission, Xiao Wenxiu already knew that Gu Feng would definitely turn back. However, he didn't expect Gu Feng to agree so quickly. Some things were destined. The first Dharma God's magic bracelet fell into Yunxing's hands. The weakest person in his prophecy was also the strongest person. No need. I have already gotten my answer. I want my friends and the people I love to be able to live a peaceful life. I will just stay in the Dutian bloodstains. In the future, if there is a chance, they can still come and visit me. Let's go. After Gu Feng left the tent, he felt relieved. He raised his head and looked at the barrier whirlpool in the sky. The determination in his eyes became stronger. After Gu Feng and the others left for the Dutian bloodstains, Yunxing and the others didn't stop. Under the command of Divine Wind, the elf warriors successfully escorted the civilians and the injured out of the Blood Realm. Sister Lan, abandon, there is one thing that I didn't mention in front of others. I have received reliable news that the one leading the 8 Desolation Beast soldiers this time is the patriarch of the Qilin clan, He Yao. Yunxing didn't tell Divine Wind and Xiao Wenxiu. Before Yunxing told everyone, a few of them had secretly guessed who the 8 Wastelands Beast clan would send this time after the failure of the first attack. Logically speaking, the opponent's strength should not be inferior to the 5th priests. But no one would have guessed that the 8 Wastelands would send He Yao, the leader of the tribe. The people present were all core members of the largest factions in the continent. Ever since the Dutian blood seal appeared, they had used various channels to obtain information about the 8 Wastelands. Among them, there were some clues about the leaders of the Bakra orcs. It was said that the strongest faction in the 8 Wastelands was the Beast God Altar. The 5th priest was from the Beast God Altar. But the Beast God Altar did not move around the 8 Wastelands often. Below them were the Bakra orcs. Although they were called the Bakra orcs, there were more than 8 tribes in the 8 Wastelands. But most of the beast tribes were attached to the 8 Wastelands. The 8 beast tribes were divided into upper beast tribes, middle beast tribes, and lower beast tribes according to their strength and territory. Among them, the Black Qilin tribe, which worshipped martial arts, had the largest population and the most fertile land. The leader of the Black Qilin tribe was the second strongest in the history of the Black Qilin tribe, the current Black Qilin king, He Yao. He Yao's strength was second only to the Black Qilin king, Yi Xiao, who had died in the Dutian blood realm. Who would have thought that He Yao would be the one leading the invading army? The news caused the expressions of Lan, Qi, and the others to turn serious. In fact, if not for Yi Baiming, He Yao would not have led the army himself. His main goal was to capture Yi Baiming. In He Yao's opinion, the 5th priest and her corpse soldiers should have conquered the Dutian blood realm by now. Yunxing, how is He Yao's strength? Azura was very cautious. Although she had heard of the strength of the Bakra orcs, she wasn't sure how strong the Obsidian Patriarch was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win every battle. Blue's question was also the same as Qi, Ling and the others. I've fought with He Yao before. He's very strong. He's several times stronger than any opponent we've encountered so far. I'm guessing he's at least a peak martial god. Yunxing smiled bitterly. The peak of the martial god realm? Everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Feng, and the Grand Emperor City Lord had fallen. In the boundless continent, there were only a handful of god-level existences left. Besides, He Yao was a peak martial god. With his cultivation, even the 2 elders of the elite camp might not be a match for him. Not to mention, He Yao might have come with the other priests of the Beast God Altar. Just the 5th priest alone was enough to make people anxious. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Although He Yao's strength is very strong, we're not too weak either. I've already obtained the Divine Law bracelet. In terms of magic, I should be able to compete with He Yao. In order to raise the morale, Yunxing confessed the secret of the divine law bracelet in her hands. The people in front of her were all companions who had been through life and death with her. They were confidants who she could trust with her back to the other party. Yunxing was not afraid that they would betray her. Divine Law Bracelet, when they heard this name, they felt their spirits rise. Their gazes focused on Yunxing's arm. Indeed, there was a crystal-clear bracelet on her arm that contained rich magic elements. It was rumored that after obtaining the Divine Law Bracelet, one would possess strength close to that of a martial god. If that was true, then they might still have a chance to fight against the Black Qilin clan. Actually, I also have something that I'm hiding from everyone. Seeing that Yunxing had confessed, Dong Huanglinger felt embarrassed to continue hiding it. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Dong Huang Qing, has always been hidden in the Dong Huang Imperial Tomb. It can absorb the opponent's magic power and turn it into its own. Using it, I can use super magic. She also took out the Dong Huang Qing. The two of you hid it really well. Both of you actually have an 8 barren divine artifact. You make it seem like divine artifacts are as common as cabbages. To think that we were searching for divine artifacts all over the continent. Sister Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 junior sisters of hers were really impressive. The 8 barren divine artifacts that hadn't been seen in the continent for thousands of years were actually in their hands. Although Sister Lan was angry, she wasn't jealous of Yunxing and Linger. She was originally a simple person. Although she was a little envious of divine artifacts, to be able to gain the recognition of a divine artifact was a kind of opportunity. It couldn't be forced. Thinking up to here, Sister Lan also felt relieved. However, once the 2 divine artifacts appeared, it undoubtedly boosted the morale of the boundless continent's side. Yunxing secretly said in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't take out the other divine artifacts on her. Otherwise, Sister Lan would definitely be so agitated that she would strangle her to death. Among the few of them, Sister Lan was the oldest and had the most battle experience. Thus, everyone elected her as the overall commander. Just as Sister Lan was assigning the deployment, there was good news. Yun Songlong brought a group of hunters with him. They even brought Tycoon Jin. Yuan Xianxia and Yuan Bupo from the Grand Emperor City also came. In addition, people from the continent's Hunters Guild also came one after another. The collapse of the Dutian blood seal only happened 2 days ago. In order to prevent unnecessary panic in the continent, the news had already been sealed. Therefore, everyone's arrival surprised Yunxing and the rest. Second uncle and everyone, why are you all here? Xing, how long are you planning to hide this from second uncle? The invasion of the Bakra orcs is such a big news. As a member of the continent, all of us have the responsibility to participate. Yun Songlong complained to Yunxing. If he didn't coincidentally contact a hunter who was on a mission near the Dutian relay station recently, he might not have known that such a big thing had happened in the Dutian blood realm. Bupo, why are you all here too? There were hunters in every corner of the continent. Therefore, it wasn't strange that second uncle Yun Songlong came. However, why were the people from the Grand Emperor City here too? Yunxing, have you forgotten about the divine totem beasts? The 4 divine totem beasts are connected. The Black Tortoise was the one who told us about the Dutian blood seal. The Grand Emperor City has the responsibility of protecting the continent. Although we can't help much, the Dihong Song can boost the morale of the troops. When we encounter the Bakra orcs, it can also be used to a certain extent. Yuan Bupo looked at Yunxing with adoration in his eyes. Yuan Xianxia saw this and couldn't help but have a headache. This silly little brother. He was the one who pestered their father and said that he must come and help Yunxing. At this juncture, one more person means one more contribution. Leader Yun, Lan Bucai has just been appointed as the overall commander of this ambush. Since you're here, please help us with the deployment. Lan Bucai and Yun Songlong worked together and quickly came up with a plan. Around midnight, somewhere in the Dutian blood realm, a terrifying beast-like roar came from the barrier whirlpool in the sky. Boom, an enormous pillar of light that lit up the sky broke through the vicious clouds in the sky like a meteor and landed at a certain place in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. It was a powerful battle energy that tore apart the barrier of the continent. Under the lead of Patriarch He Yao, almost 1,000 black Qilin warriors broke through the barrier of the blood realm that had blocked the Bakra orcs for thousands of years and entered the boundless continent. After more than 20 years, He Yao, have finally returned. He Yao, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, had hair as black as night. His wild eyes flashed with the unruliness of a wolf king. The boundless continent carried He Yao's most bitter memories. At that time, he had just become the young patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe and thought that he was the most powerful person in the world. It wasn't until he passed through the barrier of the Dutian blood realm that he realized that both the beast race and the human race were so insignificant in front of such a powerful barrier. It was also from then on that He Yao realized that he wasn't strong enough. He met Li Qingqing and Qing Chong in the boundless continent and remembered the former for dozens of years. It was a pity that when he returned to the boundless continent, she had already turned into a soul. When He Yao thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Baiming's mother, Empress Li, was the first woman he met when he was heavily injured. Empress Li was different from any woman he had ever met. Empress Li was only 14 years old that year, the best years of a young girl. She was innocent and didn't know the dangers of the world. At that time, she hadn't met her nemesis, Yi Qingtian. It was undeniable that Empress Li was beautiful, but He Yao didn't like her because of her beauty. She was very special. He Yao still remembered that when he was in danger, that woman dressed in men's clothing called out to him softly. Her slender fingers brushed against the blood on his body, and she fed him the clear water. He opened his eyes and saw that the woman was as quiet as the moon in the sky. Her eyes seemed to be filled with stars, so beautiful that it made people think that she was an illusion. The moment He Yao saw her, he decided that he had to get his hands on this woman. Unfortunately, when He Yao woke up, Empress Li had already settled him down in a village. She and the merchant group had already left. At that time, He Yao did not even know her name. When he saw Empress Li again, she was already married. She was the Empress of Zhou State. However, her man had found He Yao. At that time, He Yao was overjoyed. He forced Yi Qingtian to use Empress Li in exchange for the support of the Black Qilin tribe. He got what he wanted and got Empress Li's body, but he couldn't get her heart. After that, he suddenly received news that his father had passed away and that the Black Qilin tribe had fallen into chaos. In a hurry, he returned to the Eight Desolates continent. He had been gone for more than 20 years. Empress Li was dead, but she and her son, Yi Baiming, had inherited Li Qingqing's personality. He Yao heard that Yi Baiming had inherited his mother's outstanding looks. Perhaps bringing Yi Baiming back to the Eight Desolates continent was a kind of compensation for He Yao. He just wanted to prove to Empress Li that their son would eventually return to the Eight Desolates continent. Breathing in the familiar yet foreign air of the boundless continent, He Yao couldn't help but roar at the sky. Behind him, the 1,000 beast soldiers and He Linlin all half-knelt. The Black Qilin tribe swears loyalty to the tribe leader. The tribe leader's divine might shakes the boundless continent. The major tribes of the Bakra orcs had received orders from the beast god altar at almost the same time to attack the boundless continent. Other than the Black Qilin tribe leader, the other tribe leaders did not personally lead their troops. However, each tribe had sent their elites. However, these elites were still not as disciplined as the Black Qilin warriors. They only used half the time of the other tribes to arrive at the boundless continent. I wonder if Dugu's show passed on father's orders to Yi Baiming, He Linlin said from the side. They had invaded the Dutian blood realm overnight. When the Qilin tribe's elites had arrived, they had caused a huge commotion. However, such a huge commotion had not attracted the humans. It seemed that the fifth priest had already occupied the Dutian blood realm. It seems that Yi Baiming is still stubborn. Otherwise, he would have come with show to welcome us. He Yao was displeased. Yi Baiming was really stubborn. 3 years ago, due to the urgent situation, he had only used the Phantom Hand to come to the boundless continent. The Phantom Hand could only unleash a portion of his strength. This time, he had personally come to the boundless continent. Other than Yi Baiming, he wanted to take down the boundless continent. Linlin, what was the name of the woman who shot my Phantom Hand with an arrow last time? He Yao still had an arrow wound on his hand. Last time, he had been paying attention to Yi Baiming and did not notice who the woman who had attacked him was. This woman was said to be a remnant of the celestial fox. She had a foxy face and caused the two brothers, Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu, to turn against each other. This time, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that woman. Yunxing. She is from the Zhou state. After Yi Baiming transformed into his beast form, that woman used the identity of the Prince Regent to take charge of the Zhou state. This woman is not only good at seduction, she is also very ambitious. He Linlin added fuel to the fire. The Celestial Fox clan is dissolute by nature. This kind of bitch deserves to be killed. He Yao frowned and his killing intent towards Yunxing intensified. Father, we have already arrived at the boundless continent. What should we do next? He Linlin looked at the vast blood boundary plains. After the blood seal collapsed, the evil aura here became much stronger. The roars of the blood cloud beasts could be heard everywhere. In the distant Dutian relay station, a dim light flickered. Everything looked very peaceful. It was too peaceful. It was so peaceful that it felt like a storm was coming. Father, should we go to the Dutian relay station and meet up with the fifth priest first? He Linlin asked. No, just send a small group of people to the Dutian relay station. We will go to the Qilin King's tomb first. The Qilin King's tomb is the sacred ground of the Black Qilin clan. Before a big battle in the past, the Qilin clan must have paid respects to their ancestors. He Yao's dark eyes were deep. The collapse of the Dutian blood seal meant that the Black Qilin King's tomb must have been severely damaged. That woman, the fifth priest, had always thought highly of herself. Moreover, the beast god altar that she was in had always been above the 8 major beast tribes. He Yao had long been dissatisfied with her. However, the beast god altar's high priest was so powerful that even He Yao had to be wary of her. He Yao would never agree to listen to that woman, the fifth priest. Thus, He Linlin picked out 100 Black Qilin warriors and went to the Dutian relay station first. The father and daughter pair then led the rest of the people to the Dutian blood seal. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, and tips. The 100 Black Qilin warriors that He Yao had sent to the Dutian relay station flew in unison towards the Dutian relay station. In the night sky, they were like countless black-winged bats, only letting out rustling sounds in the night wind. Outside the Dutian relay station, a few magic illumination arrays emitted soft light, driving away the blood cloud mosquitoes that were wandering nearby. Many Beast Corps soldiers were either patrolling or standing at the entrance of the relay station. Everything seemed to be in order. When the 100 Black Qilin warriors landed, they cautiously looked at the relay station. Seeing the corpses of the beast soldiers, the leader of the Qilin team sighed in relief. Just as Patriarch He Yao expected, everything went well with the fifth priest. Let's go forward together. The leader waved his hand, and the Qilin warriors filed forward. The Black Qilin warriors didn't notice that near where they landed, several heads suddenly popped out from beside a few protruding rocks. Yunxing, they really fell for it. Ling whispered. Because they didn't know how many people the Black Qilin tribe would send, and whether Patriarch He Yao was among them, Yunxing and the others didn't plan to meet force with force. The fifth priest had died, but at that time, she did not have the opportunity to use the soul explosion technique like the first summoner. Therefore, Yunxing predicted that at this time, whether it was the beast god altar or the people of the other 8 desolate tribes, none of them knew that the fifth priest had died. This was a good opportunity worth taking advantage of. Yunxing used the corpses of the beast soldiers that were already under her control to order them to wander around the Dutian relay station, creating the illusion that the fifth priest had successfully taken over the Dutian relay station. The hunters, warriors, and magicians in the Dutian courier station were already scattered around the courier station. They were only waiting for the Black Qilin clan to barge in before launching a surprise attack. The number of people seems wrong, there are only about 100 of them. Among those Qilin warriors, there are no experts whose strength surpasses the martial emperor realm. With the help of Shenong's eye, Yunxing could see clearly even in the dark night. The Black Qilin warriors heading to the Dutian relay station were all wearing heavy Qilin helmets. Their eyes were bright, and most of them were at the martial sage level. As expected of the Black Qilin clan, their elite warriors were all martial sages. Everyone could not help but think to themselves that it was fortunate that they were the ones who discovered this group of people. It should be known that on the boundless continent, even if a few great countries were gathered, they might not have as many martial saints as the Black Chelan tribe. One could imagine how big the gap between the boundless continent and the 8 desolates continent was in these 10,000 years. The more this was the case, the more determined everyone was to eliminate these Black Chelan warriors and revive the Dutian blood realm. Yunxing's gaze passed through the 100 over people and quickly discovered something. He Yao was not among them. Although he had never seen He Yao before, He Yao's strength was clear at a glance. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a heavy sword at his waist. However, in terms of strength, he was at most a martial Grand Emperor. He was far from the legendary peak martial god patriarch He Yao. There are only 2 possibilities. Either He Yao has not arrived and sent this group of people to scout ahead. The other possibility is that He Yao has split into 2 groups and gone to other places. Sister Lan voiced her concern. Everyone's heart sank. If it was only the first possibility, it would be fine. However, if it was the second possibility, then it was not good. He Yao was a cunning old fox. If he had split into 2 groups, where else could he go? It could only be the Dutian blood realm or other places in the boundless continent. We have to end this quickly. If He Yao really goes to the Dutian blood realm, I'm afraid Gufeng and the rest will be in danger. Yunxing wiped off cold sweat. Ji Romo and Chang Ximing were very strong. However, if they were to go against He Yao, it would not be so optimistic. Just as Yunxing and the rest were talking, the Kirin warriors walked towards the Dutian relay station. Isn't Gufeng in danger? No, Yunxing, we have to save them. Donghuang Linger was shocked. How about this? Yunxing, you, Ling and Abandon go to the Dutian blood realm first. Leader Yun and I will be responsible for eliminating the Kirin warriors in this area. Lan was also very worried. Gufeng and the other 2 were responsible for drawing the new Dutian blood realm. Their safety was more important than anyone else's. Yunxing had a large number of demonic beasts under her command. She also had the magic bracelet, dollar, and tyrant gold. Donghuang Ling also had Donghuang Qing, Abandon, and Little Green. If they went together, even if they couldn't kill He Yao, they could delay him for a while. When the new Dutian blood realm was completed, they could defeat He Yao and the rest. Yunxing thought for a while and felt that this was the only feasible plan. The few of them quietly went towards the Dutian blood realm. On the other side, hundreds of Kirin warriors had already arrived at the relay station. Brothers, we are the subordinates of He Yao. We are here to help the 5th priest. The team leader stepped forward. After a while, the bull beast soldiers did not answer. I almost forgot that these are the 5th priest's beast soldiers. They are all zombies. How can they answer? The team leader patted his head and mocked himself. Hence, he walked towards the relay station with the 99 Kirin warriors. The relay station's door was tightly shut. The team leader pushed the door open. In the brightly lit relay station, the moment the team leader pushed the door open, there was a sudden roar. It turned out that Blue and the others had already set up a large number of magic arrays in the rooms of the Dutian relay station. These magic arrays were all set up with restrictions. They were like ticking time bombs. As soon as someone broke in, they would explode instantly. The warriors of the Black Chelan clan were ferocious, but they were all warriors and knew little about magic arrays. Plus, they saw the corpses of the beast soldiers and naturally thought that the Dutian relay station was under the control of the 5th priest. That was why they fell for it so easily. Many violent magic arrays, such as thunderstorm, fire, and earth spikes, were instantly detonated. The Dutian relay station was suddenly set ablaze. Many of the Black Kirin warriors who were caught off guard were hit by the thunderstorm and split into 2. Some of them were covered in fire and turned into flaming men. As they rolled, they were pierced by the sharp earth spikes. Oh no, we've been ambushed. The team leader was furious. Behind him, the beast soldiers' corpses under the 5th priest's control waved their heavy axes and chopped at the Kirin warriors who were not attacked by the magic arrays. The bull beast soldiers' corpses were very powerful. Their heavy axes chopped a few Kirin warriors in half as if they were firewood. The team leader shouted angrily. His black Kirin battle aura was dense like dark clouds covering the sun. He rushed forward and grabbed a bull beast soldier's corpse with one hand. With a roar, he channeled his fighting aura into his arms. His arms were like iron bars. Asterisk poo poo asterisk with two sounds of blunt weapons entering flesh, the arms of the Black Chelan squad leader directly pierced through the chests of the two bull corpses. The black-colored blood of the corpses instantly spilled onto the ground. This Black Chelan squad leader was the only martial emperor among all the Black Chelan warriors. After he killed the two barbaric bull beast soldier corpses, he took a closer look and discovered that the barbaric bull beast soldier corpses had a golden eye-shaped brand on their foreheads. This mark was clearly not the fifth priest's unique mark. Could it be? The fifth priest had met with an accident and her corpses were being controlled by someone else. There was actually a corpse sacrifice more powerful than the fifth priest in the Wuji continent. The Black Chelan squad leader was shocked. Charge! Defend the Wuji continent and destroy the Bakra orcs. Many sorcerers and warriors rushed out from all directions. Lan He and Yun Songhai rushed to the front. The two of them flanked the Black Chelan squad leader from the left and right. Dozens of miles away from the Dutian relay station, Yunxing led a few people in the direction of the Dutian relay station. Behind them, a ball of magic light suddenly lit up and then returned to normal. Looks like Sister Lan and the others have already made their move. We have to speed up too. Yunxing stopped and stared for a moment. Yunxing, look at the sky. She was surprised. Looking up, they saw a huge hole in the blood-red sky that was originally covered by a vicious aura. It was like a murderer who had lost all his teeth, opening his mouth and laughing maliciously at everyone. That was the blood cloud hole left behind by the Black Chelan clan after breaking through the enchantment. The hole was still expanding. Looking at the size of the hole, at least hundreds to thousands of beast soldiers had poured into the blood realm. It's too dangerous to keep this thing. What if the other 8 Wastelands beast clans take advantage of the situation and enter? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from the blood cloud cave. The clouds began to churn again, as if something was about to break out of the cave. Could it be that when it rains, it pours? Is there really an invasion by other beasts? Yunxing grumbled in her heart. It was a matter of urgency now. If the other party came with more powerful characters. Boom, another flash of light landed. Yunxing and the others retreated to the side. But this flash of light was much weaker than when He Yao and the Black Chelan clan broke through the enchantment. Chi Muguan of the Ba Serpent clan appeared in front of them with a few hundred Ba Serpent warriors. Young clan leader, we have arrived at the Blood Realm. But looking at the situation, someone has already entered the Blood Realm. It should be the Black Chelan clan. After Chi Muguan learned of his sister's death, he had been plotting to go to the Boundless Land to avenge her death. Chi Muguan was the first to enter the Dutian Blood Realm. He was the first to enter the Chaos to enter the Blood Realm. To enter the Chaos region first in the Blood Realm. But there was Chi Lead and Blood Chelan the Blood Chelan Blood Chelan the Blood Chelan Blood. But there were benefits to being slow. The entrance to the Blood Realm opened by He Yao and the others allowed Chi Muguan and the others to enter the Blood Realm effortlessly. The warriors of the Ba Serpent clan were different from the strong Black Chelan clan. Their warriors were mostly magicians. Most of them were tall and alluring male and female magicians. Yunxing had only met Chi Muguan once before. But she still had some impression of him. Hiss. There are humans. Chi Muguan also noticed Yunxing and the others. Chi Muguan looked similar to his sister, Chi Bai. He looked like a girl and had a pair of narrow eyes like bamboo leaves. That old woman, Lin Yun, what's going on? Why are there humans in the Blood Realm? Chi Muguan looked at the young magicians arrogantly. When his gaze swept past Dong Huangling's face, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. You killed my sister, Chi Bai. After saying that, Dong Huangling's magic soul suddenly appeared. An emerald soul snake that was the size of a little finger attached itself to Dong Huangling's magic soul. Chi Muguan raised his hand. That emerald soul snake flew into Chi Muguan's hand like lightning. The soul snake hissed a few times at Chi Muguan. Its eyes were filled with hatred. After saying that, the little soul snake turned into a strand of magic power and disappeared. Yunxing and the others were shocked. Later Qin's Madame Qibai was killed by Ling Er. Only Gufeng and Donghuang Ling Er knew about Madame Qibai's death. But the two of them didn't expect that Madame Qibai would leave behind a warning. It turned out that the Ba Serpent clan was very mysterious. Madame Qibai was killed by Donghuang Qing's godly power. She died under Donghuang Ling Er's super magic. She died with hatred. At the last moment of her death, she used the soul snake's power in her magic soul to hide in Donghuang Ling Er's magic soul. As long as Donghuang Ling Er encountered someone from the Ba Serpent clan, the little soul snake would tell the truth to the Ba Serpent clan and avenge Madame Qibai's death. Earlier, Qi Muguan had always thought that his sister, Madame Qibai, died under the hands of Du Guxiu. He didn't expect that his sister, Madame Qibai, died under the hands of a female mage. I was the one who killed her. Madame Qibai used her soul snake to kill my elder brother, turning him into an idiot. She and I have an irreconcilable enmity. It is only right for me to kill her. Donghuang Ling Er had a stern expression on her face. Even if she had to face the revenge of the Ba Serpent clan, she still didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Yunxing, this is my matter. I won't drag everyone down with me. You all go to the Bloodstains first and save Gufeng and the others. Donghuang Ling Er wasn't willing to drag everyone down with her because of her hatred. Yunxing's brows were tightly knitted. Yunxing, our opponent has a lot of people. It's better for us to use our Di Hong Song to fight in a group. Bring your demonic beasts and abandon and enter the Bloodstains first. Leave this place to us and Miss Ling Er. Yuan Bupo could tell that Yunxing was in a difficult position. Time was of the essence. If they delayed for 15 minutes, Gufeng and the others who were in the Bloodstains of the Dutian would be in greater danger. However, even if Donghuang Ling Er had Donghuang Qing's help, it would still be very difficult for her to fight against so many Ba Serpent warriors. Then, I'll leave it to you all. Yunxing could only make such arrangements. She held on to Ling Er's hand and rushed towards the location of the Dutian bloodstains together with abandon. I heard from the soul snake that you still have the 8 Baron Divine Artifact, Donghuang Qing. Fine, today, I will take revenge for Qi Bai and destroy the 8 Baron Divine Artifact while I'm at it. Qi Muguan laughed loudly. Their opponent's group actually dared to split up. Right now, there were only 3 of them. On the other hand, the Ba Serpent clan had close to 500 people. Although their individual strength might not be able to defeat their opponent, it was more than enough for them to kill their opponent. Ba Serpent warriors, shapeshift. Qi Muguan gave out an order. The 500 Ba Serpent warriors simultaneously let out a hissing sound that could make one's scalp go numb. The Ba Serpent warriors who were originally in human form suddenly transformed into half-human, half-snake mages. A magic soul stone was embedded into their foreheads. The Ba Serpent tribe was different from the Black Qilin tribe. The warriors of the Ba Serpent tribe weren't as strong as the warriors of the Qilin tribe. However, they had the bloodline of the Ba Serpent tribe. Their ancestor, the Ba Serpent tribe, could summon clouds and summon rain. Looking at Qi Muguan, he had obtained the Ba Serpent King's relic after entering the Dutian Blood Realm's Ba Serpent King's tomb with 7 other descendants of the Ba Serpent tribe. In the past 3 years, he had fused with part of the Ba Serpent King's relic's power. His second inheritance had also been awakened. Collective beastification was his first inheritance. In just a moment, Qi Muguan and the 500 Ba Serpent tribe warriors had all completed their beastification. Their speed was so fast that they were even faster than the beastified warriors of the Boundless Continent. In this way, the magicians had a strong physique that was similar to that of the warriors. In terms of attack and defense, their strength had greatly increased. Looking at Qi Muguan, he was covered in red snake scales. His snake body, which was half a meter thick, was coiled into a ball as he flew in midair. His long and narrow snake eyes were filled with contempt. In his hand, he was holding a cobra magic scepter. Ant-like humans, how dare you look down on the power of the Ba Serpent tribe? Warriors, kill them. Qi Muguan waved the cobra scepter. The 500 Ba Serpent warriors roared as they unleashed all sorts of multicolored magic attacks. Seeing this, Donghuang Ling Er didn't panic. She flipped her hand, and Donghuang Qing appeared in her hand. Ancestor Donghuang, help me defeat these evil Ba Serpents. The magic wings behind Donghuang Ling Er's back flapped lightly. Her clothes were red like fire, and her bright face was suffused with a holy light. After experiencing many life and death battles, Dong Huang had become more familiar with using Dong Huangqing. Especially last time, when she was fighting with the Emperor Zhao in red, although Dong Huang was severely injured, she understood how to use Dong Huangqing even more. Dong Huangqing let out a buzzing sound as he swallowed all the magic attacks in one gulp from his dark urn. Humph, I'll let you see what it means to reap what you sow. Super magic, Hurricane Dragon. Dong Huang chanted. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed, and a hurricane dragon hovered in the sky. So you used this magic to kill Qi Bai. Humph, Dong Huangqing truly lives up to his reputation. Seeing how Dong Huang was able to absorb all of the magic attacks from her side and convert them into her own magic power, Dong Huangqing's magic power. The greed in Qi Muguan's eyes grew even stronger. He stared at the Dong Huangqing in Dong Huang's hand. If he could obtain this divine weapon, his Bashi clan would definitely be able to break away from the low-level beast clans and become a high-level beast clan like the Black Qilin clan, the Nine Phoenix clan, and the D clan. He was determined to get Dong Huangqing. Humph, Qi Muguan, are you scared? Then, let me send you and Madame Qi Bai to the afterlife together. Dong Huang stood on the head of the storm dragon and waved her hand. The Tempest Dragon opened its maw, and a torrential downpour of gale-force winds shot towards the Boss Serpent warriors. Those who look down on my Boss Serpent clan will die. Great Ancestral Wizard Boss Serpent, please give your people supreme magic power. The second legacy of the Boss Serpent, Ancestral Magus Boss Serpent. The 500 Boss Serpent Magi chanted in unison. The magic soul stones on their foreheads all lit up at the same time. Under the guidance of Qi Muguan's power of inheritance, 500 strands of Boss Serpent Mage's power of soul stones gathered together. In the sky, a huge wizard snake that was not any weaker than a giant dragon gradually took shape. The shaman snake's body was several kilometers long, and its enormous body occupied the sky within a radius of several kilometers. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, and the scales on its body emitted a thick bloodthirsty aura. The scariest thing was that on the forehead of this ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, there was a small black horn that was shaped like a triangle. The ancestral wizard Boss Serpent was the guardian wizard beast of the Boss Serpent clan. Its formation was somewhat similar to the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. However, it was not a divine beast. In terms of power, it was slightly weaker than a divine beast. However, in the boundless world, where divine beasts were rarely seen, the power of a wizard beast was enough to destroy an entire country. Needless to say, this was an illusory magical beast that Dong Huang condensed using her magic power. When she saw the Boss Serpent taking shape, Dong Huang was secretly shocked. She didn't know why, but when she saw the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, she felt that it was somewhat similar to Abandon's pet snake, Little Green. When Abandoned and Little Green fused together, the Boss Serpent that Abandoned transformed into looked roughly like this. However, before Dong Huang could think more about it, the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent, which was filled with bloodthirsty aura, rolled its body and pounced toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The ancestral wizard Boss Serpent's huge tail that was covered with hard scales swung toward the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Dong Huang raised her eyebrows. So what if it is powerful? It is just a snake. The difference between a snake and a dragon is like heaven and earth. As if it felt the nightmare dragon's disdain, the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent hissed angrily, and a stream of venom spurted out from its mouth. Beside the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, wind-type magic elements filled the air. Dong Huang raised her hand, and several hurricanes instantly blew away the venom. However, right at this moment, the Boss Serpent's body swayed and suddenly disappeared within the sea of clouds. Shit, this ancestral wizard Boss Serpent has the ability to conceal itself. It is not easy to deal with. Beads of sweat appeared on Dong Huang forehead as she carefully observed the Boss Serpent's actions. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation of cloud energy behind her. The triangular-shaped Boss Serpent's head suddenly stretched out and opened its mouth. Its venomous fangs fiercely bit down on the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. Dong Huang was alarmed. After the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's neck, the ancestral wizard Boss Serpent wasn't willing to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. The venom quickly spread throughout the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's body. The boss serpent bit onto the Tempest Nightmare Dragon, and the two of them rolled in the sky. Dong Huang Linger almost fell down from the sky. After another roll, Dong Huang Linger lost her strength and was thrown down from the Tempest Nightmare Dragon's head. Like a falling leaf, her body fell from the sky. Right at this moment, a loud cry of a Luan bird could be heard in the sky, and an ice-blue figure flashed past. Dong Huang Linger felt that her body was soft, and she had already landed on the back of the Icefire Phoenix Luan. On the Icefire Phoenix Luan, Yuan Bupo nodded his head at Dong Huang Linger. "Miss Dong Huang, leave the rest to me." It turned out that Yuan Bupo and his sister were watching the battle from below. Seeing that Dong Huang Linger was about to lose, Yuan Bupo hurriedly made his move. On the other side, Yuan Shanshan was already fighting with Qi Muguan. The Icefire Phoenix Luan had beautiful feathers, and its body was lithe. Its golden beak aimed at the boss serpent's eyes and fiercely pecked down. Immediately, a putrid stench of snake blood spurted out. The boss serpent was in pain, and it had no choice but to let go of the Tempest Nightmare Dragon. "Ancestral wizard evil beast, how dare you cause trouble in the boundless land? Let my Grand Emperor family destroy your prestige." After Yuan Bupo finished speaking, a jade flute appeared in his hand. He placed his lips on the jade flute, and the sound of the flute could be heard. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Dong Huang Linger was sitting on the back of the Icefire Phoenix. She had used up a lot of her magic power in the previous battle. She was also falling from the sky. She was feeling dizzy. She looked at Dong Huang Qing in her hand. It had become dim. The magic power in Dong Huang Qing was also dispersing. "I'm still too weak. If this Shen Qing was in Yunxing's hands, she would be much stronger than me," Dong Huang Linger thought to herself. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a flute. It was like drinking a mouthful of rain during a drought. She felt refreshed. "Is this the power of the Dihong song?" Dong Huang Linger was astonished. Suddenly, her hand trembled. The dim Dong Huang Qing suddenly let out a joyful sound. What was happening? Could it be that the Dihong song of the Grand Emperor City had the effect of recovering the 8 barren divine artifacts' divine power? Dong Huang Linger was astonished. She looked at the sky again. The ancestral witch Ba Shi's eye was injured by the Icefire Phoenix. One of the snake's eyes was filled with blood. Its originally ugly appearance looked even more disgusting. The ancestral witch Ba Shi glared at Yuan Bupo, the Icefire Phoenix, and Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's flute sound was different from before. The flute sound was clear and powerful. It was like thousands of horses galloping and hundreds of birds chirping. After the Xian family was annihilated in the Grand Emperor City, the Yuan family inherited the Grand Emperor City. Yuan Bupo officially became the young city lord. 3 years ago, after he parted ways with Yunxing, he worked hard and entered the Grand Emperor's tomb with the power of the Black Tortoise Totem. He cultivated wholeheartedly in the tomb. Finally, half a year ago, he saw the ancient secret of the Grand Emperor's tomb by chance. His Dihong song's power improved by leaps and bounds. It was because of this that the Grand Emperor City Lord, Yuan Buku, agreed to let Yuan Bupo go to the Dutian Blood Realm to support Yunxing and the others. The sound of the flute rose and fell, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a river flowing into a river, and sometimes like the east flowing into the sea. When the righteous warriors of the human race heard this, their morale was greatly boosted, and their blood boiled. However, when the boss serpent clansmen heard this, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. The sound of the flute seemed to pierce into their minds, and they were on the verge of collapse. Obscene music, what is there to fear? Boss serpent ancestor, break his flute music. Qi Muguan was entangled by Yuan Shanshan. On the king cobra scepter in his hand, the king cobra's eyes suddenly lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous gas. Yuan Shanshan hurriedly dodged, but Qi Muguan seized the opportunity. Qi Muguan seized the opportunity to leap onto the boss serpent's back. Ancestral witch Ba Shi let out a long hiss, and the scales on its body opened up. From its mouth, streams of venom turned into countless small snakes that shot towards the ice and fire phoenix Luan. At this moment, the Dihong song had reached its climax. Yuan Bupo's right hand's middle finger and index finger suddenly pressed against the body of the flute. Dihong Song Chapter 9, Sound of Arrival, Sound of War. The sound of the flute suddenly stopped, and a 5 to 6 meter tall divine soldier wearing a silver-white divine helmet appeared in the sky. That divine soldier was awe-inspiring, and his body was surrounded by boundless fighting energy. In his hand, he held a demon slayer long spear that weighed almost 1,000 pounds. The divine soldier received the instructions from the flute music. He stepped on the clouds and held the long spear in his hand. His entire body was like a sharp flash of lightning. With a leap, the long spear in his hand pierced through the thick blood clouds. The sky seemed to have been torn apart. With a sharp metallic sound, the long spear turned into a silver light and directly pierced through the ancestral witch Bashi's throat. In an instant, the blood of the ancestral witch Bashi splattered everywhere. The snake blood splattered like rain, and it fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! When the long spear pierced through the Ba serpent, the long spear suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of the long spear shot towards the 500 Ba serpent mages like countless daggers. The heads of the 500 Ba serpent mages and warriors were hit by the fragments of the long spear. They rolled on the ground, and all of them died. However, the one who suffered the heaviest injury was Qi Muguan, who summoned the ancestral witch Ba Shi with his second inheritance. The king cobra magic staff in his hand exploded. Qi Muguan spat out a mouthful of blood. His magic soul was like a candle flame that was blown by the wind, and it was going to collapse at any moment. Qi Muguan was shocked. He didn't expect that Yuan Bupo would be able to summon such a terrifying divine soldier. The divine soldier that Yuan Bupo summoned possessed the might of a god. It was obviously an item from the realm of the gods. If Qi Muguan continued to delay, his magic soul might be destroyed, and he might not even be able to keep his life. Just you wait. My Ba Serpent clan will definitely not let this go. I will definitely make all of you pay with your blood. Qi Muguan's bloodshot eyes were about to split open as he stared at the 500 Ba Serpent warriors who died in a single strike. Without his subordinates, and with his injuries, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran into the blood cloud cave in a sorry state and escaped from the Dutian blood realm. Yuan Bupo heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground with Dong Huang Ling. Thank you, Brother Yuan, Dong Huang Ling was grateful. She didn't expect the power of the Dihong Song from the city beyond this world to be so shocking. The power of the divine soldier just now was actually able to defeat Qi Muguan, who had the second inheritance of the Ba Serpent. Miss Dong Huang, you are too courteous. You are Yunxing's good friend. It is my duty to take care of you. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yunxing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be where I am today. Yuan Bupo no longer had the hot-blooded rashness of the past. He only nodded his head calmly. Yuan Bupo wasn't just saying those words out of courtesy. If he hadn't met Yunxing back then, he wouldn't have painstakingly learned the Dihong Song just because he admired her. What he used just now was the legendary ninth movement of the Dihong Song. Since the establishment of the Dihong city, no one had obtained the ninth movement of the Dihong Song in the emperor's tomb for thousands of years. Yuan Bupo had entered the emperor's tomb with the intention of becoming stronger. After almost dying, he finally had the chance to get a glimpse of the ninth movement of the Dihong Song. However, he didn't expect that the Dihong Song wasn't an ordinary music score. Instead, it was the 9 imperial seals left behind by the Emperor Huiyan before he ascended and became a god. Unfortunately, although Yuan Bupo heard the ninth movement, he didn't fully comprehend it. He only roughly comprehended 2 of the imperial seals. It was also because of this incomplete Dihong Song that Yuan Bupo was able to summon the divine soldier from the realm of the gods to defeat the ancestral witch Ba Serpent. Yuan Bupo felt a little regretful. If he could comprehend a little more, the divine soldier that he summoned today wouldn't be as simple as a divine soldier. Oh yeah, Brother Yuan, since your flute music is so powerful, you can help us fight against He Yao. Dong Huang Ling was excited. No, although the ninth movement of the Dihong Song is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy every time I use it. With my current strength, I can only use it once a month. Moreover, He Yao is different from Qi Muguan. He is a peak martial god. Compared to Qi Muguan, he is tens of times more powerful. Yuan Bupo shook his head. There's no time to lose. Let's immediately enter the Dutian Bloody Seal. Hopefully, we can catch up with Yunxing and the others, Yuan Xianxia reminded the two. The two nodded their heads and flew towards the Dutian Bloody Seal. Father, there's movement at the entrance of the blood world. He Yao, He Linlin, and the others were already near the Dutian blood seal. He Linlin's eyelids twitched as she looked up at the sky. Although they were already far away from the entrance of the Dutian blood world, the sky looked very unusual. The Ba Serpent clan is here, but they seem to have attracted something interesting. He Yao did not turn around, but an unreadable expression flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that there would be an existence on the boundless continent that could defeat the ancestral witch Ba Serpent. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the boundless continent's human race. Just as He Yao was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon had just risen. Although there was no distinction between day and night in the Dutian blood world, the sky had become even darker. What caught He Yao's attention was that there was almost no hostility near the Dutian blood seal. Even if the Dutian blood seal had collapsed, the strongest hostility of the Beast King was sealed in the blood seal. Even if the blood seal had collapsed, the hostility here should be the heaviest. But now, there was almost no hostility to speak of in this area. On the contrary, there was an aura of light magic here. Linlin, don't meddle in other people's business. It seems that someone got here before us. He Yao smiled coldly. The mounds of the 8 wilderness beast kings, which were supposed to be in ruins, were cleaned up in just one day. He Linlin was reminded by He Yao and also noticed that there was a force in the Dutian blood seal that was constantly strengthening. She could vaguely see that there was a vigorous force in the ruins of the blood seal, and the ones who formed this force were the 3 people in the core area of the Beast King tombs. Human race? Why is the human race here? He Linlin was shocked. Ji Rumo, Gu Feng, and Elder Siming also noticed He Yao and the others. Ji Rumo and the others had just finished drawing the magic array and were waiting for Gu Feng to activate the ball of light and reconstruct the new Dutian blood seal. Linlin, they seemed to be planning to rearrange the Dutian blood print. He Yao's gaze was like a sharp blade that cut through the 3 of them. When it landed on Gu Feng's face, Gu Feng couldn't help but shiver. This man had such a strong murderous aura. Among all the people Gu Feng had come into contact with, the one who gave him the heaviest murderous aura was later Qin's iron-blooded emperor Du Guxiu. However, compared to this tall and wild man in front of him, Du Guxiu paled in comparison. Thinking of this, Gu Feng suddenly felt that this man in front of him was very similar to Du Guxiu except for his hair color and age, which were slightly longer than his. You are the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. Gu Feng lost his voice. Lowly human magician, how dare you call my father by his name? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? He Linlin glared at Gu Feng. Miss, pay attention to your words. Shouldn't you take care of your own tongue before cutting it out? Ji Rumo said coldly. Who the hell are you? You don't dare to look at people with your true face. Cutting off his tongue is already letting him off easy. You want to redraw the Dutian blood print with just the 3 of you? That's ridiculous, He Linlin said disdainfully. In He Linlin's eyes, apart from Yi Baiming, no one else on the boundless continent was worthy of her attention. The heavenly blood seal was an ancient divine seal that even the patriarchs of the 8 Desolation Beast clans could not break through. They did not have the 8 Desolation divine artifact, nor did they have a peerless expert who could rival the 8 great experts. How could the 3 of them possibly draw a new blood seal? Ji Rumo was wearing a mask, and she didn't know what kind of ugly person he was. Linlin, shut up, He Yao suddenly shouted and stopped He Linlin. Among the 3 of them, He Yao paid the most attention not to Elder Siming, who was the oldest and seemed to have the highest cultivation level. Instead, it was Ji Rumo, who seemed to have the coldest temperament. Even with He Yao's eyesight, he couldn't see through the cultivation level of this young man with an unknown appearance and background. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's strength was on par with his own, then it was that he had an extremely powerful magic artifact that concealed his skills. No matter which of these 2 possibilities was true, it was rare for He Yao to see. Master, you and Gu Feng start chanting first. Leave this to me, Ji Rumo said in a deep voice. You alone? Father, let me deal with this arrogant magician, He Linlin said disdainfully. As soon as she finished speaking, the fighting aura around her body suddenly spread out. Her slim figure rushed out and punched Ji Rumo. A golden light flashed by. When He Linlin's fist landed, she felt as if she had hit a wall. Ji Remo transformed into a golden man with golden light all over his body. Who said he's alone? There's still us. Yunxing and Abandon arrived in time. It turned out that the thing that stopped He Linlin was Yunxing's eternal life magic artifact. Tycoon Gold. Yunxing, it's you again. He Linlin saw Yunxing. It was really like meeting a love rival. Her eyes were exceptionally red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Attack, He Linlin shouted. Several Kirin warriors behind He Linlin rushed forward with heavy swords in their hands, and slashed at Yunxing and Abandon. Chi, chi, chi. Before the Kirin warriors could reach them, countless spears flew out from behind Yunxing. Black clouds floated in the sky. Taking a closer look, it was not black clouds, but hundreds of night goblin warriors with spears in their hands. Under the command of the Night Goblin Queen, they waved their spears in unison. There were many Kirin warriors. Yunxing had already summoned the Night Goblin Queen halfway. These lowly demons dare to fight against my Qilin warriors? Kill them all. A sinister smile appeared on He Linlin's face. Behind the Kirin warriors, fighting aura turned into wings. Each of them held a heavy sword and leaped into the air. With the fighting aura of the Kirin warriors, they formed a killing formation and tore apart the Night Goblin warriors' defense. The Black Kirin warriors were indeed the bravest warriors in the Bakra orcs. They moved in unison and attacked and defended in an orderly manner. Although there were hundreds of them, they advanced and retreated as if they were one person. The Night Goblin Queen's Night Goblin warriors did not lose to them in terms of numbers, but in terms of individual strength, they were far inferior to the Kirin warriors. Soon, the Night Goblin Queen showed signs of weakness. She was no match for them at all. So powerful, Yunxing was shocked. They were indeed the elites of the Black Kirin tribe. Each of them was close to the martial sage realm. There were more than 900 martial sages, and they were well trained. Such a team was enough to destroy the army of any country in the Boundless Continent. It was no wonder that the Black Kirin tribe dared to invade the Boundless Continent with 1,000 men. However, if the other party thought that they could defeat her demonic beasts, they were gravely mistaken. The battle had just begun. Water Spirit Queen, Yunxing chanted, and the summoning magic array beneath her feet shone. Amidst the blue water magic waves, the slender Water Spirit Queen with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind appeared. Spirit Blessing, heal. The Water Spirit Queen landed among the Night Charm warriors, and her powerful water spirit magic quickly healed the wounds of the Night Charm warriors. Spirit Wings, defense enhancement. The Water Spirit Queen's magic was continuously cast on the Night Charm warriors. The Night Charm warriors, who were originally in a state of decline, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. A general-level summoner? After seeing Yunxing summon the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen, He Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, could not help but be moved. He could tell at a glance that both the Night Charm Queen and the Water Spirit Queen were summoned beasts under Yunxing's command. Especially the Water Spirit clan's magical beast that was summoned later, her water spirit magic was very pure and could provide magical healing continuously. With such a summoned beast, it was like having a cheat artifact. It would take a lot of energy to kill those low-level night charms. That young girl summoned 2 king-level magical beasts at once, and from the looks of it, she clearly still had energy left. He Yao did not expect to encounter a general-level summoner as soon as he entered the Boundless Land. Moreover, the other party was a female mage who looked younger than his daughter, He Linlin. If the other party summoned any other magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Linlin, capture the leader first. With He Yao's status, it was naturally inconvenient for him to directly attack a junior like Yunxing. He Linlin raised her left palm, and the Qilin combat energy had already turned into a flashing big sword. She slashed the big sword at Yunxing. After not seeing her for a few years, He Linlin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had also turned her combat energy into a sword, but compared to 3 years ago when she killed Yunxing, the black Qilin combat energy on the surface of the big sword was even more dazzling. The broadsword sliced through the air, emitting an ear-piercing screech. At this moment, Abandoned, who had been guarding beside Yunxing, didn't dare to be careless. A green light flashed on his forehead, and his body suddenly turned into a green python. The python swung its tail like a whip towards He Linlin. The snake tail and the blade made of warrior energy collided with each other. The strength of the collision was so great that He Linlin only felt her wrist tremble. The warrior energy blade in her hand was nearly shattered by the monstrous strength of the snake tail. Beast transformation? He Linlin didn't expect that the seemingly thin male magician beside Yunxing would also possess such a tyrannical magic beast fusion ability. However, the other party was clearly a magician, so how could he transform into a beast like a warrior? He Linlin's expression couldn't help but change as she looked at the 2-story tall colossus that resembled both a python and a wyrm. That's not a transformation of a magical beast, but a fusion of magical beasts. Obsidian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obsidian's expression turned a little strange when he saw the fusion between Little Qing and Abandoned. So what if it's a fusion? Let me beat you back to your original form, you stinking snake. The warrior energy blade in He Linlin's hand disappeared. Her eyes flashed with confidence. She raised her head proudly like a peacock. Yunxing, look clearly. I, He Linlin, am the woman most suitable for Yi Baiming. My strength will forever be in the dust. Black Qilin's second inheritance, Qilin Mirage. Behind He Linlin, the shadow that was originally the size of an ordinary person expanded rapidly as if it was filled with air. A black mirage of a Qilin appeared behind her. He Linlin had been in seclusion for the past 3 years in the Qilin tribe. Although she hadn't been able to fuse with the Black Qilin King Saraira, she had received a portion of her father's internal strength. She had finally succeeded in comprehending the second inheritance of the Black Qilin. It was also because of this comprehension that she had broken through to the martial god realm. The martial god realm was the same as the magician realm. With each breakthrough, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Qilin Mirage didn't require the user to transform into a Qilin. It allowed the host to possess the strength of a Qilin. The size of the Qilin Mirage could change. The mirage it formed had the same attack and defense as the host. In other words, under the effect of the second inheritance, the person facing He Linlin would have to fight 2 He Linlins at once. Die, you reckless magician. He Linlin's eyes flashed with crazed bloodlust. She and the Qilin Mirage attacked from the left and right. The warrior energy blade heavily struck the side of the green python's body and head. The green python's head was instantly broken and blood flowed out. It let out a shrill hiss. Not good. Give up. Don't force yourself. Yunxing thought to herself. Just as she was about to step forward to help, she suddenly realized that she couldn't move. Even her voice disappeared in her throat. Yunxing had never experienced this feeling before. It was as if someone had cast a petrification spell on her and she couldn't move. Yunxing's beautiful eyes flickered. She realized that the person who had immobilized her was the leader of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao. You're that bastard of the celestial fox. You have some skills. He Yao didn't even make a move. He just stared at Yunxing with a terrifying gaze. Was this the strength of a peak martial god? Even though he didn't move a finger, the terrifying aura coming from him made Yunxing feel as if every inch of her muscles and nerves had been frozen. He Yao's gaze was like a knife, slicing Yunxing's face inch by inch. Yunxing felt that He Yao was more like Dugu Xiu. He had a cold aura, like a dagger that could be unsheathed at any time. Was he Yi Baiming's father? The last time Yunxing was in Ladder Qin, she had only seen one of He Yao's hands. But now, she could clearly see He Yao himself. He Yao didn't look old at all. When he stood next to the short-haired, dark-haired Lin Lin, he looked more like her older brother than her father. A few strands of hair fell in front of his forehead. His black eyes glowed with a blue light, revealing a wild aura. He was tall and handsome, with an aura that was somewhere between wild and disdainful. This aura was the aura of a superior person. It was also the aura of a strong-willed powerhouse who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. On his right ear, he wore an obsidian black earring made of polished obsidian. A man like this could only have won the favor of Dugu Xiu's mother, Madame Qing. At the same time, Yunxing couldn't help but admire Night Fox's mother, Empress Li. That woman could actually reject the pursuit of such a man. Speaking of which, it was strange. Like mother, like son. Du Guxiu, like Empress Qing, submitted to Heyao's power. Yi Baiming, like Empress Li, rejected Heyao several times. However, compared to Empress Li, who was a weak woman, Yi Baiming was much more powerful. He was like a cunning king of beasts. When his wings were not fully grown, he would hide his sharp claws. When the time was right, he would reveal his sharp claws and fangs, and when the enemy was caught off guard, he would cut their throats with a blow. Yunxing was sizing up Heiyao, and Heiyao was also sizing up Yunxing. From He Linlin, Heiyao already knew that Yunxing was the woman who had bewitched Du Guxiu and Yi Baiming and caused the brothers to kill each other. Although he was a Bakra Orcs, because of his deep love for Empress Li, Heiyao did not reject humans too much. In his opinion, if Yi Baiming was willing to return to the Bakra Orcs, marry He Linlin, and inherit the position of the tribe leader, it would not be a big deal even if he had to marry 8 or 10 human women. Which one of the powerful beast men didn't have hundreds or even thousands of women? However, why did he fancy a celestial fox bastard who had mixed human and celestial fox blood? Celestial fox, that dirty foxy race. Even Heiyao, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, had to admit that this woman had a flawless face. In terms of appearance, his daughter He Linlin was probably not as beautiful as Yunxing. Her skin and face were like the 1,000-year-old snow at the top of a snow mountain. Her pair of pure and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through one's heart at a glance. Her lips were like roses blooming in spring. She did not have a seductive and wanton temperament like ordinary celestial fox women. This woman gave people a sense of holiness that could not be profaned. But so what if she was beautiful? Beauty only lasted for a moment. In the world of Bakra Orcs, strength was everything. You're that dirty celestial fox bastard. Heiyao's voice was weak and arrogant. It seems that the arrow last time was still too light. Yunxing's gaze landed on Heiyao's hand with extreme sarcasm. Yunxing's words made Heiyao's brows twitch heavily. The wound on his right hand that was injured by Yunxing's elf arrow twitched for some reason. Damn it, no one had ever dared to speak to Heiyao in such a tone. Heiyao sized up Yunxing coldly. A pressure that could not be ignored suddenly surrounded Yunxing. With Heiyao's status, it was naturally inappropriate for him to directly make a move against Yunxing. However, it was more than enough to crush Yunxing with his pressure. Yunxing wanted to use magic to resist this pressure, but she suddenly realized that her Dharma soul seemed to have lost connection with her. She couldn't summon any magic power. Absolute suppression. This was the absolute suppression of Heiyao, who was a peak martial god. Yunxing felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of pressure on her spine and knees. There was a powerful force that kept tormenting her knees. It was as if there were thousands of insects biting his knees. His tendons and bones were all in intense pain. Even so, Yunxing remained silent. She stubbornly stared at Heiyao, forcing herself not to yield to him. Heiyao raised his brows. She was a stubborn woman. It seemed that other than her face, this woman's mind was also more tenacious than the average person. Heiyao was a peak martial god. Even if he didn't make a move, his pressure as a martial artist was enough to crush Yunxing, who was a magician, into meat paste. Heiyao's eyes went blank. He vaguely remembered that there was once such a person. Heiyao, if you force me again, I will die in front of you. The woman's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with hatred and despair. Humph, stupid woman. Her stubbornness had caused her own death and her flesh and blood. Heiyao had never been rejected by anyone. Empress Li was the first woman to reject him. Now, this celestial fox people woman called Yunxing dared to look down on him in public. That celestial fox bastard could actually withstand her father's pressure. He Linlin and the group of dark Jilin warriors were shocked. Patriarch Heiyao was now a peak martial god. His pressure was enough to crush people into meat paste in an instant. Heiyao increased the pressure even more. Crack, Yunxing could feel that her body was about to explode from the pressure. At this moment, a fierce fighting aura rushed out of Yunxing's beast language ring. I can do it. Yunxing suddenly shouted. Her shout shocked Gold Coin, who was in the beast language ring. Yi Baiming, the golden Qilin, could no longer hold back when he saw his beloved being tortured. However, Yunxing's tone did not allow for any doubt. Death is at hand, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death. He Yao flipped his hand under his sleeve. He Yao increased his pressure. Crack. Yunxing could feel a popping sound coming from a certain part of her body. One of her ribs had been broken by He Yao's pressure, so what if he was a martial artist, so what if he was a martial god? It was just that he had started cultivating a few decades earlier than her. Yunxing held back her breath. She clenched her fingers one by one. The soul stone and the magic god bracelet on her wrist slowly poured magic energy into her body. Roar. An equally biting cold magic energy collided with her. Two powerful magic energy and fighting aura collided. It was like a sudden storm on the surface of the sea. The wind and waves collided. At that moment, the air was distorted. This is? He Ya didn't expect that Yunxing, who looked like a Saint Law overlord, would have this kind of magic energy in her body. This celestial fox people woman had a strong will. Not only was she a summoner, but she also had this kind of mysterious magic energy. She had yet to undergo the true awakening of the beast god. If she were to one day obtain the inheritance of celestial fox, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, He Yao was filled with killing intent. To think that you still have energy left. What a pity. This is as far as you can go. He Yao grunted. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Qilin fighting aura gathered in his hand once more. His palm was filled with fighting aura as it struck toward Yunxing's head. When Yunxing used the power of the magic god bracelet to shake off He Yao's pressure, she had already used all the strength in her body. At this moment, she only felt her body go limp, as if it had fallen apart. She could no longer block He Yao's attack. At this moment, two beastly lights, one gold and one pink, burst out from the beast speech ring. Yunxing's body slid down and was now lying on Jin Coin. Golden Qilin Yibaiming would not allow He Yao to oppress Yunxing. Even if the other party was his father by blood, he would not allow it. You don't want to be the future chief of the Black Qilin tribe and end up like this for a woman. How shameful. Only then did He Yao see that the one who had suddenly appeared was Yibaiming, who had transformed into a golden Qilin. Bah, bah, bah. And you call yourself the chief of the 8 barons divine beast tribe. A man bullying a woman, a senior bullying a junior. You're the shameless one. Seeing that its master was being bullied, Baby Sheep was fuming. It was thinking about how to exile this scoundrel old man. No, this old monster would be back soon after being exiled once. It had to think of a way to make this old monster and that disgusting father and daughter pair forever. Long. Flow. Release. Bo, take good care of Yunxing. It's time to settle the matter between us. Golden Qilin Yibaiming's voice floated over. Yeah, the Qilin kid is serious, Bo Sheep blinked. However, the Qilin kid shouldn't be a match for that old monster. Although Bo Sheep disdained He Yao, he had to admit that He Yao was the strongest he had ever seen. Even if he summoned all the demon beasts in his little master's exquisite beast pagoda, it still wouldn't be enough to fight that old monster. However, Bo Sheep also knew that he couldn't persuade the Qilin kid on his own. Bo Sheep could see that Yibaiming's anger was unbearable after He Yao injured Yunxing. You want to defeat me? Unfortunately, you're not strong enough. He Yao also saw through Yibaiming's intentions. Unless you fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic. Do you want to truly feel the power of the Qilin King's relic? He Yao opened his palm, revealing the Qilin King's relic that was shaped like a black diamond, exuding a mysterious and powerful energy. As if sensing Yibaiming's existence, the Qilin King's relic, which was originally pitch black, emitted a light. As expected, He Yao's eyes suddenly changed. Only he could awaken the power of the Qilin King's relic. Previously, He Lin and countless other young Black Qilin clan martial artists were unable to awaken the Qilin King's relic. Yibaiming hesitated. Don't resist the power of the Qilin King's relic. As long as you fuse with it, you can regain your human form and obtain great power. He Lin saw the chaotic energy fluctuations released by the Black Qilin King's relic and was both envious and anxious. Defeat He Yao and regain his human form. These two thoughts, coupled with the powerful energy fluctuations from the Black Qilin King's relic, made Golden Qilin Yibaiming involuntarily take a few steps forward. Regain his human form? Fuse with the power of the Qilin King's relic? Yunxing was in a daze. She only heard these few words before her consciousness suddenly cleared up. Yi Baiming. If you dare to abandon me again, I will cut all ties with you and divorce you. Yunxing's words were like a stone shattering the sky. Everyone was stunned. Even Ji Rumo and the others who were reactivating the Dutian blood seal were shocked. Ji Rumo looked at the golden Qilin. He was Yi Baiming? The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming? How did Yi Baiming become a magical beast? Moreover, from He Yao's tone, he seemed to have a close relationship with Yi Baiming. Could it be that the Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming, was also a descendant of the Bahuang tribe? This news was undoubtedly very shocking. Yunxing gnashed her teeth as she spoke, causing Golden Qilin Yi Baiming to feel his spine stiffen. Xiao, divorce him? No, this little Wildcat already knew his identity. What a two-faced sheep. When this king returns to his human form, the first thing this king will do is pluck out all your wool. Bobo sheep. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming shot daggers over, causing Bobo sheep's wool to stand on end. Divorce him? Haha, this is the biggest mistake in the world. Yunxing, do you really think that after marrying Yi Baiming, he is yours alone? What a joke. In this world, only men divorce their wives. Where did women divorce their husbands come from? He Linlin ridiculed. In the Black Qilin tribe where men were respected, even He Linlin, the daughter of the chief, did not dare to say that her husband could only have one woman in the future. This kind of woman, not to mention Yi Baiming, no man in the world could tolerate her. He Linlin thought so, He Yao naturally also thought so, and all the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe also thought so. Yunxing, this woman, was narrow-minded and bossy. Yi Baiming would never choose this kind of woman. Roar. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming, who had already walked into the Qilin King's relic, suddenly shook his head, completely ignoring He Yao and the Black Qilin relic in his hand, and quickly rushed back to Yunxing's side. He tilted his head, and under everyone's gaze, he actually licked Yunxing's hand with his tongue in an almost fawning manner. Yi Baiming would never do such an action on a normal day. But he was now in his beast form, so acting cute to curry favor with his wife was no big deal. What a joke! If he had to choose between his wife and the Qilin King's relic, of course he would choose his wife. It was just a Qilin King's relic that had been dead for nearly 10,000 years. What was so rare about it? At worst, he would cultivate it himself in the future. The corner of He Yao's mouth twitched as he watched the ferocious Golden Qilin transform into an obedient kitty-like pet in the next second. His son, He Yao, was actually trying to curry favor with a woman like a dog. Moreover, it was a bastard from the Celestial Fox tribe. Yi Baiming, you're crazy. You actually chose that woman, He Linlin exclaimed. Bastard, you have abandoned yourself. You have to return even if you don't want to. This time, no one can save you. He Yao was completely enraged. Doqi shot out from his body like 10,000 swords. Strands of Doqi surged out from his body. The Doqi was like a spider web that bound Yunxing and Yi Baiming in layers. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the two of them seemed to be sucked in by a powerful force, flying towards He Yao. Moi, I'll leave the rest of the trash to you and the other magical beasts. Yi Baiming also knew that today's battle concerned his and Yunxing's life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. The Golden Qilin Yi Baiming roared and spat out a golden flame of fighting aura from its mouth. The flame touched the web of fighting aura. It exploded with a bang. Yi Baiming leaped forward, and his figure was like a shuttle, instantly arriving in front of He Yao. Yunxing, I will definitely kill you today. He Linlin vented her anger on Yunxing. It was all because of this woman that Yi Baiming had refused the temptation of the Black Qilin King's relic. He Linlin's fighting aura blade once again condensed in her hand. The blade wind turned into a blade, and like countless chilly winds, it enveloped Yunxing. He Linlin, you're not the only one who has changed in these 3 years. Yunxing's eyes narrowed. He Linlin wasn't He Yao. She couldn't do whatever she wanted in front of her. Yunxing's hair was like a daughter, suddenly entangling He Linlin's fighting aura blade. She held the 1,000-year-old ice zither horizontally in her hand. With a wave of her white fingers, the zither music turned into all kinds of magic attacks, and each of them was incomparably sharp, shooting towards He Linlin. He Linlin slashed down with her fighting aura blade. The biting cold fighting aura blade collided with the seemingly invisible zither music, and the blade actually vibrated from the collision. This zither music actually had such a great effect. The zither music came one after another, and actually forced He Linlin to be unable to get close. On He Yao's side, he was also fighting fiercely with Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, who had transformed into a golden qilin, attacked with biting cold attacks. He Yao and Yi Baiming exchanged close to 100 moves, but Yi Baiming didn't reveal any openings. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, the Black Qilin warriors and Yunxing's beastly soldiers were also fighting fiercely. Master, the new heavenly blood seal is only left with the final step. You only need to assist Gu Feng in completing this step. Due to the appearance of Yunxing and the magical beasts, the Black Qilin tribe's beastly soldiers were delayed. Ji Rumo and the rest were able to use the limited time to complete the blood print. The rest only needed Gu Feng to activate the power of the light sphere. Elder Si Ming had also noticed that even though Ji Rumo was trying his best to control himself, his mind was already in a mess during the final drawing process. His thoughts had already landed on Yunxing. Rumo, why are you doing this? You've already used up most of your qi to draw the blood seal. You're not He Yao's match. If you insist on fighting, you'll only end up dying together with him, Elder Si Ming advised. Ji Rumo's magical talent was unparalleled in the world. However, in order to stabilize the new Dutian blood print, he had used half of his magical power to fuse into the magic array. His strength had been greatly reduced. The current him could not even protect himself. Master, do you remember that I once said that in this world, there are 3 people whose fates I cannot see through? Ji Rumo suddenly asked. Elder Si Ming naturally remembered that Ji Rumo had the eye of the sky. He once said that he could not see through the fates of 3 people. One was Yunxing of Zhou State. The other was the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. The last person was, those who believe in fate have fates. Those who do not believe in fate do not have fates. Although I am the Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple, I have never believed in fate. The 3 of us do not believe in fate. We are people who fight against the heavens. This time, I will fight for it. Ji Rumo raised his head and looked at the figures in the sky. Boom! The 2 figures collided in midair like 2 meteorites, one black and one gold. In the sky, a whirlpool of battle qi was stirred up. Violent fighting auras from Yi Baiming and He Yao spread out like a tide. Yi Baiming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're also a martial god. I'm still your father. There's no way you can defeat me. He Yao's face was as cold as ice. From He Yao's point of view, Yi Baiming's strength should be worlds apart from his own. Even though Yi Baiming's talent was astonishing, he had not experienced the baptism of the beast god altar. He had not even awakened the most basic qilin inheritance. Such a Yi Baiming could actually exchange close to 100 moves with him. This didn't mean that Yi Baiming's strength was on par with Obsidian's. Instead, it was because their mental states were completely different. He Yao's goal this time was to capture Yi Baiming and bring him back to the 8 Desolate tribe. He wanted to capture him but did not kill him. However, Yi Baiming was the exact opposite. He hated He Yao for causing him and Empress Li so much pain for so many years. He also hated the Black Qilin tribe for harming Yunxing time and time again. Every move he made was vicious, like a fugitive. As a result, He Yao and Yi Baiming were tangled in a fight. It was difficult to determine the victor. The more He Yao was entangled, the more anxious he became. Especially when he noticed that the priests from the Dharma Temple had secretly completed the new Dutian blood seal while they were fighting. The cunning humans were stalling for time. If this dragged on and the new Dutian blood seal was completed, He Yao's invasion would be considered a complete failure. When that happened, the Black Qilin tribe would become the laughingstock of the other Bakra orcs. As the chief, he would lose all face. He Yao bent his right hand and it turned into a Qilin spiritual claw. A ball of fierce Do Qi lit up and a black light burst out from his body like the dawn. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. The 3rd inheritance of the Qilin tribe, heaven-devouring abyss. Behind He Yao, a huge shadow swallowed all the light like a hungry beast. He Yao's Qilin inheritance was similar to Xiao Hei's heaven-devouring abyss. However, compared to the heaven-devouring abyss, He Yao's inheritance was more domineering. As the shadow continued to expand, it almost covered the entire Dutian blood seal. The Dutian blood seal seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. Everyone was trapped in the abyss and couldn't even see their own fingers. Under the shroud of that black shadow, everyone felt that their magic power and Doqi were draining away. The third inheritance of the Black Qilin tribe, heaven-devouring abyss, was like a huge beast that didn't know how to quench its hunger. It swallowed all the energy around it. This feeling, the power of He Yao's third inheritance, had the terrifying ability to devour all energy. All of a sudden, Yi Baiming felt that all the fighting aura in his body had been sucked away. There was nothing left of his magic power and fighting aura. Was this the true power of the awakened Black Qilin tribe? This kind of energy seemed to be beyond the realm of magicians and warriors. An ominous premonition arose in Yi Baiming's heart. Is it all because of that woman? Today, I will kill her with my own hands in front of you. He Yao's gaze was cruel as he waved his hand. Whoosh, unable to move, Yi Baiming watched as the fighting energy shot towards the defenseless Yunxing. Fear crept into his heart. He Yao! How dare you! Yi Baiming's voice was filled with anger and fear. Even if He Yao wanted to kill him, Yi Baiming wouldn't even bat an eyelid. The only thing he was afraid of was that He Yao would hurt Yunxing. He Yao also knew this. The only thing Yi Baiming cared about was that celestial fox bastard. He wanted to kill that celestial fox bastard in front of Yi Baiming so that he would completely give up on the boundless continent. The Black Qilin fighting energy had already arrived in front of Yunxing. Like numerous sharp arrows, Yunxing couldn't dodge. At this moment, a person appeared in front of Yunxing. Ji Rumo waved his sleeves. His tall figure was like a towering mountain that blocked the few Doqi from He Yao. What? He Yao, He Linlin, and everyone from the Black Qilin tribe were shocked. He Yao's abyss erosion was He Yao's third inheritance. Under the effects of the inheritance, no one could use mana or fighting energy. No one was an exception except for that person on the beast god altar. But why did this magician from the temple still have energy left? Who are you? How can you ignore my abyss erosion? He Yao's gaze darkened. You're wrong. I'm only using your power. Ji Rumo flicked his wrist and several streams of fighting energy shot towards He Yao. He Yao couldn't be more familiar with that fighting aura. It was his own fighting aura. However, the fighting aura that Ji Rumo shot out was different from He Yao's fighting aura. It also contained the power of light. Insignificant skill. I don't believe that you can dodge it this time. He Yao grabbed at the void. With a crack, black heaven-eroding chi rolled out from under Yunxing and Ji Rumo's feet. The two of them seemed to have sunk into mud. Their bodies kept sinking, and they could be swallowed by the Qilins devouring chi at any time. Ji Rumo, don't worry about me. Yunxing couldn't activate any magic power in her body. She didn't want to be a burden to Ji Rumo. Yunxing knew Ji Rumo's strength. He should be able to get rid of the devouring chi. Yunxing's hand was held. Ji Rumo's hand was slender and cold like a piece of jade. There was no warmth in it at all. Ji Rumo's amber-colored eyes flashed with a strange emotion as he stared blankly at her. If there was no Yi Baiming, would you have fallen in love with me? Ji Rumo took off his mask, revealing a face that could turn the world upside down. There's no if when it comes to love. Yunxing shook her head. In her previous life, her heart was broken by that scumbag Lu Minglang. She once thought that she couldn't love anyone anymore. However, the heavens gave her a second chance. She came to the boundless land and met Yi Baiming. Her heart was very small. Since she could accept Yi Baiming, she couldn't accept other people's feelings. Ji Rumo was relieved. He already knew the answer, but he still didn't give up. However, it was fine. Since that was the case, his decision was not wrong. Let go of my hand. Why did you save me? Yunxing was anxious. Why was he so good to her? She had only met this man a few times, but she had only met him a few times. But he had silently endured many calamities for her. Yunxing was a person who didn't like to owe people favors, but unintentionally, she owed Ji Rumo a life-saving grace twice. Qilin Yibiming and Abandon were watching from the side. They were both men who loved Yunxing deeply. No one knew better than them what the way Ji Rumo looked at Yunxing meant. Yibiming's heart was filled with jealousy, but this time, he did not stop her. If not for Ji Rumo, Obsidian's scheme would have succeeded this time. All of them owed Ji Rumo their lives. Yunxing only saw that Ji Rumo's amber eyes seemed to be filled with rosy clouds. His voice, in the face of the violent winds of the Dutian blood beast world, seemed so ethereal. Because you made me have a heart. If I could choose again, I would rather be a mirror. That way, I can look at you forever. Ji Rumo's lips curled into a gentle smile. He whispered into Yunxing's ear. A mirror was the loneliest. Although it could illuminate others, it could never see its own heart. Mirror? Yunxing did not understand. Ji Rumo lifted his finger. His fingertip injected a warm light into Yunxing's glabella. Yunxing only saw a white light flash before her eyes. The next moment, she was enveloped by a ray of light. In that ray of light, Yunxing felt that the magic in her body, which had disappeared, was rapidly recovering. Meanwhile, Ji Rumo was still locked in a stalemate with He Yao. You really don't know what's good for you. You actually want to use your own strength to block my attack? Obsidian snorted. Then, he was stunned. He Yao, I'll return what you've given her tenfold. Ji Rumo's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Ji Rumo's body emitted a dazzling light. That light tore apart Obsidian's devouring power. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. That light was like the scorching sun in the clear summer sky. All the foul power would be burned away when it came into contact with the scorching sun. Not only that, there was a terrifying power in the light that could destroy everything. Obsidian felt that this power was enough to destroy his power of inheritance. Him. Who was it? Why did he have the terrifying power to destroy the Qilin's power of inheritance? Obsidian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his pupils contracted violently as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ji Rumo had disappeared. There was only one mirror in the sky. That mirror was only the size of an ordinary heart-protecting mirror. It was shaped like an ancient bronze mirror. However, countless rays of light suddenly shot out from the mirror. The rays of light immediately devoured Obsidian's devouring power and reflected his power of inheritance back. The rays of light were like thousands of arrows, shooting towards Obsidian and the warriors of the Black Qilin tribe. At this moment, Yunxing and everyone else were staring at the mirror with dumbfounded expressions. Heavenly Fate Mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Damn it! Even Obsidian couldn't block the strong light emitted by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Under the strong light, the Black Qilin warriors were all killed by the reflected power of inheritance. Ji Rumo was actually the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Yunxing looked at the mirror in the sky. She didn't expect Xiao Wenqiu to be the Heavenly Fate Mirror. No wonder he could learn any magic. Mirrors were able to reflect everything. Father, save me! He Linlin screamed. She could feel the battle chi in her body being devoured by the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian's situation wasn't much better than He Linlin's. His third power of inheritance was especially strong when used on himself. Under the refraction of the Heavenly Fate Mirror, most of his battle chi was devoured. Go! Leave this place immediately! Blacklight had no choice but to tear a magic scroll and teleport away with his daughter, He Linlin. The Black Qilin tribe disappeared. Hundreds of Black Qilin tribe's corpses were still on the ground. Obsidian and his daughter had escaped. No one had expected that such a shocking turn of events would occur in the blink of an eye. And this reversal was because everyone stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The mirror in the sky fell to the ground. Crack, there was a crisp cracking sound. Obsidian's third power of Qilin inheritance was extremely terrifying. It contained the devouring power of darkness, which brought irreparable side effects to the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Obsidian was gone, and the Heavenly Fate Mirror was destroyed. Yunxing hesitated. She walked forward and picked up the Heavenly Fate Mirror. It was an exquisite mirror. The frame was exquisitely carved. The surface of the mirror was damaged. There were many deep cracks on the surface of the mirror. Drops of blood like red liquid flowed out from the cracks. This chapter is a godly turn of events. Yes, many people will probably curse me for being tricked. Turning on the complaining mode. The so-called Chinese New Year is an endless amount of food to eat, an endless amount of parties to run, and an endless amount of troublesome questions to ask. Old girl expressed that her heart was stuffed, and she had very little time to sit down and write. Thank you for your continued support. No one would have thought that Romo was actually the Heaven's Mandate mirror that they had been searching for. No one would have guessed that at the last moment, Romo would actually choose to use his true body to block He Yao's attack. The crowd was completely silent. Only Yunxing lowered her head and looked at the mirror. The red liquid that gushed out of the mirror was not only tears, but also blood. Yunxing's eyes were a little moist. At this moment, her heart was filled with thousands of thoughts, but for a moment, she did not know how to express them. The golden Qilin Yu Baiming also stood in the distance. At this moment, he knew that he should not disturb Yunxing. The cracked mirror could no longer reflect a person's appearance clearly, but it could reflect an amber light. That light was very similar to Romo's eyes. It was as gentle and as heart-palpitating. Yunxing used her fingers to rub the irreparable crack on the mirror. When it brushed across her skin, there was still a faint pain. Romo's last words were still echoing in his ears. She slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, the ray of light that Romo had shot into her glabella flashed past. Inside, there was also a piece of Romo's memory, a piece of Romo's innermost secret that no one knew. Romo's memory, like the rising tide of the sea, spread out bit by bit. There were many kinds of love in the world. Some were bold and unrestrained like the scorching sun, and some were reserved like gurgling water. There was also one kind called waiting silently. Whether it was Xiao Wenxiu or Romo, his love was very reserved. That love was so reserved that Yunxing did not know it until the moment of his death. Romo was the Heaven's Mandate mirror, and had always been. The 8 Wastelands' divine weapons were all spiritual objects. After the experts of the 8 Wastelands died and retired, the 8 Wastelands' divine weapons had different fates. Among the 8 great regalia, the Heavenly Mandate mirror wasn't as famous as the other regalia. Its use had always been misunderstood by the outside world. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had always been regarded as a divine artifact used to predict the future. However, the true Heavenly Fate mirror's use wasn't limited to that. The Heavenly Fate mirror could see into a person's heart and soul. It could also predict a person's future. However, its greatest use was that it could reflect everything, regardless of whether it was magic or battle techniques. However, that was only the case during battle. Most of the time, the Heaven's Mandate mirror was like an ordinary mirror, only reflecting other people's things. After the fall of the 8 powerhouses, the Heavenly Mandate mirror fell into the hands of the commoners. Because no one had discovered the true use of the Heaven's Mandate mirror, it had always been mistaken for an ordinary mirror due to its exquisite appearance. It was like an ordinary commodity, going around in circles and falling into the hands of different people. Because it had experienced many generations of hosts and seen countless human emotions and desires, it started to form its own consciousness. This continued until it fell into the hands of the wife of a Punlai merchant. After the merchant's wife obtained the Heavenly Mandate mirror, she couldn't bear to part with it. However, as she aged, her appearance gradually deteriorated. Coupled with the fact that her husband had a change of heart, the merchant's wife couldn't face the fact that she was aging. In a fit of anger, she threw the Heavenly Mandate mirror into the Punlai Sea. The Heavenly Mandate mirror, one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, sank to the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years, untouched by anyone. Under the cleansing of the Punlai Sea, the Heavenly Mandate mirror absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi from the heaven, earth, and sea. The consciousness of the people in the Heavenly Mandate mirror became clearer and clearer. Finally, using his own divine power and his curiosity towards the human race's 7 emotions and 6 desires, he transformed into a baby boy. Coincidentally, when it was washed up on the beach of Punlai, Xiao Wenxiu, who was just a baby boy, was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. After transforming into a human, Romo had been working hard to learn how to be a human. However, he still couldn't learn the human emotions and desires. He treated people gently because he didn't care about anyone. He didn't hate or feel joy because in his eyes, all living things were equal. Until one day, he met Yunxing as Xiao Wenxiu. At first, Jiromo was just curious because Yunxing was the first person that Jiromo couldn't see clearly with his Heaven's Mandate mirror. But Jiromo didn't know that his curiosity would one day evolve into a special emotion that he couldn't control. The second time Jiromo met Yunxing was in Yujing. At that time, he had witnessed her magical talent and astonishing medical skills. He tried to collect all kinds of information about Yunxing. Slowly, his interest in her became stronger and stronger. He sneaked into the little Xianxia. The first time, he disguised his identity just to observe Yunxing at a close distance. The more he observed, the more he couldn't extricate himself from Yunxing. Later, when he realized that something was wrong with him, it was already too late. He went against heaven's will, saved Yunxing, and used a part of his divine power to help Yunxing escape a life-and-death situation. All of this was just because he didn't want Yunxing to be hurt. If you have the heart, you're a human. If you don't have the heart, you're a divine tool. A divine tool was a divine tool. Even if he had been a human for many years, he still couldn't escape the fate of turning back into a divine tool. Jiromo probably already knew the result, but he still chose to sacrifice himself. Jiromo's feelings, she probably didn't even have the chance to repay him in this life. Everything is fate. Rumo, why are you so foolish? Elder Siming had lost his senior brother Jiromo and at the same time, his beloved disciple Jiromo. He was so sad that tears flowed down his old face. Bobo, now is not the time to be sad. Master, look at the entrance to the blood world. Bobo Sheep was restless. The entrance to the blood world was forcefully opened by Heiyao using his own power. Heiyao was driven away, but the entrance to the blood world didn't disappear. Instead, because of the fierce battle between Jiromo and the Black Qilin King, the crack in the sky above the Dutian blood world became bigger. Even though Heiyao and Ba Shi Pond were driven away, if they couldn't completely seal the entrance to the blood world, the Beast God Altar and the other beast clans of the 8 Desolate Tribe would still have a chance to invade again. Perhaps influenced by Jiromo, Gufeng seemed to have made up his mind and said loudly, Chong. Elder Siming, let us complete the last step and let the blood seal return to the boundless land. Let's chase those damned Bakra orcs out forever. At this moment, Gufeng's voice was resolute, and there was a hint of a manly spirit in it. Jiromo was a light magician. He used his life to drive Heiyao away. He, Gufeng, was also a light magician. He could also give his all to protect the boundless land. That's right. We can't let Rumo die in vain. Everyone, please lead the Dutian blood seal. Gufeng and I will use the power of light to reconstruct the Dutian blood seal. Elder Siming regained his rationality after being sad. The Heaven's Mandate mirror had fallen, but the crisis of the blood realm was still not over. At this time, sadness was no longer of any use. As one of the 8 barren divine artifacts, the Heaven's Mandate mirror still guarded the will of the 8 great elites at the last moment. At the last moment, it sacrificed itself to block Heiyao's attack. At this time, they couldn't let Jiromo's sacrifice go to waste. They had to complete the last step of the new Dutian blood seal. The basic drawing of the blood seal had been completed. The rest was up to Gufeng to merge the luminous sun ball and the magic formation into one. Yunxing, tell Ling Er that I will always be here to pray for her. Gufeng's eyes were unusually determined. Gufeng, what's going on? After experiencing Jiromo's sudden death, Yunxing was still a little sad. However, from Elder Siming's and Gufeng's tone, she could still hear something unusual. Could it be that drawing the new Dutian blood seal wasn't as simple as she and Ling Er thought? Don't you know that because of the lack of the 8 barren divine artifacts and the blood of the Bakra orcs, in order to reactivate the new Dutian blood seal, Gufeng must be the eye of the formation and use his light magic to form the new Dutian blood seal. Once the blood seal is formed, Gufeng must be sealed in the Dutian blood seal forever. Elder Siming looked at Yunxing and the others' reactions. It seemed that they didn't know what Gufeng was going to do next. Elder Siming was suspicious, but Gufeng lowered his head and didn't say a word. Yunxing and Qi were both stunned. With Gufeng as the eye of the formation, he was going to be sealed in the new Dutian blood seal forever. Didn't that mean that Gufeng had to stay here? He was like a candle, supporting the Dutian blood seal with his life. Why had Gufeng, this silly boy, never mentioned it before? How could he sacrifice himself, just when Yunxing and Qi were about to dissuade Qi Muguan, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from behind them. Dong Huangling and the Yuan family's siblings, who had gone to stop Qi Muguan and the others earlier, had also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the corpses of the dark Qilin warriors on the ground, but when they heard Elder Siming's words, they were even more shocked. No. Dong Huangling's face was filled with tears. Just now, when Dong Huangling rushed over and saw the terrifying battle chi fluctuation coming from the Dutian blood seal, she knew that the powerful He Yao must be at the Dutian blood seal. She was afraid that something would happen to Gufeng, so she ran all the way. At that time, Dong Huangling knew that in her heart, she had never been able to let go of Gufeng. Dong Huangling regretted. What high hopes of her mother, the heavy responsibility of being the queen of the Eastern Imperial dynasty. At that moment, none of them were as important as Gufeng's life and death. After all, she was not the Empress of the Eastern Imperial dynasty. She would rather be a little girl. When she arrived at the Dutian blood seal and saw Gufeng's familiar figure, Dong Huangling let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, she heard that Gufeng was going to sacrifice himself and use the light sphere to restart the Dutian blood seal. She only felt that her head was buzzing. She couldn't hear anything, she couldn't see anything. There was only one voice in her heart. No matter what, she must stop Gufeng. She couldn't live without Gufeng. Gufeng, did you forget that you promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, no matter what I become? Dong Huangling cried out. Hearing Dong Huangling's words, Gufeng's heart ached. When Dong Huangling was harmed by the soul snake and almost became an idiot, Gufeng had whispered those words to her countless times. He said that no matter if she became a princess or a commoner in the future, no matter if she grew old or ugly, he would never leave her and treat her the same. At that time, Dong Huangling didn't give Gufeng any response. It was just that he didn't expect that she would reply to Gufeng at this moment. She remembered. She actually remembered those words of his. Ling I'm very sorry. I promised that I would always take care of you. But this time, I'm afraid that there's no other way. Seeing Ling tear-filled face, Gufeng's heart ached. He wanted to go forward, hug Dong Huangling and comfort her. However, he didn't even have the courage to go forward. Gufeng resolutely turned around, no longer looking at Ling's sorrowful eyes. Gufeng was never a brave person. He was worried that if he were to go forward, he would be moved by Ling's tears and change his original intention. No. Ling pounced forward and hugged Gufeng from behind, ignoring everyone's gaze. She hugged his waist tightly, unwilling to let go. Compared to death, the pain of separation was more painful. Dong Huangling couldn't bear to be separated from Gufeng in the future. Miss Dong Huang, please reconsider. The relationship between you and Gufeng is very touching. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, whether it's the Boundless Continent or the Eastern Capital, the peace of the Boundless Continent for nearly 10,000 years will be destroyed. Countless people will be hurt under the iron hooves of the Bakra orcs, and the continent will never be peaceful again. Elder Siming sighed. In order to protect Yunsheng. In order to protect the Boundless Continent, Ji Rumo was willing to give up the divine power that he had gathered for thousands of years to form his physical body. Gufeng could only give up his personal feelings. Dong Huangling was also very clear that what Elder Siming said was right. However, her hands seemed to have lost control. No matter what, she refused to let go of Gufeng. She knew that once she let go, she would never have the chance to see Gufeng again. Feeling the girl's soft body and her hot tears wet his clothes, Gufeng bit his lips until he tasted blood. He choked with sobs in his throat. He resisted, not allowing himself to be shaken, and not letting Ling discover his sadness. Ling I am a coward. In this life, I will only be brave this time. I can't bear to leave you. However, for the safety of the continent, and also for you and the Donghuang dynasty, for Yunxing and the others, and for everyone, I have to do this. Gufeng struggled to break free from Ling hands, leaving her with an empty back. Sob, Dong Huangling couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Yunxing walked up to her and hugged her shoulders tightly. Dong Huangling cried as she looked at Gufeng and Elder Siming. Yunxing, he doesn't want me anymore. When her father died, Dong Huangling didn't cry. When her brother became a fool, Dong Huangling didn't cry. Even when she cut off her feelings for Gufeng, Dong Huangling also held back her tears. However, this time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. She cried like a helpless child. Ling, it's not that he doesn't want you anymore. He wants to protect you, to protect us. Yunxing's eyes were red. She also couldn't bear to part with Gufeng. However, Gufeng's decision was right. If she was Gufeng, she would also do the same. Gufeng had always been regarded as the weakest among them. However, this time, he was stronger than anyone else. Seeing that Dong Huangling was still crying, Yunxing could only harden her heart and secretly activate the power of the dark needle. A dark needle shot into Dong Huangling's sleeping acupoint. Dong Huangling felt her body go numb and sleepy. She leaned on Yunxing's body and fell asleep. Seeing this, Gufeng nodded at Yunxing gratefully. Yunxing had always been the one who understood him the most. Unexpectedly, Yunxing glared at Gufeng fiercely. Gufeng, you bastard. How dare you hide such an important thing from us? Remember, you must succeed and wait for us in the Dutian blood seal. I will definitely find a way to get you out. Yunxing secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely not let Gufeng be sealed in the blood seal. She would definitely think of a way. That's right, Gufeng. Not only is Ling waiting for you, we are also waiting for you. You must hold on until Yunxing and I find a way to save you, Qi said in unison. Seeing the sincere eyes of his friends and their determined voices, Gufeng's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He nodded solemnly. No matter when, he, Yunxing, Qi, and Ling would always be together. Gufeng and Elder Siming stood in the middle of the newly drawn heavenly blood seal. Gufeng, Rumo is right. You are the one who can see the most clearly among all of us. You are also very lucky to have a group of companions who are willing to go through life and death for you. Elder Siming looked at Gufeng with a new gaze. Just now, the words of Yunxing and Gufeng's group of companions had deeply touched Elder Siming. All along, the Temple of Dharma had been protecting Wuji and its people. However, when faced with real danger, they were not as resolute as a normal magician like Gufeng. This group of young magicians might not be able to compete with the powerful Bakra orcs with their current strength. However, they had unshakable faith and the most sincere friendship. One day, this group of people would grow and become the backbone of the boundless world. However, don't worry. Before Rumo died, he injected half of his mana into this magic array. This way, your consumption will be greatly reduced. After you use the light sun ball, I will put you into a state of suspended animation for a while. This way, you will consume less life mana. If there is a day, you will be able to replace you and become the eye of the array, perhaps there will be a day when you will meet again. Elder's words stunned Gufeng's words. But, Elder Siming, if you do that, won't you? If he did that, Elder Siming's mana would be greatly depleted. Just like Ji Rumo, Elder Siming had also used a large amount of mana to draw the magic array. If he helped Gufeng, his mana would be almost completely depleted. In that case, wouldn't he? The Emperor Zhao in red was dead, and so was Ji Rumo. Elder Siming was suddenly enlightened. All the grudges and hatred were no longer important. The most important thing now was to help Gufeng reactivate the Dutian blood seal. As long as he could do that, Elder Siming would not hesitate even if he had to sacrifice his cultivation. Before He Yao escaped, he tore open another crack in space. This crack undoubtedly caused the Dutian blood seal to be damaged even more. Only when Gufeng obtained more power could the Dutian blood seal be successfully reconstructed. Having lived to this age, this old man is already nearing the end of his life. I have no regrets even if I die. There is already a successor on the continent. Elder Siming looked at the young men and women outside the Dutian blood seal with relief. This battle was exceptionally cruel, but it also gave Elder Siming hope. Even if the Law Temple was no longer around, there would still be many outstanding magicians on the continent. Yunxing, Yi Baiming, the magician elite camp of the continent. He could go without worry. Gufeng still wanted to say something. However, Elder Siming shook his head and suddenly chanted. His law spirit appeared in his body. The power of his law spirit was like warm sunlight. Strands of mana flowed into Gufeng's body without reservation. Gufeng's law spirit, which was originally not very strong, was nourished by Elder Ximing's law spirit. It was like a sprout that was nourished by the spring rain, rapidly growing stronger and stronger. Peak Sky Magician, Saint-level law overlord, Gufeng's light law spirit was rapidly expanding. Witnessing this scene, apart from being shocked, the crowd could not help but feel deeply moved by Elder Ximing's actions. He was sacrificing his life in exchange for the future of the continent. If Gufeng's power increased, the new Dutian blood seal would be stronger, and the chances of stopping the invasion of the Bakra orcs would increase greatly. Just as Gufeng was absorbing Elder Ximing's mana, the air above the Dutian blood realm was churning. At that moment, at the entrance of the blood realm that was dozens of meters wide, about 100 miles away from the entrance of the blood realm, in the chaos zone, several groups of people were rushing toward the boundless continent. This time, there were two groups of people from different Bahuang tribes. Among them, there were handsome D clan warriors. Most of them were about 189 meters tall, wearing purple battle helmets and holding sharp spears. On the other side, there were Golden Rock warriors from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Each of them was like the wind, and their footsteps were neat. However, unlike the Black Chelan tribe who took the lead earlier, the pace of these troops was not hurried, especially the Golden Rock warriors of the 9 Phoenix tribe. One must know that the 9 Phoenix tribe had always been known as the tribe with the best movement techniques and the fastest speed among the 8 Wastelands beasts. However, this time, after the beast god Alter gave the order to invade the boundless continent, Green, as the young leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe, was lazy. From the time he gathered his troops to the time he sent them out, everything was done slowly. It did not look like he was going to war at all. Instead, he looked like he was going on a sightseeing tour. Green, according to your speed, by the time you reach the boundless land, I'm afraid that the Black Chelan tribe and the other tribes will have already seized the opportunity. Seeing his good friend like this, Purple could not bear to continue watching, and he glanced at his good friend with some resentment. After all, the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D clan were the superior beast tribes among the Bakra orcs. If the two of them did not get any military merits after sending out their troops, they would not be able to report back to their superiors. I heard that He Yao is going out personally. The result is the same even if we arrive early or late. The group of men from the Black Chelan tribe are typical battle maniacs. A man in a green robe stood beside Purple. If it wasn't for Purple directly calling out Green's name, it would be very hard for anyone to believe that the little Shodak Green of the 9 clan, who was still as beautiful as a young girl 3 years ago, would actually undergo such a huge change in just a few short years. New Year's Eve, remember to throw away your monthly ticket. Green no longer looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His figure was a little thinner than Z, the strong young patriarch of the D clan. However, both of them were about the same height, about 1.9 meters. One was a kind of Bakra orcs with the bloodline of the Phoenix. The men and women of Bakra orcs mostly had outstanding looks, but they also had the powerful strength of the Phoenix. As the young master of the 9 tribe, Green was very beautiful since birth. But compared to the youthful beauty of a few years ago, Green was becoming more and more beautiful after fusing with the 9 king's relic. His eyes were like stars, his lips were like cherry blossoms, his skin was as white as porcelain, and his figure was as elegant as a jade tree. But if anyone thought that Green's strength was as harmless as his appearance, they would be wrong. Because his eyes would inadvertently flash with a trace of sharpness. The effect of the 9 king's relic was gradually revealed on his body. Green, did you really slow down on purpose just to avoid He Yao's attack? Disbelief was written all over Zikuku's face. It was undeniable that the Black Chelan tribe was very strong, but the 9 tribe and the D clan were not soft persimmons. Would Green really be afraid of He Yao and his daughter? Perhaps not. Green pursed his lips, his eyes glimmered like a wrinkled lake in the spring breeze. Unconsciously, a face appeared in his mind. It was a face with various expressions, angry, emotionless, and cold. But no matter what kind of expression fell on that woman, it was exceptionally beautiful. Yunxing. This time, I will meet you again. Green's heart unconsciously became nervous. Z was right, he was not afraid of He Yao, although He Yao was strong, but with the beast god Alter, and with the D clan, even He Yao could not do anything to them. But, if he met Yunxing, what should he do? Once the Dutian blood seal was destroyed, the relationship between the human race and the Bakra orcs would be like fire and water. A war between the two races would break out at any moment. As the young clan leader of the Nine Phoenix tribe, he would definitely take the lead and kill the human race. However, if the person standing in front of him was Yunxing, what would he do? Green hesitated. Suddenly, there was a magical fluctuation in front of him. A figure staggered into their line of sight. It's Chimuguan. Eh? Why is he alone? I heard that the Ba Serpent tribe sent out several hundred elites this time, saying that they want to take first place. Her purple eyes were filled with curiosity. Seeing green and purple, Chimuguan's face inevitably turned a little ugly. He pretended not to see them and turned around to leave. He had only taken a few steps when a flash appeared in front of his eyes. Purple had already stopped him. Chimuguan's expression became even more awkward. He had been hoping to be the first to occupy the boundless continent, but he had ended up worse off. Not only had he failed to gain any benefits, but he had also been annihilated. Furthermore, his dermic soul had been damaged. This matter definitely could not be discovered by Purple and Green. Chimuguan is a member of the 8 Wastelands Beast clans. You're leaving without even saying goodbye. What is the meaning of this? Z didn't have a good impression of the Ba Serpent tribe. However, seeing them acting suspiciously, she couldn't help being a bit suspicious. Purple glanced at Chimuguan a few times. When her gaze landed on Chimuguan's eyes, it was as if there were needles on his back. It was as embarrassing as it could be. I found the entrance to the Blood Realm and was about to inform everyone. Coincidentally, I met you guys. Chimuguan was unlucky, but he did not want others to have it easy either. When he saw that Purple and Green were strong, a vicious plan suddenly appeared in his mind. Chimuguan thought to himself, I'll send you two to your deaths. When the time comes, you will end up like me. Let's see if you still dare to laugh at me. Oh, where's the entrance to the Blood Realm? Green raised his eyebrows and asked casually. It's not far ahead. Hurry up and go. If you are late and other beasts get there first, it will be too late for regrets. Chimuguan was secretly happy that Green and Purple had fallen for his trick. There's no time to lose. Let's go there right away. Zi gave the order, and the D clan's warriors rushed forward without stopping. Wait. Green pressed down on Chimuguan's shoulder and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Chimuguan screamed in pain. His right shoulder had been dislocated. Green, you lunatic, what are you doing? Chimuguan was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. He almost fainted. Chimuguan, what kind of person are you? Why are you so kind? Tell me, what happened in the Dutian Blood Realm? Green's handsome face came closer. In Chimuguan's eyes, he only felt that it was incomparably ferocious. I am telling the truth. Chimuguan would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Since you are not willing to tell the truth, don't blame me for being merciless. 9 Phoenix Inheritance, Soul Search. Green snorted coldly. In between his hands, a 5-colored soul energy was injected into Chimuguan's body. The 5-colored soul energy was different from normal magic power and Duki. It seeped into the skin and rushed toward Chimuguan's Dharma spirit in an instant. The 9 Phoenix clan, D clan, and Black Chilan clan were called superior beast clans. They did not have the tyrannical warrior physique of the Black Chilan clan, nor did they have the D clan's talent in healing. However, the 9 Phoenix clan had a talent that other beast clans could not compare to. That was the ability to cultivate soul energy. Green's first inheritance was Soul Search. It could forcefully search a person's real memory. However, if the control of Soul Search was not controlled properly, it could easily damage the Dharma spirit. If the Dharma spirit was damaged, it would affect the later cultivation. A few years ago, Green did not like to use Soul Search. However, ever since he returned from the Dutian Blood Realm, his temperament had changed. His attacks were also much more vicious. Purple saw this and was very happy. This made Green even more suitable to lead the 9 Phoenix clan and fight against the Black Chilan clan. Purple had long realized that although Green looked sloppy, in reality, Green was much more talented than him and He Linlin. It was just that this kid was too lazy and kept a low profile in the early years. Qi Muguan, this kid, had hit the nail on the head. In order to deceive Green and Purple, Qi Muguan pretended that he was fine. However, Green felt that his breathing was rapid. Furthermore, the magic waves around his body were much weaker than usual. After searching for a while, Green's face darkened. Qi Muguan, you actually dared to deceive us. Qi Muguan's memory was completely restored. He had been attacked by one of the 8 barren divine weapons, Donghuang Qing, and an unknown divine weapon. Furthermore, not long after Qi Muguan escaped from the Bloody Sky Metropolis world, he felt the power of another 8 barren divine implement. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the 8 barren divine implement had clashed directly with the Black Qilin clan. The power of that divine implement was much stronger than Donghuang Qing's. Not long after that divine weapon appeared, the aura of the Black Qilin warriors in the Blood Realm disappeared. Everyone, Happy New Year. I wish everyone a Happy New Year. What? The aura of the Black Qilin clan disappeared? How is that possible? The Black Qilin clan sent out 1,000 warriors, led by He Yao and He Linlin. Z couldn't believe it. Even the warriors of the D clan and the 9 Phoenix clan didn't believe it, let alone Z. The 1,000 elites of the Black Qilin clan weren't easy to deal with. He Yao alone was more powerful than tens of thousands of people. He Yao was known as the most powerful leader of the Bakra orcs in recent years. Even the leaders of the 9 Phoenix clan and the D clan might not be able to defeat him. The soul-searching can't be wrong. The humans have probably found other 8 barren artifacts. If I'm not wrong, the artifact that defeated He Yao is the legendary Heavenly Fate Mirror, which can reflect all magic and combat skills. Green had studied the 8 barren artifacts. Among the 8 barren artifacts, most of them were controlled by humans. Only the Heavenly Mandate Mirror was stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Rather than saying that He Yao was defeated by the Heavenly Mandate Mirror, it was more accurate to say that he was defeated by himself. In that case, doesn't the human clan have 2 8 barren divine artifacts? Purple was also frightened. No, the humans are cunning. I'm afraid they have more than 2 divine weapons. Green thought that the humans must have other 8 barren divine weapons. Qi Muguan, how dare you lie to us? Do you believe that I'll kill you? Ziqi's face was frosty. He almost fell for it. He lifted Qi Muguan up and was about to flare up. I'm the young leader of the Bash tribe. If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you go, Qi Muguan shouted. Z, let him go. Green gave Z a look. Z had no choice but to let go. Qi Muguan hurriedly crawled up and fled in a sorry state. Why didn't you let me kill him? Z hated people like Qi Muguan who backstabbed others. It's not time to kill him yet. I left a soul seed in his Dharma soul. Green's eyes were deep. Z's eyes narrowed. Green had planted a soul seed in Qi Muguan's Dharma soul in an instant just now. As Green's best friend since childhood, Purple was one of the few people who knew about Green's inheritance. Green's first inheritance was the soul search that he had used on Qi Muguan earlier. The second inheritance was the soul devouring. It was to absorb the opponent's magic soul for his own use. Green's third inheritance was obtained after he obtained the 9 Yuan King's Saraira. It was also Green's most powerful inheritance, the soul seed. The soul seed was a special kind of magic power. It could absorb the power of a person's mana soul without anyone noticing. Once the soul seed matured, the person who was planted with the soul seed would become a puppet, completely under Green's control. Speaking of which, Green's soul seed was similar to the Heart Distress Lantern, one of the 8 Barons' divine artifacts, and the corpse puppet technique of the Celestial Fox people. However, it was different from the Heart's Lantern corpse puppet technique. There was no way to get rid of the green soul seed. The only way to get rid of the soul seed was to detonate the soul seed. However, if that were to happen, the person who was implanted with the soul seed would definitely die. Qi Muguan had been struck by Green's soul seed. His future outcome would undoubtedly be 100 times more miserable than death. Why would Green use such a despicable method? He was really different from before. What exactly caused such a huge change in him? Z thought to herself. Green's eyes were also flickering. In fact, he did not tell Z all of Qi Muguan's memories truthfully. According to Qi Muguan's memories, The group of people who used the 8 Barons' divine artifacts in the Blood World were the people from the mainland's magic elite camp that they had encountered earlier. After Green returned to the 8 Barons continent, he had already investigated. Yunxing was from the mainland's magic elite camp. Moreover, she was one of the most outstanding students in the camp. Green sighed in his heart. There was an indescribable sense of melancholy. Green, what should we do next? If even He Yao did not gain any benefits, even if we go to the Dutian Blood World, we will only be asking for trouble. Z muttered. As they spoke, a beastly roar that sounded like a cheetah's roar came from the Chaos Zone. Hearing the roar, Green's eyes changed. He and Z looked at each other. It's the Beast God Altar's call signal. Green and Z recognized it. It was the Beast God Altar's call signal. This time, the Beast God Altar sent the 3rd and 5th priests. The call signal was sent by the 5th priest. Z did not like the 3rd priest. The 3rd priest was lustful. In his early years, he had robbed some outstanding young men and women from the D clan. As the young master of the 9 Phoenix tribe, Green did not want to wallow in the mire with those people. If that's the case, why don't we hide in the Dutian Blood World first and wait for an opportunity to act? Z and Green ignored the call signal and rushed towards the entrance of the Blood World that Chimuguan had mentioned earlier. They planned to enter the Blood World before the 3rd priest. The one who sent the call signal was indeed the 3rd priest of the Beast God Altar. The 3rd priest was in a part of the Chaos Zone where the magic barrier was relatively weak. He was waiting for the arrival of the other Bakra orcs. The 3rd priest was a middle-aged man about 30 or 40 years old. His face was ashen and he looked like he had overindulged. At this time, the 3rd priest's face was gloomy. After hearing the call signal, the first to arrive was the beaming tribe of the Bakra orcs. After that, the Blue Hell Wolf tribe and the Celestial Fox people arrived one after another. What's the matter with the other tribes? How dare they defy the Beast God Altar's order? When we return, I must report this to the 1st priest. The 3rd priest was originally going to travel with the 5th priest. However, the 5th priest was greedy and rushed into the Dutian Blood World first. Thus, the 3rd priest was left alone. Once she left, there was no news of her. The 3rd priest tried to contact her several times, but he could not reach her. The 3rd priest did not expect that the 5th priest had met with misfortune. After all, in the 3rd priest's opinion, the 5th priest's ability to control corpses was unmatched by the human race. He thought that the 5th priest had colluded with the Black Chelan tribe to steal the credit. Thus, the 3rd priest was anxious to enter the Blood World. However, when he forcefully broke through the seal of the Blood World, he discovered that the human race's magic barrier seemed to have changed. Originally, after the Dutian blood seal collapsed, the magic barrier between the 8 Desolates and the boundless continent was constantly weakening. In the end, the magic barrier would completely disappear. However, after searching for a while, the 3rd priest discovered that the magic barrier, which was originally weak, was constantly strengthening. This trend shocked the 3rd priest. There was only one possibility for the magic barrier to keep strengthening. That was, the human race had found a way to redraw the Dutian blood seal. Happy Year of the Goat! Happy New Year to everyone! May everything go well and be healthy. The humans are repairing the Dutian blood seal. We have to kill them before they repair it. Otherwise, once the blood seal is reconstructed, it will be difficult to invade again. The other clans have not arrived yet, so let's not wait for them. All of you, listen to my orders. Split up. I want to force my way through and stop the humans from reconstructing the heavenly blood seal. What the 3rd shaman meant was that he wanted the other tribes to cooperate with him. Although the other Bakra orcs warriors were unwilling, they could not disobey the 3rd shaman because he was from the Beast God Altar. Therefore, the 3rd shaman and the Bakra orcs led their respective forces and started to attack. At this time, Gufeng had obtained most of Elder Seeming's Dharma soul power and was on the verge of breaking through to transcendence. However, right at this moment, several powerful energy ripples appeared in the sky above the metropolis blood seal. Not good, there are at least 4 Bakra orcs forces trying to break into the blood world. Everyone outside the Dutian blood seal looked up at the sky. Everyone, stop the beasts for now. After 15 minutes, we can reconstruct the Dutian blood seal, Elder Siming shouted. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang, bang, in the sky, many black shadows rushed out. Those black shadows rushed towards the core area of the Dutian blood seal where Gufeng and Elder Siming were at. Obviously, the other party already knew that Gufeng and the others were the key to reconstructing the blood seal this time. At this moment, Senior Sister Lan and the others also rushed over with their people. The situation is urgent. Everyone, spread out immediately. We only need 15 more minutes. Yunsheng and the others had finished their discussion in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they split into 4 different forces and flew toward the forces of the 8 Wasteland Beast clans. Sister Lan led the continent's magic elite camp, Yun Songlong and Yuan Buku led the hunter corps, Yun Xing and Ling led a group of magical beasts, and Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin formed an army. On the Boundless Continent's side, 4 teams were swiftly formed, and they headed towards the 4 directions of the Dutian bloodstains. Tisk, ignorant humans, you actually dare to obstruct my Blue Abyss Wolf clan. The people who bumped into Sister Lan and the others were the Blue Abyss Wolves of the 8 Desolation tribe. The wolf warriors of the dark green wolf tribe howled at the sky wolf and turned into werewolf warriors. The snow domain is frozen. A trace of coldness flashed across Senior Sister Lan's face. Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. Earlier, she'd once suffered a loss at the hands of the young patriarch of the green nether wolves, Xianxia. This time, she wanted to take revenge. Ice blue water element surged out from Blue's body. In an instant, several wolf warriors of the blue nether wolf tribe were sealed in ice. Kill. The mages of the elite mage camp from the continent all displayed their abilities. They charged forward like fleas and killed the werewolves. Humans. I am Rita from the Behemoth tribe. If you have the guts, fight me. The leader of the Behemoth tribe this time was the ugly female giant Rita. She had successfully merged with a portion of the Behemoth King's Saraira. She charged forward and swung her arms like 2 sticks. In an instant, many of the hunters from the Heaven Extermination hunting troop were flung away. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a javelin. The person swept his right arm and swept away a few hunters who were about to land on the ground. He actually managed to defuse Rita's energy. Yun Songlong from the Zhou state is here to challenge you. Yun Songlong's figure was tall and sturdy. He could tell that Rita was very powerful. Normal hunters were definitely not her match. You are quite a man. You are qualified to fight me. Rita laughed loudly. The 2 of them jumped up at the same time. Like 2 ferocious tigers, their intense chi rubbed against the air, giving off a burning smell. On the other side, Yunsheng and Donghuang Linger also bumped into the people from the Celestial Fox tribe. This time, the Celestial Fox tribe also sent out a few hundred fox warriors. This person was one of the generals under the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianqiu. You are not the saint. Just when he was about to unleash his power, he suddenly saw Yunsheng who was leading the group. Needless to say, this person mistook Yunsheng for the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Listen, I don't want to fight with you. If you back off quickly, I can spare your lives. When Yunsheng saw the people from the Celestial Fox people, she thought of Husheng who died an unjust death. In fact, Yunsheng didn't have any grudges with the Celestial Fox people. She also had half of the bloodline of the Celestial Fox people. Who knew that not only did Yunsheng's words not receive the gratitude of the Celestial Fox people, but the Celestial Fox magician who was leading the group sneered. Warriors of the Celestial Fox people, listen to my orders. The chief has given the order. Husheng is not a woman and is colluding with humans. Everyone has the right to kill him. Whoever kills Husheng will be rewarded 10,000 gold coins. Ever since Husheng fell to the boundless world, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianqiu, saw her as a great humiliation. Therefore, he gave the order to kill both inside and outside the clan. When Yunsheng heard that, the last bit of pity in her heart disappeared. She sneered. If you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yunsheng's heart moved. She didn't even bother to use her magic. Behind her, the ground started to rumble. The expressions of the Celestial Fox warriors, who were previously proud, changed drastically. Countless black ants crawled out from the ground. In the sky, a large number of night charm warriors pounced over like dark clouds. 100-legged ant generals, night charm queen, capture their leader alive. As for the rest, kill them all. Yunxing raised her eyebrows coldly. In an instant, miserable cries sounded. Those celestial fox warriors fell down layer by layer under the attack of the astonishing number of ant soldiers and night charm warriors. Very quickly, that celestial fox magician who was still arrogant earlier was dragged in front of Yunxing. Looking at Yunxing's murderous face, that celestial fox magician suddenly realized that this female magician who looked almost identical to the celestial fox people's saintess Huxing was not their saintess. The fox clan was cunning. He quickly bent his knees and kowtowed to Yunxing. Honorable female magician, I was blind. I beg you to let me go. Let me ask you, why did you want to kill Huxing? Yunxing grabbed the celestial fox magician. I'll tell you everything. There were rumors that the saintess Huxing was sold to the auction house of the human race and became a promiscuous female slave. The clan leader was furious and imprisoned the saintess's mother. He ordered that if anyone saw the saintess, they were to kill her. The celestial fox magician was frightened by Yunxing and spilled everything. Who was the one who spread the news? Did anyone verify it? When Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger heard that, they both felt that Huxing had surrendered. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, the saintess's reputation has been damaged. Even if she were to return to the celestial fox tribe, only death awaits her. That celestial fox magician who was sandwiched between the two women had a terrified look on his face. Yunxing's eyes turned cold bit by bit. Her lips curled up into a smile. When that celestial fox magus saw Yunxing smile, he only felt a chill in his heart. Bang! An extremely violent magic power shot down from the sky and hit the head of that celestial fox magus. The magus didn't even have the chance to scream before he was struck by the dark heavenly thorn and turned into a pile of charcoal. Poor Huxing. Before she died, her only wish was for Yunxing to bring her ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. However, her people had never planned to welcome her back. Yunxing, Huxing's ashes? Dong Huanglinger's face was filled with sadness. She felt that Huxing's death wasn't worth it. Like Yunxing, Dong Huanglinger also vaguely guessed that Huxing didn't want to be a burden to others. Another reason was that she hoped that Yunxing could go to the Eight Wastelands continent on her behalf and save the declining celestial fox tribe. However, the celestial fox people's actions had already made Yunxing completely disappointed in them. I will bring Huxing's ashes back and save her mother. As for the celestial fox tribe, it has nothing to do with me whether they are strong or weak. Yunxing looked around and realized that the situation of the battle was better than she had expected. Sister Lan, second uncle, and the others had basically controlled the other party. However, the third priest's expression didn't look too good. Damn it. These humans do have some skills. They actually blocked all the attacks from the surroundings. The third priest roared. His eyes were filled with anger. However, when he saw that the ones who were blocking him were only two humans, the third priest felt a sense of hope. The ones in charge of protecting Gufeng and Chang Ximing were the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming and Tycoon Jin. Seeing that the other party was just a beast and a human, the third priest and the people of the beast god altar behind him all revealed victorious smiles. I advise the two of you to quickly retreat. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The third priest gave an order, and behind him, nearly 100 beast god altar martial artists pulled off their robes in unison. The third priest was a martial artist. His subordinates were all martial artists. These people were like soldiers who had undergone strict training. Their muscles were strong, as if they were carved from marble. These martial artists of the beast god altar had all been baptized by the holy water of the beast god altar. Their bodies were much tougher than humans. Their bodies could penetrate the toughest shields, and their iron fists could directly penetrate the toughest armor. However, the third priest's words did not receive the response he deserved. The eyes of the person on the left under his robe suddenly brightened. His figure took a ghostly step forward, and with two booms, he threw out two heavy punches. The wind from the fists was like a flood. The third priest and the martial artists of the beast god altar only felt the air around them tremble. The fierce fists were like spring thunder, sweeping over like raindrops. The astonishing power of the fists actually landed on the martial artist of the beast god altar at the front. Pung, that martial artist's body flew backwards, rolling on the ground. His sternum shattered, and his heart was directly shattered. With just one punch, the martial artists of the beast god altar were completely unable to resist. Ignorant fool. Kill him. The third priest's expression changed slightly. The martial artists of the beast god altar did not care about their numbers. They swarmed forward, trying to use numbers to suppress the human. However, the most terrifying thing was yet to come. After that person was surrounded, not only did he not show any signs of defeat, on the contrary, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the attacks of the martial artists of the beast god altar. Punching left and right, he consecutively sent several martial artists flying. That momentum was unstoppable. What the hell was that thing? The third priest rushed forward, wanting to kill Tyrant Jean. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed, blocking the third priest's path. The third priest did not see who it was. He only saw his palm reach out, grabbing at the person blocking his path. But at this moment, a ball of flame exploded in front of him. The opponent's mouth spat out many magic attacks. Magician. The third priest's expression changed, and he floated back a few steps. Just as he dodged several magic attacks, he suddenly heard a biting cold claw wind, weaving into a sky full of claw shadows, like a heavenly net, enveloping the third priest. What kind of magic beast was this? It knew magic, and it also knew battle techniques. The sudden change in battle techniques, in addition to the magic attacks from before, caused the third priest to panic. For a moment, he also lost his mind. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, one could hear a figure shooting out from within the prime heaven blood seal like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yunxing. Quickly, look, it's Gufeng. Donghuang Ling was extremely excited as she raised her head. It turned out that 15 minutes had already passed. In the sky, the person standing there was none other than Gufeng. On Gufeng's body, his magic soul emitted a boundless golden light. Gufeng had broken through to become a magic god. Gufeng seemed to have grown several years older in an instant. On his originally round face, there was an additional layer of holy light. On his back, a pair of magic wings flapped, and he was already hovering in midair, just like a rising sun. For close to 10,000 years, the Dutian blood realm had been shrouded in evil aura, and had never seen light. At this moment, light magic penetrated through the evil aura, illuminating every corner. Ancient magic incantations flowed out from the mouth of the ancient mountain like flowing water. At this moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked at the sky together. But at this moment, Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly saw two figures flying towards the sky. When Green and Purple, who had been watching in the dark, saw Gufeng flying into the sky, they also flew into the sky at the same time. They already knew that Gufeng was the key to this Dutian blood seal. Almost at the same time, Yunxing and Donghuang Ling also flew into the sky without hesitation. Yunxing, it's you. When Green saw Yunxing, he was absent-minded for a moment. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yunxing had become even more attractive to him. Her temperament was as cold as ice, yet as beautiful as fire. In the cold wind, Yunxing's long hair danced in the wind. In Green's eyes, there was only her. Green recognized Yunxing, but Yunxing did not immediately recognize Green. You know me? Whether you know me or not, get out of here. Yunxing was not polite at all. Her figure flashed, and a 1,000-year-old ice zither appeared in her hand. Green hesitated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He stopped Purple. Purple wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, the magic power emitted by the ball of light quickly spread out. A ball of light as bright as the rising sun rose from Gufeng's body and spread towards the direction of the Dutian blood seal. The range of the ball of light was constantly expanding. It's a success. Yunxing and Donghuang Ling were nervous and excited. The powerful light magic power emitted by the ball of light made the Bakra orcs feel as if they had seen the light in the darkness. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled like the ebbing tide. Tisk, it's a failure. Let's go. Violet tugged at green, ignoring the fact that he was still staring at Yunxing. She tossed out a magic scroll and disappeared into the horizon. The light magic power of the ball of light continued to expand. It was as if light had returned to the continent. On the horizon of the Dutian blood realm, a semicircular ball of light slowly spread out. To the invading Bakra orcs, the new blood seal that contained the purest light magic was like a scourge. The third priest and the others saw that they couldn't stop it and didn't dare to stay any longer. They could only immediately leave the blood realm. In the blood realm, the evil chi that had been fleeing in all directions was shrouded. Those blood cloud beasts that had been restless for the past few days because of the evil aura also calmed down. Look! The entrance to the blood realm has also disappeared. Sister Lan and the others looked at the sky. The entrance to bloody sky metropolis Jia that had been forcefully torn apart by He Yao was like snow meeting the sun of March, quickly shrinking until it completely disappeared. In the sky above the Dutian realm of blood, the evil aura gradually disappeared. The boundary between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent stabilized once again. Goofing. After Donghuang Linger rejoiced, she suddenly realized that once the new Dutian blood imprint was formed, it meant that from today onwards, she and Goofing would be separated forever. Donghuang Linger struggled free from Yunxing's grasp. She wanted to rush into the new Dutian blood seal. However, the moment she came into contact with the wall of the Dutian blood seal, she was immediately bounced back. The new Dutian blood seal, which had fused with the power of Goofing's luminous sun sphere, was indestructible. Linger didn't give up. She charged at the Dutian blood seal again and again, but she was bounced back. She looked at Goofing with a smile on his face. His body was glowing brightly. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Goofing, let me in too. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you to guard the Dutian blood seal. Linger, promise me that you won't be sad anymore." Goofing looked at Donghuang Linger tenderly. She was the first woman he liked in his life, and the only woman he had ever liked. "I've only become the eye of the formation. Remember, I will always be here to protect you. You must become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." His body eventually turned into a ray of light and was branded into the Dutian blood seal, becoming the eye of the formation that maintained the new Dutian blood seal. Donghuang Linger knelt in front of the Dutian blood print and looked at the place where Goofing had disappeared. "Linger, don't be sad. Goofing hasn't disappeared. We will definitely find a way to bring Goofing back to your side," Yunxing comforted her softly. Yunxing could sense that Goofing was not dead. He was like the guardian of the Dutian blood realm. He was just using his own methods to protect the continent, protect them, and protect Linger. "I won't be sad. I promised him that I will become the most outstanding empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty." Donghuang Linger stopped crying. She slowly stood up. The tears on her beautiful face had yet to dry, but Donghuang Linger's gaze was different. To Donghuang Linger, being separated from Goofing was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the long years that followed, she kept her promise to Goofing and brought the originally weak Eastern Imperial Dynasty back to prosperity. Donghuang Linger also became the greatest empress in the history of the Eastern Imperial Dynasty. These were all stories for later. After the blood seal was formed and it was confirmed that there were no more Bakra orcs in the blood realm, Yunxing, Linger, Elder Si Ming, Sister Lan, and the others also returned to the Dutian relay station. In order to commemorate the sacrifices made by Goofing and Ji Rumo in the reconstruction of the Dutian blood seal, Elder Si Ming and the people of the Dutian relay station erected a magician's sacred monument at the entrance of the Dutian blood realm. On it, the names of Ji Rumo and Goofing were engraved. Yunxing, Linger, don't be sad. Although the new Dutian blood seal has been formed, the effects of the blood seal's collapse are still very bad. The Great Elder and Elder Si Ming have discussed it. The Magician's Temple will work with the continent's magicians' elite camp. After Sister Lan comforted Yunxing and Donghuang Linger, she also brought some new decisions made by the continent's magicians' elite camp. The Emperor Zhao in red had fallen, and the Zhao state had fallen into a state without a ruler. Elder Si Ming decided to return to Punlai and disband the Zhao state. As for Sister Lan, she would lead the continent's magicians' elite camp to work with the Hunters Guild to clean up the blood cloud beasts that escaped from the Blood Realm and the civilians that were injured by the Blood Qi. Dong Huangling decided to return to the eastern capital alone. Yunxing, you don't have to worry about me. Just as you said, Gufeng is still by my side. I will come to the Blood Realm to visit him from time to time. I heard that after He Yao escaped, Du Guxiu also disappeared. With that, the power that suppressed the Donghuang dynasty in the past has also completely disappeared. This is a great opportunity for me to reorganize the dynasty. Dong Huangling and Yunxing reluctantly bid farewell. Although Yunxing also wanted to accompany Dong Huangling back to the eastern capital, Dong Huangling rejected her. Dong Huangling knew that Yunxing had many more important things to do. After Ji Rumo's death, the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key was still a mystery. Yunxing still needed to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and find a way to save her mother. This was also the most urgent thing for Yunxing to do right now. The Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also needed to find a way to restore his human body as soon as possible. Hu Xing's ashes also needed to be sent back to the Eight Desolates continent as soon as possible. Yunxing also had too many responsibilities. Be careful. If there are any problems, immediately contact me through the Hunters Guild. Yunxing looked at Ling Er's haggard face and sighed. She, Gufeng, Ling Er, and abandoned thought that they would be together forever. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the four of them would be separated from each other. She didn't know when they would meet again. Yunxing, before I leave, I have something to tell you. Cherish the people in front of you. Don't be like me, only regretting it when I lose them. Dong Huangling looked behind Yunxing. Not far away, the Golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, was following behind Yunxing. When Dong Huangling found out that dollar was Yi Baiming, she was extremely shocked. However, when she saw Yi Baiming giving up the chance to restore his human body and staying behind to look after Yunxing, Dong Huangling was moved by his infatuation. Yi Baiming wasn't Gufeng. Dong Huangling believed that Yunxing and Yi Baiming wouldn't follow in the footsteps of her and Gufeng. She hoped that her good friend would become the happiest woman in the world. With a smile on her face, Dong Huangling boarded the flying demonic beast that was heading towards the eastern capital. The flying demonic beast disappeared into the horizon. Only when Yunxing couldn't see Dong Huangling anymore, did she turn around. Behind her, Dollar was lying on the ground. His golden eyes were staring at Yunxing without blinking. Yunxing walked forward. Dollar stood up unhurriedly and wagged his tail at Yunxing in a fawning manner. Yunxing saw his conflicted look of wanting to go forward, but was afraid that Yunxing would explode. Yunxing saw this and was both angry and amused. She could not help but laugh out loud. She walked forward and sat on Dollar's back. Night Fox, let's go and find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. When Yunxing said this, her eyes were filled with gentleness. She wrapped her arms around Dollar's head and pressed her face against Dollar's scales. Through the delicate scales, Yunxing could hear the strong heartbeat in the Qilin's chest. Thinking back, Yi Baiming didn't hesitate to give up the opportunity to regain his human form and stay. Yunxing felt that she was very happy. Yunxing's sudden kindness made Yi Baiming feel as if he was struck by lightning. The unique fragrance of Yunxing's body hit him in the face. Dollar only felt that his bones were going soft. She's not angry anymore, Dollar was flattered. He thought that after his identity was exposed this time, he would be ignored by Yunxing for a while. Unexpectedly, she wasn't angry. Dollar's bones became lighter and he didn't hear it clearly at all. He only knew that the little wild cat wasn't angry with him. As long as she wasn't angry, he would go wherever the little wild cat wanted him to go. Yunxing originally planned to punish Yi Baiming, but after experiencing Gufeng and Ling Yunxing was also deeply touched. There were indeed many difficulties between her and Yi Baiming, but no difficulties were difficult compared to the difference between Gufeng and Dong Huangling. Even if Yi Baiming became a demonic beast, at least he was always by her side to protect her. Just this point alone was enough. Therefore, Yunxing planned to let bygones be bygones for Yi Baiming's earlier concealment. Yunxing didn't tell Yi Baiming that in her heart, she already had an idea. After dealing with the matter of her mother, Hu Jiuxing, she planned to make a trip to the Bahuang continent. In addition to sending Hu Xing's ashes back and saving Hu Xing's mother, she also wanted to find the Qilin King Saraira. This way, Yi Baiming would be able to regain his true form. However, Yunxing didn't intend to tell Yi Baiming about this for the time being. If he found out, he would definitely not agree. And right now, he had to deal with the matter of his mother, Hu Jiuxing. Before Yunxing and Dollar left the Dutian blood world, they returned to the Dutian station. Yuan Bupa and his sister were still there. Yunxing had already heard from Dong Huangling that if it wasn't for Yuan Bupo, she probably wouldn't have been able to stop Qi Muguan. However, what made Yunxing even more curious was the power of the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. What would it be like to be able to summon a divine weapon from the divine world? Yunxing, I'm very sorry. I can't teach you the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Yuan Bupo was in a difficult position when he heard Yunxing's question. In Yuan Bupo's heart, he really wanted to teach Yunxing the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. However, after he entered the Dihong ancient tomb, he swore that he would only teach the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song to the fated person. If Yuan Bupo were to reveal it, the Dihong city's bloodline would face divine punishment. Since it concerned the people of Dihong City, Yuan Bupo didn't dare to reveal the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Although Yunxing was a little disappointed, she didn't force it. Yuan Bupo's father, Yuan Buku, had once said that as long as she agreed to marry Yuan Bupo, she would be allowed to enter the Dihong ancient tomb. However, Yunxing rejected him. Yunxing already had Yi Baiming in her heart. Hence, even if she knew that the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song contained a terrifying power, Yunxing could only give up. Yunxing, don't be sad. After I go back, I will beg my father again. As long as he agrees, you can enter the Dihong ancient tomb. I believe that with your power of understanding, you will understand the Dihong Song better than me, Yuan Bupo told Yunxing. When she went to send Dong Huangling off, Elder Siming had already left. However, before Elder Siming left, she asked Yuan Bupo to tell Yunxing to go to Penglai. Knowing that Elder Siming wanted to invite her to Penglai, Yunxing wasn't surprised. Even if Elder Siming didn't ask, Yunxing planned to go to Penglai. When Ji Romo died, he didn't have the Nether Ghost Key with him. She believed that he must have left the Nether Ghost Key in Penglai. After Yunxing said goodbye to Yuan Bupo and his sister, she then went to Penglai with Dollar and Popo. Not long after Yunxing, Dollar, and the others left the Dutian blood world, the blood world seemed to have calmed down. In the chaotic area between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, the third priest and a group of Bakra orcs returned in defeat. The third priest was furious as he stopped Green. Green, what happened? Why didn't you control that magician in the end? The third shaman and the people from the other major tribes had suffered many losses in this invasion. Almost all of the people from the Celestial Fox tribe were killed. Half of the people from the Green Nether Wolf tribe and the Behemoth tribe were also killed. Only the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe were unharmed. The third priest was also injured by the strange demonic beast. This made the third priest, who was always concerned about his reputation, very angry. He attributed all of this to the fact that the 9 Phoenix tribe and the D tribe came too late. Moreover, the third priest saw clearly that at the last moment, when the blood seal was reconstructed, Green suddenly appeared. At that time, he clearly had the chance to capture the human magician who was reconstructing the Dutian blood seal. However, at the last moment, Green didn't make a move when facing the human magician. It was also because of Green's hesitation that the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed. Now, it was very difficult to break the Dutian blood seal's boundary and invade it on a large scale. The invasion failed and the 5th priest was confirmed dead. The 3rd priest was inevitably angry. He knew that after returning to the Beast God altar this time, his position in the Beast God altar would plummet. 3rd priest, what right do you have to interrogate me? Don't forget that the 9 Phoenix tribe isn't a lower beast tribe that you can casually summon. Moreover, the reason why we failed this time was because you and the 5th priest couldn't gather the Qilin tribe and the Bash tribe. Green's face was as cold as ice. Although the Beast God altar was the highest existence in the 8 Desolates continent, to the other higher beast tribes, only the first priest of the Beast God altar was a real threat. After receiving the 9 Phoenix King Sarira's inheritance, Green didn't put the 3rd priest in his eyes. His current mood was very bad. His reunion with Yunxing had just begun and it was already over. No one's feelings were more complicated than Green's. He did have the ability to control goofing at the last moment, but if he really did that, he would definitely fall out with Yunxing. But after the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed, Green regretted it even more. In the future, he would have fewer chances to see Yunxing. With such conflicting emotions, Green was even more disinclined to pay attention to the third priest and the others. Without another word, he led the 9 Luan tribe away with a cold expression on his face. Third priest, farewell. Purple followed closely behind and left with the people of the D clan. Seeing that Green and Purple were ignoring the third priest, the remaining members of the other beast tribes also found excuses and left. 9 Phoenix tribe. D tribe. Good, very good. You dare to disobey me again and again. If I can obtain the power of faith of the beast god, you won't dare to go against me. The third priest was furious. However, the third priest could only watch as Green and Purple left. He glared in the direction of the Dutian blood realm. Under the effect of the new Dutian blood seal, the Dutian blood realm's boundary had regained its stability. The blood realm, which was originally blood red, was now shrouded in the power of light that was as warm as the sun. The third priest knew that even if the high priest came personally, he might not be able to break the new boundary of the blood realm. However, the third priest did not give up. Humans, don't think that you have one. Haha, just you wait. When the high priest obtains the power of the beast god, you will all fall into hell. The third priest's face revealed a sinister smile. His figure flashed and disappeared into the boundless chaos zone. The matter of the blood realm had come to an end because of the sacrifice of Gufeng and Ji Rumo. After parting with the Yuan siblings, Yunxing immediately rushed to Punlai. Yunxing had 2 purposes for going to Punlai. One was to return the broken heavenly fate mirror to Chang Ximing. The other was to ask Chang Ximing about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. After arriving at Punlai, Yunxing first went to the bottom of Punlai and found out about the Master of Molten Flame. The Master of Molten Flame told Yunxing that after the death of the first summoner of the Dharma Temple, the volcano seal had temporarily stabilized. In the next few years, he could ensure that there would not be any problems with the volcano seal. Lord Flame, I will leave Punlai under your protection for now. Ji Rumo's death is more or less related to me. I owe Punlai. In the future, if you discover any movements from the Bakra orcs, inform me immediately. Although the first summoner had already been eliminated, Yunxing still felt that whether it was the 8 Desolates tribe or the beast god altar, they would definitely not give up on invading the boundless world so easily. Yunxing gave a few instructions to the Master of Molten Flame before heading to Punlai Island. At the port of Punlai Island, Yunxing accidentally met Chang Wei, a Warcraft businessman she met on the way to Punlai. Chang Wei is taking his family with him. He rents a ship and prepares to move away from Punlai. Since Yunxing subdued Anemone Abyssalis, the waters of Punlai have become much more stable. It also became more convenient for fishermen and merchant ships to go out to sea. Isn't this Lord Prince Regent? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. In order to avoid being noticed, Yunxing had already returned to her male disguise before arriving at Punlai. When Chang Wei saw Yunxing, he hurriedly walked forward and flattered her. The Emperor Zhao in red and Ji Rumo of Punlai of Gojoseon's death had a huge impact on Punlai. The Zhao state had already been disbanded. Many citizens of Punlai had also moved away from Punlai to other places. The originally bustling Punlai suddenly looked a lot more desolate. The purpose of Chang Wei looking for Yunxing was to ask for a recommendation letter to move to Yujing of Zhou State. Uncle Chang, why do you want to move to Zhou State? As far as I know, the closest place to Punlai is later Qin. Writing a recommendation letter was a piece of cake for Yunxing. However, Yunxing did not understand why Chang Wei wanted to move to Zhou State. Hehe, Prince Regent, you don't know. After the Dutian bloodprint incident, the Dugu Emperor of later Qin also disappeared. It is rumored that he colluded with the Black Kirin clan of the Bakra orcs. Later Qin is also in turmoil now. As for the other countries, Immortal Residence is the Kingdom of Elves, Prince Tang Yuan is incompetent, and Zhou State is more reliable. Not only me, but now most of the rich people in Punlai and some summoners want to go to Zhou State. Chang Wei also told Yunxing that a recommendation letter from Zhou State had now risen to as much as 10,000 purple coins in the market, and there was no supply. When Yunxing heard this, she and Dollar looked at each other. The decline of Punlai and later Qin was a great opportunity for Zhou State. It was better to take this opportunity to win over the talents of Punlai and later Qin, which was also a great help for Zhou State. Uncle Chang, don't worry. This is my warrant. You can gather some merchants and summoners from Punlai and go to Zhou State together. Someone will write a recommendation letter for you. Yunxing took this opportunity to bring a large number of merchants and summoners from Punlai to Zhou State. This also laid a solid foundation for Zhou State to become the strongest country on the boundless continent with the East Imperial dynasty for the next few hundred years. After arranging Chang Wei's matter, Yunxing also found out that Elder Siming's people were in Zhao State. Elder Siming also publicly announced that he was the Emperor Zhao in Reds Jr. After the Zhao State was disbanded, Elder Siming had already taken some people into the temple to avoid unrest. After the death of the Emperor Zhao in Red, Elder Siming lost his beloved disciple. Their deaths were more or less related to Yunxing, so when Yunxing met Elder Siming, she was a little nervous. She was afraid that he would vent his anger on her. When Elder Siming saw Yunxing, his face was very calm. Elder Siming had already passed down most of his magic power to Gufeng. He now looked like an old man. He handed over most of the temple's affairs to Ji Ramos Jr., Ru Yi. He would spend the rest of his life in Punlai. I was born in Punlai and I will die in Punlai. This is my destiny. Elder Siming's voice was calm. This wise old man had predicted the life and death of countless people in his life. When faced with his own life and death, he was very calm. I'm sure you already know why I asked you to come to Punlai. You have been looking for the Netherworld Ghost Key. Elder Siming took out a box and handed it to Yunxing. Yunxing opened the box. Inside the box was a black ancient key. There was also a letter on the key. The ink on the letter had already dried. This letter was written by Ji Rumo when he left Punlai. Rumo, that foolish child. He probably knew that he would not be able to escape this time. He had already arranged everything. Jing Xian Ling Long, that child has always been a transparent person. Only in terms of emotions, he was muddled once. It was also this time that caused him to end up like this. Elder Siming's face was filled with regret. Ji Rumo was Elder Siming's proudest disciple. He had taught him everything he knew. But he did not expect that Ji Rumo would end up with his mirror destroyed. Elder Siming sighed. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Since the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been destroyed, there is no use in keeping it with me. I will give it to you. I believe that Rumo will agree with me. Elder Siming waved his hand and asked Yunxing to leave. Although Chang Siming knew that everything that happened these days was predestined, he still couldn't get along with Yunxing and Dollar peacefully after knowing that they were both descendants of Ba Huang. Thank you, Chang Siming. Yunxing also saw through Chang Siming's thoughts. After saying goodbye, she left the Zhao State. After leaving the Zhao State, Yunxing couldn't wait to open Ji Rumo's letter. Beside her, the golden Kailan Yi Baiming glanced at the letter and held back the jealousy in his heart. He proudly tucked his tail between his legs and lay on the side. It was undeniable that Yi Baiming still cared about Ji Rumo a little bit. But unlike Du Guxiu, even though they were both rivals in love, Yi Baiming didn't hate Ji Rumo or Xiao Wenxiu. Ji Rumo was a man that even the same sex couldn't hate. And Yi Baiming also knew that Ji Rumo would always stay in Yunxing's heart. Anyway, a crush was a crush. His woman was beautiful and capable. It was normal for someone to have a crush on her. Besides, Ji Rumo was a one-sided man. Mirror. Son, or a one-sided man. Son. Of. Mirror. Son, he, Yi Baiming, was the regent of the great Zhou dynasty. Why would he be jealous of a broken mirror? While Yi Baiming was struggling on the side, Yunxing had already finished reading Ji Rumo's letter. Ji Rumo's letter was left behind when he left Punlai. It was as if he already knew the fate he was about to face. Therefore, in this letter, it was an absolute letter from him. The paper was very ordinary papyrus. On the letter, lines of elegant handwriting flowed like flowing water. Between the lines, it was also Ji Rumo's usual tone. Yunxing seemed to see the humble and polite man who always had a smile on his face standing in front of her. He spoke tirelessly. To Yunxing. Yunxing, when you read this letter, I believe you already know my true identity. I'm the heavenly fate mirror. I'm sorry I haven't been able to tell you the truth. As one of the 8 desolation divine artifacts, my fate was sealed the moment I was created to protect the boundless world. Don't feel guilty about my death. Compared to living without any feelings, I'd rather die in a special way. At least that way, I can live in your heart forever. After I die, I only have one request. I hope you can keep me by your side. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to repair the heavenly mandate mirror. Perhaps then, we'll meet again. Before I die, I'll leave a light soul power in your body. That's a type of soul power left behind in my body. I'm sorry, but I've secretly checked your Dharma soul before. You have 5 Dharma souls, but you're missing a light Dharma soul. If you cultivate this soul power properly, it can purify your Dharma soul and breed a new light Dharma soul. In the soul power, there's still some of my experience on light magic and fusion magic. Perhaps it'll be of help to your magic cultivation. I'll also leave the Netherworld Ghost Key to you. It's the only way to help your mother recover her memories. Your mother, Hu Jiuxing, lost her memories because the Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Feng, used the heart distress lamp to extract a strand of her soul. This strand of her soul has always been kept in the heart distress lamp. If you want her to recover her memories, you have to find the heart distress lamp. From what I know, the heart distress lamp has always been in the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King. The Emperor Zhao in red and the Netherworld Ghost King have some sort of relationship. It's very likely that the two of them made an agreement to extract a strand of your mother's soul. The Netherworld Ghost Key is an item from the Netherworld. Normal people can't use it easily. Otherwise, if it's not used properly, it'll contaminate a person's Dharma soul, causing them to fall into the path of darkness and become a dark magician. The pink demonic beast beside you should have some sort of divine power hidden in its body. If you insist on finding your mother's whereabouts, give it the Netherworld Ghost Key. I believe it'll be immune to the Netherworld Ghost Key's influence. However, promise me that you won't look for the Netherworld Ghost King before you're strong enough. The Netherworld Ghost King's strength is very strong. He's already a godlike existence. His true strength is even stronger than the 8 desolate artifacts combined. Finally, I hope you and the North Underworld King can grow old together. Rumo, farewell. After reading the letter, Yunxing closed it and didn't speak for a long time. Yunxing looked at the box again and saw the Netherworld Ghost Key that she had obtained with great difficulty. The Netherworld Ghost Key was ice-cold in her hand. It looked very ordinary. It didn't have any magical power or anything strange about it. It seemed like Ji Rumo was right. This key could only be used if it was given to baby sheep. She then took out the Broken Heavens Mandate mirror from the beast language ring. The cracks on the mirror blurred the figure in the mirror. In the end, she still owed Ji Rumo. This man, even at the moment of his death, was still thinking for her. He left behind the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the most important thing to Yunxing, and the method to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, this method was very difficult to implement. After letting out a faint sigh, Yunxing didn't forget Ji Rumo's last words in the letter. Right, light soul power. Yunxing then remembered that before Ji Rumo reflected He Yao's third inheritance, he had injected a strand of magical power into her forehead. At that time, Yunxing didn't pay too much attention to it. She only knew that the strand of magical power had quickly melted into her body. Yunxing touched her forehead and realized that the spot where Ji Rumo had injected his light soul power was right on top of her karmic firebrand. She hurriedly checked her Dharma soul and discovered that a crack had appeared on her 5-elemental Dharma soul at some point in time. That crack seemed to show signs of expanding. It contained the light soul power that Ji Rumo had mentioned. The strand of light power that Ji Rumo had injected into Yunxing's mind at the last moment was the last of his light power. It was also the essence of his life's magical power. It even contained a few unique spells that Ji Rumo had mastered. Soul power. This term was still very unfamiliar to Yunxing. However, it wasn't a mystery to Ji Rumo, who came from the Temple of Sorcerers. Extracting soul power was a special spell of the Temple of Sorcerers. It wasn't something that every sorcerer could do. Only a small number of sorcerers from the Temple of Sorcerers who had broken through to the realm of sorcerers could successfully cultivate a part of their Dharma soul into soul power. This type of soul power was considered the essence of a sorcerer's cultivation. It was very similar to the Beast King's Saraira that the 8 leaders of the Bakra orcs had left behind in the Beast King's tomb of the 8 wilderness. Soul power was initially only used for passing down the legacy. It was like every sorcerer from the Temple of Sorcerers would leave their last strand of soul power to the next sorcerer before they died. Those who obtained soul power could not only increase their cultivation, but also obtain some special spells and memories of the previous sorcerer. In the Dharma Temple, Ji-Rumo was not the only one who could cultivate soul power. At the same time, as a Dharma god, Elder Si-Ming had also cultivated soul power before. When he was in the Dutian blood print, Elder Si-Ming decided to transfer his soul power to Gufeng in the form of soul power in order to increase the chances of Gufeng forming a new blood print. However, Elder Si-Ming only passed on his soul power to Gufeng. He kept his memories of magic and did not pass on any other form of magic to Gufeng. The reason why Elder Si-Ming did this, other than being selfish, was because he considered that Gufeng was not a member of the Dharma Temple. Although Gufeng was temporarily sealed in the blood world because of the Dutian blood print, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reappear one day. He was also a member of the magic elite camp on the continent. Therefore, Elder Si-Ming still kept some of his soul power. In comparison, Ji-Rumo's soul power inheritance to Yunxing was much more selfless. In this world, the most selfless feelings, other than the love between parents and children, were one-sided love. Ji-Rumo had been in love with Yunxing for many years. His feelings for Yunxing were more like a form of dedication. As for whether soul power could eventually form a Dharma soul, there was still no conclusion on the continent. Ji-Rumo also knew that it was risky to lead the power of light in Yunxing's Dharma soul. Because light soul power was incomparably pure, correspondingly, it required the other party's soul to be equally pure. Ji-Rumo was taking a risk, but at the last moment, he had no other choice. In the soul power inheritance that he gave to Yunxing, he even left his memories of magic and the purest light Dharma soul power to Yunxing. This was like leaving a light Dharma soul seed in Yunxing's body. If Yunxing could slowly assimilate this trace of light Dharma soul, she could very well become the first person in the boundless continent to possess a 6-elemental Dharma soul. However, this was only Ji-Rumo's bold assumption. The cultivation of light magic was one of the most difficult in the entire magic system. Whether or not Yunxing could truly fuse Ji-Rumo's soul power into her own soul power still required a period of time. As for whether or not she could become a top-notch mage like Ji-Rumo, that was still unknown. No matter what, since Yunxing had obtained Ji-Rumo's soul power inheritance, she planned to go into closed-door cultivation once the matters at hand were settled. She wanted to integrate with Ji-Rumo's soul power as soon as possible. This wisp of seemingly unremarkable light soul power obediently stayed in Yunxing's magic soul. Compared to the other fire, water, earth, wind, and darkness magic souls, this wisp of light soul power was so weak that it seemed like it would be devoured at any time. Yunxing collected her thoughts. The main purpose of her trip was still the Netherworld Ghost Key. Yunxing did not forget the legend of the Netherworld Ghost Key. As long as one obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, they would be able to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. Even though Yunxing was protected by the karmic fire of the fairies, the Netherworld Ghost Key felt cold in her hand. Just by touching it with her hand, she felt a stinging chill, as if there was something bad in the key that could seep into her body at any time. It was also thanks to Ji-Rumo's reminder in the letter. Otherwise, Yunxing would have used the Netherworld Ghost Key directly. Although she did not know if the Netherworld Ghost Key was like the legend, where the user would fall into the path of darkness and become a dark mage, Yunxing still decided not to take the risk. Bobo, take a look. Can you use the Netherworld Ghost Key to enter the Netherworld? Yunxing cautiously summoned Bobo Sheep and handed the Netherworld Ghost Key to Bobo Sheep. When Bobo Sheep saw the Netherworld Ghost Key, it curled its lips and looked uninterested. Bobo. Bobo. Dearest master, this Netherworld Ghost Key is the only way to enter the Netherworld. Don't tell me you want to go to the Netherworld. That kind of godforsaken place. Bobo does not want to go. Bobo Sheep spoke as if it was facing a great enemy. Yunxing had known Bobo Sheep for so long, but this was the first time she was so against going to a place. If it was in the past, Bobo Sheep would definitely say, with this world god here, everything will be fine. It seemed that this so-called netherworld must be a very dangerous place. If you don't want to go, then pluck all your wool. Yunxing's face was serious. Bobo, heads can be broken and blood can flow, but wool cannot be plucked. If you want to go, then go. But dearest master, why must you go to the netherworld? That place is very scary. It is full of bad people. Compared to the people in the netherworld, the Bakra orcs are simply good people. Bobo Sheep was poked in its sore spot by Yunxing, so it could only droop its wings and helplessly compromise. Is the netherworld really that scary? Even you can't pass through it directly? Yunxing's knowledge of the netherworld was very limited. The only person she had come into contact with from the netherworld was the netherworld Ghost King. In her impression, the netherworld Ghost King was handsome, evil, mysterious, and had a strange temperament. She didn't know what kind of situation the netherworld was in with such a person. Bobo, the netherworld's environment is very bad. The people living there are ghosts who have died unjustly. There are also some humans and magical beasts who have been exiled for committing all kinds of evil. Bobo Sheep had actually never been to the netherworld. It told Yunxing that between world gods, it was just like between beast kings and beast kings, or between countries on the boundless continent. They all had a strong sense of territory. Generally speaking, world gods of the mortal world would not go to the netherworld. If a world god of a world rashly entered another world, it would be like invading another country's territory. If it was light, it would lead to a fight. If it was heavy, it would lead to a world war. Oh, so Bobo, you are not willing to go to the netherworld because you are afraid of the world gods of the netherworld. Or is it that the world gods of the netherworld are so powerful that even you can't deal with them? Yunxing knew Bobo's temper. To deal with Bobo, provocation was the only way. Bobo. Who would be afraid of that super perverted, ugly, and shameless world god of the netherworld? Bobo, I can crush him to death with a single hair. When Bobo Sheep mentioned the world gods of the netherworld, the hair on its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. Its eyes, which were as big as black beans, squeaked, squeaked, and almost shot out angry sparks. Even though Bobo Sheep had a confident look, Yunxing knew from its eyes that this fellow was lying. Shouldn't the world gods of the netherworld be your senior? Yunxing decided not to expose Bobo's lie. It was better to get some information about the world gods of the netherworld from Bobo Sheep's mouth first. After all, if they really went to the netherworld, it would be someone else's territory. It was better to be careful. But Yunxing was also very puzzled. In her opinion, since they were both world gods, then Bobo Sheep and the world gods of the netherworld should also be companions. Or at least, the relationship between them should be senior and junior. Why was it that when Bobo Sheep heard about the world gods of the netherworld, it had a disgusted look as if the other party had dug up its ancestral grave? Who would have known that it would have been better if Yunxing hadn't mentioned it, but the moment Yunxing mentioned the word senior, Bobo Sheep didn't hold back at all. He activated his verbal cannon mode and started cursing. Bobo, how is he this world god senior? He is not even qualified to carry this world god's shoes. Besides, this world god is his senior sister. He entered the world god later than this world god. He is the youngest one. That bad guy, he is obviously a junior, but he always has an iceberg face. The most shameless thing is that he became a world god before this world god. What talent, what young and promising, that venomous, rude and arrogant smelly fart god. If this world god sees him, I will beat him up every time I see him. After beating his chest, I will beat his back. Bobo Sheep was so angry that his wings trembled. It was only then that Yunxing understood. It turned out that Baby Sheep was upset that the other party had become a world deity before him. Hearing Bobo Sheep's words, Yunxing was even more curious about Bobo Sheep's junior brother. After Bobo Sheep finished complaining, he calmed down a little and rolled his eyes. Dearest master, it seems that you have to go to the underworld. However, if you really want to go to the underworld, you should first increase your strength a little. At least reach the level of magic god or integrate with the light magic of that mirror. It will not be too late to go then. Light magic has a certain degree of destructive power to the people or magic beasts of the underworld. He blinked his eyes. Bobo Sheep actually had another unspoken sentence in his heart. If he really wanted to go to the underworld, he should at least increase his strength a little. Otherwise, if he accidentally met that smelly underworld god, he would definitely be ridiculed to death. Besides, Bobo Sheep thought that if his master really wanted to become a magic god, it would still take a long time. During this time, he must coax and pester the Qilin boy to find more king-level magic beast soul stones to increase his cultivation. Yunxing did not have any objections to Bobo Sheep's suggestion. I will listen to you. When will we set off for the underworld? We will go to Taiyuan Mountain first to see Mother and then make a long-term plan. Yunxing also had some hesitation in her heart. Based on her understanding of baby sheep, although this fellow was usually useless, he was quite reliable. If it said that the underworld was dangerous, then the journey to the underworld would not be easy. Yunxing decided to check on her mother, Hu Jiuxing, first. Yunxing left Penlai with baby sheep and Yibiming and returned to Mount Taiyuan. During the period when Yunxing went to Penlai, Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing had been living in seclusion in Mount Taiyuan. Under Yunba's management, Taiyuan Mountain had changed from a barren mountain to a lush green. The news of the Emperor Zhao and Red's death and the formation of the new Dutian blood seal had already reached Taiyuan Mountain through Yun Songhai. When Yun Songhai saw that his daughter, Yun Xing, had returned safely, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Father, how is Mother these days? Yun Xing only looked at Yun Songhai and then looked at his appearance. Seeing that her father looked a lot thinner these days, she faintly felt that something was wrong. Xing, it's good that you're back. Your mother's situation is not good. I didn't let anyone inform you earlier. Yun Songhai sighed. A while ago, Yun Xing was in the Dutian blood world. After Yun Songhai learned about the crisis of the Dutian blood seal, he knew that his daughter could not be distracted. So, he had not told Yun Xing about Hu Jiuxing's recent situation. Now that the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had been resolved, he told Yun Xing about Hu Jiuxing's changes in the past few days. When they were in Penlai, when the family of three was separated, Hu Jiuxing was still relatively quiet under the control of the corpse puppet technique. Before Yunxing left, she gave a few heart crystals to her father, Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai used the heart crystals to control Hu Jiuxing normally in the first few days. Most of the time, Hu Jiuxing was like a well-behaved child. Under the control of the heart crystals, she liked to pester Yun Songhai. The couple also returned to the harmonious scene when they were in love in the past. Yun Songhai even thought that as long as Hu Jiuxing's situation did not worsen, even if she did not remember him, he was willing to accompany her until they were old. However, the good times did not last long. Hu Jiuxing suddenly fell into a coma overnight. Her coma this time came fiercely without any warning. No matter how Yun Songhai called her, she could not hear him and did not wake up again. Yun Songhai only found out later that when Hu Jiuxing fell into a coma, the Emperor Zhao in red was killed. Yun Songhai used all kinds of methods, and even invited a few national experts over, but not a single one of them was able to find the real reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious. Yun Songhai had no choice but to wait on Hu Jiuxing's bed all day long, without wearing any clothes. He waited for his daughter, Yun Xing, to come. When Yunxing heard this, she hurriedly went forward to check on Hu Jiuxing's situation. On the sickbed, her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was lying quietly. She had neither external nor internal injuries. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was on the verge of death. Her complexion was waxy yellow, and she looked much thinner than when she met Yunxing in Penlai. Beside Hu Jiuxing's sickbed stood the national master of medicine and others who were invited. Yunxing, I'm very sorry. I can't do anything about your mother's condition. You still have to do it yourself. She looked at Yunxing apologetically. Yun Songhai had already placed all his hopes on Yunxing. In the current boundless continent, if even Yunxing could not find out Hu Jiuxing's condition, no one would be able to save her. After Yunxing checked, she muttered to herself. Xing, can you tell what's wrong with your mother? Just tell me. I can bear it. Yun Songhai's eyes were full of anxiety. His eyes were glued to Hu Jiuxing's face. If he could, he really wanted to bear this pain for his wife. When Yunxing saw his expression, she could not help but feel a little sad. From the moment Yunxing was born, she had already regarded Yun Songhai as her father, and Hu Jiuxing as her mother. Only Yunxing knew how deep Yun Songhai's love for Hu Jiuxing was in this half of his life. The couple's relationship had been bumpy. Over the years, they had been separated several times and had never been able to live a good life together. She had thought that the couple would be able to reunite after the Emperor Zhao in Red died. She did not expect that Hu Jiuxing would become like this again. Yunxing had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to save her mother and let her father and mother be together. After Yunxing checked, the general result was the same as that of Yao Daguoshu and the others. Hu Jiuxing did not have any illness. It seemed that using ordinary medical methods would not be able to directly identify the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma. Yunxing did not give up. Her eyes changed and turned golden. She placed her hand on Hu Jiuxing's hand. Between her fingers, a dark needle force was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. The dark needle quickly moved around in Hu Jiuxing's body. When Yunxing was making her diagnosis, Yun Songhai did not even dare to blink his eyes. He knew that if even his daughter could not figure out the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma, no one on this continent would be able to save his wife. How could Yunxing not know that? She could only hope that she could use the Shen Nong Sai and the power of the dark needle to check on Hu Jiuxing's condition. The medical system of the boundless world was different from modern medicine. Yunxing and medicine master Guoshuo only checked on the pulse and symptoms. With the Shen Nong Sai and the power of the dark needle, Yunxing had another method compared to the doctors of the boundless world. The dark needle started moving around Hu Jiuxing's body. Yunxing could see the condition of Hu Jiuxing's body slowly. There were no abnormalities in her blood vessels, organs, nerves, and brain. Just as Yunxing was about to withdraw the power of the dark needle suddenly entered a special domain. It was a magical wave. This magical wave came from Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yunxing was secretly shocked. She suddenly realized that the power of her dark needle could actually directly come into contact with the Dharma soul of a magician. This unintentional discovery made Yunxing very surprised. Before this, she never knew that the power of her dark needle could be used to check the condition of a Dharma soul. Yunxing thought. For a while. The only explanation was that the soul power of Ji Rumo's light Dharma soul had entered her body and caused her soul healing needle to mutate. Unexpectedly, Yunxing's dark needle had the special ability to search for Dharma souls. Ji Rumo himself was an outstanding light magician. His light Dharma healing was second to none in the entire continent. After realizing that she might have come into contact with her mother Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, Yunxing became cautious. Yunxing collected her thoughts and focused on directing the power of the dark needle to slowly enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul emitted a ray of light. Unlike Yunxing's multi-elemental Dharma soul, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul only had two colors. One was gray, and the other was black. These two colors represented the space-time attribute and the darkness attribute of magic respectively. So, Mother is also a dual-elemental magician. No wonder she was able to use such a powerful space-time restriction spell. Looking at the size of his mother's law soul, her strength should be somewhere between a saint-level law emperor and law god. I wonder what realm Mother has reached as a summoner, Yunxing thought to herself. But then, she suddenly realized that Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was a little strange. Generally speaking, a magician's Dharma soul was in a very stable state when they were not using magic. As the magician's Dharma soul increased, the Dharma soul would gradually weaken. But Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was like an oil lamp in the wind, very unstable. Moreover, the magic power emitted from her Dharma soul was constantly weakening. Why would a Dharma soul weaken and shrink for no reason? Yunxing once again forced a portion of the power of the dark needle into Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Once the dark needle entered the Dharma soul, Yunxing suddenly felt a strong suction force rushing towards her, as if it was going to swallow her dark needle in an instant. That was her mother's magic power. The Dharma soul was the core of a magician's energy. It was even more important than a human's heart. Although Hu Jiuxing was currently unconscious, she could sense that an external force was invading her. Her Dharma soul subconsciously tried to push out the power of Yunxing's dark needle. In terms of cultivation, Yunxing's current cultivation was still a distance away from Hu Jiuxing's. Hu Jiuxing was already a peak near Saint Dharma Emperor, only a fine line away from the Dharma Soul. As for Yunxing, after absorbing Ji Rumo's Dharma Soul, she was only a mid-level Saint Dharma Overlord. In a head-on clash, her Dharma Soul was still no match for Hu Jiuxing. But at this point, Yunxing was unwilling to back down so easily. She was very clear that something must have happened in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul for it to keep shrinking. In this situation, she could only stalemate and not clash head-on. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would harm Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul and worsen her condition. Yunxing hesitated, thinking of a method to make Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul give up resisting. Just as Yunxing was hesitating, the soul power that Ji Rumo had left in her Dharma Soul flickered. The gentle light magic power caused Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul to fluctuate, and the resistance from before slowly disappeared. Yunxing's dark needle took this opportunity to enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul. Yunxing searched and quickly found a trace of a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul. There was still a portion of the Emperor Zhao in Red Ji Rumo's Dharma Soul remaining on the restriction. It was very obvious that before Ji Rumo died, he had left a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul. This restriction, combined with the heart crystal, had been controlling Hu Jiuxing all along. But now that the Emperor Zhao in Red had died, the restriction had lost its effect. That's right, this was the reason why her mother was unconscious. Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes, and she quickly retracted the power of the dark needle. The surroundings were dead silent. Yunxing then realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. She had actually spent an entire afternoon checking. Using the dark needle and Shenong pupil to check at the same time consumed a lot of energy. Yunxing concentrated and meditated for a moment before she recovered some energy. Beside her, only Yun Songhai was still guarding. The others had already been persuaded by Yun Songhai to leave. "Sheng how is it? Are there any results?" Just now, Yun Songhai was watching from the side. When he saw that his daughter's complexion had gradually returned to normal, he knew that his daughter must have found out about Hu Jiuxing's illness. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "Father, don't worry. I roughly know why Mother has become like this. The reason why Mother is unconscious is because her Dharma Soul is constantly shrinking." Yunxing was certain that the reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious was related to her Dharma Soul. Shrinking Dharma Soul? What illness is Sheng suffering from? Why have we never heard of such an illness on the mainland? Yun Songhai was puzzled. Not only Yun Songhai, but even Yunxing herself, if she had not seen Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul with her own eyes, she would not have believed that a Dharma Soul could actually shrink. To a sorcerer, shrinking Dharma Soul was a very serious matter. If it was light, it could cause a sorcerer to lose all of their cultivation. If it was serious, it could cause death. The reason for shrinking Dharma Soul should be because Hu Jiuxing had been missing a strand of her Dharma Soul for many years. Or perhaps, the Emperor Zhao in Red had placed some restrictions on Hu Jiuxing's body. With the Emperor Zhao in Red's death, that restriction was very likely to lose its effect. As a result, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul was affected. That damned the Emperor Zhao in Red. Even after he died, he still implicated Mother. Yunxing gritted her teeth. "Since you have found the cause, is there a way to stop the Dharma Soul from shrinking?" Yun Songhai seemed to have seen the light again. He looked at Yunxing with a hopeful expression. Yunxing smiled bitterly. This was the first time she had encountered something like a Dharma Soul shrinking. She also did not know how to stop Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul from shrinking. However, the only thing she could guarantee was that she could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul and stop it from shrinking. When she withdrew the power of the Dark Needle, Yunxing also left a portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul. The Jade Marrow Technique was a cultivation technique passed down in the Yen family. It had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan and calming effect. It could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma Soul, but Yunxing could not guarantee how long that portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power could last. "Father, I have already used a special method to alleviate the shrinking of Mother's Dharma Soul. However, that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If you want Mother to wake up, you still have to find a way to cure it." Yunxing told Yun Songhai the contents of the letter that Ji Rumo had left for her before he died. Yun Songhai only knew now that Hu Jiuxing had lost her memories because she had lost a wisp of her soul. Xing'er thinks that if Mother's soul is complete, with her cultivation, she should be able to restore her Dharma soul to normal. Yunxing also told Yun Songhai at the same time. She had originally planned to use the heart crystal to control her mother's illness. She had planned to at least wait until she had fused with Ji Rumo's light soul power before heading to the underworld. However, looking at the current situation, Hu Jiuxing's situation was not optimistic. If Yunxing did not find the heart lamp as soon as possible and find that wisp of Hu Jiuxing's soul, even if Hu Jiuxing was saved in the future, her cultivation would be greatly reduced. Ji Rumo was already dead, and the only way to save Hu Jiuxing was to find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Distress Lantern that extracted a strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul. Yunxing suspected that the strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul was most likely locked in the Heart Distress Lantern. No matter what, she had to get that strand of soul back. Even though Yunxing knew that the current her did not have the strength to directly negotiate with the Phantasm Ghost King, she still wanted to try. Xing'er, you said it yourself. Ji Rumo warned you that the Netherworld is very dangerous. The Netherworld Ghost King is not someone you can deal with. You stay here and take care of your mother. Yun Songhai was unwilling to see his daughter risk her life to go to the underworld. Yun Songhai did not want to use his daughter's life to exchange for his wife's. He would rather go to the underworld himself. Father, do you still remember Bobo? It's that pink demonic beast that has always been by my side. Its origin is actually not simple. It is a future world deity of the human realm. It can be considered an old acquaintance of the world deity of the underworld. It should be able to help me find the Netherworld Ghost King. In order to reassure Yun Songhai, Yunxing chose to tell him part of the truth. However, she did not tell Yun Songhai that Bo was only a half-baked world deity. She also would not tell her father that Bo and the world deity of the underworld did not see eye to eye. Yun Songhai was still somewhat hesitant. Father, don't forget that Xing'er still has Jin and I. To be honest, Jin and I, he is Yi Baiming. Yunxing thought for a moment and decided to tell Yun Songhai about Jin Ni's true identity. After learning that Jin and I was Yi Baiming, Yun Songhai was immediately shocked. He immediately had Yunxing find Jin and I. This was the first time that Yi Baiming had met Yun Songhai after leaving Banana Leaf Village. Yun Songhai looked at Jin and I and frowned like fried dough twists. Yun Songhai had never been optimistic about Yunxing's marriage. He had previously helped Yunxing choose Xiao Wenqiu from the temple. He had only recently found out that Xiao Wenqiu was Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Ji Rumo's true identity was the Destiny Mirror. However, even though he did not like Yi Baiming was the husband that Yunxing had chosen herself. The two of them had already bowed to the heavens and earth, so they could be considered a true husband and wife. Yun Songhai had no choice but to accept this fact. I'll leave Xing'er to you. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I, Yun Songhai, will be the first to not forgive you. Yun Songhai stared at the gold coin for a long time. In the end, he finally snorted from his nose and unhappily said a sentence. This sentence could be considered as a confirmation of Yi Baiming's name. The golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yun Songhai did not like Yi Baiming's current appearance, Yun Songhai had to admit his strength. With Yi Baiming and Yunxing going to the underworld together, and with the other magical beasts, Yunxing would definitely be safe and sound. Seeing that Yun Songhai had finally stopped objecting to her going to the underworld, Yunxing also heaved a sigh of relief. Father, I have some water of life here. Remember to feed Mother some every 7 days. If I'm not wrong, Mother's condition will not worsen within a year. Yunxing took out a few bottles of water of life and handed them to Yun Songhai. After all, Yunxing did not even know when she would be able to return from her trip to the underworld this time. Yun Songhai was shocked to see that his daughter actually had a few bottles of water of life so casually. The water of life was one of the most miraculous water sources on the continent. It had a miraculous effect on detoxification and also had certain benefits in repairing a person's Dharma soul. However, it could not repair a person's soul. As long as there was water of life, it could ensure that Hu Jiuxing's condition would not worsen during Yunxing's absence. In order to prevent any accidents, Yunxing also left the Elven Queen behind. Xing'er, you should take this water of life with you. The journey to the underworld is extremely dangerous. Xianxia was still a little worried. Father, don't forget that I have the immortal Holy Grail with me. The water of life is inexhaustible. Xianxia smiled. Only then did Xianxia remember that his daughter had one of the 8 divine artifacts, the demon summoning hand and the immortal Holy Grail. How many more secrets was his precious daughter hiding in her body? Xianxia could not help but feel a little ashamed. As a father, he seemed to be too much of a failure. Xianxia saw her father's expression and secretly laughed. She had not told her father that she had another magical bracelet in her hands. However, it was better not to tell her father about this for now. Seeing that Xianxia had everything prepared, Xianxia was powerless to stop her. He could only remind Xianxia that regardless of whether she could find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Sorrow Lamp, she had to return to the Boundless Land within a year. After knowing that Xianxia had changed her mind and wanted to go to the underworld in advance, Baby Sheep's face was full of worry. He had not had the time to ask the Qilin boy to find the Beast King's soul stone for him. Baby Sheep, dearest master, then we have to prepare to set off. Baby Sheep's face was full of headache. Before using the Netherworld Ghost Key, Baby Sheep silently muttered in his heart, Mother Goddess above, please protect Baby Sheep. Please don't let Baby Sheep meet that annoying fellow in the underworld. Poppy. Everything is ready. You can take us to the underworld now. The underworld was different from the human world. The presence of humans and beasts could easily attract attacks from the underworld creatures. So, to avoid any accidents on the way, Xianxia put all the beasts into the beast speech ring. She only traveled with Dollar. Earlier, Poppy Sheep had reminded Xianxia that there were no special magic arrays or empty ships between the human world and the underworld. The underworld's transportation, or rather, the underworld's emissary, was a beast called the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep used the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep put the Netherworld Ghost Key in front of him and started to chant. The Netherworld Ghost Key, which had been motionless, slowly floated in the air. A black aura emerged from the simple key's body. The black aura slowly came to life amidst the chanting. It could be seen tumbling in the air. Amidst the black chi, white bones appeared one after another. The bones seemed to have a life of their own. One by one, they came together like a jigsaw puzzle. Very quickly, Xianxia and Dollar saw a 10-meter-long bone dragon appear in front of them. The dragon had no skin or flesh. It emitted a black power. It had a pair of dragon bone wings. It looked very strong. Who dares to summon the Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon? The dragon's voice rumbled. Poppy Sheep flapped his wings. His fluffy ball-like body flew in front of the bone dragon. Poppy. For Square Hell Dragon, are you blind? Can't you recognize me? Poppy Sheep's small body was 100 times bigger than the underworld's Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon. It looked like the difference between a flea and an elephant. Poppy Sheep used such an arrogant tone to talk to the bone dragon. He even called the 30-meter-long Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon a little dragon. When he landed in front of Xianxia and Dollar, it was very funny. The Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon's eye sockets, which no longer had eyeballs, shot out 2 green lights. It looked at Poppy carefully. The four-sided Hell Flood Dragon shuddered when it saw the popping sheep. Its bones creaked. The four-sided Abyss Flood Dragon was the demonic beast in charge of traveling between the underworld and the underworld. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak beast king, and it was very powerful. But when it saw Pops, it couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In this world, the only person who dared to call the four-sided Abyss Flood Dragon Little Flood Dragon was this lord before him. Wasn't this little fiend of the mortal realm rumored to have gone missing a long time ago? Why would he suddenly appear here? Lord Bobo, please forgive this little flood dragon for not recognizing you immediately. Please forgive this little flood dragon. My lord, may I know why you have summoned little flood dragon today? The four-sided Abyss Flood Dragon bowed to Bobo. Bobo and the underworld world deity were on the same level. The underworld Jiao Jiao was directly under the underworld world deity. When he saw Bobo, he still had to greet him as a subject. Nonsense, of course I'm looking for you to go to the underworld. If not for my dear master wanting to go to the underworld, this world deity would not have bothered to summon an ugly fellow like you, Bobo said unhappily. Master, the four-sided abyss flood dragon was shocked. He shook his head and looked at Yunxing and Dollar, who were behind Bobo Sheep. Human race? No, this wasn't an ordinary human. That human had the aura of a demon beast. Why would Lord Popo get involved with a human for no reason? Furthermore, Lord Popo even addressed that human as master. This wasn't good. How could a great world deity recognize a human as his master? Lord Bobo was a god. Could it be that Lord Bobo was deceived by the human? He was still young, so he must have been deceived. He wondered if the Lord in the underworld knew about this. The four-sided abyss flood dragon hesitated. Bobo. Little flood dragon, don't think that this world deity doesn't know what you are thinking. Today, this world deity is looking for you. Don't tell me about this. Also, don't look at my master with a weird gaze. My master is the most important person to Bobo. Bobo Sheep wasn't stupid. He could tell that the four-sided abyss flood dragon was suspicious. He stared at the four-sided abyss flood dragon and roared. If you dare to tell on me, do you believe that this world deity won't break your bones one by one? Heavy. Bobo said and waved his wings. In the early years, when Bobo was still an egg, he had taken down the four-sided abyss flood dragon's bones many times. He even put the bones back into the four-sided abyss flood dragon's body with interest. The four-sided abyss flood dragon smiled bitterly. He didn't forget that this lord was famous among the world deities for pestering people endlessly. Moreover, he was born with strange power and a tricky temper. Even the world deity of the underworld was troubled by him. Seeing that Bobo was so protective of the human, the four-sided abyss flood dragon could only give up on the thought of telling on him. Lord Bobo, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. You should know that not everyone can enter the underworld. The two beside you don't meet the conditions to enter the underworld, the four-sided abyss flood dragon said helplessly. Generally speaking, there were two kinds of people who entered the underworld. One was the soul of a dead person. The other was the person who committed a great crime in the mortal world and was wanted by the mortal world. Thus, he was exiled to the underworld. The rest of the people couldn't enter the underworld without permission. Otherwise, once they were discovered by the underworld king guards, they would be punished by lightning and their souls would be destroyed. The man and the beast in front of him obviously didn't meet the two conditions. The man and the beast were young and didn't show any signs of dying. Their magic souls were also very clean. They didn't look like evil people who had fallen into the dark demon Tao. If the man and the beast, who were like a piece of white paper, were to enter the underworld, they would definitely die. Although the four-sided abyss flood dragon wasn't a kind person, he was very law-abiding. I almost forgot about this. The underworld is a concentration camp for evil. Bobo the sheep thought for a while. This time, he and his master had entered the underworld illegally. If they were discovered by the underworld king guards, it wouldn't be good. Then let my dear master and the Qilin boy disguise themselves as felons. Isn't it just branding a felon's magic mark on their bodies? Dear master, Qilin boy, do you have any objections? Bobo's brain turned, and he made the final decision. Yunxing and Dollar immediately became felons. It's okay. As long as we can go to the underworld, we are willing. Yunxing shrugged her shoulders. For the sake of her mother's soul, she wasn't afraid even if she really died, let alone disguising herself as felons. Lord Bobo, this matter can't be done recklessly. Let me check it out first. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's bony face froze for a moment. The four-sided abyss flood dragon had been a flood dragon for so many years. He had seen people who cried bitterly when they were caught and refused to admit their crimes. However, he had never heard of anyone who was willing to be exiled to the underworld. After the four-sided abyss flood dragon finished speaking, two round crystal balls appeared between his left and right bony claws. Seeing the two crystal balls under the four-sided nether dragon's claw, Yunxing felt a little strange. Does this mean that I have to test my magic in the underworld? No wonder Yunxing misunderstood. The two crystal balls that suddenly appeared under the nether dragon's claw looked very familiar. At first glance, they looked similar to the crystal balls that magic apprentices received in the temple on the boundless land. However, the two crystal balls were a little different in color. The crystal ball on the left claw of the nether dragon looked like it was made of obsidian. It was as black as the night. The crystal ball on the right claw was the exact opposite. It was as transparent as jade. These two crystal balls, one black and one white, are sacred items of the underworld. They are called the ball of good and the ball of evil. These two balls can test the good and evil of all creatures in their lives. If the ball of good lights up, it means that they have done countless good deeds in their lives. Even if they are dead, they can avoid going to the underworld. They only need to wait for reincarnation in the human world. This is the ball of evil. If the ball of evil lights up, it means that the person who did evil will be exiled to the underworld and will not be reincarnated. The four-sided nether dragon threw the two crystal balls into the air. The two crystal balls seemed to have eyes. They first flew toward Dollar, who was closer to him. The two crystal balls floated next to Dollar for a moment. In the end, the ball of evil slowly descended and hovered above Dollar's head. Suddenly, a black light shone brightly, like a black sun. This beast has killed more than 1,000 people in its life. It is the reincarnation of a demon. Such a person will be a disaster if he stays in the human world. It should be exiled to the underworld. The four-sided nether dragon could not help but look at the ball of evil. He did not expect that this golden demonic beast, which looked like a sacred beast, would be stained with blood. It was an unforgivable demonic beast. When Yibaiming was a human, he had indeed killed many people. Just when he killed Blood Killer, he had killed hundreds of people alone. Yunxing did not know about these things. She did not expect that she would be exposed in front of the ball of evil today. After that, the four-sided hell-flood dragon spat out a black flame from his mouth, which was full of white teeth. It was cold to the bone. It landed on Dollar's back like an ant. On Dollar's back, there was a mark of a crime. On the mark, there was the word 1,000. It meant Dollar was responsible for 1,000 lives. It's your turn, the four-sided abyss flood dragon said. The two orbs of good and evil fell in front of Yunxing. The sphere of good and the sphere of evil floated in the air for a moment. Suddenly, the sphere of good emitted a dazzling 5-colored light. The light was so bright that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. The fact that the ball of goodness could emit such a strong light at once proved that this human female mage had saved countless people in her life, which was the opposite of the demonic beast just now. Lord Pops, your master has probably saved no less than 1,000 people in her lifetime. She's not even 20 years old. If she stays in the mortal world and saves 10,000 lives in 100 years, she'll be able to achieve a God Buddha body. It's not suitable for her to enter the underworld. The four-sided hell flood dragon couldn't help but look at the orb of good. As a messenger of the underworld, he had lived for more than 10,000 years. He had seen countless good and evil people. However, it was rare for someone like Yunxing to have saved so many lives at such a young age. The four-sided hell flood dragon didn't know that although Yunxing had only lived for less than 20 years in this life, she was also a doctor in her previous life. As a human in both lives, she had indeed saved countless people under Yunxing's surgical knife. Of course, my dear master is a healer. She's also the continent's youngest national healer. She saved many people in her life. Even Bobo was saved by my master. Bobo Sheep had a smug look on his face. It was pretty good to have a cool master. No wonder. Since that's the case, she shouldn't go to the underworld. If this lady goes to the underworld, she'll probably be contaminated by the evil aura. It'll be bad for her future cultivation. The four-sided hell flood dragon sighed. There was a path to becoming a god in the human world. He could already see that this female sorcerer would definitely be able to step on the path to becoming a god in the future. Yibaiming, the golden Qilin, watched from the side. His golden eyes dimmed a little. He had killed countless people, but Yunxing had saved countless people. Was it really just the curse of the Qilin clan and the celestial fox people that separated the two of them? If Yunxing went to the underworld, it would be bad for her cultivation. Then wouldn't he be a burden to her in the future when they were together? Yibaiming's heart wavered for the first time. However, just as Yibaiming was thinking, her right hand gently landed on his body. Jing Kui raised his head and saw Yunxing staring at him. Her eyes were like stars, as if they were filled with stars. Four-sided hell flood dragon, you are wrong. Although I have saved countless people, I have also killed people. Moreover, I married him. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. If you marry a bad person, I will be an evil woman. Yunxing smiled and winked at Jean Coin. When the golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, heard this, the dimness in his eyes instantly disappeared. He knew in his heart that Yunxing's words were meant for him. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog, follow the dog. He, Yi Baiming, married Yunxing. In this life, he would not let her down. Yunxing also felt Yi Baiming's feelings. She smiled and suddenly opened her 5 fingers. She reached out and grabbed. The orb of evil that was floating in the air fell into her palm. The originally dim ball of evil also lit up. However, that light was as dim as a firefly compared to the bright light of the ball of kindness. The 4-sided hell-fled dragon was slightly stunned. The ball of kindness and the ball of evil actually lit up together. He had never encountered such a situation before. Little flood dragon, why are you still in a daze? My master wants to go to the underworld. If you don't let her go, she will kill you. Then you will become a felon, right? Popping Sheep said angrily at the side. This? Sigh. My lord, don't regret your decision today. The 4-sided hell-fled dragon spat out another black flame. The flame landed on the back of Yunxing's hand, and there was another heavy punishment mark on it. However, there was the word 10 written on the mark, which symbolized that Yunxing had killed 10 people. Yunxing was secretly amazed. In her previous life, she had secretly taken care of the mafia and unscrupulous businessmen. In addition to the few people she had killed in this life, there were indeed about 10 people. The 4-sided hell-fled dragon could actually sense it. It seemed that the underworld was indeed something. Okay. You have the heavy punishment mark. 4-sided hell-fled dragon, hurry up and go to the underworld. Popping Sheep landed on Yunxing's shoulder. The 4-sided hell-fled dragon shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were thinking. They were just going to the underworld, and they were fighting to be the first. Please, the 2 of you, stand on my back. Since the 2 of you were brought here by Lord Popping, I have to remind you again. The underworld today is not the underworld of the past. Be careful. After the 4-sided hell-fled dragon finished speaking, he lowered his body and let Yunxing and Dollar get on his back. Let's do a small survey. What genre does everyone want Big Fuzzy to write in her new book? Because there are always people asking about the ending. The underworld today was not the underworld of the past. The 4-sided abyss-fled dragon's words were still ringing in her ears. It seemed that something had happened in the underworld. But before Yunxing could ask again, the pair of bone wings on the 4-sided abyss-fled dragon's back crackled and opened up all of a sudden. The bone wings vibrated, and the 4-sided abyss-fled dragon was like a huge empty ship, breaking through the sky. It kept flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Yunxing had to hug Baby Sheep and crawl on the 4-sided abyss-fled dragon's back with Dollar. The 4-sided abyss-fled dragon was indeed a sector beast. Its flying speed was even faster than the fastest spaceship on the boundless land. It was like a bolt of white lightning, piercing through the clouds and flying tens of thousands of meters in the sky. 10,000 meters in the sky, the 4-sided abyss-fled dragon let out a cry. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a magic array from the underworld appeared. In the magic array, a black spear in the sky pierced into the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared. The 4-sided abyss-fled dragon went into the crack. Dear Master, Kid Qilin, this should be your first trip across the border. There are astral winds and evil spirits between the borders. It is very powerful. You must be careful. We will need about a day and a night to reach Wei City, Baby Sheep reminded Yunxing and Dollar. After Baby Sheep finished speaking, it went into the beast language ring with a whoosh. Evil winds that seemed to come from hell were in their ears. Yunxing and Dollar felt like they were in another world. They kept shuttling in the darkness. After a long time, the 4-sided abyss-fled dragon's voice sounded in their ears again. The entrance to the underworld is in front, the Dongwei Gate. There are 2 gates in the underworld, one in the east and one in the west. The east is the Dongwei Gate, which is open for felons. The west is the Dongwei Gate, which only receives ghosts. The Dongwei Gate opens in the morning and closes in the evening. I can only send you here. I hope nothing bad will happen to you on your trip to the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon folded its wings and sank quickly. Yunxing's stomach churned. When she opened her eyes, she saw a door looming between the clouds in front of her. The gate was different from the gate in the mortal world. It towered high into the sky. The gate was not made of stone or metal, but of unknown beast bones. Around the gate, large amounts of purplish-blue hellfire floated, illuminating the entire city gate. On top of the city gate, there was a plaque with the words Dongwei Gate written on it. The iron claws and golden hooks carried a domineering aura. The Dongwei Gate was the first stop that the criminals who were exiled to the underworld had to reach. Once they passed through the Dongwei Gate, they would be considered to have entered the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was the emissary of the netherworld. It was only responsible for transporting people here. Yunxing and Dollar thanked the hell flood dragon. Then, the hell flood dragon roared and disappeared into the sky. Yunxing and Dollar stood outside the Dongwei Gate. It was around dawn. There was still some time before the Dongwei Gate opened. Yunxing looked at the people in front and behind her. They were all like Yunxing and Dollar. They were branded with the magic mark that symbolized criminals. Yunxing and Dollar followed the crowd and walked toward the Dongwei Gate. Yunxing thought for a moment. She had just come to the underworld and did not know anything. She needed to find out more about the underworld first. Brother. Yunxing walked forward and was about to ask. The man turned around and looked at Yunxing. He was so scared that he stepped back a few steps as if he had seen a ghost. Yunxing saw this and wanted to ask more. However, when she was about to ask again, the man said, "I don't know anything." Yunxing said resentfully. She could only look for another person. Just as she was about to look for someone else, the people around her dispersed in a hubbub. Everyone had an inexplicable look of horror on their faces. What was going on? Yunxing could not help but feel depressed. Her first reaction was to touch her face. Her face was still the same. She was considered a beauty on the boundless continent. Why was it that when she came to the underworld, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost? Could it be that the people of the underworld had a problem with their aesthetics? My dear master, the problem is not with you. They are not afraid of you. They are afraid of the Qilin boy. Popping Sheep lay lazily on Yunxing's shoulder. After being reminded by Popping Sheep, Yunxing noticed that the people who avoided her were cowering and looking behind her. Dollar was behind her. Popping, it's all that stinky dragon's fault. He didn't make it clear. The Qilin boy is branded with the heavy punishment of the 1,000 executioner. In the underworld, such a felon is qualified to be a tyrant. This is the Dongwei Gate. The people here are all newbies who have just entered the underworld. They met the Qilin boy, so of course they are scared to death, Popping Sheep explained to Yunxing. In a place like the underworld, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. Whoever killed the most people was a bully. No one dared to provoke them. Ahem, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Why don't you stay in the beast language ring first? Look, if you stay by my side, I can't even ask a question. Yunxing looked at Dollar sadly. Dollar rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. What he meant now was, blame him. Helpless, Dollar could only enter the beast language ring first. At this time, the Dongwei Gate opened. Yunxing brought Popping Sheep and followed a group of newbies who had just entered the underworld. They walked towards the Dongwei Gate. The journey to the underworld was a little long, but it was convenient to enter the Dongwei Gate. Yunxing only needed to show her felon brand when she entered the Dongwei Gate. When Yunxing was registering, she also took note of the people who were heading towards the Wei capital. Most of them were of high cultivation. For example, the warrior in front of her was actually a martial sage. There was also a magician behind her. He also emitted a strong wave of dark magician. Judging by his cultivation, he was no weaker than a sky magician. When it was Yunxing's turn, a skeleton soldier captain came forward. His hollow eyes glanced at Yunxing's magic brand. After confirming that there was no mistake with the brand, he let Yunxing in. The moment Yunxing and Popping Sheep passed through the Dongwei Gate, in the underworld's Mingchuan, in a golden palace, a crystal ball was reflecting the image of Yunxing and popping sheep. A tall man with sexy honey-colored skin was staring at the crystal ball. He saw a pink furry ball-like magic beast squatting on Yunxing's shoulder. Under his blade-like eyebrows, the man's eyes were black with a tinge of red. His long hair casually draped over his shoulders was messy with a tinge of arrogance. After seeing popping sheep's appearance, the man's tall nose bridge wrinkled and he let out a short cold snort. Achoo, it's so cold. The underworld is such a damned place. You can't even see the sun. Popping sheep, who was squatting on Yunxing's shoulder, suddenly had a strange feeling and sneezed loudly. Popping sheep shrunk his neck and looked around with his black beady eyes. So strange, he had a bad premonition. What's wrong? Yunxing noticed Popping's strange behavior. Dearest master, Popping hates this place. I always feel like someone is watching us. Popping sheep curled his lips and nimbly slipped into Yunxing's clothes. The underworld is different from the human realm. You're probably not acclimatized. Yunxing didn't mind. She followed the crowd and walked through the Dongwei gate. When Yunxing was being interrogated, she deliberately asked the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei gate where the Netherworld Ghost King lived. Who knew that when the skeleton soldiers heard Yunxing asking about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts, they glared at her fiercely. Not only did they not answer, they even urged her to leave. Dearest master, that smelly world deity of the underworld and the Netherworld Ghost King have been rivals for many years. These skeleton soldiers are the subordinates of the world deity of the underworld. It is indeed inappropriate to ask them about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts. After Popping broke out of his shell, his memory slowly recovered and he roughly knew about the underworld. The existence of the world deity was to maintain the balance between the worlds. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Key, a godly tool that could break the barrier between worlds, its existence itself was against the will of the world deity. And the one who created the Netherworld Ghost Key was the Netherworld Ghost King. The reason why the Netherworld Ghost King and the world deity of the underworld were able to coexist peacefully for so many years was not because they were good friends or got along well, but because the Netherworld Ghost King's strength was not ordinary. Thus, although he and the world deity of the underworld appeared to be the two giants of the underworld, they secretly disliked each other. As a result, the subordinates of the two sides also disliked each other. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost King's temperament was erratic and he didn't have a fixed residence. Sometimes, he might even wander to other worlds. It was really not easy to find him. This way, it will be much harder to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yunxing was in a difficult position. She wondered if she should directly use the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. But when she thought of Ji Rumo's warning that it was best not to use the Netherworld Ghost Key, she hesitated. Dear master, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts are erratic, there is a place in the underworld called the Divine Ability Pavilion. It is said that as long as one can afford it, one can obtain any information there. However, the Magical Abilities Pavilion is only located in the capital cities of the few large counties in the underworld. We have to reach the nearest capital city first before we can find the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Popping Sheep's words reminded Yunxing. Yunxing first bought a map of the underworld from the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei gate. After checking the map, Yunxing realized that the underworld was very different from the human world. In the underworld, there were no fixed countries. There were only 8 underworld counties. Different nether counties were guarded by different local forces. Since she was heading to the Magical Abilities Pavilion, Yunxing had to head to the Dark Commandery, Jima Commandery, which was closest to the Dongwei gate. Most people who entered the underworld from the Dongwei gate would first stop at Jima Commandery. Yunxing noticed that there was a large forest called Wei Wu between Jima Commandery and the Dongwei gate. The forest spanned across several mountain ranges and was hundreds of miles long. It was daybreak now. If they hurried, they might be able to reach Jima Commandery in 3 days. Yunxing looked at the map and planned whether she should set off immediately. Yunxing did not know that after she put away the gold coins and passed through the Dongwei gate, a few pairs of eyes with ill intentions stared at her. A single young woman was extremely eye-catching even in the boundless land, not to mention in a place like the underworld where the ratio of men to women was as high as 10 to 1. TSK, what a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that there would be such good goods in this batch of newcomers. Big brother, we are going to be rich this time. The people who were secretly peeping at Yunxing were more than 10 warriors and magicians. All of them had ugly heads and rat eyes. One look and one could tell that they were not good people. As the Dongwei Gate was the first important place for criminals from the human world to arrive in the underworld, there were always some ruffians and villains who specialized in making money. Most of them belonged to a dark sect called the Xianxia sect. They gathered around the Dongwei Gate all year round and looked for newcomers who did not know about the situation in the underworld. After luring them to a remote place, they would rob, kill, and commit all kinds of crimes. These warriors and magicians who had their eyes on Yunxing were from the Xianxia sect. Isn't that so? The Dongwei Gate is good in everything, but there are too few living women. On the other hand, there are many beautiful female ghosts in the Dongwei Gate. It's a pity that humans and ghosts walk different paths. We can't be friends with female ghosts. As they spoke, those Xianxia sect members had a covetous look on their faces. That woman's strength is not much. Big brother, let's lure her into the Weifog forest first and have a good time. After that, we'll sell her to the gold squandering house. The underlings seemed to have already seen countless soul stones dangling in front of their eyes. These underlings were able to move around in this area, so they naturally had good eyesight. They had already noticed that there was a punishment brand on the back of Yunxing's hand. However, that brand only had the word 10 on it. The punishment brand that the four-sided hell-flood dragon left on a felon represented the number of people that the felon had killed. The more people killed, the more evil the felon had committed. Generally speaking, this also meant that the felon would be able to survive in the underworld. Yunxing's magic brand only had the word 10 on it. In the eyes of these ruffians in the capital of Dongwei, she was undoubtedly a weak felon. They did not know who she had offended, but she was actually exiled to a place like the underworld. Among them, even the worst person was responsible for 30 to 40 lives. Yunxing kept the map. Just as she was about to stand up, she frowned. 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared beside her. What business do you have with me? Yunxing was on guard. Fighting was not allowed near the Dongwei Gate. From the looks of it, these people did not look like newcomers to the underworld. Miss, this one is Piercing Tiger from the Thousand Hell sect. From the looks of it, you're going to the Weifog forest, right? That forest is not simple. The terrain inside is complicated, and there are many terrifying demonic plants. Many people who enter the forest never come out. It would not be good if a delicate girl like you got hurt. The leader of the group was a warrior in his 30s. His skin had a metallic luster, and his dochi cultivation was quite good. Thousand Hell sect? Yunxing secretly sized up these people. She saw that they were all wearing warrior robes and magician robes of the same color. On their chests, there was a golden mask of Yama, bearing its fangs. The Thousand Hell sect is one of the 3 major powers in Jima region. Miss, you only need to pay 109th level magical beast soul stones, and we will send you to Jima region. Look, there are dozens of newcomers over there. They have already entrusted us to escort them along the way. As he spoke, that person pointed behind him. Indeed, there were many warriors and magicians who had just arrived in the underworld gathered together, waiting to depart. 100 soul stones of a 9th grade magical beast? How much is this? Could it be that the underworld didn't use gold coins for transactions? Only then did Yunxing realize a problem, and that was the problem of the underworld's currency. Before she left, she had prepared everything except for the money from the underworld. Papa, the underworld doesn't use soul stones to make transactions, right? Yunxing asked Papa in a low voice. Yeah. Doesn't the underworld use underworld coins? Popping Sheep stammered, unable to explain. Yunxing rubbed her eyebrows. She was really stupid. Bo Yang was an otherworldly god. He only recognized gold coins as the currency of the human world, let alone the underworld. Did world deities need to spend money? In the human world, Yunxing was a wealthy person. Ever since she left Banana Leaf Village, she had not experienced poverty for a long time. Who would have thought that he would become a pauper the moment he reached the netherworld? Yunxing didn't have many soul stones with her. On the boundless continent, soul stones usually only had a few uses. They were used to refine magic scepters or to be embedded in magic equipment. Yunxing was a summoner, so another function of the soul stone was to feed magical beasts. In her early years, she would use the soul stones to refine magic scepters. The number of soul stones she had with her could be counted on one hand. At most, she had no more than 50 soul stones. These people were asking for 100 soul stones, and they were soul stones from 9th rank magical beasts. Even if she really wanted to travel with the people from the 1000 Hell sect, she couldn't afford it. Yunxing immediately realized an even more serious problem. She wanted to go to the magical ability pavilion. What if the other party also used soul stones to trade? Where would she get so many soul stones? It seemed like she could only pray that she would encounter more magical beasts or magical plants in the Weifog forest and obtain more soul stones. If the lackeys of the Thousand Yama sect knew what Yunxing was thinking right now, they would definitely be scared shitless. Anyone who wanted to pass through the Weiwu forest would try their best to avoid encountering magical beasts and magical plants. This weak, light criminal in front of him actually wanted to encounter more magical beasts and magical plants. Yunxing could only sigh silently. Just as she was about to turn around and reply, she noticed that the spiky tiger was sneaking glances at her legs and chest. If it wasn't for the fact that private fights couldn't be fought near the Dongwei gate, she would definitely use her dark heavenly thorn to smash these people into pieces. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm used to moving alone. I can only thank you for your kindness. I've decided to go to the Weiwu forest alone. Yunxing flatly refused the savage tiger's invitation. Seeing Yunxing openly reject him, the smile on piercing tiger's face disappeared. You want to pass through the Weifog forest alone? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The savage tiger was about to explode when a few skeleton soldiers from the Dongwei gate behind him looked over. Out of consideration for the skeleton soldiers, the savage tiger didn't dare to act out in public. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Ungrateful woman, let's see how long you can last. After entering the Weifog forest, I'll find a few people to teach you a lesson." The savage tiger suppressed his displeasure and strode away. Yunxing didn't pay any more attention to him and walked straight towards the main road leading to the Weifog forest. After walking for about half an hour, the Dongwei gate was no longer in sight. Yunxing had already entered the Weifog forest. In front of her was a lush forest. The moment she entered the forest, Yunxing realized that it was no wonder so many people would pay a high price to have the Thousand Yama sect protect them. The Weifog forest of the underworld wasn't simple. The underworld wasn't like the human realm. Cold winds blew all year round, and the plants that grew here never saw the sun. Due to the influence of the Yin energy, most of the plants had already mutated. Many of the plants had already been demonized and survived by devouring magical beasts and passers-by. Therefore, the soil and plants here were all red in color. In the forest, there were piles of human and magical beast skeletons everywhere. A cold wind blew past, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of rotting corpses. Yunxing had no choice but to take a pill to dispel the miasma and continue walking. Not long after Yunxing entered the Weifog forest, a sense of alarm flashed through her heart. She saw a burst of piercingly cold black shadows shooting out from the bushes beside her. An ambush. After going through many trials in the arena and hunting troops, Yunxing was very experienced in fighting enemies. She didn't even pull out her magic scepter. She took a few steps forward and shot out a few fireballs around her. The fireballs enveloped the black shadows, and in a flash, those black shadows were burnt black. They fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yunxing took a closer look and realized that it was actually a few vines that ambushed her. However, they were different from ordinary vines. These vines that grew in the Weifog forest were actually filled with small holes. These small holes were like the mouths of magical beasts and were filled with sharp teeth. Boo boo, it's the flesh-devouring vine of the dark demonic plant. Master, run. The moment Boo Boo entered the Weifog forest, it shrank into Yunxing's collar and refused to come out. The smell in the forest almost made it vomit. After Yunxing succeeded, it stuck its head out. When it saw the few pieces of things, Boo 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 shuddered and urged Yunxing to run quickly. Run? Yunxing hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her. Hundreds of rattan vines drilled out from the forest. Each rattan was like a snake and was about 10 meters long. They carried a strong gust of wind as they attacked Yunxing. Bo, my dear master, after this thing dies, it will release a smell that will attract its companions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yunxing complained incessantly. As it turned out, kissing sheep was a hindsight. She didn't even care about merging with kissing sheep. With a teleport, she dodged the attacks of several vines and fled into the depths of the forest. At the outskirts of Misty Weaver Forest, a 10,000 Hell sect member who was tasked with keeping an eye on Yunxing landed beside the spiky tiger and whispered into its ear. Knowing that Yunxing was being chased by the flesh-devouring vines, the spiky tiger showed a gloating smile. I told you, it's impossible for that woman to break through this forest by herself. You guys, make your move tonight. Deal with these newbies quickly and go after that woman. After Yunxing had fled for a long time, the flesh-devouring vines were still chasing after her. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me this is going to go on forever? I have to think of a way. Yunxing landed beside a tree. His black eyes were burning with anger. Just as Yunxing was pondering, several flesh-devouring vines were closing in. Puff, suddenly, a blade of light shot out from under the tree. The blade was as fast as lightning. One after another, it aimed at the flesh-devouring vines. Following that, dozens of arrows shot out from the forest with whooshing sounds. In just a few blinks of an eye, the flesh-devouring vines that were chasing after Yunxing were all killed. Strangely, the flesh-devouring vines that were killed by the blade of light and the arrows didn't attract other flesh-devouring vines. The forest returned to peace for the time being. A voice came from under the tree. Friends in the tree, you can come down. It's safe here for the time being. After hearing the voices, Yunxing landed on the ground without hesitation. She saw that there were already more than 10 warriors and magicians standing under the tree. Seeing that it was actually a young female magician who came down from the tree, the blue-clothed male warrior who spoke earlier could not help but be startled. The blue-clothed male warrior had delicate features, clear eyes, and a tall and thin figure. He held a half-foot-long full moon blade in his hand. When he saw Yunxing's appearance clearly, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Thank you for saving my life. Yunxing nodded and smiled. Her eyes flashed, and she silently sized up the appearance of the people beside her. Like the Thousand Yama sect, these warriors and magicians who had drawn their blades to help were also dressed in the same color. However, looking at their clothes, they seemed to belong to other sections. Although these people were not very old, most of them were only in their early 20s, their strength was not ordinary. Especially the blue-clothed male warrior who led them. He was actually a martial emperor. What are you laughing at? You look like a fox and your strength is so weak, yet you still dare to run around in Weiwu Forest. You almost ruined our plans. Beside the male warrior was a young woman holding a bow and arrow. She was currently glaring at Yunxing. Yunxing could not help but look at the young woman a few more times. This was because Yunxing noticed that the bow and arrow on her back was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow and arrow. She did not expect that there would be people in the underworld who practiced the magic bow and arrow of the elf race. This young woman stared at Yunxing's face with jealousy. When she noticed the cross-punishment brand on the back of Yunxing's hand, she snorted in disdain. Yu, don't be unreasonable. This young lady looks like she just came to the underworld. She did not mean to barge into our ambush. The blue-clothed man frowned, feeling very apologetic for his junior sister's unreasonable words and actions. What did I say wrong? Look at her. She can't even handle a few flesh-devouring vines. If she hadn't met us, she would have died. Yu was dissatisfied. Don't think she couldn't see that when eldest senior brother saw this woman, it was as if he had lost his soul. Bo, you ugly freak, you're the one who's dead. Our mistress is very powerful, she can crush you to death with her little finger. Bobo Sheep poked his head out and bared his teeth at Yu. Senior brother look at this magical beast, I'm going to tear its mouth apart, Yu said angrily, as if she was going to catch the sheep. Seeing that Yunxing's magical beast could actually speak human language, the blue-cloaked man couldn't help but look at baby sheep and Yunxing a few more times. He thought to himself that a magical beast that could speak human language must be a magical beast above the level of a holy beast. This lady's temperament was not ordinary, and she dared to bring such a magical beast into the Weifog forest alone. Her strength was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Yingyu, shut up," the blue-clothed man reprimanded. He cupped his hands towards Yunxing and said, "I'm Ying Chuan, from the 100 Ren clan. This young lady, may I know your name? Why did you appear in a place like the Weiwu forest alone?" Yunxing had a good impression of Ying Chuan. Moreover, he had taken the lead to help her out just now. Moreover, from their tone, they should be very familiar with the Weiwu forest. After experiencing the flesh-devouring vines, Yunxing also knew that she had underestimated the enemy and this forest. It would be great if these people in front of her were familiar with the terrain. Yunxing just happened to want to get to know them so that it would be easier for her to pass through this forest. "I'm Yunxing. I just came from the human world. Because I can't afford to pay the protection fee of the Thousand Yama sect, I can only pass through this forest on foot." The moment Yunxing said Thousand Yama sect, the expressions of the people from the 100 Ren clan, including Ying Chuan, changed. "Young lady, are you talking about the Thousand Yama sect? Fortunately, you're not with them. Otherwise..." Ying Chuan looked at Yunxing, feeling lucky. With Yunxing's appearance, if she fell into the hands of the Thousand Yama sect, she would most likely be doomed. "What do you mean?" Yunxing was curious. Consider yourself lucky. The Thousand Yama sect is a notorious evil force in Jima County. They specialize in tricking people who have just arrived in the underworld. If they fall into their hands, they will rob the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled and kill them. If they encounter children or women, they will sell them to the county's female brothel and slave market. Yingyu actually hoped that Yunxing would be sold off directly. Haha, someone actually dared to bully her. Yunxing laughed coldly in her heart. Who was the lucky one here? If those people from the Thousand Yama sect really dared to target her, she could guarantee that their fate wouldn't be as simple as being robbed clean. Then I'm really lucky to have met the few of you. I see that the few of you are also from Jima County. Can you take me with you to Jima County? I don't have any soul stones on me, but I have some pills that can be used as payment. With that, Yunxing prepared to take out the pills. Miss Yunxing, you don't need to pay us anything. We'll just take you out. Ying Chuan was rather straightforward. He waved his hand, indicating that Yunxing didn't need to pay them anything. How can that be? Senior brother Ying, we still have to find that thing. She's so weak. What if she drags us down? When Yingyu heard that they were going to take Yunxing with them, she stomped her feet in anger. She pulled Ying Chuan to the side and whispered to him. Are we going to leave her alone in the forest? You know how those people from the Thousand Yama sect do things. They definitely won't let things go so easily. They'll definitely set up an ambush in the dark. Besides, the Thousand Yama sect has done all kinds of evil. Have you forgotten about Junior Sister? Ying Chuan also knew that it might be inconvenient to take Yunxing with them. Ying Chuan and Yingyu didn't tell Yunxing that the Thousand Yama sect and the 100 Cloud sect were mortal enemies. Their junior sister had been killed by the people from the Thousand Yama sect. Yingyu didn't say anything after hearing this. Miss Yunxing, we've already discussed it. You'll travel with us. However, we still have some things to take care of in Weiwu Forest. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the forest with us for a few days? Don't worry, we have special medicinal powder on us that can prevent the attacks of the toadstool. With that, Ying Chuan gave Yunxing a few bottles of medicinal powder. It was only then that Yunxing realized that their weapons and bodies were smeared with a special repellent powder. This powder could prevent the attacks of the demonic plants in Weiwu Forest. And so, Yunxing traveled with Ying Chuan and the others through Weiwu Forest. Even though Ying Chuan and the others didn't say anything, Yunxing could tell from their words and actions that they were looking for something very important in the forest. That night, because Yunxing and Yingyu were the only women in the group, the two of them slept in the same tent. Yingyu still didn't like Yunxing, so she gave her a dirty look throughout the journey. Yunxing couldn't be bothered to argue with her. When night fell, she couldn't fall asleep, so she left the tent and went outside to breathe in the fresh air. There was a bonfire outside the tent. There were a lot of strange magic beasts and magic plants in the Weiwu forest. Even though they had spread plant and beast repellent powder around the area, Yingchuan still arranged for people to patrol the area at night in order to avoid sneak attacks. When Yinxing walked out of the tent, Yingchuan was sitting by the bonfire, lost in thought. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Yingchuan hurriedly stood up. The bright bonfire shone on Yinxing's pretty face, making it even more radiant. For a moment, Yingchuan was lost in thought. "Miss Yun, I'm sorry." It was just a moment, but junior martial sister provoked Miss Yun again. "Her temper has been unruly since she was young. Please don't regard her as an outsider." Yingchuan, as an expert of the younger generation of the Bailuan sect, had always been arrogant. However, when he saw Yunxing this time, he was always distracted and his heartbeat quickened. "Big brother Ying, I won't take it to heart. I'm just not used to sleeping in the wild. That's why I came out to take a look." Yunxing smiled faintly and sat down beside Yingchuan gracefully. Fortunately, Dollar was in the beast language ring. Otherwise, he would have been jealous again. "Miss Yun, if you trust me, can you tell me why you've come to the netherworld?" Yingchuan was good at reading people's expressions. He could tell that although Yunxing was alone and didn't seem to be very powerful, the way she talked and her temperament indicated that she wasn't an ordinary person. In the words of the mortal realm, Yunxing must be from an aristocratic family or a noble family. Her purpose for appearing in the underworld was definitely not that simple. "As expected, I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ying. The reason I came to the netherworld is to find the netherworld Ghost King." Yunxing didn't hide anything and told him about her mother's strange illness. "The netherworld Ghost King?" Yingchuan's expression changed slightly. Yunxing noticed all the changes in his expression. "Big brother Ying, do you know where the netherworld Ghost King is?" "Miss Yun, you should return. The netherworld Ghost King has already fallen 20 years ago." Yingchuan's words greatly shocked Yunxing. "Fallen?" The Phantasm Ghost King had actually fallen. Yunxing had never expected that the netherworld Ghost King would be dead. "But I clearly..." Yunxing wanted to say that she had met the netherworld Ghost King a few years ago, but after thinking about it, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Yunxing recalled that the last time she met the Phantasm Ghost King, it was with the help of the Princess of Taiyuan that she traveled back in time 500 years ago. In other words, the Phantasm Ghost King she saw in the Taiyuan ruins was actually the Phantasm Ghost King from 500 years ago. 500 years had passed, so it was not impossible for the Phantasm Ghost King to fall. The Phantasm Ghost King was in existence close to the level of a god, but he was still not a god. Even if the other party was a god, he could still be slaughtered. Before the Netherworld Ghost King fell, the Netherworld World Deity and the Ghost King each controlled 4 counties out of the 8 counties of the Netherworld. 1 king and 1 deity, they were evenly matched, and the Netherworld was very peaceful. Ever since the Netherworld Ghost King fell 20 years ago, the 4 counties under the Ghost King fell into turmoil. Right now, the Netherworld is more chaotic than it has ever been. Yingchuan sighed. Jima County, where the 100 Cloud sect was located, was originally a direct subordinate of the Netherworld Ghost King. Although the Ghost King was both righteous and evil, and his actions were unpredictable, his methods were cruel, and his military was extremely strict. Under his pressure, the evil forces in the 4 counties were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to move. However, after the Ghost King fell, some evil forces in Jima County, including the Thousand Yama sect, took the opportunity to raise their heads, causing the people in the Netherworld to suffer. "Big brother Ying, how did the Netherworld Ghost King die? Did he have any family members or disciples?" Compared to the Netherworld Ghost King's death, Yunxing was more concerned about the whereabouts of the heart lamp. After all, the strand of her mother's soul, Hu Jiuxing, was locked in the heart lamp. What Yunxing was most worried about was that the heart lamp was damaged or its whereabouts unknown after the Netherworld Ghost King died. The outside world does not know the exact cause of his death. Some say that he fought with the Netherworld World Deity and was killed. Others say that he wanted to advance to the deity realm, but because he committed too many evil deeds, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. He was all alone and had no wife, children, disciples, or juniors. Yingchuan's words made Yunxing's heart sink. Her original hope of finding the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts through the Divine Ability Pavilion was dashed. Seeing that Yunxing's beautiful face was filled with dark clouds, Yingchuan knew that she was depressed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Miss Yun, actually, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know how the Phantasm Ghost King died, it's rumored that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in the Ghost King Cave. If you can go to the Ghost King Cave, perhaps you'll be able to find some clues." "Oh, then where is the Ghost King Cave?" Yunxing's brows were filled with hope again. Haha, if the 100-dwelling sect knew the location of the Ghost King Cave, would they have fallen to this state today? A strange voice came from the front of the tent. Thorny Tiger led dozens of people from the Thousand Yama sect and surrounded the 100-dwelling sect's tent. "Thorny Tiger, how dare you break into our tent at night?" Hearing the commotion, everyone in the tent came out. Yingyu's face was cold as she aimed the bow in her hand at Thorny Tiger. As soon as the two sides met, they drew their bows and arrows. The atmosphere seemed very tense. As it turned out, after Thorny Tiger and the others secretly dealt with the newcomers that the Dongwei sect had lured over, they were preparing to capture Yunxing. Who would have thought that they would not find any trace of Yunxing along the way? After searching around the Weiwu forest, they discovered the whereabouts of the people from the 100-dwelling sect. Only then did they know that Yunxing had encountered the people from the 100-dwelling sect when she was avoiding the flesh-devouring vines. Speaking of which, the 100-dwelling sect and the Thousand Yama sect were both local powers in Jima County. However, just as Yingchuan said, before the Ghost King died, the 100-dwelling sect, the County Manor, and the Divine Ability Pavilion were the three major powers in Jima County. However, after the Ghost King died, the sect master of the 100-dwelling sect, Ying Lei, who was also Yingyu's father, was seriously injured by the people of the Thousand Yama sect when he went out on an expedition. Thus, the 100-dwelling sect gradually declined. In addition, the Thousand Yama sect burned, killed, and plundered, and monopolized many of the 100-dwelling sect's original businesses. Now, the 100-dwelling sect was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up by the Thousand Yama sect at any time. Therefore, after Thorny Tiger learned that Yunxing had been rescued by the people of the 100-dwelling sect, he was not afraid of the other party's power. He directly led his men to surround the 100-dwelling sect's tent. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's Missing You. For Missing You's sake, I, Thorny Tiger, will not pester you any further. As long as you hand that girl over to us, I will take my brothers and retreat." Thorny Tiger's thieving eyes stared at Yunxing's beautiful face. Under the night sky, the newcomer from the mortal realm looked even more lovely and moving. They had dozens of people, while the 100-dwelling sect only had a dozen people. Although Yingchuan and Yingyu were both present, Thorny Tiger knew that they had other motives for entering the forest. They would not rashly lose their men. Therefore, Thorny Tiger naturally thought that the 100-dwelling sect would hand over Yunxing. How could Yingyu not understand in her heart? Although Thorny Tiger was no match for them, the other party had more people. Most importantly, it was already late at night. If they fought, the smell of blood would definitely attract some demonic beasts or demonic plants in the Weifog forest. The night was as cold as water. In the forest, the two sides were still facing each other. Savage Tiger's group had smug looks on their faces. Yingchuan, on the other hand, was frowning. Yunxing's finger traced the beast's beach ring. Even if the people from the 100 Clouds sect handed her over, Yunxing would not blame them. After all, they had only met by chance. Taking her out of the forest was one thing, but offending the 1,000 Flames sect for her was another. Whoosh, the sound of an arrow piercing flesh could be heard. Immediately after, the smell of blood filled the tent. Savage Tiger's face twisted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hugged his injured arm and flew into a rage. "Yingyu, you little bitch. How dare you sneak attack me?" Savage Tiger didn't expect Yingyu to suddenly shoot an arrow. "Humph, that's my answer. Although I don't like this woman, I hate the 1,000 Hell sect even more." Yingyu's action surprised Yunxing. She was about to summon Jean Coin and deal with them, but she temporarily gave up on that idea. She didn't expect Yingyu to choose to protect herself at such a critical moment. Yingchuan let out a sigh of relief. His junior sister had been unruly since she was young, but she had a good heart. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, let's go. Tie up those two girls as well. The thorny tiger's ferocious expression was revealed. He gave a signal, and a light mage immediately appeared beside him. With a few chants, the spiky tiger's arm that was hit by the arrow immediately stopped bleeding. Damn it, they even brought a light magician with them. The underworld wasn't like other places. Here, light magicians were really rare. She didn't know where Savage Tiger found a light magician. Ying Chuan and the others couldn't compare to Savage Tiger. Among Savage Tiger's group, only Savage Tiger was an intermediate martial saint. The others were all martial ancestor realm. On the 100 Hell Sect's side, Ying Chuan and Ying Yu were quite strong. Ying Chuan had been a martial saint for many years. Ying Yu was also a magic archer. She was a sky magician and a beginner martial saint. But if the enemy had another light magician, it would be hard to say. You, step aside. Don't get in the way. But she was already injured, so Ying Yu could only force herself to stand and pull Yunxing behind her. Yunxing rolled her eyes. Did these people think that she was a burden? Ying Yu's temper wasn't very good, but her arrows were top-notch. She knocked an arrow and began to work. On the bowstring, a light green magical power was injected. With a flick of his finger, several arrows imbued with the power of wind blades shot out towards the light mage. Experienced warriors and mages all knew that in a group battle, the first to be killed was the other party's light mage. Bobo, this woman is a little ugly, but she's quite smart. Bobo Sheep poked his pink head out and looked around with his beady eyes. Yunxing's eyes flashed, and she began to observe the competition between Ying Chuan and the piercing tiger. Ying Chuan's swordsmanship was also quite good. On the blade of his sword, streaks of fire-like fighting aura emerged and tangled with the piercing tiger. The piercing tiger roared, and the word king appeared on his forehead. His arms suddenly doubled in size, and he let out a tiger's roar, which was incomparably fierce. Ying Chuan dodged again and again. The tiger's roar hit a tree, and the tree immediately broke. At this time, the piercing tiger suddenly staggered. He felt a piercing pain in the soles of his feet. The tiger's roar suddenly stopped, and he didn't even have time to see what was happening under his feet. The wind direction of the blade in Ying Chuan's hand suddenly changed, and the blade became a bit sharper. Layers of blade shadows rushed towards the piercing tiger. The sharp blade made the piercing tiger feel a chill in his heart. Since the piercing tiger dared to walk around the Dongwei Gate, he naturally had some ability. He roared and spat out a stream of fighting aura. The fighting aura was like a dart. With a bang, it hit Ying Chuan's broadsword. Ying Chuan only felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The blade in his hand suddenly deviated from its trajectory and slashed across the piercing tiger's cheek. An inch-deep scar appeared on his face. Behind him, a miserable scream was heard. The light magician was shot in the chest by several arrows under Ying Yu's sniping. The disciple of the 100-ring gate went forward and slashed. The light magician's hand that was holding the magic scepter flew out and rolled into the bushes. The piercing tiger looked down and found that there was a finger-sized bloody hole on his foot. The bloody hole went through both ends, and blood kept flowing out. At first glance, it was obvious that it wasn't caused by ordinary thorns. When he and Ying Chuan were fighting, both of them were very fast. Someone was actually able to sneak attack him in the middle of the chaotic battle. Could it be that someone was secretly helping the 100-ring gate? And the other person was a dark magician? The piercing tiger's angry eyes turned. He already had some thoughts of retreating. He never thought that the person who used the dark thorns to sneak attack him was Yunxing, who was watching from the sidelines. It was no wonder. No matter if it was the 100-ring gate or the 1,000 Hell sect, no one would have thought that a light criminal could use such powerful dark magic. Ying Chuan, Ying Yu, don't be complacent. You're lucky tonight. There's an expert helping you in the dark. Let's wait and see when we get back to Jima County. The piercing tiger shouted. With a wave of his hand, the people of the 1,000 Hell sect quickly retreated from the forest. An expert helping us in the dark? Ying Chuan and Ying Yu saw the people of the 100-ring gate retreat, and their expressions relaxed. But when they recalled the words of the piercing tiger, they felt that something was wrong. Especially Ying Chuan. He also noticed that when the two of them were locked in battle, the piercing tiger clearly showed an opening, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Yingyu's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, but she didn't find any signs of an expert. She was suspicious, and her gaze wandered around Yunxing and the kissing sheep on her body. But after pausing for a moment, she withdrew her gaze. Just now, Yunxing had been hiding behind her. Even if you beat her to death, Yingyu wouldn't believe that a light criminal who had only killed 10 people would have the ability to sneak attack a bandit like the piercing tiger. TCH, those who look down on their dear master will regret it in the end. The baby sheep snorted. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue to walk into the depths of the forest. Ying Chuan counted the number of casualties. It was much better than he had expected. But just as Ying Chuan told everyone to return to the tent to rest, a trace of coldness flashed through Yunxing's heart. Whoosh, suddenly, something was thrown out from the shrubbery that was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. Ying Chuan's eyes were sharp and his hand was fast. He swung his sword and saw that there was a severed hand on the ground. That hand was clearly the hand of the light magician who had been cut off earlier. Everyone looked carefully. With the help of the bonfire, they saw that the severed hand had turned dark purple. More than half of the flesh had been bitten off. Behind them, a rustling sound came from the shrubbery. The shuffling sounds grew louder and louder. It sounded as if countless magical beasts were approaching. The battle had just ended and everyone was exhausted. They hadn't recovered yet. If they were ambushed by magical beasts now, they would be powerless. Be careful. Ying Chuan and Yingyu exchanged a look. Their expressions turned grave. They were even more nervous than when they'd encountered the Thousand Flame sect. They'd scattered a large amount of medicinal powder in the surroundings. Logically speaking, the magical beasts and plants in this area shouldn't dare to come close. Whoosh. There was a sharp sound that sounded like a metal whistle. A giant centipede that was 5 meters long drilled out of the bushes, but that centipede looked very strange. Its skin was like the bark of a tree, full of wrinkles. In the middle of its body, there was a huge mouth about the same size as its body. From the huge mouth, blood-red mucus was spitting out. Its upper body was raised high, and its 100 or so root-like legs kept moving. Its lower body was like a tree, deeply embedded in the soil. As the centipede twisted, the ground shook violently. It's a scarlet centipede tree. Ying Chuan and Yingyu's expressions changed when they saw the strange centipede tree. The centipede tree was a parasitic magical plant. It was a magical vine that parasitized the maggot eggs of a newborn scarlet centipede tree. After 100 years of growth and absorbing the scarlet centipede tree's flesh, it grew into a powerful half-beast, half-plant magical plant. This magical plant was highly poisonous. Although it was rooted in the soil, it could move freely in the forest like a magical beast. It could also use earth and fire magic to fight in the forest. It was especially powerful and was the overlord of Weiwu Forest. Normally, Ying Chuan and the others wouldn't enter Weiwu Forest rashly and attract the scarlet centipede tree's bad luck. But this time was an exception. Ying Chuan and Yingyu's main purpose in entering Weiwu Forest was to find this centipede tree. 3 years ago, Yingyu's father was ambushed by the Thousand Flame sect and was severely poisoned. These years, the 100 Flame sect had been searching for an antidote. Half a month ago, Ying Chuan spent a lot of money to inquire at the Magical Arts Pavilion that the Scarlet Centipede's soul crystal could cure the sect leader's poison. However, because the Scarlet Fire Treant was very difficult to deal with, the Shadow Sect leader was unwilling to let the two of them take the risk of entering the forest. This time, the two of them and a few of their disciples also snuck into the forest behind the sect leader's back. It was just that this kind of treant would usually only appear in the special areas of the Weifog forest. It was even more unexpected that it would suddenly appear here after a fierce battle. It was obvious that the smell of blood from the fierce battle between the 100 Cloud sect and the 1000 Hell sect had attracted this devil plant. Yingyu was a woman, and this was the first time she had seen such an ugly magic plant. Her hand holding the bough couldn't help but tremble. Wu, while everyone from the Bailuan sect was still in a daze, the scarlet flame tree centipede was like a whirlwind as it whistled through the air. Its vine-like legs grabbed 100 Thunder sect disciple and stuffed him into its mouth. Bastard, let go of my junior brother. Seeing the tree barbarians attack, Ying Chuan's saber light vibrated. He stomped his feet and leaped off the ground. The saber in his hand was wrapped in a ferocious fighting aura as it pierced towards Shui. When the tree centipede heard the piercing wind from the saber, it paused for a moment. Then, the huge mouth on its abdomen spat out a fierce flame. The flame could melt metal and melt bone. Ying Chuan's saber looked like it was going to melt the moment it got close. He threw the saber with all his might. The blade turned into a silver flash and pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. He grabbed the captured junior brother with one hand and pushed him back, out of the tree centipede's poisonous mouth. The saber pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. The tree centipede let out a shrill cry. Its vine-like legs extended countless meters in an instant and wrapped around Ying Chuan's waist, dragging him back. Ying Chuan didn't panic after losing his saber. He roared and punched the tree centipede's vines with dense fighting aura on his fist. He didn't expect that his iron fist, which could shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder, couldn't even move the tree centipede's body. Senior brother. Ying Yu and the others had just caught their junior brother. They turned around and saw that Ying Chuan was trapped by the tree centipede. In a moment of desperation, Ying Yu condensed magic power on the bow in her hand. She shot one arrow after another at the tree centipede. The arrows, which carried wind elemental magic elements, were fast and accurate. They shot towards the tree centipede one after another. Ying Yu's actions completely enraged the tree centipede. It let out a sharp and strange sound. It grabbed Ying Chuan and burrowed into the ground. Where's the monster? The surroundings returned to normal. Ying Yu and the other disciples of the 100 Ren sect panicked. For a moment, they couldn't find the whereabouts of the fiery red tree centipede. Yunxing's black eyes flashed as she searched the ground inch by inch. Watch your step. It's the earth elemental super spell, earth wave tremor, Yunxing suddenly shouted. What a cunning beast. It knows how to use super spells. I underestimated it. A brownish-yellow magic array appeared on the ground. Rumble, countless cracks appeared on the ground, as if it had experienced a small-scale earthquake. The people of the 100 Ren sect panicked. Ying Yu couldn't stand still and was about to fall into the cracks. Woo, there was another whistling sound. The tree centipede, which had disappeared, suddenly burrowed out of the ground. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Ying Yu. Ying Yu was about to be swallowed by the tree centipede when she felt a hand on her waist. Her body moved back a few meters in an instant, avoiding the tree centipede's most fatal attack. Thank. Why is it you? Ying Yu was about to thank her when her mouth opened into a big O shape. Only then did she realize that the hands that held her were slender. The person who saved her was actually the petty criminal she had always looked down on. Yunxing. Of course it's me. Yunxing smiled sweetly. Missing you, your archery skills are not enough to deal with a big guy like the fiery red tree centipede. Ying Yu was still grateful, but when she heard that Yunxing dared to belittle her archery skills, anger rose in her heart and she was about to explode. Unexpectedly, a delicate zither appeared in Yunxing's hand. The zither looked like jade. Yunxing handed it to the disciples of the 100 Ren sect. The magic wings on her back flapped gently and she flew toward the fiery red tree centipede like a shooting star. Is she crazy? Ying Yu saw Yunxing holding a zither and confronting the tree centipede. It was as if she had seen a ghost. But what happened next instantly petrified Ying Yu. Yunxing stood in the air as a cold glint flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Her slender fingers landed on the zither. The strings of the originally simple and unadorned zither were injected with a lot of magic power and suddenly lit up with several rays of light. Looking at the zither in Yunxing's hand, the people from the Bailuan sect were suspicious. Could it be that Miss Yun wanted to use such a frail-looking zither to fight the flaming red tree spirit? Whoosh, whoosh, as her slender fingers fell, the magical radiance on the zither strings turned into a cold glint in an instant. The sound of the zither instantly formed dozens of magical attacks that were sharper than blades and arrows. At first, the sound of the zither sounded endless, but its power was like that of thunder. Countless zither notes, some in the form of fireballs, some in the form of wind blades, some in the form of earth spikes, some in the form of water arrows, and some in the form of black lightning attacks. These magical attacks were merciless, and the angles of the attacks were extremely tricky. The pink demonic beast squatting on Yunxing's shoulder flapped its wings from time to time. Dear master, break its legs and explode its head. The magical attacks formed by the sound of the zither were even more ferocious than the attacks of senior brother Yingchuan, a martial grand emperor expert. Wounds quickly appeared on the flaming red tree spirit, whose skin was like tree bark. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the disciples from the Bailuan sect. They suddenly realized that Miss Yunxing was actually an extremely powerful expert. Earlier, they had thought that she was a weak, light criminal. The tree spirit knew how powerful the sound of the zither was. It could not dodge in time and tried to burrow into the ground. However, there was a wave of movement on the ground, and rows of sharp black thorns rose from the ground and pierced the roots of the flaming red tree spirit. The tree spirit let out a sharp hiss. The sound of the zither was like an avalanche, and it carried magical power as it slashed toward the waist of the tree spirit. Yunxing had already seen clearly that the weakest part of the tree spirit, which looked as tough as old tree bark, was its waist, which was buried in the ground. With a swoosh, the waist of the tree spirit was cut in half by the sound of the zither, and yellow pus sprayed all over the ground. This slash was crafty and vicious, and its power was even more shocking. The 100 Thunder Gates people couldn't help but change their expressions. However, Yunxing, who was in midair, had a very relaxed expression on her face. It was as if she was playing a beautiful zither. Her appearance was as if she was simply not killing the tree stalks. Instead, she was playing a zither under the moonlight. No one was more shocked than Yingyu when she saw this. Her eyes were wide open as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. She stared at the zither music attacks falling from the sky one after another. So powerful. Yingyu was a magic archer. No one knew better than her the meaning of so many magic zither lights. That was magic power, and it was magic power of many different attributes. A magic attack was many times more difficult than a normal dochi attack. Even Yingyu herself couldn't control so many magic attacks at once. However, the weak-looking female mage, who had been hiding behind him earlier, was handling the situation with ease. The funniest thing was that she had actually mocked him earlier. At this moment, Yingyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing that the fiery red tree spirit had lost its vitality, Bobo Sheep was very nimble. "Dearest master, let me do it. Let me do it." The fiery red tree spirit was a king-level magical beast. Dearest master was really too powerful. Her celestial fox's second inheritance would definitely defeat the tree stalks. That soul crystal was his. Yunxing also knew that Bobo Sheep was going to play a role in hindsight again, so she simply let it do it. The 100 Thunder Gates people all widened their eyes. With a whoosh, Bobo Sheep's small body had already landed beside the corpse of the tree stalk from Yunxing's shoulder. Bobo Sheep's pair of meaty wings flapped, and with a sudden force, it pulled out the lower half of the fiery red tree spirit, which was countless times bigger than itself, like pulling out a radish, and threw it aside. The ground shook a few times. The poor fiery red tree spirit was considered a tyrant in the Weiwu forest, but tonight, it was killed by Yunxing and Bobo Sheep, two evil beasts who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. What amazing strength! The 100 Thunder Gates disciples were once again stunned. They didn't expect that the magical beast squatting on Miss Yunxing's shoulder was actually so terrifying. Bobo, a king-level magical beast soul crystal. Bobo Sheep's black bean-like eyes emitted bursts of light. It nimbly dug out a red soul crystal from the fiery red tree spirit's abdomen. Seeing that the tree stalk was completely dead, the 100 Thunder Gates people recovered their wits. Yingyu hurriedly ordered people to search around, and finally rescued the unconscious Yingchuan from an underground nest not far away. After treatment, Yingchuan woke up. He had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the fiery red tree spirit lying on the ground not far away. The fiery red tree spirit's body had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. A trace of shock appeared in Yingchuan's eyes. While Yingchuan was unconscious, he was still thinking that the 100 Thunder Gate was really going to face a great disaster this time. Who killed the fiery red tree spirit? He then looked to his side. Yingyu and his junior brothers of the 100 Thunder sect were still there. Yunxing and her magical beast were standing not far away. Yingyu and his junior brothers were all looking at Yunxing with reverence. After asking, Yingchuan already knew what had happened. "Miss Yunxing, thank you for saving our lives." "Yingyu, quickly come over and thank Miss Yun." Yingchuan had already learned the truth from Yingyu, so he wasn't particularly surprised. As he had guessed, Yunxing wasn't an ordinary person. It was just that Ying Chuan hadn't expected Yunxing to be able to kill the fiery red tree spirit on her own. What's there to think? We weren't the ones who begged her to kill the fiery red tree spirit. If it wasn't for her, we would have been able to get the fiery red tree spirit's soul crystal long ago. Although Ying Yu had silently acknowledged Yunxing's strength in her heart, she still admitted defeat verbally and refused to thank Yunxing no matter what. She also felt somewhat resentful that Yunxing had deliberately concealed her strength. She and her senior brother Ying Chuan had spent a lot of time tracking down the fiery red tree spirit. If Yunxing hadn't offended the Thousand Hell sect, they might have already made their move tonight. Regardless of whether it was the underworld or the human world, there was a rule that whoever killed an ownerless magical beast or magical plant would get to keep the soul crystal. Moreover, the fiery red tree spirit was killed by Yunxing. If she really wanted to take the soul crystal, Ying Yu could only complain. She couldn't really snatch it, so she could only stare at the fiery red tree spirit from the side. Miss Yunxing, please forgive Ying Yu's rudeness. That soul crystal is really important to the 100 Hell sect. Do you think you can sell it to us at a high price? Ying Chuan also had a helpless expression. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. However, the soul crystal was related to his master's life and death, so he could only thicken his skin and beg once. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that 100 Ren sect definitely needed this soul crystal. She wasn't a tyrannical person, so she was just about to ask Baby Sheep to hand over the soul crystal of the scarlet flame tree centipede. Who knew that when Baby Sheep heard this, he would stuff the soul crystal into his mouth with a huff? What a joke. Don't even think about taking away a soul crystal that has entered this world deity's pocket, Baby Sheep snorted. Why was he so stingy? If he really became a world deity, he wouldn't care about those large amounts of king-level soul crystals. However, this was a special time. He was a world deity waiting to be appointed, and he was in the territory of that smelly fart underworld deity. He had to speed up his cultivation so that he wouldn't lose face in the future. He would eat as many king-level soul crystals as he could find. Yunxing was very embarrassed. She was also speechless by Baby Sheep's willfulness. Ying Yu was so angry that her face turned red. The group of people from 100 Ren sect also showed angry expressions. Big brother Ying, I'm sorry. Baby Sheep is still young, Yunxing said helplessly. How about this, if we meet another scarlet flame tree centipede on the way, I'll hunt another soul crystal as compensation. Do you think you can hunt it just like that? The scarlet flame tree centipede is a very rare mutated demonic plant. Even in the Weiwu forest, there aren't many of them. Without the soul crystal, my father's poison can't be cured. Ying Yu had been lying in ambush in the forest for half a month before she found traces of the tree centipede. Seeing that the soul crystal had been eaten by Baby Sheep, her eyes turned red. When Yunxing heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She had thought that the scarlet flame tree centipede was very important. Big brother Ying, missing you, what kind of poison has sect master Ying been poisoned by? Why don't you take me to have a look? I won't hide it from you. I'm a doctor, and I happen to have some miraculous medicines that can cure all kinds of poisons. The miraculous medicines Yunxing mentioned were naturally the water of life. The water of life from the immortal Holy Grail was useful against most poisons in the human world. Yunxing believed that it could also cure the underworld's poison. Even though the people from the Bailuan sect did not really believe that a young doctor like Yunxing could possess such brilliant medical skills, they could only rush to the Bailuan sect with Yunxing since they no longer had the Scarlet Fire Soul Crystal. On the other side, Thousand Hell sect's Spiky Tiger, who had been ambushed by Yunxing, returned to the Thousand Hell sect's headquarters in Jima province with injuries. The reason why Savage Cub was able to run amok in the Dongwei Gate was because he was uncle and nephew to the vice sect master of the Myriad Hell sect, Ci Lai. Every time the Spiky Tiger committed a crime, it would hand over a portion of its soul stones to Ci Lai. This time, Ci Lai was furious when he heard that Ci Lai had met with an accident and was defeated by the 100 Ring Gate. Useless thing, you can't even beat those two little bastards, Ying Chuan and Ying Yu. Humph, but you don't have to worry. The 100 Thunder Gate doesn't have many good days left. Assassin revealed a sinister smile. Uncle, what do you mean? Are you saying that the sect master's injuries have healed? Wan Tianqiu, the sect master of the Thousand Hell sect, was similar in strength to the sect master of the 100 Ring Gate. They were both intermediate martial gods. However, when the Thousand Hell sect launched a sneak attack on the 100 Ring Gate, both Wan Tianqiu and Ying Hai were severely injured. Although Ying Hai was severely poisoned, Wan Tianqiu was also severely injured. Therefore, although the Thousand Hell sect had been suppressing the 100 Ring Gate recently, they did not have the ability to annihilate the 100 Ring Gate. The sect master is still in closed-door cultivation. However, this time, the two of us can kill that old fellow, Ying Hai, even without the sect master's help. Do you know why the juniors from the 100 Ring Gate are in the Weiwu Forest? That's because I bribed the people from the Magical Ability Pavilion and sold them a fake piece of information. As the vice-sect master of the Thousand Inferno sect, Ci Lai was very shrewd even though he had just become a martial god. It would be fine if the juniors from the 100 Ring Gate did not find the soul crystal of the great fiery scarlet tree sprite. However, if they did find the soul crystal, the same day next year would be the anniversary of Ying Hai's death. Men, go and keep an eye on the 100 Ring Gate. As soon as we receive news of Ying Hai's death, we will immediately annihilate the 100 Ring Gate. Without Ying Hai, the 100 Ring Gate would undoubtedly be in Ci Lai's pocket. When he thought of the various treasures and properties in the 100 Ring Gate, Ci Lai drooled. Seeing his uncle's confident face, the piercing tiger endured the pain and quickly flattered him, "Uncle, you are really astute and astute. I can't catch up to you even if I were to flatter you. I also have a request. The 100 Ren sect has snatched a beautiful sorceress from me. If I destroy the 100 Ren sect, I hope that uncle can reward me with that sorceress." When the piercing tiger thought of Yunqing's beautiful face and graceful figure, his heart itched as if a cat was scratching it. Useless. Look at you, you'll die in the hands of a woman sooner or later. She's just a female magician. Once the Thousand Hell sect becomes the biggest sect in Jima region, I'll be able to get you even if you want a female ghost. Assassin's face was filled with disappointment. Just as the people from the Thousand Hell sect were lying in ambush near the 100 Ring Gate, Ying Chuan left the Weiwu Forest with Yunxing and entered Jima County. As one of the 8 major counties in the underworld, Jima County was the county closest to the Eastway Gate. Therefore, most of the humans gathered here. Yunxing looked at the bustling city gate and suddenly had the illusion that she was still in the human world. The 100 Ring Gate was located in Jima City. When Yunxing entered the 100 Ring Gate, she acutely sensed that there were a few strong auras lying in ambush near the gate. It seemed that there were still people concerned about the safety of the 100 Ring Gate's leader. Master was ambushed during a routine inspection half a year ago. The other party used a vicious poison. We all suspect that it was the work of the Thousand Hell sect, but we don't have any evidence. Ying Chuan led Yunxing into the room of the 100 Ring Gate's leader. A man in his 40s with a pale face was lying on the sickbed. When Yingyu saw the man's appearance, she quickly went forward and said softly, "Father, I am useless." The soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite was taken away. After saying that, she did not forget to turn around and glare at the baby goat on Yunxing's shoulder. The man did not care. He knew that the poison had already seeped into his meridians. Even the soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite might not be able to save him. As long as his daughter and eldest disciple Ying Chuan were fine, he was satisfied. Ying Hai did not even have the strength to speak. However, he still noticed that there was a woman following behind Ying Chuan. That woman was not simple at all. When she entered the sect, even he, a martial god, could not see through her cultivation level. Moreover, there was a demonic beast squatting on her body. Sect leader Ying, I am the doctor that Big Brother Ying and Missing invited. Please let me take a look at your condition. Yunxing did not dawdle. She directly walked forward and took sect leader Ying's pulse. After taking a look, she frowned and said, "Big Brother Ying, sect leader Ying's poison is not ordinary. I need to examine it carefully. Please send your servants away. Also, set up a restriction around the room." Ying Chuan saw that Yunxing's expression was strange. He then looked at his master Ying Hai. Ying Hai was an understanding person. He nodded. Ying Chuan quickly followed Yunxing's instructions. Those who were supposed to work went to work, and those who were supposed to study went to study. It was the first day of work, and I felt like my whole body was as weak as noodles. thank you for the tips and recommendation tickets. It's already the end of the month. If you still don't vote, I'll go rob you guys soon." Only the father and daughter of the Ying family, Yunxing, Ying Chuan, and the others were left in the room. "Yunxing, how is my father's condition?" Yingyu could tell from Yunxing's expression that something was amiss. Yunxing glanced at Yingyu coolly. Since this woman hadn't handed her over in the forest, she would tolerate her this once. "Who told you that the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal could cure sect leader Ying's poison?" Yunxing's voice was filled with a hint of murderous intent. With Yunxing's medical skills, it wasn't difficult for her to identify the poison in Ying Hai's body. However, when she was examining him, she discovered that the poison in Ying Hai's body was a very strong fire poison. If this fire poison was dragged out slowly, Ying Hai could live for 3 to 5 years before slowly dying of exhaustion. However, if she really did as Yingyu and the others had said and found the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal to cure Ying Hai's poison, then the poison would definitely attack his heart and Ying Hai would die on the spot. The prescription was given by the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Could it be that there's something wrong with it? Yingyu grew anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "You almost killed sect leader Ying. I can cure this poison, but I'll need about 3 days to completely cure it." Yunxing was in a bad mood. She ordered Ying Chuan to bring her a brush and paper. She scribbled a few words and wrote down a prescription. Yunxing had casually written down the prescription. They were all warm and nourishing herbs. However, at the end, Yunxing would add a few drops of the water of life. Even though they weren't in the mortal realm, Yunxing was still as cautious as ever. She didn't want to expose the fact that she possessed the immortal Holy Grail. "You can really save father? You're not trying to extort us?" Yingyu still didn't quite believe it. She had treated Yunxing so badly in the past. She didn't really believe that Yunxing would be so magnanimous as to save her father. "Get the medicine. Sect leader Shadow will definitely recover within 3 days. However, it's up to you whether you want to announce this good news to the public." Yunxing was too lazy to argue with Yingyu. She had lived 2 lives. How could she not see that Yingyu was hostile to her because of Ying Chuan? Please, she had lived 2 lives. Just dealing with Night Fox was enough of a headache. How could she have the energy to care about other women's jealousy? "You do as Divine Physician Yun says. Ying Chuan, spread the news that my condition has worsened in the next few days." Ying Hai had already sat up. Just now, when Yunxing was diagnosing him, he felt that a strange force had been injected into his pulse. For an expert like Ying Hai, when an external force entered his body, his first reaction would be to resist it. However, as a martial god, Ying Chuan discovered that he was unable to resist that strange force. Ying Hai was shocked. The feeling of powerlessness in his body lessened a lot in an instant. Soon, Ying Hai discovered that the force was not malicious. After the force entered his body, he felt much more comfortable. His vital qi was like a moving needle as it circled around his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, he could feel that much of the poison that had been accumulating in his body had been removed. In addition, when Yunxing had prescribed the medicine, she had said something meaningful. How could an old fox like the Shadow Sect leader, who had experienced great storms and waves, not understand her hidden meaning? Ying Chuan and Yingyu had paid a great price to go to the Magical Abilities Pavilion to find the prescription for their own condition. However, they did not expect that the people of the Thousand Hell sect would secretly seize the opportunity. If it were not for the appearance of this stunning woman in front of him, he was afraid that he would have died in a daze this time. If he died, it was easy to imagine what would happen to the Hundred Thunder sect. "Father, you can move your body?" Yingyu was pleasantly surprised. However, she was immediately shocked by her father's warning. "Master, are you suspecting that someone is secretly plotting against you?" Ying Chuan also realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation to annex the Hundred Thunder sect. This time I will definitely make them go for wool and come home shorn. A dark cloud covered Ying Hai's face. Those scum of the Thousand Hell sect actually used such a sinister method. How could he, Ying Hai, let them get what they wanted? Yingyu helped Ying Hai rest while Ying Chuan arranged a guest room for Yunxing. After what happened with Ying Hai, Ying Chuan's admiration for Yunxing had long turned into reverence. He also knew that this woman, who looked younger than him and Yingyu, was far superior to him and Yingyu in terms of strength and intelligence. He did not dare to have any improper thoughts. Big brother Ying, I have one more thing to ask. Previously in Weiwu Forest, you said that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in a place called the Ghost King Cave. Where is the Ghost King Cave now? Yunxing was only halfway through her question in Weiwu Forest when she was interrupted by the piercing tiger. Just now, they had been rushing to see a doctor and she had not found a chance to ask Ying Chuan. The Ghost King Cave was a tomb that the Phantasm Ghost King built for himself on a whim when he was alive. Its location is very mysterious. For so many years, no one has known its whereabouts. If Miss Yun is interested, you can go to the Magical Ability Pavilion and ask. Perhaps the people there have a way to know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Ying Chuan told Yunxing regretfully that he did not know the location of the Ghost King Cave either. After all, the Hundred Thunder sect was only a declining power in Jima County. Even the great powers of the underworld might not know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Not only the Hundred Thunder sect, but most of the sect experts and aristocratic families in the 8 counties of the underworld had been searching for the location of the Ghost King Cave after the death of the Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts were unpredictable. However, there were different opinions about his strength. His footprints were all over the human realm, the underworld, and even the god realm. Therefore, his ultimate techniques and treasures were even more innumerable. It was said that after he died, all of his treasures and martial arts were left in the Ghost King Cave. As long as one could enter the Ghost King Cave, it meant that in the foreseeable future, a character like the Phantasm Ghost King would appear on the continent again. Unfortunately, when the Phantasm Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave, he had already hidden the location of the Ghost King Cave. Since he had no descendants or relatives, the location of the Ghost King Cave became a case without any clues. It was the Magical Ability Pavilion again. It seemed that the original plan would not change. She still had to make a trip to the Magical Ability Pavilion tomorrow. Yunxing thought to herself. The next day, Yunxing woke up early in the morning. She inquired the people of the Hundred Thunder sect about the location of the Magical Ability Pavilion. Then, she brought baby sheep to the Magical Ability Pavilion. There were auction houses on the boundless continent, but there was no place like the Magical Ability Pavilion. According to Ying Chuan's description, the Magical Ability Pavilion was more like a spy agency in Yunxing's impression. As long as one had money, one could buy any information. It was very likely that the location of the Ghost King Cave could be found in this information. After Yunxing stepped into the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, she suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That was, she did not have money. To be precise, she did not have that underworld currency, soul stones that could be used in the underworld. Previously, when she was in Weiwu Forest, Yunxing had planned to obtain some soul stones as soon as possible in the forest. Who knew that she would be interrupted by the 100 Cloud Clan, and she would not be able to obtain a single soul stone. Originally, she could have obtained a red fire soul crystal that should have been considered precious, but it had been swallowed by that miser baby sheep. Now, Yunxing really did not have many soul stones on her. Even if she had not asked, Yunxing could imagine with her toes that the price for such big news as the location of the Ghost King Cave would definitely be astronomical. However, since she was already here, Yunxing could only brace herself and enter the Mystical Abilities Pavilion first. The moment she entered the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Yunxing discovered that the famous Mystical Abilities Pavilion in the underworld was an inconspicuous shop. Other than the signboard with the words Mystical Abilities Pavilion hanging on the door, the furnishings inside were no different from an ordinary pawnshop. The small shop was 10 square meters in size and did not have any goods for sale. There was only a tall counter, and behind the counter sat a shriveled old man who was currently dozing off. Yunxing coughed softly a few times, and that old man's eyelids trembled. He opened his muddy old eyes and glanced at Yunxing. "Excuse me, is this the Mystical Abilities Pavilion?" Yunxing found it very difficult to associate the two words mystical abilities with this inconspicuous little shop in front of her. Nonsense, of course this is the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. There is only one shop in the entire Jima Commandery. I am the shopkeeper of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Xianxia. I know everything about the underworld from astronomy to ghosts and deities. Little girl, if you want to buy information, hurry up. The Mystical Abilities Pavilion only sells 10 pieces of information a day. We won't accept any overdue information. The shriveled old man who called himself Xianxia narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Xianxia had white hair and a white beard, and he looked to be close to 100 years old. Yunxing was afraid that he would fall asleep again, so she quickly said, "Old man, I want to know the whereabouts of the Ghost King Cave." When he heard the words Ghost King Cave, the corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. His originally drowsy expression immediately changed. His wrinkled old face immediately broke into a smile that resembled a chrysanthemum flower. "If you're here for information about the Ghost King Cave, then you've asked the right person. The Mystic Pavilion does have information about the Ghost King Cave, but it's not cheap. It costs 100 King-class soul stones." Xianxia could almost hear the sound of a pile of soul stones ringing in his ears. In his eyes, Yunxing had become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Bah, bah. 100 King-tier soul stones. Old man, why don't you just go rob a bank? Before Yunxing could react, Baby Sheep, who was standing on her shoulder, almost fell off. If its master had 100 King-tier soul stones, it would go crazy with joy. This old man actually asked for King-tier soul stones right off the bat. King-tier demonic beasts were comparable to martial gods and saint-level Dharma kings. Even in the underworld, where demonic beasts were abundant, it was impossible to gather 100 King-tier soul stones in such a short time. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu from the Hundred Thunder sect had spent half a month before they barely found the weakest King-tier scarlet fire treant in the Weifog forest. Hey, 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 I was wondering why that little fat sheep on your back doesn't know how to watch its mouth. Be careful not to piss this old man off. I'll roast it and eat it. Little fellow, what your master wants to know is the Ghost King Cave. That's the place where the phantasm Ghost King's bones are buried. If you really enter the Ghost King Cave, let alone 100 King-tier soul stones, even 10,000 would be a profit for you. The old man blew his beard and glared. Buy it or not, this old man just released the news last night. I haven't had time to sell it yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to buy it. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He thought that a big fat sheep had come, but it turned out to be a penniless one. He said unhappily, "If you don't have any soul stones, then get out. Don't disturb this old man's nap." After saying that, he unceremoniously kicked Yunxing out. Although Yunxing was not good at business, she and Tianyu were at least sworn brothers. How could she not see through the business people's faces and tricks? She dared to guarantee that even if she spent 100 King-tier soul stones to buy the news, this old man would sell it to 10 or even 100 people in a single turn. The Phantasm Ghost King was a person who was unpredictable. He was a restless person when he was alive. The Ghost King Cave that he had designed for himself would definitely be filled with traps and dangers. If there was a large group of people exploring the Ghost King Cave, the difficulty of finding the heart-distressed lantern would definitely increase greatly. However, this was a matter for the future. Before that, Yunxing still had to think of a way to gather the 100 soul stones. Helpless, Yunxing could only walk out of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion and take stock of the valuable items on her. She practically emptied the beast language ring, but Yunxing only took out 67 ninth-level soul stones. According to the conversion rate of soul stones used in the underworld and the human world, 109th level soul stones were only equivalent to 1 king-tier soul stone. These soul stones were not even enough for 1 king-tier soul stone. Of course, there was another way, which was to barter. Yunxing's summoning demon's hand and immortal holy grail were divine artifacts. Even in the underworld, they were first-rate treasures. However, this was obviously not a good idea. Once the divine artifacts were exposed, Yunxing's journey to the underworld would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Without soul stones, she would not be able to use them as collateral. Yunxing calculated again. Even if she went all out to hunt king-tier demonic beasts, she would need at least a year to gather 100 king-tier soul stones. By then, the so-called news of her emerging from the underworld would become a daydream. The Ghost King Cave would probably be emptied out by others. Moi, my dearest master, why don't we kill him and rob him? Moi did not learn the good things, but learned the bad things. It gestured with its fleshy wings and made a throat-slitting action. Although that old man does not have any magic or dochi waves around him, he dares to take charge of the mystical abilities pavilion alone. He is definitely not simple. Yunxing had also observed the mystical abilities pavilion. The entire mystical abilities pavilion was not guarded. In Jima County, where the Thousand Yama sect, Hundred Cloud sect, and other factions were in great numbers, the mystical abilities pavilion could not be so simple. A powerful dragon would not fight a local snake. Yunxing did not want to become enemies with the mystical abilities pavilion. Mwah, I got it. Dear master, you don't have a soul stone, but maybe the Qilin boy has one. Didn't you always say that the Qilin boy's things are yours? Baby sheep was worthy of being Yunxing's natal summoned beast. It was taught by Yunxing to be quite modern. Only then did Yunxing remember that Bo was right. Not long ago, her beast language ring had provided for the super rich Yi Baiming. That's right. She didn't have a soul stone, but that didn't mean that Yi Baiming didn't have one. Yunxing thought about it again. Although Yi Baiming was a quiet person, this guy was able to sneak away a large amount of purple gold or when he was still a nosy prince. His net worth was probably much higher than hers. He had plundered countless people and magical beasts. In his early years, he had even specially killed blood cloud beasts on the mainland. Perhaps he had a soul stone on him. Bobo Sheep also specially reminded Yunxing that even if he didn't have a soul stone, the Qilin boy still had a lot of Qilin King's blood crystals on him. This was something that Bobo Sheep had heard about when it pestered Yi Baiming to ask for a king-level magical beast's soul stone. In terms of value, the value of a Qilin King's blood crystal and a king-level magical beast's soul stone could be calculated at a ratio of 2 to 1. It was a pity that Bobo Sheep couldn't absorb the Qilin King's blood crystal because of its physique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been drooling over the king-level magical beast's soul stone. Yunxing followed the principle of shared property between husband and wife and released the gold coins without hesitation. Bobo Sheep's usual ideas were mostly bad ones. 9 out of 10 of them were unreliable. But this time it had accidentally found the right path. Yunxing's current trouble could only be solved by Yi Baiming. As the former Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming was sitting on more than 50% of the wealth of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In his early years, he was also the boss of the Wanlong gambling house. His net worth was more than Yunxing's. But what Yunxing didn't expect was that Night Fox didn't think so when she said shared property between husband and wife. This wasn't to say that Yi Baiming was stingy. It was just that he was a little depressed. Ever since he came to the underworld, Yi Baiming had been locked in the beast language ring by Yunxing because of the brand of a felon on his body. This trial lasted for several days. Among them, there was even a potential admirer, Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming saw everything clearly in the beast language ring. Even Yi Baiming had heard the old man Shinjizi's half-extortion, half-blackmail, half-demand for 100 king-grade soul stones. Therefore, when Yunxing asked to borrow his soul stone, Yi Baiming pretended to make things difficult for her. Yi Baiming was different from the prodigal woman, Yunxing. When he entered the Qilin King's tomb, he also found a lot of Qilin blood crystals. It was just that Yunxing let her magical beasts take all the celestial fox blood crystals. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, used a special method to preserve all the Qilin blood crystals in the Qilin King's tomb. At Yi Baiming's current cultivation level, he already had the body of a Qilin. The Qilin blood crystals were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept the Qilin blood crystals or not. But when he saw the longing look in Yunxing's eyes, he couldn't help but have the thought of teasing her. Night Fox, you can't be so stingy. Usually, when a man pursues a woman, he needs a token of love or something. Just give me those Qilin blood crystals. Yunxing pondered. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in ancient dramas? She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have gained anything from Night Fox. She had kissed and slept with him. If she didn't get anything in return, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Dear master, the Qilin boy said that it's no problem to give you the Qilin blood crystals. But a token of love is a matter of reciprocity. You have to give him something in return. Popping Sheep acted as a temporary translator. Stinky Fox, so stingy. What does he want in return? Yunxing was depressed. She flipped through her entire beast language ring and finally found something suitable to give to Yi Baiming. That was the heavy armor she got from the mixed blood elf weapon refiner Moke before she joined the mainland's elite magic caster camp. According to Moke, this armor was very suitable for demon warriors. Of course, the quality of the armor was not suitable for Yubaiming now. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to refine the armor again before giving it to Yubaiming. Her current elven hellfire could indeed raise the quality of her armor to a whole new level. After expressing her intention, Yubaiming agreed and gave those Qilin blood crystals to Yunxing. Yunxing counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of King Qilin blood essences. She instantly beamed and kept all the Qilin blood crystals for her own use. The old man in the Divine Ability Pavilion, Xianxia, was just about to continue dozing off when he heard a clattering sound. A cluster of sparkling soul stones flashed, and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. King Qilin blood crystals that were comparable to king-level soul stones. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the King Qilin blood crystals. As he looked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. It's actually a blood crystal condensed from the flesh of the King Qilin, who had the strongest physical body among the ancient Bakra orcs. I haven't seen such a pure blood crystal for many years. It's full of evil energy. It's really intoxicating. Hee, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Miss, you can actually take out so many king-level soul stones at once. The shriveled old man laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. As long as you pay 200 Qilin blood crystals of the same quality, I will sell the map of the Ghost King's cave to you. Yunxing was very straightforward. She took out 200 Qilin blood crystals. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly spread his hands and wanted to keep all 200 Qilin blood crystals. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach out, he heard a whoosh. An unknown pink object fell from the sky and crushed all the king-level Qilin blood crystals. Hey, you fat sheep. Move away. Xianxia was anxious. Wait, old man. Before I buy the information, I also have a piece of information to sell to you. Yunxing blinked and smiled like a flower. Xianxia felt a chill on his neck. He had a bad feeling about this. Who am I? I don't have any information. Why would I need you to sell me? Xianxia pulled a long face. This little girl from the mortal world was very well informed. He, Xianxia, dared to say that he was third in the underworld. As for the first and second. There was no way. Old man Xianxia, don't be in such a hurry to bite me to death. This information is neither big nor small. It concerns the reputation of the Magical Powers Pavilion. Didn't Senior sell a piece of information to the 100 Rin sect half a month ago? Yunxing asked with a smile. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Xianxia's face twitched. The Magical Powers Pavilion's transactions have always been confidential. It's best that you don't ask who I sold the information to. Old man Xianxia, selling information is naturally none of my business. But if the information you sold is fake, then it's a hindrance to me. After all, I have to spend 100 king-level demon beast soul stones to buy information about the Ghost King cave. If the information is wrong, wouldn't I have wasted my money? Yunxing mocked. Buy it if you want. The Magical Powers Pavilion won't do business with you. Xianxia, that old man, had some temper. He waved his hand and was about to send her away. Xianxia was certain that his deal with the 10,000 Yama sect was so secretive that it was impossible for this human and beast to know about it. Yunxing had also expected Xianxia to deny it. She gave the sheep a look and the sheep obeyed. The Magical Abilities Pavilion accepted bribes and colluded with the 10,000 Yama sect to frame the sect master of the 100 Rin sect, Ying Hai. Popping Sheep immediately jumped up and howled as it flew towards the door. It even started to shout loudly. Shut up. Don't make a fuss. Xianxia didn't expect Yunxing to do this. His face immediately turned red. Xianxia was an old scoundrel. He didn't expect to meet Yunxing and the sheep who were even more scoundrels than scoundrels today. Popping Sheep was used to being lawless, and its loud voice was not inferior to its crying. If it continued to shout for a while longer, it was guaranteed that the entire Silent Ink City would know about the collusion between the Myriad Yama sect and the Abilities Pavilion. Shintongzi's face was red with anger. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly changed. His body flashed strangely, and like a hunting eagle, his 5 fingers turned into golden hooks and grabbed at baby sheep. Bubbling sheep looked plump and fluffy, but its movements weren't slow. Its pink figure jumped and bumped about in the small Divine Secrets pavilion. Xianxia actually couldn't catch it. The scariest thing was that the popping sheep's strength was astonishing. With every bump and jump, the shop was in shambles. There were holes everywhere. If this continued, before he could catch the sheep, his mystique pavilion would be torn apart. Xianxia was extremely vexed. He could tell that the pink demonic beast wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. He probably couldn't catch up to its speed. Xianxia sighed inwardly. He had been blinded by greed. One day, he accidentally got drunk and accepted money from Ci Lai from the 10,000 Yama sect. He helped Ci Lai once by selling him fake information. In the end, he fell into someone's trap. Stop. Tell your demonic beast to stop. This old man can't take it anymore. Tell me, what do you want? Xianxia's face was ashen. Only now did he realize that this man and beast from the mortal world were not as simple as he thought. She originally wanted to blackmail Yunxing, but in the end, she was caught by her. Senior Xianxia, please don't worry. As long as you tell me the truth about the Ghost King Cave and promise that you won't leak the secret of the Ghost King Cave in the future, I will keep this secret. I won't give you any less than 1 Qilin blood crystal. Yunxing knew that when dealing with people like Xianxia, she had to be careful. She couldn't force him into a corner, but at the same time, she had to give him an appropriate amount of sweetness. Only by relaxing could she ensure that Xianxia would cooperate with her happily. As expected, after hearing Yunxing's conditions, Xianxia's gloomy face turned bright. He immediately returned to his previous smiling face. Don't worry, don't worry. This old man promises you that after I take your soul stone, I won't sell the information to a third party. The clues about the Ghost King Cave will definitely be true. Only then did Yunxing pass the Qilin blood crystal to Xianxia. After Xianxia checked it, he cleared his throat. As for the specific location of the Beast King Cave, this old man has already drawn a map. As long as you follow the map, you'll be able to find the location of the Ghost King Cave. Xianxia handed a hand-drawn map to Yunxing. Yunxing looked at it. The Ghost King Cave indicated on the map was located at a place called Ghost Water Stream. Ghost Water Stream was different from Jima region, which was right next to Dongwei Gate. It was right next to Shiwei Gate, which was also the underworld. It was the place with the most souls. However, little girl, seeing that you're as cunning as this old man will also tell you an additional clue. Don't worry, this clue is free of charge. There's a demonic beast waiting outside Ghost Water Stream. That demonic beast used to be the Netherworld Ghost King's mount. It's said to be a demigod-ranked demonic beast. You have to think carefully. Xianxia advised from the side. Many thanks for Senior Xianxia's reminder. This one must go to Ghost Water Stream. You just have to remember our agreement. We'll meet again someday. After Yunxing received the map, she left the Divine Ability Pavilion. After Yunxing left, Xianxia happily placed the 200 Qilin blood crystals into a huge chest. There were already a large amount of soul stones inside. If one looked carefully, there were at least several tens of thousands of them. Hee, it's just enough for 100 people. Little girl, this old man has kept our agreement and will not release any more information. However, the information that has been sold in the past 20 years will not be included in this list. In the underworld, only the 2 of you dare to bargain with this old man. Ghost Water Stream is not that easy to enter. I hope you'll be lucky enough to come back alive. After Yunxing and Baby Sheep received the news of the Beast King Cave, they returned to the 100 Thunder Gate. Just as they arrived at the gate, they saw Yingyu giving instructions to a few disciples. When she saw Yunxing, Yingyu's expression became a little strange. After dawdling for a long time, Yingyu walked up and said bashfully, "Thank you for saving my father. However, I still don't like you." The poison in Yinghai's body was almost completely removed. Only now did Yingyu know that Yunxing was really an amazing physician. Thinking about her attitude towards Yunxing, Yingyu couldn't help but feel guilty. The reason why Yingyu disliked Yunxing was because she had always been secretly in love with her senior brother Yingchuan. When she saw that Ying Chuan had feelings for Yunxing, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Yunxing. However, Yunxing just smiled. Ying Yu's temper reminded her of her good friend Dong Huangling Er. She was a typical person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. All of her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. It was also because of this that although Yunxing was offended by Ying Yu a few times, she still couldn't hate Ying Yu. Miss Ying Yu, I think I should clarify with you that I have nothing to do with your senior brother Ying. I'm already married. Ying Yu was stunned. She looked at Yunxing with a face full of disbelief. She could clearly see that Yunxing's hairstyle was obviously that of an unmarried woman. Besides, if she really had a husband, why would she come to a place like the underworld alone? Seeing that Ying Yu didn't believe her, Yunxing let Dollar out and told Ying Yu about her and Yi Baiming. Ying Yu was confused. She looked at Dollar, who was standing beside Yunxing. Yunxing was obviously a human, and Dollar was obviously a magical beast. The two of them, but at the same time Ying Yu saw something unusual in Dollar's eyes. Although Dollar didn't speak, his eyes were always on Yunxing. Ying Yu couldn't be more familiar with that gaze. Because she had always been looking at senior brother Ying Chuan with the same gaze. The doubt in her eyes and the jealousy in her heart gradually disappeared. Ying Yu couldn't help but be moved by the relationship between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Only then did the two of them bury the hatchet and become familiar with each other. Yunxing took the opportunity to ask about Jima Prefecture and the underworld. Between Yunxing and Ying Yu, after the former enmity was buried, they quickly became familiar with each other. Once they started chatting, there was a lot to talk about. Women were really strange creatures. A moment ago, they were shouting to kill each other. Now, they were acting like best friends. Dollar, who was lying on one side, comfortably rested his head on Yunxing's lap and rolled his eyes. Perhaps Ying Yu felt guilty for misunderstanding Yunxing earlier, so she patiently answered Yunxing's questions one by one. Actually, I've always been curious. Didn't they say that everyone who was exiled to the underworld would have a punishment brand on them? Why don't you and Brother Ying have any? Yunxing had noticed this when she met Ying Chuan and Ying Yu. Not only Ying Yu and Ying Chuan, but Yunxing also found that many people didn't have any punishment brand on them after entering Silent Ink City. Not everyone from the underworld has a punishment brand on their body. Only the humans who were exiled to the underworld from the mortal world have a punishment brand on them, Ying Yu said as she stole a glance at Dollar, who was beside Yunxing. Looking at the punishment brand with the word 1,000 on Dollar, Ying Yu's heart still palpitated a little. If Yunxing hadn't said that Dollar was her husband, Ying Yu would have stayed far away from such a felon who had been slaughtered by thousands. After Ying Yu's explanation, Yunxing learned that there were several kinds of people in the underworld. One kind was like Yunxing and Yi Baiming, who were exiled from the mortal world. Another kind was the descendants of the humans who were exiled to the underworld in the early years. The last kind was the natives of the underworld, the Nether clan. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan belonged to the second kind. Their ancestors were exiled to the underworld because of some mistakes. Then they got married and had children in the underworld. They didn't have a punishment brand on them. In the underworld, they were second-class people. The exiled criminals belonged to the lowest class of citizens. As for the first-class citizens, they were naturally the natives of the Netherworld, the Netherworld race. For example, the world deities of the underworld belonged to the Underworld clan with the noblest bloodline in the underworld. PFFF, Bo Bo, who was secretly drinking tea at the side, spat out a mouthful of tea. Bullshit Netherworld clan. Popping Sheep's face was full of dissatisfaction. Under Yunxing's sharp glare, this fellow finally calmed down. Ying Yu also told Yunxing that the Nether clan's status had always been unshakable. As the second and third class citizens, the descendants of criminals and exiles were always bullied in the underworld. Hundreds of years ago, the convicts who were exiled here had to serve as laborers, and the descendants of the convicts had to pay heavy taxes every year. This situation only improved when the Phantasm Ghost King appeared. The Netherworld Ghost King isn't from the Netherworld clan, but he doesn't look like a human either. Thinking back to the Taiyuan ruins, when the Netherworld Ghost King had an enchanting appearance that was different from a human's, Yunxing raised her doubts. To be exact, no one knows the origins of the Netherworld Ghost King. Some say that he was a human, while others say that he was a fallen god. However, no matter what, his appearance changed the situation of the underworld to a large extent. He led the 4 great counties, including the Jima County, to break away from the rule of the underworld deity, allowing the descendants of the human race and the convicts to obtain freedom and equality. It's a pity that he has fallen. When speaking of the Netherworld Ghost King, Yingyu's face was full of reverence. In fact, most of the descendants of the human race and the convicts were very grateful to the Netherworld Ghost King. It's a pity that he died. Hearing Yingyu's words, Yunxing's attitude towards the Phantasm Ghost King improved. She was even more curious as to who was able to kill the Phantasm Ghost King. It seemed that she had to quickly study the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream and explore the Ghost King Cave as soon as possible. Seeing that Yunxing had sunk into deep thought, Yingyu's eyes flashed with an unspeakable secret. She had already heard from senior brother Yingchuan that Yunxing's purpose in coming to the underworld was to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yingyu seemed to want to tell Yunxing something, but hesitated. Yingyu, Miss Yun, you're both here? Sect Master invites you in. Yingchuan walked out and was very surprised to see Yunxing and Yingyu, who had previously disliked each other, chatting happily. When he saw the demonic beast beside Yunxing, Yingchuan's expression suddenly changed and he pulled out his weapon. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. That's Yunxing's demonic beast. Yingyu saw that Yingchuan's expression had changed and couldn't help but laugh. A demonic beast that could slaughter 1,000 people, Yingchuan's face was a mix of red and white. If Yunxing also had such a ferocious beast by her side in the Weiwu forest, forget one spiky tiger, even 10 spiky tigers wouldn't be enough to defeat her. However, with such a powerful ferocious beast, the sect master's plan would probably proceed much more smoothly. Yingchuan led Yunxing, Jin and Yingyu into Sect Master Ying's room. Sect Master Ying's complexion looked good. He believed that the poison in his body had almost fully recovered. He also heard Yingchuan explain Jin Ni's background. Hearing that, Sect Master Ying's face lit up with joy. Miss Yun, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today to ask for your help. Help me eliminate the people from the Thousand Hell sect tonight. Ying Hai was naturally a courageous and resourceful person since he could become the sect master of 100 Ren sect. In addition, he had received Yunxing's advice and was already on his guard against the Thousand Hell sect. Earlier, he pretended to ask Yingchuan and Yingyu not to reveal that he had fully recovered from his illness. On the contrary, he purposely created an illusion that his poison had worsened. Ying Hai secretly ordered people to keep a close eye on the Thousand Hell sect's movements. After some observation, they indeed discovered that the Thousand Hell sect spies had been lurking near 100 Ren sect for the past few days. I've already asked around. The person who framed me this time is the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hell sect, Ci Lai. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the sect leader of the Thousand Hell sect is in closed-door cultivation to launch a surprise attack and annex the 100 Ring Gate tonight. If Miss Yun hadn't appeared at the market, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them this time. When Ying Hai said this, the veins on his forehead throbbed. He was extremely angry. Yingyu and Yingchuan beside him were also filled with righteous indignation. Sect Master Ying, you want me to help you? Sect Master Ying, Yunxing is just a passerby. She helped you to treat your illness because she wanted to repay Big Brother Ying's favor. Since the favor has been repaid, 100 Ren sect and I don't owe each other anything. To Yunxing, killing someone like Ci Lai was just a piece of cake. However, the Thousand Hell sect was a large sect in Jima County after all. Yunxing wasn't willing to get herself into big trouble because of this. Right now, she only wanted to get to Ghost Water Stream as soon as possible. Yingchuan and Yingyu listened anxiously from the side. However, the two of them didn't want to force Yunxing to stay. This old man also understands this point very well. However, if I'm willing to help Miss Yun enter the Ghost King Cave smoothly, will Miss Yun agree to help me eliminate the Thousand Hell sect? Ying Hai had already guessed Yunxing's answer and suddenly asked. Although Ying Hai had only met Yunxing by chance, he had seen countless people and had long seen that Yunxing had wisdom and steadiness that did not match her appearance. Yunxing was a person who would respect others tenfold if they respected her. However, it was not so easy to get her to work for the Thousand Hell sect. As expected, Yunxing rejected him immediately. Sect Master Ying, are you threatening me? I've already found out the whereabouts of the Ghost King Cave. I don't need your help. Yunxing's voice became colder. She hated being threatened the most. If not for the sake of Yingchuan and Yingyu, she would have left immediately. You already know the whereabouts of the Ghost King Cave? You've been to the Superpowers Pavilion? A strange expression appeared on Yinghai's face. Master, I was the one who asked Miss Yun to go to the Superpowers Pavilion. She came to the underworld to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yingchuan was a straightforward person. When he saw his master threaten Yunxing, he also felt somewhat indignant. Sigh, it's my fault for not telling you clearly earlier. Miss Yun, you must have also fallen for that old fox Shinjizi's trick and bought this map at a high price. Yinghai shook his head and took out a map. When she saw the map, Yunxing's expression was as ugly as it could get. That map was the same one she had obtained from Shinjizi earlier. It was the same map and also the ghost water stream. That old man Shinjizi had clearly promised her that he would not sell this map to others. Moreover, Yinghai had just woken up. It was impossible for him to obtain the map so quickly. Then, the only explanation was, there's no need to look at it. This map is the one you obtained. I believe that the same map is in the hands of the 100 Hell Sect, the 1000 Hell Sect, the Jima Commandery, and the other major forces in the 8 commanderies of the underworld. Yinghai could not help but sigh. He had also heard from Yingchuan that Yunxing had come to the underworld to find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost King. He had just told Yunxing that he had purchased this map from that old fox, Shinjizi, about 10 years ago with a large sum of money. As for the other major forces, they had also obtained the same map from Shinjizi in the 20 years after the Phantasm Ghost King's death. This matter had long been an open secret among the major sections. However, because the old man Shinjizi had more or less grasped some secrets of the major sects, no one dared to find trouble with Shinjizi. However, this map was also kept in the hands of the various major powers. Everyone's thoughts were the same as Yunxing's. They wanted to enter the Ghost King Cave and obtain the Ghost King's relics or inheritance. So you're saying that we've all been tricked by Shinjizi? Yunxing suppressed her anger. That damn Shinjizi actually dared to blackmail her. That might not be the case. This map shouldn't be fake. After this old man obtained this map, I secretly made a trip to the ghost water stream. This old man is certain that there is a demigod rank magical beast in the ghost water stream. For a demigod rank magical beast to be in charge of guarding the Ghost King Cave, Yinghai said. Yinghai also told Yunxing that although the major powers of the underworld 8 counties all had this map in their hands, not a single one of them had successfully entered the ghost water stream in the past 20 years, let alone obtain the Ghost King's inheritance. This was because the demigod rank magical beast was extremely powerful. None of the major powers had been able to kill it. Even a martial god rank warrior or a magic god rank magician might not be able to defeat that magical beast. It was also because of the existence of that magical beast that the ghost water stream had not been breached. If that's the case, why did Sect Master Ying say that you can help me enter the Ghost King Cave? Yunxing heard something unusual from Yinghai's tone. If Yinghai really had the confidence to help her enter the Ghost King Cave, she could even help him destroy the entire 1000 Hell Sect, let alone a mere Ci Lai. Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as you help the 100 Ring Gate overcome tonight's crisis, I can guarantee that you will definitely be able to enter the ghost water stream. As for whether you can find what you want, it will all depend on your luck. Yinghai knew that he had persuaded Yunxing. Yunxing pondered for a moment and finally chose to cooperate with Yinghai. After Yunxing discussed with Yinghai and the others, they quietly waited for midnight to arrive. The people from the 1000 Hell Sect had walked right into the trap. It was night, but the inside and outside of the Bailuan Gate were no different from any other day. Around the time of the Z, 11 p.m. to 11 p.m., 11 p.m. to 11 p.m., 11 p.m., there were many shadows coming out from the alleys around the Bailuan Gate like shuttles of arrows. Ci Lai was dressed in black. Beside him, the vice-sect master of the 1000 Hell Sect, Ci Lai, stared at the silent 100 Ring Gate with bright eyes. Uncle, look at the 100 Ring Gate. Is that old fellow Yinghai really dead? Ci Lai and his nephew had been paying close attention to the 100 Ring Gate for the past few days. According to a reliable source, Yingyu and Yingchuan had already returned from the Weifog forest. The two of them had already brought back the soul crystal of the fiery red tree spirit. That old fellow Yinghai must have fallen into their trap. Even if Yinghai did not fall into our trap, he has been poisoned for half a year. He is already at the end of his rope. If you and I attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Xiai Lai laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 disciples from the Thousand Hell sect quietly approached the 100-ring gate. Xiai Lai and his nephew found Yinghai's room without any trouble. There was only a dim illumination magic formation in the room. Yinghai was lying on the side of the bed. They could only vaguely see his curled-up silhouette. That old man is on the verge of death. Let me be the good guy and send you on your way. Tully raised his palm and gathered his do chi. A whistling sound could be heard as his do chi tore through the air and flew towards the bed. Xiai Lai was already a martial god. His opponent was not prepared for this attack. Even if Yinghai was not injured, he might not be able to dodge the sneak attack. Just as Xiai Lai's palm landed on the back of Yinghai, who was lying on the bed. Suddenly, the figure on the sickbed that was as still as a volcano suddenly moved. A terrifying beast roar pierced Xiai Lai's eardrums. The golden beast's eyes seemed to light up the entire room. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning. Xiai Lai only felt that his head was still on his shoulder a moment ago. In the next second, his head fell to the ground. It was so fast that he did not even feel any pain. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Xiai Lai saw his headless body being pounced on by a demon beast that was glowing with a blinding golden light. The demon beast's body seemed to be made of gold. Under the dim illumination of the magic formation, it shone brightly. On its back, the word Qian was branded. What a beast, this was the only thought that flashed through Xiai Lai's mind. Then, everything fell into darkness. He was dead. On the last day of February, thank you for voting, recommending, and gifting. If you don't vote now, school will start soon. There will be more updates in March. Midnight was the quietest and darkest time of the day. Yinghai, Yingyu, and Yingchuan, who had been waiting in the dark for a long time, attacked the Thousand Hell sect not long after they infiltrated the 100-ring gate. You sniped them from the dark. Yingchuan, cut off their escape route. Yinghai, who had just recovered from his illness, had a glint in his eyes. A wolf shadow spear appeared in his hand and charged into the crowd. With a roar, the battle chi in his body burst out, and in an instant, countless spear shadows were thrust out. Blood splattered everywhere the spear shadows passed. Yingyu and Yingchuan were also doing well. Yingchuan held 2 sabers in his hands and a sharp fighting aura appeared on his sabers. Wherever his sabers passed, it was as if he was cutting vegetables. Yingyu remained calm and kept shooting arrows with her magic bow. After becoming friends with Yunxing, she had received some guidance from Yunxing. Now, she had improved a lot in her magic bow and arrow skills. The 100 or so thousand Hell sect elites that Xiai Lai had brought with him were swept away by the 100-cloud gate in less than 10 minutes like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is great. Father, how long has it been since we last felt this good? Yingyu gritted her teeth and her face was flushed. Ever since her father was poisoned and the Thousand Hell sect rose, the 100-ring gate had been suppressed badly. Today, she had killed to her heart's content. Master, why is there no movement in the room? Can Miss Yin really handle it alone? Yingchuan looked worried. Earlier, Yunxing had agreed to form an alliance with Yinghai to eliminate the Thousand Hell sect's attack. Yunxing had even suggested that she should deal with Xiai Lai and his nephew alone. Although they had a rough idea of Yunxing's strength, they couldn't help but have some doubts. Xiai Lai was a martial god. If he fought head-on, he should be in a fierce battle right now. The 3 of them walked out of the room. The surroundings were silent. Could it be? Something must have happened. The door creaked open. Yunxing walked out with a calm expression. In her right hand, she was carrying a frightened person. It was the spiky tiger. Looking at the ground, it was covered in blood. Xiai Lai was already lying on the ground with his head separated from his body. Cub was already paralyzed with fear. Dead? Yinghai's eyes narrowed. I'll leave this guy to you guys. Yunxing tossed the spiky tiger to Yinghai. As for the interspatial pouches on Savage Cub and Ci Lai, she had already looted them without hesitation. This was also the reason why she volunteered to kill Ci Lai and Ci Hu. As the vice-sect master of the Thousand Hell sect, Ci Lai possessed a considerable amount of wealth. Yunxing now had 300 king-class soulstones, as well as some land deeds and shops in Jima County. Hai searched Ci Lai's corpse and found that Ci Lai's storage bag was gone. He knew that Yunxing had taken it, but he didn't say anything. As for Cub, Hai didn't kill him immediately. After interrogating him, he locked him up. Sect Master Ing, I've already helped you defeat the Thousand Hell sect's ambush. According to our agreement, you should tell me how to enter Ghost Water Stream and avoid the demigod-level demonic beast. With Yunxing's current strength, if she worked with Dollar and the other demonic beasts in the Beast Speech Ring, they might be able to defeat the demigod-level demonic beast. Especially since she had 3 divine beast totems with her. At the last moment, the divine beast totems might be able to fight, but Yunxing could only summon them once. She didn't want to use them unless she had no other choice. Miss Yun, you don't have to worry about that. This old man is a man of his word. To tell you the truth, this old man has been monitoring the whereabouts of that demigod-rank demonic beast for so many years. Finally, this old man discovered a secret. This demigod-level demonic beast has been stuck at the demigod level for 20 years. It's finally going to break through. In about 5 days, it will attempt to break through to the god level. Hai told Yunxing about his discovery. Break through to the god level? Yunxing understood what Hai meant. Whether it was demonic beasts or humans, the moment they broke through to the god level was when they were at their weakest. Hai wanted Yunxing to sneak into the Ghost King cave during the limited time the demigod-level demonic beast was breaking through to the god level. This method is feasible. Yunxing thought about it. Although it was a little risky, it was the safest method if the timing was right. However, there's one more thing. Since I was able to discover the demigod-level demonic beast breaking through to the god level, the other forces of the underworld must have also discovered it. Moreover, I will also send Yu and Chuan to the Beast King's cave this time. Hai had only agreed to help Yunxing enter the Beast King's cave, but he did not give up the opportunity to enter the Beast King's cave. The temptation of the Ghost King cave was too great. The Beast King cave was built by the first Ghost King of the underworld. It was rumored that the Ghost King had chosen the Ghost Water Ravine because the Ghost Water Ravine had a special terrain that allowed it to contain a large amount of dark energy. For mages and warriors living in the underworld, this dark energy could speed up their cultivation. Hai didn't mind, but Chuan and Yu were still young. If they could seize this opportunity to enter the Ghost King cave, even if they didn't obtain the Ghost King's inheritance and magic weapons, the dark energy in the Ghost King cave would be enough to benefit them greatly in the future. Hai's plan was also the plan of the other forces of the underworld. The various forces of the underworld had spent a lot of money to buy Shinjizi's map. Naturally, they wouldn't give up any chance to enter the Beast King cave. They must have already discovered this pattern. These people had waited bitterly for 20 years and finally got this chance. They would definitely fight to enter the Beast King cave. Therefore, Yunxing's trip to the Beast King cave this time was still very dangerous. What the master brings in depends on the individual. How much we can gain in the Ghost King cave will depend on our own abilities. Yunxing admired Hai's frankness. Therefore, she agreed to go to the Ghost Water Ravine with Yu and Chuan. Vice-sect leader Ci Lai had been killed, and more than 100 disciples had been surrounded. This time, the Thousand Hell sect had suffered a great loss. The next day, the Thousand Hell sect leader, Wan Tianqiu, received the news. Hai, you old bastard. Wan Tianqiu knew that Hai had recovered from his poison and had even plotted against the Thousand Hell sect. Anger was stuck in his heart, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sect leader, are we going to bring our brothers to fight to the death with the 100 Ren sect? The people from the Thousand Hell sect were indignant. A fight to the death is inevitable, but not now. Wait until I return from the Ghost King cave. I will definitely massacre the 100 Ren sect. Just as Hai had said, Wan Tianqiu also sent people to closely monitor the demigod-level demonic beast's movements at the Ghost Water Ravine. He had also received a secret report that the demigod-level demonic beast would soon break through to the god level. In the underworld palace, a man stood tall and straight. He wore a purple gold divine robe, and his long black hair fell to his waist. Lord World Deity, in the past few days, the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld have been secretly rushing towards the Shiwei Gate, a skeleton soldier reported. You may leave. Under the man's handsome eyebrows, a sharp light flashed through his slender eyes. After the skeleton soldier retreated, he flipped his palm, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. On the crystal ball, a beautiful female magician was mixed in with the crowd. On her back, there was a lazy pink magical beast with a sleepy face. The Ghost King Cave? After waiting for so many years, he finally came? The world deity of the underworld disappeared, leaving behind an empty underworld palace. In another part of the underworld, near the Shiwei Gate, Yunxing and the people of the 100 Thunder sect were hurrying day and night. Achoo! Vomiting, that uncomfortable feeling came again. Dear master, I have a very bad premonition about this place. The sheep's wool stood on end, and the strange feeling of being watched came again. The sheep's black beady eyes kept turning. What was wrong? Why did it feel that the closer they got to the Shiwei Gate, the more uneasy it felt? The sheep thought about it carefully. Yes, it must be because they were getting closer and closer to the underworld palace. This feeling was as if that guy who was spitting would appear by their side at any time. Yunxing, Yingyu, Yingchuan, and the others led a dozen disciples of the 100 Thunder sect to the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream is close to the Shiwei Gate. The evil aura in this area is much stronger than in other places. You're probably not used to it, Yingyu said. Ever since Yunxing and Yingyu had buried the hatchet, she liked the sheep more. After all, the sheep had a cute face that could make a woman's heart flutter. However, the sheep was very proud. Other than Yunxing and Jin and I, no one else could touch it. After witnessing the sheep's strange strength that night, Yingyu didn't dare to provoke it. Speaking of which, are there really ghosts around the Shiwei Gate? What's the difference between these ghosts and humans? Yunxing was most curious about the ghosts at the Shiwei Gate. Before coming to the underworld, Yunxing had always thought that she would see ghosts everywhere in the underworld. Before Yunxing transmigrated to the boundless world, she was a typical atheist. But after coming to the boundless world, her worldview was overturned. On the continent, there were indeed many inconceivable things. However, ever since she came to the underworld, she hadn't seen a single ghost. After asking around, she found out that the ghosts from the human world who couldn't reincarnate were brought to the underworld. In order not to disturb the order of the underworld, they were brought to the Shiwei Gate and imprisoned forever. Unlike the Eastway Gate, the Westway Gate wasn't actually a gate but a magical stone tablet. It was an enormous devil-suppressing stone tablet. It was said that it was 3,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide. There were countless names of ghosts engraved on it. No one knew who built the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but the existence of the underworld depended on it. The devil-suppressing stone tablet was already there. Since the devil-suppressing stone tablet existed in the underworld, countless ghosts from the human world were brought to the underworld and sealed in the stone tablet hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, they were sealed in the devil-suppressing stone tablet. Most of these ghosts were resentful spirits from the human world. If they stayed in the underworld for too long, they would definitely become resentful spirits and cause a storm of blood in the underworld. However, if used properly, they could be used to support the dark energy of the underworld and provide an endless supply of energy for the entire underworld. Therefore, this devil-suppressing stone tablet was the most important place that supported the entire underworld. Therefore, the Shiwei Gate was the most heavily guarded place in the entire underworld. The underworld palace was guarded by a large number of underworld soldiers. The Ghost King Cave was located at the Ghost Water Stream, which was only 50 miles away from the Shiwei Gate. The outside world also suspected that the reason why the Netherworld Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave at the Ghost Water Stream was not only to absorb the dark energy of the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but also to demonstrate his might to the underworld deities. The ghosts of the Shiwei Gate cannot be reincarnated. They will forever remain in the Shiwei Gate's magic array until their souls dissipate. Speaking of which, they are quite pitiful. Yingyu had once been near the Shiwei Gate. She only saw an enormous stone tablet that reached the clouds. Near the stone tablet were 4 underworld deities, underworld winged demonic beasts. Inside the stone tablet, ghostly wails and howls could be heard day and night, imprisoning countless ghosts. It's a pity that we have to hurry to the ghost water stream. Otherwise, I would be interested to take a look at the Shiwei Gate. Yunxing was very curious about the devil-suppressing stone tablet. On their way to the ghost water stream, they met many people from other powers. It seemed that the news of the demigod-ranked demonic beasts breaking through had already spread to everyone's ears. The people from the 100-Ring Gate and Yunxing traveled day and night. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the ghost water stream. However, in order not to alarm the demigod-ranked demonic beasts, the various powers had set up camp 10 miles away from the ghost water stream. Yunxing, look, even the people from the Thousand Hell sect are here. Moreover, they are led by that old man, Wan Tianqiu. Yingyu noticed that there were dozens of disciples from the Thousand Hell sect near the ghost water stream. From Xianxia, Yingyu and the others already knew that the sect master of the Thousand Hell sect, Wan Tianqiu, was in seclusion. They didn't expect him to come out of seclusion so early for this trip to the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing secretly sized up Wan Tianqiu. Compared to Xianxia, Wan Tianqiu's figure was more burly. His cultivation should be around the middle stage of the martial god realm. Wan Tianqiu also noticed Yingyu and the others. Sect Master, it's those bastards from the 100-Ring Gate. The blood feud between the Thousand Hell sect and the 100-Ring Gate had long been formed. When the people from both sides saw each other, their eyes turned red with anger. They couldn't wait to tear each other into pieces. Wan Tianqiu's eyes were also red with anger. However, compared to the disciples from the Thousand Hell sect, Wan Tianqiu was more cautious. At a glance, he noticed that although there weren't many people from the 100-Ring Gate, there was an unfamiliar face among them. That was Yunxing. What made Wan Tianqiu even more surprised was that there was a golden demonic beast beside Yunxing. It was branded with heavy punishment. What an evil beast. Even Wan Tianqiu, who had done many evil deeds in the underworld, couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the evil dollar. Wan Tianqiu had previously wondered how Xianxia, and the elites from the Thousand Hell sect could be killed by that old fox, Yinghai, in one night. Now that he saw dollar, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. It was obvious that the female sorcerer and a ferocious beast were behind this. If he wanted to attack the people from the 100-Ring Gate, he would have to kill that woman and the beast first. Although the 100-Cloud Gate and the 10,000 Yama sect's forces were filled with undercurrents, no one was willing to lose their strength at a time like this when the demigod rank magical beast was about to break through and various forces were vying for the Ghost King Cave. Whether it was Yingchuan, Yingyu, or that old man Wan Tianqiu, they only had one thought in their minds. The real battle would only begin after they entered the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing also thought that compared to Wan Tianqiu, the exploration of the Ghost King Cave this time was more about the other factions. Yunxing secretly paid attention to the other factions that came from the 8 counties of the underworld. They were stronger than the 100-Rin sect and the 1000 Inferno sect. Some of them had even reached the peak of the martial god realm. In comparison, the few major forces of Jima Prefecture seemed insignificant. After getting a general idea of the strength of each faction, Yunxing and Yingyu began to survey the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream was originally a stream. The water that flowed here was black in color. The flow of the water was not strong, but it flowed all year round. The stream was about 5 miles long, winding and deep. Aside from the demigod-level demonic beast that was about to break through, there were also a large number of dense demonic plants growing near the Ghost Water Stream. Among them, the most annoying one was a demonic plant called the Throat Arrow Tree. This demonic plant would shoot out a large number of sharp thorns at the slightest movement. A person would be turned into a pool of blood if they were touched by the thorns. Moreover, they had to be wary of the valley jellyfish that might suddenly appear in the stream. This type of jellyfish could shoot out a very powerful large-scale ice magic that could freeze a person in an instant. That's the general situation. Looking at the signs, the demigod-level demonic beast hasn't broken through yet. Yingyu and Yingchuan chose an open area with a good view 5 miles away from the Ghost Water Stream to set up camp. Night fell. In order not to alarm the demigod-level demonic beast, none of the factions dared to use magic formations or bonfires. They only ate some cold dry rations. Around midnight, a commotion came from the direction of the ghost water stream. An angry cloud suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky. The roiling clouds were like a ball of raging flames, and also like a stormy sea. If one listened carefully, one would be able to faintly hear the rumbling of thunder within the roiling clouds. From this, one could tell how frightening the might contained within the roiling clouds was. It's the heavenly lightning of darkness that only appears when the divine beast of darkness breaks through. Both inside and outside the tent, there was an uproar. Yunxing and Yingyu also came out of the tent. Yunxing had encountered several lightning tribulations. The first time was when the 9-leaf purple ginseng had evolved into a divine spiritual herb. The second time was when second uncle Yun Songlong had broken through to the martial saint rank. The last time was when grandfather Yun Ba had broken through to the martial saint rank. In comparison, each of the recent advancements was grander and grander. All living things in the world had their own opportunities. Compared to plants, humans, and magical beasts, plants were the weakest, so the scale of their lightning tribulations was also the smallest. The physical strength of humans was between plants and magical beasts, so the power of their lightning tribulations was also in the middle. Magical beasts were a very special existence in the world. They had the strongest physical strength, but correspondingly, the difficulty of their cultivation was also the highest. This was especially so in a place like the underworld. Magical beasts that had broken through to the divine beast of darkness had committed many evil deeds throughout their lives. Therefore, the lightning tribulations they encountered during their breakthroughs were bound to be the most powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness was not to be underestimated. If it succeeded, that demigod magical beast would break through the bottleneck of the divine realm. However, if it failed, that demigod magical beast would be consigned to eternal damnation, and its soul could only be used to add a portion of dark energy to the demon-subduing stone tablet. The appearance of the angry cloud meant that the demigod magical beast was about to break through to the divine realm. This was also the best time to sneak into the Ghost King cave. Look! It's that demigod magical beast. Someone cried out in surprise. From the depths of the Ghost Creek in the valley, a beast roar that made one's bones hurt could be heard. The silhouette of a magical beast that was the size of a hill rushed out from the rocky waters of the Ghost Creek. Only then did Yunxing see the true appearance of that magical beast. It was an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros. This kind of battle rhinoceros was a special kind of dark magical beast of the underworld. It was born to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Not only did it possess a terrifying dark do qi, but it could also use powerful dark magic. With such an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros guarding the Ghost Creek, it was equivalent to having a demigod warrior and a demigod magician at the same time. It was no wonder that the forces of the underworld's 8 counties were unable to break through the Ghost Creek in the past 20 years. Although the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had appeared, no one dared to rashly approach it. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was a demigod magical beast. It had already gained human senses, and it also knew the power of the heavenly lightning of wrath. It roared, and a dark brown magic array appeared under its cumbersome body. Pieces of heavy armor that looked like gold and stone immediately condensed on its skin. Everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the first heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Rumble, the heavenly lightning of wrath, which was several times thicker than an arm, struck the thick armor of the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros with a violent force. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness fell. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had already used magic to defend itself, the magic armor made a few cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on it. Blood seeped out from the cracks. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even so, it endured and waited for the second heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Now's the time. Sneak into the Ghost Creek. When the major forces saw this, they were all overjoyed. They quickly rushed toward the Ghost Creek. Yunxing, Yingyu, and Yingchuan looked at each other. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a while and see what happens. Yunxing shook her head. Although Yingyu was secretly anxious, she remembered that before they left, her father had repeatedly told her that after entering the Ghost Creek, she had to listen to Yunxing's orders. She could only suppress the excitement in her heart and wait at the side. Wan Tianqiu was one of the first to rush into the Ghost Creek. He had already occupied an excellent position and led several disciples into the depths of the Ghost Creek. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was still waiting for the second heavenly lightning of darkness. Wan Tianqiu saw an opening. He and the disciples of his sect leaped a few times and swept past the rhinoceros's field of vision. In order to avoid the rhinoceros, the people of the Wanyama sect all walked along the banks of the Ghost Creek. When they sensed the movement of the grass in the wind, the howling arrow trees that were half a man's height on both sides of the bank shot out black shadows. The black shadows were stained with the stench of blood and were extremely sharp. Wan Tianqiu had already anticipated the power of the howling arrow trees, so he came prepared. With a roar, the fighting aura in his body suddenly exploded. The might of a martial god was not to be underestimated. An indestructible wall of fighting aura formed around him. The thick fighting aura instantly shattered the sharp, poisonous thorns. Thank you for your monthly votes. I'll add more chapters today. It's a new month. *W***, shamelessly ask for hot new monthly votes. Wan Tianqiu's fighting chi was so strong that the arrows, which were extremely poisonous in the eyes of others, were nothing to him. After his successful attack, his subordinates took out their celestial weapons one after another. There was a flash of fire. The throat arrow trees were most afraid of fire. Once they encountered the fire, the throat arrow trees shrank into a ball. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu had succeeded, the other forces followed suit. Soon, 2 fire snakes appeared on both sides of the ghost water stream in the deep valley. Countless throat arrow wood, under the effect of the fire snakes, were set ablaze and burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed half of the ghost water stream. In front of them was a vast stream with unknown depth. Martial gods like Wan Tianqiu didn't care about the ice arrow jellyfish. The fighting chi in his body formed a fighting chi armor on the surface of his body. Wan Tianqiu took the lead and flew up like an eagle. Following him were the leaders of the major forces. In an instant, 8 or 9 martial gods flashed across the surface of the ghost water ravine. Under the stream, there was a commotion. Countless valley jellyfish emerged from the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of icy blue water arrows shot out from under the water. The water arrows turned into ice arrows as soon as they entered the air. Those disciples with weaker cultivations were caught off guard and were hit by several ice arrows. They immediately turned into ice men and fell into the stream, smashing their bodies and bones into pieces. The martial gods, on the other hand, were at ease. As they flew, the doqi in their bodies protected them so that not even a drop of water could leak out. While using their battle energy to protect their bodies, they also aimed their fists at the location where the water arrows were shot out from. Their battle energy drilled into the water and blasted those ice arrow jellyfish into smithereens. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu and the others were about to cross the stream and enter the deepest part of the ghost water stream, Yingyu and the others, who had been waiting by the side, became anxious. Yunxing? Why don't we take action? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will break into the Ghost King cave. Yunxing looked calm, but Yingyu was already very nervous. There's no hurry. The best part is yet to come. My big gift hasn't appeared yet. Yunxing chuckled. When Yingyu and the others heard this, they all frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Yunxing's words. Only Kissing Sheep and Dollar knew what their master, Wildcat, meant. Bo, I mourn for all of you. That devil-subduing stone tablet of the underworld really benefited you for nothing. There will be a few more vengeful spirits. Bo Sheep laughed evilly. Not long after Yunxing finished speaking, there was another wave of fluctuation in the ghost water stream. Everyone was shocked. They had already killed a large number of ice arrow jellyfish. Why was there another wave? Suddenly, the expressions of Wan Tianqiu and the others changed drastically, because they had acutely sensed that the ripples coming from the bottom of the stream were not ordinary ripples. Suddenly, all the water from the ghost water stream was sucked into the air, forming 4 magical waterfalls in the front, back, left, and right. The water vapor from the waterfalls was dense, blocking the heroes inside the waterfalls. The power of the magical waterfalls was not to be underestimated. With such an obstruction, even Wan Tianqiu and the others were unable to break through the magical waterfalls. The scale of this magical waterfall was not something that could be created by ordinary ice arrow jellyfish. Everyone was faintly uneasy. Aside from the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, could it be that there were other powerful magical beasts in the ghost water stream? What kind of monster is this? Wan Tianqiu looked at the stream and saw that the water was converging towards the center of the stream. A terrifying unknown dark magical plant drilled out from the bottom of the stream. Its size was about the same as the arrowtail battle rhinoceros, but its body was covered with countless tentacles. Each tentacle was tens of meters long. That magical plant was none other than King Anemone abyssalis, which Yinxing had obtained from the bottom of the Penglai Sea. When Yinxing had made a contract with King Anemone abyssalis, she had promised that as long as she was alive, she would definitely bring King Anemone abyssalis with her when she went to the underworld. When Yinxing had made the promise, she did not know that she would really come to the underworld one day. She did not expect that she would really come to the underworld. The underworld was not very useful to the other magical beasts on Yinxing's body. However, it was the best environment for King Anemone abyssalis to live in. Especially this ghost water stream, which was a place of extreme ease that was selected by the Ghost King. It also had a water source. For King Anemone abyssalis, it was the best place to fight. When Yinxing had arrived at the ghost water stream, she had already made up her mind. There were many powerful forces in the 8 counties of the underworld, and there was no lack of martial gods among them. If these people all entered the Ghost King cave, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for her to find the Heart Distress Lantern. However, if she wanted to use the magical plants and jellyfish in the ghost water stream to obstruct these experts, it was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, when she was surveying the terrain, she had quietly placed King Anemone abyssalis in the beast language ring into the water. King Anemone abyssalis was a tyrant in the vast Penglai Sea. Needless to say, it was only a small stream. While waiting for the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros to break through to the god level, King Anemone abyssalis had already taken control of all the ice arrow jellyfish in the ghost water stream. When the raging thunder cloud arrived and the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros started to break through to the god level, the heroes could not help but rush into the ghost water stream. Yunxing first secretly manipulated King Anemone abyssalis to order the ice arrow jellyfish to create the illusion that they could not withstand a single blow. Only when the leaders of the powerful forces had entered the depths of the stream did she let King Anemone abyssalis launch a surprise attack. Indeed, without knowing that there was a peak king-level magical plant hiding in the ghost water stream, Wan Tianqiu and the rest were caught off guard. The situation that was originally firmly under the control of the powerful forces became abnormally dangerous in the blink of an eye. King Anemone abyssalis' magical waterfall blocked the hero's path. Wan Tianqiu activated the fighting energy in his body and attacked King Anemone abyssalis. "Beast, why aren't you retreating?" Wan Tianqiu was like a cannonball as he approached King Anemone abyssalis. A streak of fighting energy struck one of King Anemone tentacles' tentacles. King Anemone tentacles were cut off and flew out. Seeing this, Wan Tianqiu was overjoyed. But at the same time, a new tentacle suddenly grew out from King Anemone tentacles' wound. The more it was cut off, the more tentacles grew out. This scene caused the faces of the powerhouses who were fighting endlessly to change. But this was only the beginning. What happened next caused the faces of the heroes to turn pale. King Anemone tentacle let out an ear-piercing screech. There was another magical fluctuation beside it, and a large number of small Anemone abyssalis appeared. Welcome to the monthly boats party. For the past 20 years, the people of the major factions had been coveting the Ghost King cave. Their surveillance of the ghost water stream was much more than that of the sect master of the 100 Thunder sect. Even the number of arrow trees and frost arrow jellyfish, as well as their approximate locations, had been thoroughly investigated. But they never knew that there was such a terrifying magical plant in the ghost water stream. The magical plant's body was surging with dark magic. Its strength had reached the peak of King Realm, only a step away from Demigod Realm. It might not be as strong as the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, but its vitality was more tenacious. They saw King Anemone abyssalis and a large number of little tentacle sunflowers floating around it. Although it was only a peak King Realm magical plant, due to the environment, Anemone abyssalis was like a fish in water in the ghost water stream. With the support of the ghost water stream, its magical waterfall had an astonishing regenerative ability. Even those martial god realm experts couldn't use their fists and legs because their hands and feet were bound by the magical waterfall. Seeing that Anemone Abyssalis could summon a large number of little tentacle sunflowers that were comparable to ninth-rank magical plants, the people of the major factions in the magical waterfall couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn! What the hell is this? Not only did it have a powerful regenerative ability, it could also summon little tentacle sunflowers that were just as strong. Where did Anemone Abyssalis come from? Why had they never heard of such a strange magical plant in the ghost water stream? Compared to the magical plant in front of them, the scarlet flame tree trunks in the misty forest were nothing. Although Yingyu and Yingchuan were far away, they could see everything clearly. Seeing the strange appearance of King Anemone Abyssalis, the two trembled with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't rashly enter the ghost water stream. Otherwise, if the martial god realm experts couldn't kill this magical plant in a short time, wouldn't their lives be in danger? However, Yingyu and Yingchuan couldn't help but wonder how Yunxing knew that there was such a powerful magical beast in the ghost water stream. Little sunflower is very impressive, huh? Humph, it can only show off in a place like ghost water stream. On land, you can't even compare to a single strand of hair from this world god, Bobo Sheep snorted. To be honest, when he saw the abyss tentacle sunflower in the limelight, he really felt a little itchy. He couldn't wait to go up and trample on that group of martial gods. However, the main character would always appear at the end. It was better to let a small character like little Kui charge first. Hearing what Popping Sheep said, Yingchuan and Yingyu were dumbstruck. Could it be that the terrifying aquatic magical plant was also Yunxing's summoned beast? This was too inconceivable. When had Yunxing done something in the dark, the two of them looked at Kissing Sheep, then looked at Dollar, and then looked at King Anemone Abyssalis in Ghost Water Stream, who had forced the heroes into a daze. There was only one thought in their minds. Wasn't this too monstrous? A magical beast that could talk wasn't enough. A ferocious beast that could slaughter 1,000 people wasn't enough. She actually had a summoned beast that was comparable to a demigod magical plant. It seemed that their understanding of Yunxing was only the tip of the iceberg. No wonder Father said that after reaching Ghost Water Stream, they had to listen to all her orders. Perhaps only by following Yunxing would they be able to enter the Ghost King Cave smoothly. The number of summoners in the underworld was much fewer than in the Boundless Land. Yingyu and Yingchuan had met a few summoners before, but those people could only control one magical beast. They had never seen anyone who could control multiple magical beasts so easily like Yunxing. They had never seen anyone like her. While the two of them were lamenting, there was only one thought in their minds. Fortunately, they weren't Yunxing's enemies. Otherwise, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Yunxing didn't pay attention to the reactions of Bobo Sheep, Yingyu, and the others. She was staring at the magical waterfall. Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Please pass through quickly. Anemone Abyssalis's voice sounded in her mind. Don't be in a daze. It's almost time for us to enter the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing didn't let joy get to her head. Although King Anemone Abyssalis was powerful, it was still impossible for her to trap more than 10 martial gods. Moreover, as time passed, the magical waterfall's effect on Yun Tianqiu and the others would be greatly weakened. Yunxing understood that they had to enter the Ghost King Cave before the heroes broke through. As soon as Yunxing's voice fell, Yingyu, Yingchuan, and the other spirits were lifted. They had waited bitterly for this moment for the whole night. Yunxing and the dozen or so hundred Thunder Sect disciples were like arrows piercing through the air, shuttling back and forth as they swept toward Ghost Water Stream. Thanks to Wan Tianqiu and the others, who had cleared out the devil plants near Ghost Water Stream earlier, Yunxing and the others entered as if there was no one there. Nearly an hour had passed. Due to the large number of martial artists and magicians killed, the originally azure magic waterfall had gradually turned dark red. It was like two bloody waterfalls, firmly trapping the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld. Strange tentacles constantly shot out from all directions of the waterfall. The weaker disciples were killed on the spot. The Thousand Inferno Sect situation wasn't much better. Wan Tianqiu had the urge to vomit blood when he saw his disciples being killed one after another. This time, he had entered the Ghost King Cave and picked the most promising opponents in the sect. He hadn't expected to encounter these deadly devil plants. In less than an hour, most of his disciples had been killed. The loss this time was probably even more disastrous than Ci Li's failure to annihilate the Hundred Thunder sect. Wan Tianqiu was about to go mad with anger. What made Wan Tianqiu even more depressed was that he suddenly heard a few puff, puff, puff sounds beside his ears. Looking over, he saw a dozen figures passing through the magic waterfall in an instant. After seeing their faces clearly, Wan Tianqiu's eyes turned red. They were from the Hundred Thunder sect, the unfamiliar female magus in the lead, Ying Yu, and Ying Chuan, and the rest of the group all charged through the magic waterfall without using a single spell or battle skill. Their movement techniques were very fast, like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they swept into the depths of Ghost Water Stream and disappeared without a trace. Seeing them leave smoothly, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. Damn it, this was set up by the Devil Plants and the people from the Hundred Thunder sect. No wonder the people from the Hundred Thunder sect didn't make a move. Hundred Thunder sect, Wan Tianqiu, will definitely kill your entire sect until even chickens and dogs can't rest in peace. Wan Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he immediately thought that there was simply no one in the Hundred Thunder Gate who had the ability to control such a powerful demonic dark plant. In the end, there was only one possibility. That devil plant didn't belong to the Hundred Thunder sect, but it belonged to that female magician. Seeing that the people from the Hundred Ren clan had disappeared without a trace, Wan Tianqiu quickly came up with an idea. Everyone, please listen to me. This demonic plant was secretly ambushed by those scoundrels from the Hundred Ren clan. If we don't cooperate, we'll lose our best chance to enter the Ghost King Cave when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros completes its god-level breakthrough. Wan Tianqiu was also an ambitious person. Under such circumstances, he did not let anger get to his head. Instead, he immediately came up with a plan. Wan Tianqiu's previous attacks did not have much effect on the magic waterfall. However, he noticed that after several attacks, the magic waterfall still showed signs of weakening. Especially just now, after Yunxing and the people from the Hundred Ren clan passed through the waterfall, the power of darkness in some parts of the waterfall had weakened a little. As long as they gathered the power of all the major forces and launched a concentrated attack on the few weak spots, they would definitely be able to defeat the magic waterfall. Wan Tianqiu's words implied that he wanted to turn hostility into friendship and join forces with the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld to break through the magic waterfall. The experts from the 8 counties of the underworld were all clear-headed. They also knew that if they were still in a state of disunity, the Ghost King's inheritance and various treasures in the Ghost King Cave would most likely be divided up. The real treasures and wealth of the Ghost King were still in the Ghost King Cave. It would not be too late to settle any grudges after entering the Ghost King Cave. Immediately, Wan Tianqiu and the other 7 selected martial gods joined forces and activated the battle energy in their bodies at the same time. They formed groups of 2 and launched a unified attack on the weak spots of the magic waterfall. 8 experts in the martial god realm. With such a lineup, no matter if they were in the underworld or the boundless land, the ordinary word terrifying was not enough to describe it. In fact, when the 8 martial gods released their battle energy at the same time, the momentum was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. The battle energy in their bodies all exploded and was replaced by 8 powerful battle energies. The sound of water on the magic waterfall stopped flowing at that moment. A powerful energy fluctuation. Wan Tianqiu and the others roared at the same time, break. Several battle energies rushed out from the magic waterfall. The combat aura was like a torrent formed after a torrential downpour. It was like 8 ferocious tigers coming down the mountain, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attacked the magic waterfall. Countless small abyssal sea anemones were torn into pieces by the fighting aura torrent. The magic waterfall exploded, and the entire ghost water stream was filled with a loud noise. The moment the magic waterfall exploded, Yunxing and the others who were already in the depths of the ghost water stream also heard the loud noise. Everyone also understood that the magic waterfall that had obstructed the various major forces had been broken. Yunxing just frowned slightly, but there was not much difference on her face. When Yunxing gave the order to Anemone Abyssalis, she had already made it clear that they only needed to keep the enemy occupied and kill as many of their subordinates as possible. If he was no match for the enemy, he would quickly escape. As expected, Anemone Abyssalis followed Yunxing's order. As soon as the magic waterfall was broken, he disappeared without a trace with the tentacle sea anemones. This was also something she had expected. Yunxing, Yingyue, and the others had already entered the depths of the ghost water stream a step ahead of the other experts. More than a dozen figures flashed and disappeared in a flash. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the people behind to catch up. A quarter of an hour might seem short, but it was more than enough for Yunxing. Anyway, she only wanted to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Heart Distress Lantern. With the 8 Barons' divine artifact in hand, it should not be difficult to find the Heart Distress Lantern. Look, it's the ghost water stream. Yingchuan exclaimed in surprise. At the end of the ghost water stream was a messy river bank. At the bottom of the river bank, there was a cave. This cave looked very scary. A large number of ghost fires floated around it. The outside of the cave was shaped like a ferocious Yiksha head. The entrance to the cave was at the Yiksha head's mouth. A strong evil aura was emitted from the cave. Inside the cave, a black, cold, evil wind blew out from time to time. The evil wind was bone-chilling. Everyone could only circulate their fighting aura and magic power to barely stabilize themselves in the evil wind. After entering the cave, we must be extremely careful. This Ghost King cave is very likely to have a large number of traps and even ambushes. Although Yunxing, Yingyu, and the others had arrived at the entrance of the Ghost King cave, everyone's expressions were very nervous. The Netherworld Ghost King was a great ghost genius of the Netherworld. He had a strange temperament and was temperamental. The way he did things was also both good and evil. Since he chose the Ghost King cave as his tomb, he must have guessed that there would be outsiders who coveted the wealth in the Ghost King cave. If they wanted to obtain his inheritance and wealth, they would have to go through a lot of hardships. Just as Yunxing, Yingyu, and the others were preparing to enter the Ghost King cave to investigate, Yunxing's eyelids twitched. Dollar's golden eyes immediately lit up. His strong limbs exerted force and he protected Yunxing under his body. Then he raised his head and let out an angry roar towards the sky. Behind him, a sharp wind assaulted them. Everyone, get down. Yunxing immediately warned. Yingyu and the others quickly came back to their senses and quickly crouched down. The rhinoceros horn was like an iron nail as it shot towards everyone. The rhinoceros horn was as hard as purple gold and could directly penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. 300 or 400 Thunder Sect disciples who didn't have time to dodge had bloody holes appear on their bodies. They bled profusely and died on the spot. Yunxing's first reaction was to check on Dollar's condition. Because Dollar had tried to protect her, there were a few wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were only light injuries. Yingyu and Yingchuan were filled with grief and indignation. When they looked back, they saw the demigod-level arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros glaring at them fiercely. Why was it here? It turned out that the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had to go through at least 3 dark heavenly thunders in order to break through to the god level. However, when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was going through the tribulation, those flea-like humans invaded its territory and set the stream on fire. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros also felt that another powerful demonic beast's aura had appeared in the stream. Demonic beasts, especially those that had reached the king level and above, had a stronger sense of territory than humans. In anger, the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros dodged the heavenly thunders and turned around to kill those damned intruders. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast that cultivated both magic and martial arts. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly thunders, its attack power was still very strong. After shooting out a large number of rhinoceros horn spikes, it tore several hundred Thunder Sect disciples into pieces in the blink of an eye. The 100 Thunder Sect's people had been reduced from the original dozen to 5 or 6 in an instant. Moreover, time was passing by slowly. If they didn't leave soon, the other forces from the 8 counties of the underworld would arrive soon. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros roared and an even more terrifying magic fluctuation formed under its feet. It was about to launch a new round of magic attacks. At this time, Dollar landed in front of Yunxing, turned his head, and growled at her. "Dear master, the Qilin boy said you guys go first, he'll bring up the rear." "Let him deal with this ugly rhinoceros," Popping Sheep reminded Yunxing. "Let Dollar deal with the arrow-tail rhinoceros?" Yunxing looked troubled. She didn't want to be separated from Yu Baiming. There were many traps in the Ghost King cave. If they were separated, there would be many variables. But Yunxing also understood that now wasn't the time for romance. She could feel several powerful fighting auras coming here. If they delayed any longer, Wan Tianqiu and the others would arrive. Once Wan Tianqiu and the others arrived, the situation would become more complicated. Yunxing looked at Dollar again. Dollar's golden eyes flashed, as if to say, trust him. A silent tacit understanding passed between the two. Yunxing nodded heavily. Without hesitation, he signaled Ying Yu and Ying Chuan behind him with his eyes. Then, he led the last few disciples of the Hundred Thunder sect and rushed into the Ghost King cave like an arrow leaving the bow. For dozens of years, the Ghost King cave had been guarded by it. Those ant-like humans dared to break into the Ghost King's holy land and disturb the Ghost King's peace. Seeing them enter the Ghost King cave, the arrow-tail rhinoceros rushed forward, wanting to stop them. Several biting cold claw winds flew out. The claw winds were extremely ferocious. Even the arrow-tail battle rhinoceros, which had thick skin and rough flesh, felt a burst of burning pain wherever the claw winds passed. In the ghost water stream, the demigod arrow-tail rhinoceros was the absolute ruler. Who would have thought that its ruling position would be challenged again and again? The arrow-tail rhinoceros's ugly face was full of anger. The arrow-tail rhinoceros roared at Dollar, but Dollar didn't move. Dollar's contempt made the arrow-tail rhinoceros even angrier. In terms of size, the arrow-tail rhinoceros was like a moving hill. In its eyes, Dollar was just a little bigger than an ordinary dark fire leopard. Looking at its body again, there were no excessively powerful dark energy fluctuations. Behind the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, its half-a-meter-long tail stood up. It was as if several archers had raised their bows at the same time, and the rhinoceros horn shot out. Whoosh whoosh in the darkness of the night, the rhino spikes were like countless daggers. They carried a murderous aura as they surrounded Dollar. Dollar's gold eyes flashed with mockery. Regardless of whether he was a human or a member of the Qilin clan, Yi Baiming had an arrogant and unruly blood flowing in his veins. What a joke! How could he hurt him with such a weak martial arts skill? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect the little wildcat just now, this beast wouldn't even be able to touch its fur. Like an agile cat, Dollar's body moved quickly, dodging the rhino spike again and again. Although Dollar was dodging, his eyes never left the arrow-tail rhinoceros. What Dollar was most worried about was that the rhinoceros had already completed its thunder trial. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. But after taking a closer look, Dollar found that although the rhinoceros aura was stronger than before, it still hadn't reached the god level. Dollar's heart calmed down a little. As long as it hadn't reached the god level, Dollar was confident that he could kill it. Seeing that Yunxing and the others had already gone deep into the Ghost King cave and had disappeared, Dollar's golden eyes sharpened. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. The rhinoceros had been fighting for so long, but its strength hadn't weakened at all. It was worthy of being a demigod existence. If he fought it head-on, he would have to expend some effort. It couldn't be bothered to fight with this stupid fellow. Maybe he could use the power of the thunder to completely annihilate this big guy. Dollar already had an idea. He first roared at the rhinoceros and jumped into the sky. The arrow-tail rhinoceros wasn't going to sit still and watch Dollar escape. It roared and followed Dollar. Not long after Dollar and the arrow-tail rhinoceros left, a cold gaze shot down from the sky above Ghost Water Creek. The old man with white hair and beard, Xianxia, stood in the dark and watched the two beasts disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If Yunxing or the other factions of the 8 counties of the underworld saw this person, they would have attacked him. This was because he was Xianxia of the Magic Pavilion, the man who had caused this situation. Looking at the Ghost King cave, Xianxia stroked his white beard. His eyes shone with suspicion. I didn't expect that little girl to be so capable. She is the first one to enter the Ghost King cave. What a shame that she is going to die at such a young age. After saying this, Xianxia's body flashed. He also flew into the Ghost King cave. On the other side, Dollar was leading the arrow-tail rhinoceros into the sky. Just as the arrow-tail battle rhino pounced, the angry cloud in the sky suddenly swallowed and spat out a bolt of dark heavenly lightning. It turned out that Dollar had pretended to run away. He was actually leading the arrow-tail rhinoceros to deal with the second Dark Sky Thunder. The Dark Sky Thunder had been accumulating power for a long time. When the second Dark Sky Thunder came down, its power was shocking. The Dark Sky Thunder hit the arrow-tail rhinoceros. The arrow-tail rhinoceros was in pain, and it screamed in agony. It had already been hit by 2 Dark Sky Thunders. The second one was much stronger than the first. But what surprised Dollar the most was that after the second bolt of Dark Sky Thunder, the arrow-tail rhino was still alive, even though it was in a terrible state. Its armor had been shattered by the Dark Sky Thunder. The power of the Dark Sky Thunder was indeed extraordinary. Its skin was cracked, and it was bleeding. The arrow-tail rhinoceros looked as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. Its eyes were red, and its white teeth were shining. But if one took a closer look, they would find that the Dark Sky Thunder had only scratched the surface of its skin. What was worse was that after the arrow-tail rhinoceros took the second Dark Sky Thunder, there was a layer of pale gold light in its broken flesh. If that layer of light merged with the arrow-tail rhinoceros bones and flesh, the arrow-tail rhinoceros body would become even stronger. Oh, no. I overdid it. If the third Dark Heavenly Thunder doesn't kill it, I'm afraid this demigod-class monster will become a god. Dollar had a clear idea of what was to come. The Dark Sky Thunder was called the Dark Sky Thunder. The first Dark Sky Thunder refined the skin. The second Dark Sky Thunder refined the blood and bones. The third Dark Sky Thunder refined the soul. The arrow-tail rhinoceros was enraged, and it had taken the second Dark Sky Thunder. If the third Dark Sky Thunder was hit, the arrow-tail rhinoceros seemed to have realized this as well. At this moment, it no longer wanted to chase Dollar. Instead, it jumped up and ran toward the angry cloud. It was obviously going to take the third Dark Sky Thunder. It is a shame that you met me. Today, you will die even if you don't. Dollar's golden eyes turned cold. Angry clouds rolled in the sky. The third Dark Heavenly Thunder broke through the clouds and headed straight for the arrow-tail rhinoceros. The arrow-tail rhinoceros felt as if it had reached the moment of its breakthrough. But at this moment, a golden magic array suddenly appeared beside the angry clouds. Under the effect of the golden magic array, the black clouds that were originally as black as mud were instantly dyed with a layer of gold. The clouds turned even more violently. Another bolt of golden lightning shot out from the clouds. That bolt of lightning merged with the third heavenly thunder of darkness that had already formed, forming a super heavenly thunder of gold and black colors. It hung above the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head like a golden and black greatsword. The arrow-tail rhinoceros's eyes were filled with fear. It looked at the greatsword as if it was looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe. The greatsword appeared out of thin air, and with a boom, it pierced through the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head. The arrow-tail rhinoceros didn't even have a chance to struggle before its god soul was destroyed. In the dark night, the ghost water stream was illuminated. The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been struck by the golden and black super heavenly thunder burned fiercely and turned into a fireball, like a sun that had been shot down. The burning demon sky thorn was an upgraded version of the dark heavenly thorn that Yi Baiming had learned after learning the burning demon spell that Popping Sheep had given him. It was a super spell that could destroy souls. After seeing the arrow-tail rhinoceros withstand the power of the 2 heavenly thunders, Dollar had an idea. Why didn't he just use the power of the dark heavenly thunder and combine it with a super spell to destroy the arrow-tail rhinoceros's soul? The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been roaming the ghost water stream for more than 20 years had fallen. The huge commotion in the sky startled the entire ghost water stream. The elites from the 8 counties of the underworld who were rushing to the Ghost King cave also witnessed this scene. The fierce fire made the 1,000 character on Dollar's body even more dazzling. Hiss, everyone, including the Einherjars, took a deep breath. There was only one thought in their minds: what a beast. The one who was the most shocked was Wan Tianqiu. He also recognized that the golden demonic beast was the demonic beast that was following beside Yunxing. Wan Tianqiu could tell that the demonic beast was extraordinary. It seemed to have the spiritual awareness of a human and knew how to use strategies. What was even more frightening was that its physique was as strong as a warrior's, but it could also use powerful super magic. Compared to the demigod rank arrow-tail battle rhinoceros, it was even harder to deal with. Thinking of this, Wan Tianqiu rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not acted on impulse and caused trouble for the 100-ring gate. Otherwise, the 1,000 Hell sect would have been the ones to be killed today. But what Dollar did next shocked the crowd. After combining with the Dark Thunder and killing the Arrowtail Rhino, Dollar did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the angry cloud in the sky. Dollar was deep in thought. Although the cloud had experienced 3 dark heavenly thunders, it still contained a significant amount of dark magic power. If it could absorb and fuse with it, it would definitely be beneficial to its cultivation. When Yi Baiming was in his human form, his cultivation had already reached the Einherjar realm. However, although his Kirin body had been trained by the Burning Demon incantation, he still could not break through to the god rank. Therefore, he did not directly fight the Arrowtail Rhino with his body. Instead, he chose to fight with magic, which he had a higher chance of winning. The Arrowtail Rhino was an earth-element demonic beast. Although it practiced both magic and martial arts, its magic cultivation was obviously inferior to its physical cultivation. What it had mastered was only high-level magic. Naturally, it was at a disadvantage in front of Dollar, who had a multi-elemental magic soul. Dollar knew that if he did not have a stronger physical body, he would be at a disadvantage again when he fought with the beast god altars of the Obsidian and Bakra orcs. The dark, angry cloud in front of it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for it. He jumped with all his 4 limbs and rushed toward the angry dark cloud. Wan Tianqiu was also in the crowd. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw a golden light rushing toward the angry dark cloud. That is? Wan Tianqiu was shocked. Was this demonic beast crazy? Why did it rush toward the angry dark cloud? Even the demigod-ranked Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros wasn't a match for the dark fury cloud. As soon as Dollar rushed into the angry cloud rolled violently and wrapped around him. The angry cloud instantly swallowed the golden demonic beast. You overestimate yourself. Wan Tianqiu was delighted. He was worried that with this beast around, he would not be able to defeat the 100-ring gate in the Ghost King cave. He did not expect this demonic beast to go crazy and rush toward the angry cloud. At this moment, he was afraid that it would be torn to pieces by the power of the angry dark cloud. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld did not stay any longer. They rushed toward the Ghost King cave. Not long after the heroes left, the angry cloud in the sky still did not disperse. About half an hour later. With a bang, a huge black shadow that looked like a Qilin suddenly appeared around the angry cloud. The Qilin shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the dark cloud in one gulp. The angry cloud seemed to want to struggle, but in the end, it could not resist the power of the Qilin shadow and was completely swallowed. After the angry dark cloud disappeared, the shadow gradually shrank and turned into Dollar. Compared to before he swallowed the angry cloud, Dollar's body did not change much. However, upon closer inspection, his limbs were slender and the scales on his body shone brighter. Tisk, just a little bit more to become a demonic beast of the god level. Dollar smacked his lips as if he had eaten something delicious. In both the human world and the underworld, Dollar was probably the only person who would dare to swallow the angry dark cloud and act so nonchalant. Because he had already used up 3 dark heavenly thunders, the remaining power in the angry dark cloud was not enough for Dollar's soul to reach the god level. However, after devouring the dark raging clouds, its flesh and skin were unexpectedly tempered, and its physical strength had reached the demigod level. In addition, Dollar had an advantage in the bloodline of the Qilin. Even if the Arrowtail Rhinoceros came back to life, Dollar was 100% sure that he could kill it this time even without the power of the dark heavenly thunders. What surprised Dollar even more was that when he swallowed the angry cloud, he accidentally learned the second inheritance of the Qilin's puppet, which could swallow all magic power and fighting energy. This inheritance was the inherited fighting skill of Obsidian. In this way, the next time Dollar fought Obsidian, he was much more confident. There was a hint of joy in Dollar's eyes. Last time, during the Dutian bloodstain crisis, He Yao had almost endangered Yunxing's life. Yi Baiming had always been brooding over it. Although he didn't say it out loud, all these years, he had cultivated fiercely with only one goal, which was to protect the person he loved. To the current Yi Baiming, Yunxing was his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Although he had the body of a Qilin like He Yao, Yi Baiming realized that even though they were both martial gods, there was still a big gap between him and He Yao. In addition to the difference in cultivation conditions between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, there was another reason. Yi Baiming hadn't received the Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony. Unlike Du Guxiu, Yi Baiming had always hated He Yao. He wouldn't accept any gifts or help from the Black Qilin tribe. Not to mention, He Yao wanted to force him to marry He Linlin. Due to the lack of the Black Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony, Yi Baiming's first inheritance awakened after fusing with part of the halberd of the divine battle god's power. But after that, he hadn't been able to obtain any other inheritance. However, this time, when he swallowed the angry dark cloud, he unexpectedly obtained an inheritance. This was a big gain for him. His joy didn't last long. Dollar also noticed that when he swallowed the angry cloud, the experts of the 8 underworld counties had already entered the Ghost King cave. It had been an hour since Yunxing and the others entered the Ghost King cave. He hoped that nothing happened to Yunxing and the others during this hour. Dollar no longer hesitated and rushed toward the Ghost King cave. After parting with Dollar, Yunxing, Yingyu, and the others entered the Ghost King cave. After entering, they saw a small path that could accommodate a normal person. The path was winding like sheep intestines. After walking for about 15 minutes, the narrow path gradually widened. Yingyu and Yingchuan felt a strong wind blowing toward them. When the wind blew on their faces, it was like a sharp blade, causing them to feel pain. The wind contained the power of darkness, causing Yingyu and Yingchuan to tremble all over. Even their bones felt cold. The Ghost King cave was indeed worthy of its reputation. Unlike Yingyu and Yingchuan's abnormal reactions, Yunxing only felt that this Ghost King cave was very comfortable. Her black eyes narrowed with a hint of laziness. In the depths of her Dharma soul, a carefree and comfortable feeling came. She took a deep breath. What a dense power of darkness. Yunxing could feel that her Dharma soul was like a fish in water in the Ghost King cave. In a short time it had expanded by a size. Back in the boundless land, Yunxing's dark Dharma soul had always been weaker than the other Dharma souls due to the lack of a cultivation environment. However, after arriving in the netherworld, Yunxing discovered that her dark Dharma soul's cultivation speed had increased by a lot. Yunxing was certain that as long as she stayed in the Ghost King cave for a few days, her dark magic soul would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, there was not much time left for her. The other forces of the 8 counties of the netherworld should be catching up soon. It was pitch black in front of them. With their outstanding eyesight, everyone discovered that the Ghost King cave was very moist. The water dripping from the cracks of the rocks was bone-chilling. My dear master, this place is not simple. I'm afraid there are evil spirits. Xiao He, who was kissing a sheep, looked around with her beady eyes. She could sense that there were a large number of evil spirits wandering around in this cave. The aura of these evil spirits was not weak. They should have the strength of a human martial saint or a sky magician or a demon beast sage. Although they were not the strongest, they had the advantage of numbers. If they surrounded them together, it would not be easy to deal with them. As they were speaking, a gray shadow floated out from behind 100 Thunder Sect disciple. It suddenly turned into a roaring evil spirit wolf and pounced on that disciple. Beast, don't make trouble. Yingyu released the bow in her hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through that evil spirit. However, not long after the evil spirit fog disappeared, it gathered together again. After regrouping, the baleful specter let out a series of ghostly wails and howls. After the wail, a large number of gray evil spirits appeared in the vicinity. Those evil spirits were either in human form or beast form. They all bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the crowd. Suddenly, in the cave, there was a long and clear sound, like the sound of a flute and a flute. A fiery red beast figure appeared. In the fire, a divine bird with red feathers like a phoenix suddenly appeared. It flapped its fiery wings, and the feathers all over its body fluttered. When those fiery feathers touched those evil spirits, they turned into purifying flames. Those evil spirits had nowhere to escape and were instantly burned into green smoke, disappearing. The thing that appeared in the Ghost King cave was one of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird totem. The vermilion bird totem was the only fire beast among the 4 great divine beasts. Its fire feather transformed into the purest fire beast. All evil and evil would retreat in front of it. As if they knew that such a divine beast totem had appeared in the Ghost King cave, the evil spirits in the surroundings all fled. Ying Yu, Ying Chuan, and the disciples of the 100 Ren sect had long been awed by the vermilion bird totem. They could only stare blankly with their mouths agape, unable to say a word. Vermilion bird totem, please lead us into the depths of the Ghost King cave. Yunxing waved her hand, and the vermilion bird totem flew lightly into the depths of the Ghost King cave. Yunxing had 3 divine beasts totem. Each divine beast could only be summoned once. In order to get rid of these evil spirits, she had no choice but to summon the vermilion bird. With the vermilion bird totem, the rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any traps or ambushes. Finally, they reached the end of the Ghost King cave. The end of the Ghost King cave was a dead end. In the 4 corners of the dead end, there were 4 magic arrays. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had been dead for 20 years, these magic arrays hidden in the depths of the Ghost King cave were still full of magic power. Master, these 4 magic arrays are not places I should enter. The vermilion bird totem can only accompany you up to here. After the vermilion bird totem finished speaking, it turned into a flame and attached itself to Yunxing's Shinong medical bracelet. Why are there 4 magic arrays? Which one should we go to? Ying Yu and Ying Chuan hesitated. Yunxing stopped in front of the 4 magic arrays for a moment. She had learned some magic when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp. After observing for a moment, she indeed found some clues. Ying Yu, Ying Chuan, among these magic arrays, 2 are teleportation magic arrays, and the other 2 are cultivation magic arrays. The purpose of the 2 of you entering the Ghost King cave is to cultivate. I suggest that you and the remaining disciples enter one of the cultivation magic arrays. Yunxing observed for a moment and understood the function of the magic arrays. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan were very grateful. They knew each other's strength very well. Before leaving, Ying Hai had told them that the treasures in the Ghost King cave were not something they could take. Instead of fighting for treasures and the Ghost King's inheritance with those experts who were about to charge in, they might as well concentrate and cultivate in the Ghost King cave for a while. If they could make a breakthrough, their trip to the Ghost King cave would be worth it. Take care of yourself. I hope we can meet again. Ying Chuan looked at Yunxing with regret in his eyes. Ying Chuan had a good impression of Yunxing when he first saw her. He had never felt this way in his 20 years of life. Unfortunately, he wished he could have met her before she was married. He had learned from Ying Yu that Yunxing was already married. Her husband was the gold-colored demonic beast that had accompanied her all the way to the underworld. Ying Chuan had no idea why Yunxing would marry a demonic beast. However, in the underworld, where strength was everything, Dollar's strength was enough to convince Ying Chuan. Dollar was able to kill Stiller in one hit and had the guts to fight against the demigod-rank Arrowtail battle rhinoceros. Such strength was beyond Ying Chuan's imagination. Just now, outside the ghost water stream, Yunxing's demonic beast had revealed its terrifying strength. This made Ying Chuan realize that he was not worthy of a woman like Yunxing. No matter if it was Yunxing or Dollar, they were both from the underworld and the human world. Geniuses matched geniuses. They were the perfect match for each other. Ying Chuan had given up. The adoration in his eyes turned into sincere gratitude. Yunxing, I hope you can find a way to save your mother. If you come to the underworld again, remember to visit us. Ying Yu also understood that it was time for her and Yunxing to part ways. After the 3 exchanged a few words of farewell, Ying Yu and Ying Chuan didn't linger any longer. The 2 of them led several disciples of the 100 Thunder sect into one of the cultivation arrays. That magic array was filled with active dark energy. As long as they could pass through it, it would be very beneficial to their future cultivation. Watching Ying Yu and the others disappear into the teleportation array, Yunxing paced back and forth between the 2 teleportation arrays. The 2 teleportation magic arrays were identical, and there was no difference between them. The Netherworld Ghost King was a crafty fellow. Even though he knew that someone would enter the Ghost King cave, he still deliberately left behind 4 magic arrays. Yunxing took out the summoning demon hand, one of the 8 barren divine weapons from the beast language ring. When he summoned the demonic hand, nothing happened. Could it be that the teleportation magic array affected the summoning hand's ability to sense the heart distress lamp? Yunxing stared at the unresponsive demonic hand. Then, she took out the magic bracelet and the immortal holy grail one after another. Without exception, none of these divine equipment had any reaction. Yunxing felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, as long as the 8 barren divine equipment was in the Ghost King cave, it should be able to sense it. There were only 2 possibilities for there to be no magic fluctuation. 1. The heart distress lamp was not in the Ghost King cave. The other possibility was that the heart distress lamp was sealed by some kind of restriction. Thus, the other divine equipment could not sense its magic fluctuation. Whatever, I'll just choose the one on the right. Yunxing thought for a moment and walked towards the teleportation array on the right. Just as she had one foot in the teleportation array, a burst of laughter came from behind her. Wan Tianqiu and several experts from the 8 counties walked out. After breaking through the magic waterfall, Wan Tianqiu and the other experts chased after them. These people were not weak. Although they encountered the fierce battle between Dollar and the arrow-tailed rhinoceros on the way, they were delayed. However, because Yunxing used the vermilion bird totem to expel the evil spirits, they were able to enter the Ghost King cave without any obstacles. Wan Tianqiu and the other experts did not expect the Ghost King cave to be like this. Other than the fact that the cave was more secluded and the tunnel was longer, it looked no different from any other cave. Along the way, although there were no ambushes or traps, there were no treasures, battle scrolls, or magic scrolls. These people only had one thought at that time. Damn Shinjizi! When they left the Ghost King cave, the first thing they did was to smash that old man, Shinjizi's mystique pavilion. In the past 20 years, that old man had taken no less than 500 king-level soul stones from each of the experts present. Just as the experts were filled with anger and had nowhere to vent, their eyes suddenly lit up. In front of them, there were 4 magic arrays. With the eyesight of these underworld experts, how could they not see that among these magic arrays, 2 were cultivation magic arrays, and the other 2 were teleportation magic arrays? Among them, there were 2 teleportation magic arrays on the left and right. Everyone's anger turned into joy. They immediately understood that those 2 teleportation magic arrays must lead to the Ghost King cave's true treasure. However, what caught their attention was that there was a woman standing beside the teleportation magic array on the right. At first glance, the woman's appearance was like a bright sun shining into the gloomy Ghost King cave. The experts of the underworld were dazzled. The people gathered in the Ghost King cave were the leaders of the various forces of the underworld. They had many wives and concubines and had seen all kinds of beauties. However, in front of Yunxing, they were all overshadowed. There were many kinds of women's beauty. Some were enchanting, some were young, and some were pure. However, none of them were as rare as this woman in front of them. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her seemingly ordinary magic robe made her skin look like cream. Her beautiful black eyes were as clear as obsidian. The rarest thing was that this woman had an elegant temperament and an indescribable charm. She was a rare beauty. Suddenly bumping into such a woman in the Ghost King cave inevitably made people feel a little strange. Everyone, please give me some face. This woman has some grudges with the Thousand Hell sect. Please let me deal with her alone. Wan Tianqiu saw that Yunxing was alone. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan, who were with her earlier, were nowhere to be seen. He knew that the people from 100 Ren clan must have entered the magic array. He also saw that the 2 teleportation magic arrays looked exactly the same. They must lead to different places. Instead of taking the risk to enter one of them, he might as well kill this female sorcerer first. Anyway, the teleportation array's entrance was here. Even if someone from the other forces obtained the Ghost King's inheritance or secret treasures first, they would still fight to the death in the teleportation array. Without the group of juniors from 100 Ren clan and the ferocious beast, this female sorcerer's ability was very ordinary. Wan Tianqiu was absolutely confident that he could kill her within 10 moves. At that time, he could even wait outside the teleportation array like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind, and finally reap the benefits. Yunxing did not overlook the cunning look in Wan Tianqiu's eyes. This person actually dared to target her. She would definitely let him know how big of a mistake it was to choose to stay. Wan Tianqiu and Yunxing glared at each other. Sparks were about to fly out of their eyes. The 8 counties of the underworld also smelled the gunpowder between the two. The other powerful figures were naturally very happy to see that there was one less competitor. They secretly thought that it was a pity that such a beautiful woman died. This one Xianxia was also a ruthless person. He could even be so cruel to kill such a beautiful woman. If it were not for the fact that they were in a hurry to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Ghost King's inheritance, they could have taken this woman for their own use. No matter how beautiful a woman was, it was clear which was more important when compared to the Ghost King's inheritance. Xianxia had already started cursing in his heart when he saw the looks of pity on those powerful figures' faces. What a bunch of blind fools. This woman has the heart of a snake and scorpion. If you knew that the 1000 Yama sect had suffered heavy casualties, and that the magic waterfall and that deadly devil plant were all her handiwork, I'd like to see who would still have a tender heart for her. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld chose either the left or right side of the magic array. The Ghost King cave returned to silence again. Only Xianxia and Xianxia were left. Little girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for colluding with the 100 Rin sect and murdering my 1000 Hell sect's disciples, Xianxia said viciously. He was still a little wary of Xianxia previously because she had a powerful ferocious beast by her side. But once they entered the Ghost King cave, Xianxia and Dollar were separated. To Xianxia, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would first kill this female sorcerer, then capture the people from the 100 Rin sect. At that time, that old fellow, Yinghai, would definitely compromise. You're wrong. I don't need to collude with any forces to easily kill Ci Lai and the others. In fact, Ci Lai was killed by my ferocious beast. The people from the 1000 Hell sect had offended me when I was at the Dongwei sect. You have committed all kinds of evil and deserve to die. Xianxia snorted coldly. She looked behind her. The powerful figures who entered the teleportation magic array had disappeared. There was nothing wrong with the teleportation magic array. Xianxia's mind was similar to Xianxia's. Since these people got there first, then forget it. She was happy to wait here. As long as someone found the heart distress lantern, she would snatch it even if she had to kill them. First. So it really is you, a puny little Saint Law King. Where does your confidence come from? Haha, I forgot that you have 1000 slaughterer savage beast. You must be waiting for it to save you. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed this time. Xianxia laughed slyly. Xianxia was worried about Dollar. She had been in the Ghost King cave for 2 hours now, and there was still no sign of Dollar. She wondered how he and the demigod Arrowtail Rhino were doing. What do you mean? You met Jean Coin? Xianxia frowned. There's no need to wait. That beast has been devoured by the dark clouds. Not even a bone is left. No one can save you today. Xianxia's expression changed when she heard Xianxia's words. Devoured by the dark clouds? Nonsense. He won't die. Xianxia's heart was in her throat. But then, another voice in her heart said, no, he won't. That can't be. Before we parted, he clearly said that he wanted me to trust him. Yi Baiming won't die so easily. He must still be alive. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart, which was still a little shaken, immediately became firm. She had gone through life and death with Yi Baiming several times. Yi Baiming had never disappointed her, and he would not this time either. I and the other powerful figures saw it with our own eyes. It's true that the kind of person and the kind of magical beast. Your magical beast is just like you, overestimating its own capabilities. The power of the dark clouds is enough to shake heaven and earth. It's really ridiculous that it wants to devour the dark clouds. But don't worry, it will be with it soon. Xianxia was very cunning. Just now, he had been secretly observing Xianxia's strength. He had thought that the other party was something incredible, but without that savage beast, the other party was at most a saint-level guardian emperor. He wanted to see just how a law emperor was going to deal with him. After saying that, Xianxia's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia did not say it, he was a cautious person. Even if the other party's strength was not as good as his, he still made the first move and seized the best opportunity. Hansen purposely mentioned Dollar's death to distract Yunxing. Then, when she wasn't prepared, he could sneak up on her and attack her. It was already disadvantageous for a mage to fight against a warrior, especially in such a narrow cave. Needless to say, Wan Tianqiu was a martial god, while Yunxing was just a sanctuary guardian king. The competition between the two of them seemed to be over before it started. Furthermore, Wan Tianqiu had already used 70% of his strength in this attack. He did not believe that Yunxing would be able to dodge his close-range attack in the blink of an eye. He only needed one move to kill his opponent. Wan Tianqiu seemed to have seen her die under his hands. However, at this moment, Yunxing, who was already very close to him, pulled a cold smile on her face. There was no fear in that smile, only a trace of cold killing intent. She looked at Wan Tianqiu as if he was already a corpse. "You are not worthy for me to do it myself. I only need one finger to deal with you." A cold, knife-like voice echoed in the cave. This voice was even colder than the chilly wind in the Ghost King cave. It pierced into his flesh and bones. Wan Tianqiu's figure froze. In front, Yunxing really stretched out a finger. It was a middle finger. Yunxing also made a gesture. On her middle finger was a very ordinary ring. "Summoner? Ha ha ha, I thought it was a big deal. It turns out that you were just a summoner. Don't forget, your magical beast is already dead. Now, even if you summon it to death, no one will come to help you." Wan Tianqiu was only a few meters away from Yunxing. But just as Wan Tianqiu was speaking, a pink figure suddenly appeared. "Bumpkin. Who told you that a summoner can only summon one magical beast? Eat this." Bobo Sheep mustered all his strength, and his little pink body turned into a pink lightning bolt. There was a loud bang in the cave. After swallowing the scarlet flame tree truncheon, the strange strength of the Kiss sheep slammed into Wan Tianqiu's back with its terrifying strength. Even a martial god realm expert like Wan Tianqiu was sent flying by the impact. A human-shaped hole suddenly appeared in the wall. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Wan Tianqiu didn't react in time, and by the time he did, he was already sent flying. Wan Tianqiu only heard a suspicious sound of bones breaking coming from his abdomen. His throat rolled, and a sweet, fishy taste surged up. His face was full of disbelief when he realized that the one who attacked him was actually an unknown magical beast. The corner of Yunxing's mouth twitched. Although this wasn't the first time she saw Bobo's terrifying strength, she didn't expect that it could even send Wan Tianqiu, who was at the martial god level, flying. Looking at Wan Tianqiu's appearance, it was obvious that his muscles and bones were injured. "Dearest master, Bobo has grown stronger recently. Please praise me." Bobo was very proud of itself. Wan Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost choked himself to death. He crawled up in a sorry state. His fingers pressed on his abdomen, and a heart-wrenching pain shot up like a fire. 2 of his bones were broken. Wan Tianqiu was considered a local tyrant in Jima Commandery. Even when he fought with Ying Hai of the Bailuan sect last time, he only broke one of his ribs. His seclusion this time was said to be for healing, but in fact, it was for a breakthrough. After the seclusion, his strength had indeed recovered. Most importantly, he had also comprehended a sure-kill combat skill. It was also because of this combat skill that Wan Tianqiu was confident that he could compete with the other heroes for the Ghost King's inheritance in the Ghost King cave. However, Wan Tianqiu didn't expect that he would be injured by an unknown magical beast before he could fight with a real expert. But that female magician's inconspicuous magical beast had actually injured him. The other party's movement technique was also strangely fast. 2 magical beasts? You think you can do anything to me with just 2 magical beasts? Wan Tianqiu sneered. He roared, and the fighting aura on his body suddenly exploded. The fighting aura of the martial god shook the entire cave. From time to time, the walls would roll down at any time. Who told you that I only have 2 magical beasts? Beasts, let's fight. Yunxing's beast language ring lit up. Several summoning magic arrays appeared at the same time. What? The other party could actually summon a magical beast, and it was a group of magical beasts. Wang. Wang, wang, wang. A series of noises that made Wan Tianzhou's scalp feel like it was going to explode rang out. Numerous ferocious soul-devouring ants flapped their wings and hovered densely within the cave. After the sharp sound, the enchanting night demon queen flipped her sexy long hair behind her. Behind her stood hundreds of demon archers with bows and arrows in their hands. Roar, Xiao. Hei was the last to appear. Just from her aura alone, this mastiff-like black dog exuded a terrifying aura. Wan Tianzhou saw so many magical beasts and Yunxing leaning against the wall with a relaxed expression. I told you, I only need one finger to kill you. She smiled at Wan Tianzhou. When she smiled, there were two charming dimples at the corner of her mouth. Her dimples rippled, but there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Wan Tianzhou's mind was roaring, and his thoughts were in a mess. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but it was too late for him to regret. Beasts, go. Yunxing's voice was cold. Several black shadows rushed forward. Xiao Hei raised her head and held. The originally pitch-black cave was swallowed up by even the last ray of light. Although Wan Tianzhou was in deep trouble, he did not panic. Fighting aura surged on his body and gathered together to form a fighting aura divine armor on Wan Tianzhou's body. Little armor, you can't even withstand a single blow. The demon queen sneered. She waved her hand, and the demon archers all stood behind her. Fire! Break! At the demon queen's command, the bows in the hands of the demon archers shot out at the same time. Countless demon archers' arrows condensed into a giant arrow in midair. The giant arrow aimed at the fighting aura divine armor and hit it. Wan Tianzhou only felt the blood in his chest roiling, and a crack appeared on the fighting aura divine armor. Wan Tianzhou spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack appeared on the fighting aura divine armor. The 100-legged ant general led a group of ant soldiers and swarmed forward like maggots. Countless ant soldiers squeezed through the cracks. Soon, Wan Tianzhou became an ant-man covered in soul-devouring ants. The heart-wrenching pain made Wan Tianzhou feel that even his soul was about to be gnawed away. Very soon, the soul-devouring ants had completely devoured Wan Tianzhou's strong body. This scene was a bit horrifying. Wan Tianzhou, who did not have much flesh on his body, was like a skeleton. Through the white bones, one could see the beating heart under Wan Tianzhou's abdomen. Wan Tianzhou's current appearance made him feel even worse than if he were to be killed directly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. His hand gesture suddenly changed. His hands made a strange finger gesture, and he suddenly hit the top of his head with his palm. With a muffled crack, Qiu Wantian, whose skull had shattered, did not die. Wan Tianzhou's face turned ferocious. His face, facial features, mouth, nose, ears, and eyes almost at the same time, emitted clouds of black gas. The black gas was like countless small snakes. At the same time, Wan Tianzhou's entire body condensed into a blood-colored pillar of light that was dozens of feet long. With a bang, it tore through the sky. Under countless gazes, it fiercely smashed into the black ball of light below. The black gas caused his entire body to rapidly change. His body and face, which were originally white bones, actually grew skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the skin, the muscles, blood, and tendons were also rapidly growing. At the same time, Wan Tianzhou's appearance also underwent an astonishing change. Under his lips, two long fangs protruded. His limbs were bent, and his hair had turned dark green. He looked like an evil spirit. Bobo. Dear master, this is bad. This guy has cultivated an evil path. He actually knows evil transformation. When Bobo Sheep saw Wan Tianzhou's appearance, he shuddered. When the cultivators of the human world reached a certain level of cultivation, they would use the blood of magical beasts to temper their flesh, blood, skin, and bones. When they were enraged, they would undergo beast blood berserk. As for Wan Tianzhou, when he was in seclusion, he had stimulated his potential and comprehended a special battle skill called evil transformation. The baleful aura that he normally absorbed exploded out in an instant. The attack power produced was at least several times higher than usual. Martial artists in this situation were called evil martial artists. Not only that, under the condition of evil transformation, they were invulnerable to swords and spears, and were immune to magic. They were the most difficult to deal with. Tisk, Wan Tianqiu, this old thief, is really a cockroach that can't be killed. Yunxing's pupils contracted as a sense of danger suddenly arose. She had never imagined that Wan Tianqiu would still be able to turn fiendish after being forced to such a state. She had miscalculated this time. Before turning fiendish, Wan Tianqiu's cultivation had already reached the intermediate martial god level, while Yunxing's demonic beasts were mostly king level. There was a certain gap in their battle. Yunxing had originally planned to use her advantage in numbers to slowly wear down Wan Tianqiu and finally kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that after Wan Tianqiu turned fiendish, his cultivation had increased by a large margin. Wan Tianqiu had most likely reached the peak of the martial god level. He was only inches away from the Dark Qilin King, He Yao. Seeing that things had come to this, Yunxing could only brace herself and command her demonic beasts to attack Wan Tianqiu one after another. Wan Tianqiu, who had turned into a fiendish warrior, had a violent temperament and astonishing strength. He shook his iron fist, and fiendish fighting aura whistled around him, forming a small black whirlwind. The whirlwind swept toward the demon warriors with a whoosh. The whirlwind rushed into the demon warriors like a human-shaped meat grinder. Only the sound of bones and meat being crushed could be heard. Dozens of demon warriors had already been turned into pools of mangled meat. Jie, seeing that her soldiers were all killed, Queen Night Demon's pitch-black skin flushed red with anger. She suddenly flew a few feet higher. In the cave, the demon warriors sang melodiously. The song contained a bewitching voice that could bewitch people's hearts. But Wan Tianqiu was indifferent to this heart-tugging song. He was expressionless as his fists made crackling sounds. In the next moment, his figure suddenly landed beside Queen Night Demon like a ghost. His fists were like a storm, attacking Queen Night Demon. With a loud bang, Queen Night Demon's song came to an abrupt end. Her body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing that the Night Demon Queen was seriously injured, the other magical beasts, who had formed a deep friendship with her in the exquisite beast tower, were furious. Xiaohe leaped like a tiger cub and turned into a black arrow, darting behind Wan Tianqiu. Wan Tianqiu took a few steps back and disappeared in front of Xiaohe. He suddenly appeared behind Xiaohe and swept his leg across Xiaohe's spine with the force of 1,000 pounds. With this stomp, even a 250-kilogram boulder would be reduced to dust. Xiaohe howled in pain as she was ruthlessly swept away and fell to the ground. Yunxing was shocked when she saw this. She didn't expect Wan Tianqiu, who had turned into an evil spirit warrior, to be so unstoppable. Bo, you don't have a way to temporarily move him? Yunxing clenched her magic scepter as several feasible plans appeared in her mind. Dear Master, this is the underworld. Bo can't use the divine skill exile. Only that stinky god of the underworld can use the divine skill exile, Bo said with a sad face. Bo was also furious when he saw his little friends getting injured one by one. But he couldn't do anything except sneak attacks with monstrous strength. He didn't have any other skills. He was a world god in the human world, but in the underworld, he didn't have the ability to exile people from the underworld. However, Dear Master, Bo has another idea. You have the magic god bracelet. If you can break through to the magic god level as soon as possible, combined with the power of the magic god bracelet, you will be able to defeat this old monster who is neither human nor ghost. The magic god bracelet had a certain magic enhancement effect, but only in the hands of a true magic god could it display its strongest effect. Bo, it's not easy to break through to the magic god level. Although your master is somewhat monstrous, I'm not abnormal. Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yunxing's cultivation speed was one of the best in the entire human world, and even in the underworld. The only ones who could surpass her talent were Yi Baiming and Ji Rumo, who was transformed from the destiny mirror. But they only broke through to the magic god level when they were in their 20s. Yunxing had been stuck at the saint level for many years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through to the magic god level in one go. She was now at a bottleneck. It was too difficult for her to break through to the magic god level at this time. Dear Master, you might not be able to do it in other places, but this is the Ghost King's cave. Take a look at the 2 cultivation magic arrays behind you. These two magic arrays were most likely left behind by the Phantasm Ghost King when he was cultivating. Pop. Pop. I can feel a very powerful dark energy coming from them. As long as you enter one of the cultivation magic arrays and absorb the dark energy within, you can rely on your dark magic soul to break through and become the first dark magic god in the human world. Popping Sheep explained. A dark magic god, that was such an awesome existence. Bubbling Sheep thought that if his master became a dark magic god in the underworld, he would have a huge backer in the future. That stinky iceberg nether god didn't dare to challenge it. When Xianxia heard this, her expression changed slightly. What Baby Sheep said might not be 100% successful, but it might not be impossible. Boom boom boom, just as Xianxia and Baby Sheep were talking, a few more pools of blood appeared on the ground. The centipede ant general led the flying ants to retreat under Wan Tianqiu's swift and violent attacks. Wan Tianqiu was like a ghost, shuttling through the swarm of ants. Every time he swept past, the wind from his fists blasted a group of flying ants into a pool of blood. If this continued, the centipede ant general's flying ant army would soon be defeated. Queen Night Demon and Xiao Hei were both seriously injured, and the centipede ant general was also defeated. This was the first time in Xianxia's 10 years of life that she had encountered such a big crisis. In a moment of desperation, Xianxia became calmer. Her black eyes were fixed on Wan Tianqiu. The evil spirit Wan Tianqiu was like a killing machine. His fists were like thunder, and his movements were like a hurricane. He looked invulnerable. But, his eyes, Xianxia noticed that Wan Tianqiu's eyes were like a fool who had lost focus. His fists and strikes were all like a robot's. In other words, although Wan Tianqiu was given the invincible physique of an evil spirit warrior, it made him lose his consciousness and become an uncontrollable killing machine. Xianxia thought of something. With a wave of her hand, a purple gold figure appeared beside her. Tycoon Jean, stop him. As soon as Xianxia gave the order, Tycoon Jean shot out with a whoosh and rushed in front of Wan Tianqiu. Tycoon Jean and Wan Tianqiu, one was an immortal Dharma artifact of eternal life, and the other was an evil spirit warrior who could annihilate a willful puppet killing machine. It was still unknown who was stronger in the battle between the two. Wan Tianqiu sensed that there was an enemy approaching, so he punched out with both fists. The fierce wind from his fists was like two fierce tigers coming down from the mountain, charging toward Tycoon Jean. Tycoon Jean was indeed brave. He rushed forward and pushed out both fists without dodging. Boom, the fierce wind from his fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. There were several footprints that were more than half an inch deep under their feet. After counting carefully, Wan Tianqiu took 5 steps back, while Tycoon Jean took 6 steps back. As if sensing that this new enemy was very strong, Wan Tianqiu, who was originally murderous, was also a little afraid. For a moment, he didn't attack again. Xianxia took the opportunity to search for the exquisite beast pagoda from the beast language ring. She put away the few injured magical beasts, and with a bounce of her feet, she rushed toward a magic array. After Wan Tianqiu turned into a demon, Xianxia couldn't defeat him for a long time. She knew that Tycoon Jean could only barely hold him back. If she wanted to defeat Wan Tianqiu, there was only one way, and that was to enter the cultivation magic array as soon as possible to improve her cultivation, just like what Baby Sheep said. Xianxia stepped into the cultivation magic array, and the noise in the cave suddenly disappeared. The moment Xianxia entered the cultivation magic array, Yunxing's eyes lit up. In a dark corner of the Ghost King cave, no one noticed that there was an extra pair of blood-red eyes. This time, you guessed it right by accident. A voice that sounded like laughter and sarcasm sounded faintly. Wan Tianqiu and Tycoon Jean were still fighting. Wan Tianqiu, who had lost his mind, didn't realize that Yunxing, who he wanted to kill, had disappeared. When she entered the cultivation magic array, Yunxing had the illusion that she had jumped into a pool. She only felt that her whole body was wet and cold, and her teeth couldn't help but chatter. Since Yingyu, Yingchuan, and the other members of the Hundred Thunder sect had already entered the other cultivation magic array, the cultivation magic array that Yunxing chose to use to break through to the magic god realm was the other of the 2 cultivation magic arrays. However, she did not expect that there would be another world within the magic array left behind by the Phantasm Ghost King. Before entering the cultivation magic array, Xianxia had thought that the magic array left behind in the Ghost King cave would be similar to the magic tower of trials of the Royal Magic Academy students. But when she saw the situation inside the magic array, she realized that what Popping Sheep said was most likely true. This place was really the Phantasm Ghost King's cultivation ground. Rather than calling this place a magic array, it would be more accurate to call it a magic cave. The cave was about 10 square meters in size, and there was nothing inside. On the ground, there was a flowing black stream. The wet feeling that Xianxia felt earlier was because of this stream. In the middle of the cave, there was a black dark magic crystal. That crystal was carved into the shape of an ice bed. It was completely black, like a starless night sky. Regardless of whether it was the ice bed or the flowing black stream on the ground, they all emitted a rich dark magic energy. Whether it was in the human world or the underworld, Xianxia had never seen such pure dark magic energy. Popping. Dear Master, you've struck gold. This is the dark magic spring and dark magic crystal core. Popping Sheep was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. It was a pity that Baby Sheep couldn't absorb the dark magic elements and could only watch helplessly as it absorbed the dark magic elements. In the magical world, dark magic elements existed in many forms. The most basic form of magic was dark magic energy. This was also a more common form of existence in the boundless continent. Dark magic energy existed in the form of gas. But in reality, the richer the dark magic energy, the more diverse the forms it existed in. For example, it could exist in the form of a magic spring or a magic crystal core. But these two forms did not exist in the boundless continent, where dark magic energy was scarce. Thus, the dark magicians in the boundless continent did not have a strong cultivation base, let alone a dark magician. But it was different in the underworld. The underworld was where most of the Yin energy gathered. The dark magic energy here was rich. The Netherworld Ghost King had used some unknown method to seal the dark magic spring and magic crystal core in this cultivation magic array. You're saying? As long as I absorb these magic spring and magic crystal cores, I can break through to become a dark magician? Xianxia had gradually adapted to the rich dark magic energy in the magic cave. She could feel that after entering the magic cave, her dark magician soul was like a fish in water. It almost let out a satisfied moan. Dear Master, you can't become a fatty with just one bite. Seeing that they had entered the magic array, Popping Sheep knew that old man Wan Tianqiu would not be able to barge in so quickly. Popping Sheep wandered around the cave and quickly came to a conclusion. According to the number of dark magic spring and magic crystal cores left in the magic cave, it was obvious that the Netherworld Ghost King had not been able to absorb all of these magic spring and magic crystal cores. Dear Master, your strength is far inferior to the Phantasm Ghost King's by more than a little. Therefore, it is impossible for you to absorb all of the dark magic spring and dark crystal cores here. Be careful of the excessive dark magic energy, your dark magician soul will explode. As long as you can absorb all of the magic spring water here, you will be able to break through to become a dark magician, Popping Sheep said confidently. Xianxia was skeptical. She walked in front of the dark crystal core bed and touched it with her hand. A cold feeling suddenly drilled into her fingertips. As if she had been electrocuted, Xianxia immediately retracted her hand. Popping Sheep was right. If she rashly absorbed the dark magic energy here, her magician's soul would not be able to withstand it. We can't let such a large crystal core go to waste. Since the Netherworld Ghost King is already dead, let's dig out this dark magic crystal core and take it with us. Xianxia did as she said and nimbly released a few earth spikes. The earth spikes went up and down, left and right. In a short while, they had completely dug out the magic crystal core that had been cut into the shape of a bed. Seeing his master's bandit-like behavior, Popping Sheep's body, which was flying in the air, almost froze and fell down. Popping Sheep used its wings to wipe its forehead. As expected of its dear master. Her actions were indeed shameless. That large piece of dark magic crystal core weighed about 300 to 400 pounds. After Xianxia dug it out, she unceremoniously stored it in the exquisite beast pagoda. After storing the magic crystal core for her own use, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and entered the celestial meditation state. Celestial meditation was a special meditation method that Xianxia had learned from her dark gold-ranked teacher. Its meditation effects were several times better than ordinary meditation and deep meditation. Xianxia quickly entered a state of complete selflessness. The surroundings were silent. Popping Sheep squatted on Xianxia's shoulder, its beady eyes staring at the dark magic spring in the cave. Suddenly, Popping Sheep felt that its master was a little strange. A cloud-shaped object appeared above its master's head. Popping Sheep knew that this was the most important Dharma soul for a magician. It was different from the Dharma souls of ordinary people. Xianxia's Dharma soul was 5-colored. No, it should be said that it was 6-colored now. Her Dharma soul originated from Yibaiming, and the new light Dharma soul came from Jirumo. At this moment, that Dharma soul was quietly floating above Xianxia's head. After sensing the powerful dark magic power in the magic cave, the gray area in Xianxia's Dharma soul became active. Due to the lack of dark magic power in the boundless continent all year round, the Dharma soul became more and more powerful. Among all of Xianxia's Dharma souls, the dark Dharma soul was only stronger than the newly formed light Dharma soul. It was much weaker compared to the wind, fire, water, and wood Dharma souls of the other 4 elements. If one had to describe it, Xianxia's Dharma souls now, the weakest light Dharma soul was similar in shape to a crack. It was still in its infancy stage. As for Xianxia's dark Dharma soul, it was relatively stronger, but it was still in its infancy stage. In comparison, the other Dharma souls were roughly in their adulthood stage. It was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. Although there were many Dharma souls, the difference in strength between them was relatively large. This was also the reason why Xianxia had been unable to break through to become a Dharma soul. And this time, Xianxia wanted to make use of the magic cave left behind by the Ghost King to improve her dark Dharma soul. Xianxia's Dharma soul of darkness seemed to have a life of its own in the netherworld's magic array. It emitted a dark gray light. When the light shone on the dark magic spring on the ground of the cave, it was as if someone had forcefully stuffed a handful of firewood into the ground. The dark magic spring that was quietly flowing on the ground suddenly began to boil. The dark magic spring became more and more violent. Soon, Xianxia felt as if she was standing in the middle of a fountain filled with smoke. The steam and bubbles from the boiling magic spring water wet her magic robe, hair, and eyelashes. The spring water quickly turned into mist and attached itself to Xianxia's Dharma soul. Like countless little worms, they drilled into her Dharma soul. Xianxia's Dharma soul was expanding at an alarming rate. Xianxia's expression kept changing. A dark cloud-like shadow appeared on her forehead. Baby Sheep, who was squatting on Xianxia's shoulder, also became nervous. It blinked its eyes and swallowed its saliva silently. It noticed that Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together on her beautiful face. Even though she was standing in the middle of the boiling dark magic spring, its master's body was as cold as ice. Her teeth were biting her lips. Her limbs had become extremely stiff because she was enduring the pain. Dark red blood immediately seeped out from her tender lips. Tears welled up in Baby Sheep's black bean-like eyes. Sob sob, it really wanted to be able to suffer in place of its master. As Xianxia's life-summoned beast, Baby Sheep had lived with Xianxia for more than 10 years. It was very clear that its master was a person whose mind and soul were equally strong. To be able to make her suffer like this dark magic spring was indeed very powerful. Baby Sheep felt a little regretful. If it had known that its little master was going to suffer like this, it wouldn't have come up with such a lousy idea to let its master break through to the Dharma God realm. If worst came to worst, it could have asked that smelly god of the underworld for help. As long as that smelly god of the underworld came, even Tenwan Tiancho would be smacked to death by his sleeves. At this moment, the shadowy dark cloud between Xianxia's brows had turned completely black. That blackness was tumbling and gradually forming a hideous ghost face. That ghost face, with its green face and fangs, made Xianxia's entire face look as if it was shrouded in the aura of death. It was eerie, as if it would devour her at any time. That ghost face was actually even more eerie and terrifying than Wan Tiancho's demonic appearance. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its range was still expanding. It seemed like it was going to devour Xianxia's entire body by force. Baby Sheep was instantly enraged when it saw the scene. Oh no, Baby Sheep was anxious. Could it be that its master was in a hurry to succeed and accidentally went berserk while absorbing the dark magic spring? Was she invaded by the demonic aura and turned into a demonic aura? The breakthrough of a dark sorcerer was no small matter. Compared to the other professions, it was even more difficult. Especially its master, who was going to break through and become the first dark sorcerer in the mortal world and the underworld. As dark magic power was a very sensitive magic power, if one was slightly careless or had a weak mind, it was very likely that they would turn into a demonic aura during the process of advancement. The result would be that they would become a demonic sorcerer like Wan Tianqiu, who was neither human nor ghost. No. Baby sheep, help master. Baby sheep could not hold back anymore. It flapped its wings and flew up. But the moment baby sheep flew up, the beast language ring on Yunxing's finger suddenly flew out and floated beside Yunxing. Ah! Baby sheep stared at the beast language ring in shock. Something flew out from the beast language ring. It was one of the 8 barons' divine artifacts, the summoning demon hand. Just as the summoning demon hand flew out, the magic deity bracelet on Yunxing's arm also emitted a dazzling light. The magic deity bracelet and the summoning demon hand, 2 of the 8 barons' divine artifacts, actually emitted light at the same time. Although the light was bright, it was not glaring. The light illuminated the entire magic cave as if it was daytime. In the light, baby sheep even heard a clear and pleasant voice that was like the cry of a phoenix. The summoning demon hand and the magic deity bracelet actually resonated. After the resonance appeared, baby sheep vaguely saw 2 illusory figures appear in front of its master. It was a white-haired sorcerer and an old man dressed in a red summoner's robe. The 2 of them looked at Yunxing at the same time. They saw that the one sitting on the ground was a female sorcerer. There was a hint of otherworldly elegance in her gorgeous face. Although she was under the control of the dark power, she still did not give in. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be someone in the world who could have both the summoning demon hand and the magic deity bracelet at the same time. Haha, old friend, there's finally someone who can inherit the undead summoning that we created together back then. The 2 silhouettes were talking to themselves, completely ignoring the vigilant kissing sheep's feelings as if they were facing a great enemy. The sheep looked left and right. It couldn't hear the voices of the 2 illusory figures. It thought that the 2 inspectors wanted to harm its master. Bobo! Don't harm little master. Bobo sheep didn't care about anything else. It mustered all its strength and shot towards the 2 illusory figures like an arrow. Who would have thought that Bobo sheep's 1,000-kilogram fall, which was usually 100% accurate, would miss? Bobo sheep couldn't stop in time and crashed into the wall with a bang. The moment its head hit the wall, Bobo sheep suddenly realized that it didn't seem to have hit anything. It had hit nothing. Ghost! Bobo Yang let out a dry howl, and then fainted. The 2 illusory figures turned back to look at Bobo sheep at the same time. That is? It seems to be the world deity of the mortal world. He can even form a contract with a world deity. This person is indeed talented. When our consciousness is about to dissipate and the boundless world is facing a great calamity, it is the will of the heavens to pass down our painstaking efforts. The sorcerer who spoke placed his hand on Yunxing's forehead. The summoner who was wearing a red summoner's robe started chanting. As the 2 of them chanted, the massive black aura on Yunxing's forehead struggled non-stop and even let out mournful cries. Yunxing, who was in the middle of her heavenly meditation, seemed to hear 2 voices, one high and one low. That voice sounded very illusory, but it was also very real. It was as if someone was muttering in her ear. The undead summoning was created by the combined efforts of the Emperor Zhao in red and I. From now on, you will obtain the power of the undead summoner and become the only remaining undead summoner on the mainland. You have to remember that there are pros and cons to controlling the undead. You have to stick to your beliefs and not forget your original intentions. The voice gradually disappeared. Yunxing only felt that her forehead was suddenly hot and cold, as if some special power had been injected into it. Her grey Dharma soul, which was originally very unstable, gradually calmed down as well. Yunxing slowly regained consciousness. When she suddenly opened her eyes, she found that everything in the magic cave had changed. Popping sheep fainted in the corner. Yunxing's mouth twitched. This Bobo, just a while ago, he was still talking big and saying that he would guard her. In the blink of an eye, he had become like this. Yunxing stood up and suddenly realized that the dark spring water that was flowing around the cave had disappeared under her feet. What was even more ridiculous was that this disappearance was very thorough. There wasn't even a single drop of spring water on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the rocks and soil created by Yunxing's earth spikes were still there, Yunxing would have thought that she had been teleported to another cave while she was meditating. The magic cave was still a magic cave, but in less than 2 hours, it had become empty, and there was nothing left. Could it be that the dark magic spring had been completely absorbed by her? Yunxing was very surprised. She examined her Dharma soul again and found that she had broken through to the magic god realm. However, what surprised Yunxing was that she had clearly only absorbed the power of the dark magic spring, but her Dharma soul, including the other 4 Dharma souls, and even the originally insignificant light soul power, had undergone a qualitative breakthrough in that meditation just now. All of her Dharma souls had fiercely increased by a lot. So strange, how could this be? Yunxing was curious. Her gaze fell on her magic scepter. When she saw the magic scepter, Yunxing was shocked again. Her magic scepter actually had an additional ghost imprint where the 7th magic god level soul stone should have been embedded. Yunxing's magic scepter had been reforged when she broke through to the sanctuary mage realm, and there were already as many as 6 soul stones on it. Now that she had broken through to the magic god level, she should have searched for the 7th soul stone to embed on her magic scepter after leaving the Ghost King cave. However, her magic scepter had undergone a change on its own during this breakthrough. What is this? Yunxing was puzzled. She touched the ghost imprint with her hand. The instant she came into contact with the imprint, the 2 voices, one high and one low, sounded in Yunxing's mind once again. Undead summoning? Yunxing came back to her senses. Almost unconsciously, her magic scepter moved, and she chanted an unfamiliar summoning incantation. Under her feet, a magic array like a ghost imprint lit up. After a moment, Yunxing's black eyes shone with a strange light. This was the power of undead summoning? Bo. Dearest master, Bo has met a ghost. Bo, who had been unconscious on the ground, woke up in a daze. Its first reaction when it woke up was to pounce on Yunxing. Bo, can you be more promising? This is the netherworld. It's not a big deal to meet a ghost. To think that you're the senior sister of the netherworld deity, Yunxing said angrily. Dearest master, you've broken through to the magic god level? Could it be that those 2 old ghosts did something to you just now? Bo jumped up and down. It was only when it saw that its master was unharmed that it heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, it also noticed that its master's magic power had become much stronger. Yes, I've also learned a brand new summoning technique. Yunxing took out the summoning magic hand and magic bracelet with great emotion. If she guessed correctly, when she was in a critical situation when she broke through, the one who helped her was the creator of the magic bracelet and the summoning magic beast, the first magic god and the Emperor Zhao in red. These 2 people were once among the strongest in the 8 barren lands. Their magic and summoning skills were unparalleled in the world. Who would have thought that as powerhouses, the 2 of them did not reject each other? Instead, they appreciated each other's talents and created the undead summoning. Undead summoning? Then, my dear master, are you a dark mage god now? Hearing this, all the terror he had felt earlier disappeared in an instant. That's right. It's time to go out and meet that old man, Xianxia. The Ghost King cave is the best place to summon undead, Yunxing chuckled. The man and the sheep left the magic cave. Before leaving the magic cave, baby sheep looked back at the magic cave with lingering fear. Seeing the empty magic cave, Popping Sheep lit a candle in his heart for the Ghost King who was already dead. Fortunately, the Netherworld Ghost King was already dead. Otherwise, if he saw that the magic cave that he had painstakingly set up was completely destroyed by the bandit woman Yunxing in less than an hour, he would probably climb out of his coffin in anger. Next, there will be unexpected characters appearing. Let's welcome them with a few monthly votes. The moment Yunxing and baby sheep walked out of the cultivation magic array. The cultivation magic array, which was originally filled with dense magic power, collapsed and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Xianxia and Tycoon Gold were still fighting. Although it was an eternal life ritual artifact, Tycoon Gold did not gain much of an advantage in the process of fighting with Wan Tianqiu. There were now many sunken wounds on its originally shining purple and gold body. This was undoubtedly the most serious challenge that Tycoon Gold had faced since Yunxing had refined it. Wan Tianqiu's situation was slightly better, but compared to before, his evil spirit had decreased instead of increasing. It seemed that his evil spirit could not be maintained forever. Once the evil spirit's time was up, the evil spirit warrior's form would also disappear. Yunxing waved her hand and summoned Tycoon Gold back. Wan Tianqiu's eyes, which were already red from killing, revealed a ferocious look. He pounced on Yunxing like a hungry wolf. The corners of Yunxing's lips curled up slightly. She did not even try to dodge. She raised the magic scepter in her hand. On the scepter, which was branded with the evil spirit's brand suddenly lit up like a soul stone. At Yunxing's feet, a ferocious image of the king of evil spirits had appeared. The light on the magic scepter was like a small black sun. The image of the king of evil spirits had caused Wan Tianqiu to freeze in his tracks. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Although he had already lost consciousness, Wan Tianqiu subconsciously sensed that this dark light was unusual. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the black baleful Qi either took the form of skeletons or ferocious beasts as they surged toward Yunxing. Although it already knew that its master had become a necromancer, seeing so many dark evil spirits all at once, baby sheeps still stood up disappointingly. The evil spirit gathered under Yunxing's feet more and more. Within the demon fiend magic array, Yunxing's skin was as white as ivory, and her lips were a bright red. Yunxing's plain summoner robe suddenly turned black. Ghost skeletons appeared on the robe. Between the black and white, she exuded a kind of flirtatious beauty. "Summon, King of Evil Spirits!" Yunxing shouted in a crisp voice. Her black hair danced in the wind, yet there was an indescribable charm to her. Following Yunxing's chanting, the various types of Qi gradually formed a 5-meter-tall evil spirit king. His muscles were the color of blood copper, and each of his muscles was like a small hill. His eyes were red like lanterns, and his upper body was naked. He wore a necklace of bones around his neck. There were many skulls on the necklace. From the looks of it, there were both human and beast skulls. When the evil spirit king came out of the magic array, with every step he took, his whole body exuded an evil spirit. It made people's hearts tremble and their souls tremble. Compared to the evil spirit king summoned by the necromancer summoning spell, Wan Tianqiu was just a mere evil spirit warrior. His aura suddenly weakened a lot. The murderous spirit in Wan Tianqiu's turbid eyes gradually dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by a look of horror. Wan Tianqiu had never imagined that the person he thought he would be able to kill within 10 moves would actually be able to summon the terrifying Spectre King. Was that the power of a human summoner? Wan Tianqiu's movements became hesitant. He suddenly turned around and rushed toward the exit behind him. Obviously, he didn't dare to fight the evil spirit king head-on. However, what Wan Tianqiu didn't expect was that the moment he turned around, the baleful Spectre King's enormous baleful spectre body was already in front of him. The cave, which could only barely fit 2 people, looked extremely narrow in the face of the evil spirit king's huge body, which was more than 5 meters tall. The evil spirit king let out a roar that sounded like a horn. The many human and beast heads on the necklace hanging in front of him moved strangely. The jaws of those human and beast heads moved. They spat out clouds of blood mist from their mouths. The blood mist seemed to have eyes. It surrounded Wan Tianqiu and rushed into his chest. After the blood mist entered his body, Wan Tianqiu's gloomy face flushed red. His facial features, which were no different from those of an evil spirit, were twisted. Crack, it was as if something had been bitten. Wan Tianqiu grabbed his chest with a heart-wrenching pain. He felt as if his heart was being bitten by something. Wan Tianqiu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wan Tianqiu's flesh and blood quickly shrank. His blood turned black. Soon, his body turned into a wrinkled mummy. Although Wan Tianqiu's evil spirit transformation was powerful, it also had a fatal weakness. Evil spirit transformation was a combat skill that sacrificed one's life force. If it was used up too much, one would eventually become a mummy without flesh and blood. An evil spirit warrior was invincible. His heart was the weakest. Yunxing didn't know the weakness of an evil spirit warrior. That was why she was forced to retreat. The evil spirit king, as the king of the evil spirits, knew the weakness of an evil spirit warrior well. The blood mist was the evil spirit of heart devouring. It had already eaten up Wan Tianqiu's heart. Wan Tianqiu was killed, that was too fast. Yunxing still couldn't believe it. She walked forward and checked Wan Tianqiu's body. After checking it carefully, she found that Wan Tianqiu was indeed dead. Yunxing's black eyes turned golden. She stared at Wan Tianqiu's heart. She found that Wan Tianqiu's heart had disappeared. No, it shouldn't be said that it had disappeared. It had been devoured. The strange blood mist released by the evil spirit king could invisibly enter a person's body. It had no shape or form, but it had terrifying strength. What a terrifying evil spirit. Even Yunxing herself didn't expect that the evil spirit king she summoned would have such terrifying strength. Although Yunxing had just become an undead summoner, she wasn't familiar with it. This was her first time summoning. She didn't expect that the evil spirit king she summoned would have such terrifying strength. According to the memories left in her mind by the first Lord of Dharma and the Emperor Zhao in red, undead summoners were divided into individual undead summoners and group undead summoners. If she became familiar with it in the future, she could form a powerful evil spirit undead army. Even in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, Yunxing believed that she could command the evil spirit king to kill thousands of soldiers and horses without leaving a trace. Yunxing's heart palpitated. She longed for the power of the undead summoning even more. However, she remembered the warning of the two masters from the 8 wastelands. Yunxing also understood that she couldn't use the power of the undead summoning too much. Otherwise, she would easily be devoured by the dark power. After killing Wan Tianqiu, the king of evil ghosts walked respectfully to Yunxing. It knelt on one knee, lowered its head, put its right hand on its bare chest, and saluted to Yunxing. That posture was no longer as fierce as when it killed Wan Tianqiu. Yunxing was stunned. What is this? Yunxing was slightly stunned. Dear master, he is recognizing you as his master. Suddenly, such a big guy appeared and tried to steal his master, so Baby Sheep was a little unhappy. Alas, dear master is good at everything, but she is too strong. Look, another summoned beast came out. If it goes on like this, Baby Sheep will definitely lose her favor. Baby Sheep felt sorry for himself and forgot that he had been looking forward to Yunxing's strength to be stronger so that he could have a chance to compete with that stinky god of hell. Although he was unhappy, Baby Sheep's biggest advantage was that he was optimistic. Anyway, no matter how many magical beasts his master had, Baby Sheep was the most important one. After thinking it through, Baby Sheep was not afraid of the king of evil ghosts. He knew that the king of evil ghosts was formed by the evil spirit of the ghost king. But he didn't expect that a little ghost king could have so much evil spirit. Baby Sheep was not shy. He flapped his wings and landed on the knees of the king of evil ghosts. One was an ugly evil ghost, and the other was a cute pink sheep. The big eyes of the lantern were facing the small eyes of the black bean. The king of evil ghosts and Baby Sheep did not reject each other. The king of the evil spirits tilted its head and gave Baby Sheep an ugly smile, but it was obviously trying to please Baby Sheep. Baby Sheep, dear master, this big guy is very powerful, and he is different from the ordinary evil ghosts. After Baby Sheep and the king of evil ghosts had a spiritual sex, he found that this big guy was a typical muscular but simple-minded person. As long as he was trained well, he would definitely be Baby Sheep's, master's right-hand man. Generally speaking, the evil spirit was the most evil power. Baby Sheep had thought that the king of evil ghosts, which was formed by the evil spirit, was also an evil and bloodthirsty person. That was not the case. The baleful energy in the Ghost King cave was different. It turned out that when the Phantasm Ghost King was building the Ghost King cave, he had secretly abducted many magicians, martial artists, and commoners from all over the human world. These people were imprisoned in the Ghost King cave. In addition to excavating the Ghost King cave, they were also responsible for constructing the 4 great magic arrays in the Ghost King cave. Only after the magic array was completed did these people realize that the Phantasm Ghost King had already left a fatal poison in their bodies. One by one, the baleful poison flared up, and they all died in the Ghost King cave. Therefore, they were different from the baleful specters that were formed by the baleful qi. These people were not extremely evil. The baleful specter kings that were formed by their baleful souls were much easier to control. Sob, so pitiful. Dear Master, the king of evil spirits doesn't have a name yet. Why don't we give it a name? How about we call it Blockhead? When Baby Sheep heard about the king of evil spirits' tragic experience, he gave a loud snort to express his sympathy. Blockhead, Yunxing rolled her eyes. How could she summon the majestic king of evil spirits with such a name? However, the problem was that before Yunxing could object, the king of evil spirits hurriedly nodded its head, indicating that it liked the name very much. Baby Sheep immediately smiled through his tears. He was having a great time playing with the king of evil spirits. After killing Wan Tianqiu, Yunxing adjusted her breathing for a moment, waiting for someone to come out of the teleportation magic array. However, what surprised Yunxing was that she waited for a full half an hour. There was no movement at all in the two magic arrays. Those who could escape from Anemone Abyssalis and enter the Ghost King cave in the end were all martial gods. Just now, there were about 12 or 13 people who had entered the teleportation magic array on both sides. Even if there was a powerful ambush or trap at the other end of the teleportation magic array, it was impossible for all of them to be killed in such a short period of time. Not good. Could it be that there were other passageways in the teleportation magic array? Yunxing's eyelids twitched. She was not in the mood to wait any longer. She had calculated everything, but she had not considered that there might be other passageways in the depths of the Ghost King cave. Yunxing suddenly thought of the blockhead. It was formed by hundreds and thousands of evil spirits in the Ghost King cave. It should know everything that had happened in the Ghost King cave. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. King of evil spirits, let me ask you, how did the Phantasm Ghost King die back then? Between the two magic arrays on the left and right, which one is the real corpse of the Ghost King? Yunxing had originally planned to wait for the people from the 8 counties of the underworld to come out before snatching the Heart Distress Lantern. However, it had been a while since the heroes had entered the 2 teleportation magic arrays, but no one had come out. Yunxing could not help but have some doubts in her heart. Back then, after the Phantasm Ghost King built the Ghost King cave, where did he go? In the end, he died in the hands of someone. Yunxing guessed that the answer was very likely to be in the 2 teleportation magic arrays. My lord, the last teleportation magic array that the Ghost King entered was the one on the right, the blockhead respectfully replied. His voice was very low. However, the blockhead could only tell Yunxing that much. He did not know who killed the Phantasm Ghost King. After the Phantasm Ghost King entered the teleportation magic array on the right, he never appeared again. He never appeared again? What does that mean? Yunxing could not help but be shocked. The blockhead had existed for as long as the Ghost King cave had existed. However, because there had not been any necromancers before, the blockhead had always been in the form of evil spirits. Drifting in the Ghost King cave. The blockhead was very clear about the movements in the Ghost King cave. The only thing that exceeded the blockhead's perception was the 4 teleportation magic arrays. However, one thing was certain. The Phantasm Ghost King had entered the teleportation magic array on the right. Since then, he had completely disappeared from the underworld. Whether it was his subordinates or his enemies, none of them were able to find the whereabouts of the Phantasm Ghost King. In the past, there had been a few people who had tried to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Phantasm Ghost King. However, those intruders either stopped in front of the demigod magic beast Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros or mysteriously disappeared into the teleportation magic array like the Phantasm Ghost King. Over time, for some unknown reason, the news of the Phantasm Ghost King's death spread throughout the underworld. In that case, the Phantasm Ghost King only disappeared? Also, is there something strange about the teleportation magic array? Yunxing's gaze fell on the teleportation magic array on the right. You can say that. If even the Phantasm Ghost King could not walk out of the teleportation magic array, how could others walk out? The blockhead nodded. When Yunxing heard this, she was half happy and half worried. She was happy because the blockhead's words proved that the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart's Distress Lantern were definitely left in the teleportation array on the right. The bad news was that even the Netherworld Ghost King couldn't walk out of the teleportation array. If Yunxing entered it, she might not be able to walk out. Yunxing had an even worse plan in her heart. That was, the Netherworld Ghost King might not even be dead. 20 years might be a long time for an ordinary person. But for a godlike existence like the Netherworld Ghost King, 20 years was just the blink of an eye. Between not being able to walk out of the teleportation array and having to face the Netherworld Ghost King again, Yunxing didn't know which one she was more willing to face. TSK, what a difficult situation, Yunxing cursed in her heart. But if she couldn't find the heart's distress lantern, her mother's soul might. Yunxing didn't dare to continue thinking. If she wasted this chance to find the heart's distress lantern, she didn't know if she would have another chance to come to the Netherworld. Her mother, Hu Jiuxing, would sooner or later die from the exhaustion of her soul. At that time, no amount of water of life could save her. She definitely couldn't let her father experience the pain of losing his wife again. Yunxing was deep in thought. Even the talkative kissing sheep was quiet and obediently squatted on Yunxing's shoulder. The blockhead stood guard at the side. They all knew that their master was making the most difficult decision. Yunxing quickly made up her mind and summoned the beasts in the exquisite beast pagoda. Kissing beasts, you should have heard the blockhead's words. The teleportation array on the right might face an unprecedented crisis. Although you are my beasts, you have always been Yunxing's companions. If you don't want to go in with me, I can cancel the contract with you right now. Yunxing's face was calm. The sheep and the magical beast stared at each other. Dear master, Bobo is your life-bound magical beast. You can't break the contract with a life-bound magical beast. Bobo will stick to you. Bobo pursed his lips. He didn't want to leave his dear master. Among the rest of the magical beasts, Queen Night Demon giggled, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. Master, even the little lambs are so bold. Why would my Night Demon clan be afraid of death? The Elven Queen brushed her golden hair that was like the waves of the sea. My noble Water Elf clan is naturally not inferior to the Night Demon clan. The centipede Aunt Jiang and Xiao He couldn't speak, but the centipede Aunt Jiang and Xiao He both walked to Yunxing's side and answered their questions with their actions. Although they formed a contract with Yunxing for various reasons, they also realized that Yunxing was different from ordinary summoners after getting along with each other for many years. Those summoners on the boundless land all treated their magical beasts as tools to kill the enemy and win. Only Yunxing would treat them, as companions. What were companions? Companions were people who were still willing to use their own bodies to block the scythe of the Grim Reaper in the face of life and death. At this moment, the magical beasts of different shapes and races showed an unprecedented unity. They all understood the purpose of their master's trip to the underworld this time. The dangers ahead were unknown, but as long as they put in more effort, their master's chances of rescuing their master's mother would increase. Yunxing's throat seemed to be blocked by something. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She only nodded her head heavily. At a time like this, too many words were no longer useful. After this experience, whether it was Yunxing or the magical beasts, they were no longer just summoners and magical beasts to each other. They were each other's companions. After putting the magical beasts back into the beast language ring, Lin Mingya took Popping Sheep and Blockhead to the teleportation magic array on the far right. The teleportation magic array on the right emitted a light like a candle. When Yunxing stepped into the teleportation magic array, a strange red light flashed on the originally dim teleportation magic array. Yunxing was quickly swallowed up by the teleportation magic array. The passage of the Ghost King cave was peaceful again. Only Wan Tianqiu's desiccated corpse, which had long lost its human form, was still lying on the ground. After about 15.5 minutes, an agile figure appeared in the passage like the wind. Gold Eyes scanned the passage, and Dollar's gaze suddenly changed. There were obvious traces of a fierce battle here. A large number of flying ant corpses were piled up in the corner like dust. There were also traces of Dollar's attacks on the walls and the ground. Could it be that Yunxing had encountered something? Dollar's heart was in his mouth. Finally, his eyes fell on the desiccated corpse on the ground. Based on the smell, he was sure that it was Wan Tianqiu's corpse. Wan Tianqiu was killed. Dollar examined the wounds on Wan Tianqiu's body. When he saw the cause of Wan Tianqiu's death, Dollar's eyes darkened. This wound was not caused by Yunxing. It was not caused by the martial gods in the 8 counties of the underworld. Wan Tianqiu had been killed by the Ghost King. Dollar did not know that Yunxing had gone from being a sacred disciplined king to becoming a necromancer in the underworld and the human world in a few thousand years. She had become a necromancer that had never been seen before. After looking around, Dollar didn't find any more bloodstains. Realizing that Yunxing was not injured and was at most taken away, Dollar breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but blame himself. If he had known that there was such a powerful enemy in the Ghost King cave, he wouldn't have coveted the power of the dark cloud. In just half an hour, Yunxing had encountered an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Now, where was she being taken to? Who was lurking in the Ghost King cave? Dollar's eyes turned red. There were 3 magic arrays in front of him. One of them was a cultivation magic array, and the other 2 were teleportation magic arrays. If there was no accident, Yunxing must be in one of the magic arrays. However, which teleportation array was the little wildcat at now? When Dollar was the North Nether King, he was a decisive person. This was the first time in his life that he was faced with a difficult choice. Dollar stopped in front of the 2 teleportation magic arrays on the left and the right for a moment. After turning into a demonic beast, Dollar's sense of smell had become much sharper. But what confused him was that there was no trace of Yunxing in front of the 2 magic arrays. Or, the designers of the 2 magic arrays had used a certain method to hide the traces of the people who entered the teleportation magic arrays. He thought about it and finally stepped into the magic array on the left. Late, Happy Lantern Festival. After a wave of magic fluctuations, the moment Dollar stepped out of the teleportation magic array, a touch of disappointment flashed across his golden eyes. Oh no, his judgment was wrong. In the surrounding air, there was no familiar scent that belonged to Little Wildcat. Instead, there was the scent of some strong people from the other 8 counties of the underworld. It seemed that those who entered here were the martial gods from the 8 counties of the underworld. It seemed that Little Wildcat had entered the teleportation magic array on the right. Almost without hesitation, Dollar turned around and was about to return to the magic array, ready to turn back and enter the other magic array to catch up with Yunxing. But at this time, the tip of his nose smelled a trace of blood. The smell of blood was no stranger to Dollar. But in the smell of blood, there was another scent. That scent made Dollar's footsteps freeze in an instant. As if he had been electrocuted, he suddenly turned his head. There were 2 teleportation arrays at the bottom of the Ghost King cave. The one on the right that Yunxing had entered led to an unknown place. The teleportation array that Dollar Yi Baiming had entered led to a palace. The reason why Dollar was so shocked was that he was very familiar with this palace. Curtains after curtains, dim lights, and a dilapidated courtyard. Everything was so familiar. Although Dollar Yi Baiming thought that he had long forgotten all of this, it was not until he stood here that he realized that everything was still in the deepest part of his memory. This palace awakened the darkest memory in Yi Baiming's life. Cold Palace. The second teleportation magic array of the Ghost King cave led to the cold palace of the Imperial Palace of Zhou State. No, although he was extremely shocked. But Dollar Yi Baiming was not blinded by everything in front of him. Although this place was very similar to the cold palace of Zhou State, this place was only built to imitate the cold palace of Zhou State. At this time, there was no one in this fake cold palace. The strong people from the 8 counties of the underworld who had entered here earlier had disappeared without a trace. A strange feeling grew in Dollar's heart like weeds. No. He couldn't be curious anymore. The wildcat was still in the hands of others. She might be in danger. Although he did not know who had built a palace that looked exactly like the cold palace in Zhou State, Dollar was sure there was no human presence there. Dollar took a step back, but when he tried to enter the teleporter again, he found that the teleporter that he had been able to freely enter was unable to be used again. This was a one-way teleportation magic array. Dollar's expression turned serious. It let out a muffled groan. Did he think that he would be able to trap him here? He, Yi Baiming, was not a piece of trash from the 8 counties of the underworld. Perhaps this mysterious teleportation portal could block most of the warriors and mages from the netherworld, but for Yi Baiming, who had a part of the power of the halberd of the divine battle god, it was not impossible for him to tear a crack in this magical barrier. If they wanted to stop him, then they could go to hell with this lousy teleportation array. He raised his forelimbs, and a terrifying divine power surged out crazily from his sharp claws. Dollar's right forelimb was shining with a golden light. It seemed to feel the threat of the divine power of the 8 Barons' divine weapon. The magic power on the teleportation portal began to become violent. Yi Baiming seemed to be piercing through the void, and his right forelimb was about to swing down. But just as Dollar was about to break the barrier, behind him, deep in the palace, there was suddenly a sound of a guqin. It sounded like a flowing stream. There was someone in this palace. This was beyond Dollar's expectation. When he heard the sound of the guqin, Dollar's body shook violently. As if he was possessed, he put down his claws, turned around, and walked in the direction of the sound of the guqin. The sound of the guqin was like a high mountain and flowing water, showing that the person playing the guqin was extraordinary. With every step he took into the palace, Dollar's surprise grew stronger. This place was too similar to the cold palace of Zhou State. But compared to the desolate cold palace, everything in this palace was much more exquisite and gorgeous. If it weren't for the similar layout and coldness of the cold palace, Dollar would never have thought that this was the cold palace. The guqin sound was intermittent, and it led Dollar to the innermost room of the cold palace. Although Dollar had never seen that room with his own eyes, he could determine where it was by relying on his memory and the path he had taken. The cold palace was remote, but it was very spacious. When he was young, Yi Baiming, who was still blind, on the 1st and 15th of every month, he would secretly find his way to the room in the deepest part of the cold palace without telling the palace maids. At that time, Empress Li would begin to play the guqin. A simple but elegant room appeared in front of him. Outside the door was a pool of purple lotus flowers. The door was open, and a woman was sitting in the room. The woman was wearing a violet gauze dress. The face of the woman in silk clothes was so beautiful that one could not help but lose their breath just by looking at it. There were thousands of beautiful women in the world, but there weren't many who could make people's eyes light up like this flower in front of him. This woman was elegant and beautiful, and there was a hint of luxury in her eyes. If Yi Baiming were in human form, he would immediately blurt out, "Mother." Although he had never seen his mother's face, Yi Baiming knew at first glance that this woman was his mother. His mother, who had died more than 10 years ago, was Empress Li of Zhou State, Li Qingqing. The woman in front of him was exactly the same as Empress Li in the painting that Yi Baiming had hung in the cold palace of Zhou State. Yi Baiming was also very familiar with the song she played. That was the first song that Yi Baiming had learned to play after learning the guqin. In this world, only Empress Li could play such a song. The woman lowered her head and played the guqin. Her expression was calm, and her long eyelashes were slightly lowered. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Her eyes, which were 80% or 90% similar to Yi Baiming's, didn't have any human emotions. Her shoulders were thin, and she looked very delicate. She seemed to be completely engrossed and didn't notice the golden demonic beast that suddenly appeared outside. Jean Coin stood outside the room, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a lamp on Empress Li's guqin table. It was the heart sorrow lamp. Even though he had only seen it once, Dollar recognized the lamp that was just inches away from Queen Li. It was the heart-aching lamp that Yunqing had come to the underworld in search of. The heart sorrow lamp was lit, and the gentle light enveloped Empress Li's body. It added some gentleness to Empress Li's slightly indifferent face. Empress Li didn't seem to notice that someone had barged in. She continued to play the guqin. Yi Baiming unconsciously walked forward. He couldn't help but raise his hand, wanting to gently touch his mother. However, just as the claw approached Queen Li, the gold coin Yi Baiming missed. Dollar's claws pierced right through Empress Li's body. Her body was ethereal, as if it would turn into dust in an instant. She was clearly not a living person. She was a ghost. How can this be? Yi Baiming was shocked. Why would his mother's soul be here? How dare you? Who dares to trespass into the Ghost King Palace? Behind him, an old but somewhat familiar voice alerted Yi Baiming. The heart distress lantern suddenly flew out with a whoosh and landed in the hands of the person who had just entered. Dollar took a closer look. The person standing at the door was Xianxia, the person who had appeared at the Magical Abilities Pavilion and tricked Yunxing once. Yunxing gritted her teeth and wanted to take revenge. Why would Xianxia appear here? What was his relationship with Empress Li? Dollar's mind flashed with a ridiculous thought. Could it be that the builder of the Cold Palace was Xianxia? No, Dollar thought again. He recalled that Xianxia had said Ghost King Palace. This was the Ghost King Palace. The Ghost King Palace built in the Ghost King Cave. Could it be that this palace, which was almost the same as the Cold Palace in Zhou State, was built by the Phantasm Ghost King? Only the Phantasm Ghost King would be able to create such a miraculous magic array in the underworld without anyone noticing. Yi Baiming had a clever mind. Combined with Empress Li's situation, he finally understood why the Ghost King Palace was built here. The Ghost King Cave was located in the Ghost Water Stream. It was very close to the Demon Suppression Stone Tablet in the underworld. The Yin energy here was very dense. For a ghost, it was undoubtedly the best place to live. Empress Li Qingqing was just an ordinary person. She was born in a family of merchants. She was not a powerful warrior or magician. She had been dead for more than 10 years. If there was no special method to maintain her, her Yin energy would have been long gone. But why would the soul of Empress Li Qingqing appear here? Generally speaking, only those who had committed grave crimes in the mortal world would be captured by the four-sided hell-fled dragon and sent to the underworld. Empress Li's life was full of ups and downs. She was a pitiful person who was harmed by Yi Qingtian and He Yao, but she wasn't a bad person. Also, what was her relationship with the Netherworld Ghost King who built the Ghost King Palace? Gold Coin. Yi Baiming's heart was filled with doubts. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Empress Li was unharmed. He didn't expect that it was a demonic beast that could break the inhibition and enter the depths of the Ghost King Palace. The Ghost King Palace looked ordinary, but it was actually filled with traps. Moreover, it was located in the deepest part of the Ghost King Cave. Along the way, there were many restrictions. Earlier, when those reckless experts from the 8 counties of the underworld barged in, they were killed by the restrictions set up by the Phantasm Ghost King. Not even a trace of them was left. Who would have thought that this demonic beast would be able to walk in unimpeded? Xianxia didn't know that Dollar hadn't encountered a single restriction along the way. The reason he was able to avoid these restrictions was because of Empress Li's zither music. TSK, I remember now. You're the demonic beast of the female mage who threatened this old man. Outside the Ghost King Cave, you were also the one who lured the Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros away. Xianxia sized up Dollar. He had an impression of Dollar's powerful aura due to his unique golden scales. He also noticed that Dollar's aura was much stronger than before. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that the demigod rank Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros was actually killed by this demonic beast. After Xianxia released the map of the Ghost Water Stream, he had been hiding in the Ghost Water Stream, waiting for the heroes to fall into his trap. He also noticed that this demonic beast with the mark of a felon had been by Yunxing's side since a long time ago. He just didn't expect Dollar to be so strong. Dollar's throat rolled as he let out a low roar. If Baby Sheep was here, he might be able to act as a translator. This king also remembers you. You're the old man who tricked little Wildcat. Remember, in this world, if anyone dares to trick this king's woman, only death awaits them. Hehe, since you've killed the Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros, your power must have reached demigod rank or even higher. Xianxia looked at Dollar with interest. This demonic beast was not to be underestimated. It could understand human language, and its intelligence was much higher than ordinary demonic beasts. Xianxia could also sense that this demonic beast was a dual cultivator. You must have accidentally entered this place, right? You must be looking for your master. Xianxia hated Yunxing very much. That little girl was the first person who dared to bargain with him in all the years he had been in the underworld. Dollar's eyes flashed with murderous intent. There was no trace of the Phantasm Ghost King in the Ghost King Palace. That meant the person who kidnapped Yunxing was the Phantasm Ghost King. What was in the teleportation array on the right? Dollar's heart was filled with worry. Right now, he just wanted to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. Although Xianxia looked like an old man, he could control the heart lamp. His power could not be weak. He was probably on par with the Phantasm Ghost King. Then give me your soul, Xianxia said. His eyes flashed fiercely as the heart lamp in his hand spun. The strange palace lamp shot out a strange red light. It was about to cover Dollar. Gold coin Yi Baiming had seen the phantasm ghost king use that lamp 500 years ago on Taiyuan Mountain. The most powerful thing about the heart lamp was its light. That light had once sucked away the soul of the Zhao, states the Emperor Zhao in red. This old man wanted his soul. What a fool's dream. The heart lamp was very important to Yun Sheng. Empress Li's strange behavior must have something to do with it. He had to take back the heart lamp. However, Dollar was not the Emperor Zhao in red. His golden eyes focused, and he suddenly roared to the sky. The red light of the heart lamp that was about to cover Dollar seemed to have entered a blind spot. A black shadow appeared on Dollar's body. That shadow was like a natural barrier, blocking out the light. The second inheritance of the 8-Baron Black Qilan tribe, the Qilan's puppet. Shinjizi's murderous face showed a trace of confusion. He looked at Dollar carefully. This golden demonic beast was from the Black Qilan tribe. Yi Baiming was shocked. Shinjizi recognized the inheritance of the Bakra orcs. Could it be that he was also from the Bakra orcs? Looking at Dollar's eyes, Shinjizi saw the same emotions as a human. Then, he understood something. God Machine Z wasn't an ordinary person, and he could tell that Dollar wasn't using an ordinary skill. Kirin's puppet was one of the rarest skills in the Kirin inheritance. It could cast any skill or spell that wasn't a god-class skill or a god-class spell. The Kirin's puppet could even resist the light of the heart distress lantern. In Shinjizi's memory, not many people had received the Kirin's puppet in the second inheritance, even in the Black Kirin tribe. In the history of the Kirin tribe, there were less than 10 people who had received the Kirin's puppet. The second inheritance was the Kirin's puppet. Only the strongest Bakra orcs in history, 8-Baron Kirin King Yi Xiao, and the current leader of the Kirin tribe, Black Light. You're actually someone from the Black Qilan tribe. It's a misunderstanding. It's really a case of water rushing against the Dragon King's temple. You don't recognize your own family. I'm from the 8 Desolaces continent. Looking at your appearance, you already have spiritual awareness. However, you haven't gone through the beast god's baptism, so you're still in beast form. Shinjizi finally saw that this golden magical beast was a Qilan. Even though the beast clans of the 8 Wastelands and the human clan had always been at odds. However, the 8 Wastelands beast clans also admitted that the human race was much more advanced than the 8 Wastelands beast clans in terms of intelligence and country management. Back when the 8-Baron tribe was the leader, the beasts used a special method to transform into humans. It was a tradition that had been maintained to this day. But not all beasts could transform into humans. Some of the weaker beasts stayed in beast form their entire lives. Only a small portion of the beast race with noble bloodlines and the rulers of the upper class could be baptized by the beast god altar at a young age. They could transform into human form from a young age and maintain their human form. They could only transform into beast form if they were in a constant state of battle. Green, purple, and black Lin Lin were the latter. After transforming into human form, the beasts looked exactly the same as ordinary humans even if they stood in a crowd. Shinjizi saw that Dollar had a mind, but he couldn't transform into a human. He thought it was because he was a commoner and hadn't been baptized by the beast god altar. Dollar didn't say anything, and he simply nodded in agreement with God Machine Z. When Shinjizi heard this, he pulled out a crystal and gave it to Dollar. He said, "This is a spirit speech crystal. If a beast has a mind of its own, it will be able to speak like a human." The variety of magic crystals on the 8 Desolates continent was much more abundant than on the Boundless continent. This spirit language crystal could be considered an all-purpose translation device that could convert all kinds of beast languages. Therefore, when the descendants of the Bakra orcs came to the Boundless land, they could freely communicate with the human race. Dollar guessed God Machine Z's identity wasn't simple, but he didn't expect people from 8-Baron to have infiltrated the infinite and the underworld. Without hesitation, Dollar picked up the spirit word crystal. When the crystal was in his hand, Dollar felt a cold magic power enter his body. His mouth was now able to speak. No matter what, he had to find out more about the other party first. "Who are you?" This was the first time Dollar had spoken since he had become a gold Kirin. In the past, aside from Baby Sheep, who was a universe god beast, no one could understand him. I am the second priest of the 8 Baron Beast God Altar, God Machine Z. I am also the person in charge of the God Machine Pavilion in the underworld. What is your name? You don't seem to be from the Black Kirin tribe. God Machine Z saw Dollar put away his combat power, and he thought he really was a Bakra Orcs. He wanted to win him over. God Machine Z was the priest of the Beast God Altar, and he was very respected there. But over the years, the Bakra Orcs had become stronger. They had become a threat to the Beast God Altar. Xianxia and the other priests of the Beast God Altar had been dissatisfied for a long time. The Beast God Altar was especially angry and resentful towards the Beast God tribe of the 8 Wilderness. However, due to the fact that the clan leaders of the Orc tribes were all very powerful, the high priests had been cultivating their forces and preparing to replace the clan leaders of the Orc tribes even though they didn't do anything on the surface. Among them, the priests were most worried about the Black Kirin tribe. The reason was because He Yao of the Black Kirin tribe was very strong. But because the Black Kirin tribe was very united and loyal to He Yao, the Beast God Altar couldn't find a chance. But in the past 2 years, God Machine Z had a chance. It was said that He Yao was injured when he invaded the Boundless Continent. He Yao was injured, and when he returned to the 8 Barren Continent, he brought back a long-lost illegitimate son. The illegitimate son was strong, but he was cold. As soon as he returned, He Yao passed the position of Vice Patriarch to him. This matter caused a huge uproar in the Black Qilin tribe. In the Black Qilin tribe, many people were complaining. He Yao didn't care. He had been in seclusion for the past few years to heal. The leader's affairs were handed over to his daughter, He Linlin, and his illegitimate son. God Machine Z thought that if he sent the baptized Dollar to the Black Kirin tribe and let him challenge He Yao's position would be shaken. Of course, God Machine Z didn't tell Dollar about his plans. In his opinion, Dollar was just a demon who had been bewitched by a human magician. He should be easy to fool. He didn't know that Dollar was already on guard against his schemes. He knew that God Machine Z was very cunning. He must have been on good terms with him because of his strength. Looking at God Machine Z, he didn't know about his relationship with He Yao. Dollar didn't know that He Yao had 2 illegitimate sons on the Boundless Continent. It was a secret. The Beast God Altar and the other tribes didn't know. This was good. He could pretend to be on good terms with this old man and see why someone from the Beast God Altar would appear in the underworld. I am Dollar. I have been living in the human world. A few years ago, the relationship between the Bakra Orcs and the humans worsened, so I was forced to go to the underworld. On the way, I met my master. Dollar's words were 30% true and 70% false. Even a sly old fox like Xianxia couldn't see any flaws in the plan. So it's Brother Dollar. With your strength, you don't need to be under a human summoner. If you are willing, I can take you to Bahuang Continent. That is where the demon beasts truly live. Xianxia now believed Dollar's words. Dollar saw that he was fooled, so he asked again, if there is such a place, I am willing to go. But Master Priest, why are you in the underworld? Hearing Dollar's question, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Little Brother Dollar, I saw that you were very close to that human female magician. What is your relationship with her? Although Xianxia wanted to recruit Dollar, he was old and the second priest of the Beast God Altar. He was still very suspicious. Dollar had tried his best to protect Yunsheng, so their relationship must not be simple. That female magician was very cunning. Her purpose in coming to the underworld must not be simple. If they found out about his big plan, it would ruin everything. She is a summoner, but I didn't sign a contract with her. I only agreed to protect her because she saved my life. But that's only for this trip to the Ghost King Cave. Dollar knew God Machine Z was testing him, and he wasn't going to let him get away with it. So, he made sure his lie was flawless. Dollar used to live in the human world. He always thought it was because of the demonic beasts that he lived in the mountains. But many years ago, the beast clans of the 8 Wastelands had invaded bloody sky metropolis Jia. In that great battle, while the beast clans of the 8 Wastelands had been defeated in the end, the human race had suffered great losses as a result. the Emperor Zhao in red and the young judge of the temple were killed. The human race was angry and began to kill all the demonic beasts on the continent. Even the demonic beasts in the mountains and forests were not spared. Dollar was not spared either. In order to escape, he killed many human warriors and magicians. In the end, he was captured by the four-sided hell dragon and sent to the underworld. Not long after he arrived in the underworld, he offended the local forces in Jima County. He was hunted down, and when he escaped, he was injured. A female magician happened to pass by and saved him. She took the opportunity to form a contract with him. Xianxia listened and tried to guess the truth of Dollar's words. He looked carefully. Other than the mark of the 1,000-man killer on his back, there were no other signs of a summoned beast. At least this proved that he was not the female magician's contracted beast. Actually, even if you're that woman's contracted magical beast, as long as you're not that female summoner's life-bound magical beast, it's fine. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I'm afraid that woman is already dead. Xianxia stared at Dollar as he spoke. He wanted to see if there was anything strange about Dollar's face. But Dollar's expression didn't change. Seeing this, God Machine Z believed Dollar's words. The second priest Durin, why do you say that? She must have entered the teleporter on the right. Is that teleporter even more dangerous than this one? Dollar suppressed his anxiety and pretended to be calm. When he first heard the news, his heart was in turmoil, but he quickly calmed down. The little wildcat was not someone who would die so easily. Although she might not be as strong as him in terms of strength, she was definitely not someone easy to deal with when it came to shrewdness and scheming. Actually, it's not just that female summoner. Everyone who enters the teleportation portal on the right will die. There's a magic array inside, and the guardian of the magic array is the Netherworld Ghost King. Do you think that in the Netherworld, other than the Netherworld world gods, there's anyone who could be a match for the Netherworld Ghost King? She should have already died at the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King. After saying this, Xianxia looked at the heart's lamp in his hand. Dollar noticed that while they were talking, the heart's lamp's light had become much brighter. Just as Xianxia had said, the teleportation formation on the right was currently experiencing an unprecedented crisis. After Yunxing and Dollar were separated, she entered the teleporter on the right. When she entered the teleporter, she had many guesses about the dangers she would face. But Yunxing didn't expect that at the end of the teleporter on the right, there would be another magic array. And this was a magic array. After Yunxing, Popping Sheep, and Blockhead entered the teleporter, they were quickly teleported inside. But unlike Dollar, they didn't see a palace. What awaited them was a shocking magic array. This magic array was different from ordinary magic arrays. Its shape was like a tunnel, and it was made up of countless small magic arrays. These magic arrays were all hexagonal, and most of the magic arrays had a person or a magic beast sealed inside. These people or magic beasts all had their eyes wide open, as if they had seen something terrifying. They were motionless, and they looked like they were dead. Dear Master. It's the martial gods from before. Popping Sheep was originally curious about this magic array, but he suddenly realized that there were a few familiar faces in the small magic arrays not far away. These people were the martial gods from the Netherworld 8 counties who had entered the magic array before Yunxing. Their appearances were exactly the same as the others in the small magic arrays. They all looked like they had been scared to death. This is? Yunxing had a bad premonition. If Mei guessed wrongly, these people were all sealed in these magic arrays while they were still alive. What was the use of these large and small magic arrays that were constructed together to form a large magic array? Could it be that the Phantasm Ghost King was sealed in a part of this magical tunnel? Yunxing had the urge to turn around and leave. No wonder no one had been able to leave this teleporter. Those who had entered the teleporter must have been sealed in similar small magic arrays. But when she thought about how she still needed to find the Heart Distress Lantern, she could only endure it. Yunxing continued to walk forward. At the entrance of the magic array were the martial gods who had just entered the teleporter. It seemed that this magic tunnel was sealed according to the order in which people entered the teleporter. This meant that the Phantasm Ghost King was most likely sealed in the innermost part. Yunxing walked until she reached the bottom of the magic tunnel. Her gaze suddenly stopped, landing at the bottom of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a magic wall, and a man was sealed in the wall. The man had sword-like eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and light purple eyes. On the left side of his face, there was a fiery rose in full bloom, like a tattoo. That rose not only did not make him look overly rouged, but it also made the man exude a magnificent and seductive aura. This was a person who was hard to forget after a single glance. This was a man who could even bewitch darkness. His appearance made people forget to breathe for a moment. This man, as long as one saw him, would never be forgotten. The Phantasm Ghost King, she had finally found him. Xianxia was overjoyed. But suddenly, her eyelids twitched. Her instincts as a doctor made her keenly sense that something was wrong. Boom, the magic wall exploded with a loud bang. The powerful magic fluctuations that surged out could instantly tear a person to pieces. But at the same time that the magic wall exploded, a gray light surged out from Xianxia's flying magic scepter. Space-time seal. The magic fluctuations that formed after the explosion stopped in an instant. Not bad. It's a pity that it's useless against a light sigh came from behind the magic wall. That enchanting man who looked like a rose walked out. With a wave of his beautiful sleeve, the space-time seal's effect disappeared. With just one move, the space-time seal's effect was broken. The Phantasm Ghost King's strength was much stronger than it was 500 years ago. Phantasm Ghost King, you really didn't die. Xianxia took a deep breath. Just now, if her reaction had been half a beat slower, she would have been torn apart by the magic fluctuations that formed after the magic wall shattered. This unpredictable man actually used such a sinister method. Little girl, you look very familiar. The Phantasm Ghost King's figure moved like a gust of wind and suddenly approached Xianxia. He very ambiguously approached Xianxia. Other than a few specific people, Xianxia normally didn't like to be close to others. She was disgusted and was about to back away when she suddenly realized that her body seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Her movements were much slower. I remember you. You're the female magician I met on Taiyuan Mountain 500 years ago. The corner of the Phantasm Ghost King's mouth curled up. His enchanting face that was like that of a peerless beauty came close to Xianxia and carefully examined Xianxia. Xianxia's face was red with anger. The Phantasm Ghost King gave people a very bad feeling. It was as if there was a snake crawling on their skin. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to break the Phantasm Ghost King's control over her body. Don't try to resist. This demon-suppressing formation is I's life magic array. Any person or magical beast that enters here will be under I's control. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. The Netherworld Ghost King was not boasting. This was a special demon-suppressing formation that the Phantasm Ghost King had painstakingly built over the past 20 years. He didn't even hesitate to use a part of his life force as the eye of the magic array. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia had a lot of energy fluctuations that caught the Phantasm Ghost King's attention when she entered the teleportation array, Xianxia would have already met the same fate as those martial gods. The Phantasm Ghost King's cold breath swept over Xianxia's face inch by inch, causing goosebumps to appear on her face. TSK, TSK. How strange. If I remember correctly, you should have only been back in the human world for a few years. Back then, you were only a sky magician. Now, you're already a magic god and a necromancer. The Phantasm Ghost King's nose suddenly twitched like a puppy's nose. On the Phantasm Ghost King's handsome face, those purple eyes that didn't seem like a mortal showed signs of emotion for the first time. Damn it, no wonder this woman had such a strong fluctuation of darkness magic. She must have entered the Cultivation magic array before entering the demon-suppressing formation. Moreover, she must have successfully merged with the darkness magic spring inside. Looking at the progress of her cultivation, the darkness magic spring inside the Cultivation magic array must have been completely absorbed. Thinking of this, the Phantasm Ghost King's heart couldn't help but twitch. Only the heavens knew how much effort he had expended to obtain the darkness magic spring. The Cultivation magic array was also the place where the Phantasm Ghost King used to cultivate. A few years ago, he would have gone there to cultivate. It was only because the demon-suppressing formation was getting more and more complete that he didn't cultivate the magic array because he needed to stay inside it day and night. He didn't expect that Yunxing, who came out of nowhere, would have reaped all the benefits. While the Phantasm Ghost King was enraged, he also felt that it was a good thing that this woman's strength wasn't enough to absorb the darkness magic cores. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Since you've absorbed this Emperor's darkness magic spring, I'll give you your life in exchange for it. You should have noticed that most of the magic arrays here already have people sealed inside them. The magic array is almost complete. I just happen to need the soul of a magic god to activate this demon-suppressing formation. The Phantasm Ghost King's anger turned into joy. His demon-suppressing magic array was modeled after the demon-suppressing stone steel in the Shiwei Gate. However, it was different from the demon-suppressing stone steel in the Shiwei Gate. The Phantasm Ghost King's magic array was much smaller, and the amount of magic arrays that could seal souls was also much smaller. However, the strength of the souls that were used to maintain the magic array was much stronger than the Shiwei Gate stone steel. At a glance, the weakest of the souls sealed in the demon-suppressing formation was at least a martial saint or a sky magician. The Phantasm Ghost King's words were indescribably strange in Yunxing's ears. Demon-suppressing formation. Could it be that this magic array's function is the same as the demon-suppressing stone steel? The Ghost King's inheritance and the news of his death were all fake? Their goal was to lure people here? When Yunxing connected the dots, she suddenly realized that she and the underworld's experts had all been played like monkeys. It seemed that the Phantasm Ghost King and that old man Xianxia had already colluded with each other. Their goal was to lure the underworld's experts here to snatch the treasure. There were roughly 10,000 souls sealed in this magic array. That meant that a large number of demonic beasts and experts had already been deceived. Damn it, Yunxing gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had wholeheartedly wanted to find the heart-distressed lantern for her mother, but she never expected that she would fall into the Phantasm Ghost King's trap. Hee, little girl, you're still young, but those so-called martial god realm experts are a lot smarter. That's right, Xianxia was deliberately arranged by this king. The information about the Ghost King cave was also fake. Since you're going to die anyway, I'll give you a quick death. This demon-suppressing magic array and the demon-suppressing stone steel in the Shiwei Gate are somewhat similar in structure, but in reality, they're different. As for why I created this magic array, it's because I want to use it to save a person. As the Phantasm Ghost King spoke, his purple eyes flashed with a touch of gentleness. Killing 10,000 people just to save a single person, Yunxing couldn't help but want to curse out loud. What bullshit, Phantasm Ghost King. This guy was simply a madman. However, at the same time, Yunxing was also very curious. Just who could make the temperamental Phantasm Ghost King, who had never submitted to anyone, become like this? End of chapter 1139. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.